Volume 3, Chapter 100. If knights who lost in war were gathered together, would the atmosphere be like this? The priests gathered in the bishop's office lowered their heads and could not open their mouths as if they had been defeated. Is there any possibility of recovery? Someone had to report on the current situation despite everything. Otherwise, Bishop Pierre's cold anger would erupt. We may have to send a detailed report to the Vatican to know for sure. The priest in the white robe, a faithful follower of Bishop Pierre, hesitated to speak, but it was unavoidable. It seems difficult. Bishop Pierre wiped his face with a heavy sigh upon hearing the priest's answer. Pierre tried hard not to show his emotions, but there was an inevitable word rising from deep within his heart. This is absurd. The mirror of St. Morello. The relic bestowed directly by the Vatican, the mirror of St. Morello, was a source of pride for Pierre, but it inexplicably shattered. All because it had merely glimpsed the soul of a novice knight. What on earth is going on? Vlad of Shora, a knight from the back alleys. His unusual background and young age undoubtedly gave him a unique personality, but no one could have imagined he would cause such a defection. Has anyone seen what was reflected in his soul? The mirror of St. Morello was a mirror that reflected the soul. Ordinary people would merely see their own reflection, but in Vlad's case, it emitted an intense light that was hard to look at. That also meant that there was definitely something inside the boy. He's not a special existence. If he were, we would have noticed. They say lightning struck the roof of the church. It could be a powerful presence that affects reality. Bishop Pierre was only further confused by the words of the priests. I have no idea what this is. Even Pierre, who had spent years as a heretic inquisitor, couldn't fathom the identity of such a mysterious being. It shone brightly, so it couldn't be associated with evil. However, the power he possessed was too overwhelming to be called a blessing of the god. I must report this. Though what lay within Vlad couldn't be discerned, it certainly exuded a presence strong enough to shatter a holy relic. Even if it wasn't aligned with evil, such a peculiar anomaly would surely draw attention from the Vatican. Perhaps, since it is an unknown entity, they can bring Vlad to trial again. Knock, knock. Come in. Pierre was momentarily awakened from his thoughts by a knock on the door. Lord Bishop, what's the matter? A priest carefully opens the door and enters while numerous eyes are watching in the office. In his hand was a small paper note. A letter from San Regino. From San Regino, Pierre's expression turned puzzled at the priest's words. It was rare for the northern parish of San Regino to send a letter to him, a member of the Vatican. Let me see. For reasons unknown, Pierre took the note from the trembling hand of the priest. Opportunity arises after a crisis. Conversely, behind every opportunity, there may also lurk a crisis. Pierre had tried to trap Vlad into a crisis through deception, but ultimately failed. San Regino. Now, the tide had turned from Pierre back to Joseph, and Shora's legitimate mayor didn't miss the opportunity that came his way. These damn northerners, women lying in tears amidst the fog-filled village, testified that the man known as the Black Bear was beyond indulgence, and San Regino accepted their tears. Bishop Pierre of Shora will clarify the relationship between the Black Bear and the Black Mages. The mayor of Shora and San Regino. A single arrow shot from the north pierced through Pierre's chest, chilling him to the bone. The name of the young deacon who accompanied Andrea was Christian. The young boy, who had built up a connection with Vlad since the monster subjugation battle in Varna, had followed Andrea to Shora. Is the priest all right? He should lie down a bit more. The young deacon, carrying a large water jug that reached up to his waist, said while grunting. Vlad couldn't help but feel sorry seeing him like that, so he took the jug instead. If it weren't for Vlad, the boy would have been living comfortably in Varna. It was difficult to move in the cold weather, but he had a round with the bishop as soon as we arrived. That's right, his feeling of guilt wasn't just towards the young deacon. Priest Andrea was currently lying on the bed, groaning in pain. As the young deacon explained, it was unreasonable for someone of his young age to endure so much, so it was inevitable that he would get sick. Is there anything you need? No, Lord Joseph is already taking care of everything. Being indebted to someone brings complex and subtle emotions that are difficult to explain in one word. And every time Vlad looked at Andrea, he felt those emotions. From the moment he was given his name until now, he always felt grateful to Andrea. But is it true? What? The eyes of the boy, barely 10 years old, were sparkling as he looked at Vlad. That you've received the blessing of God. Who said that? Rumors tend to grow larger as they spread. Aside from the city's influential people who were directly at the trial, the pure white cloud that flowed into the church was one of the miracles that everyone in Shora could see. It's not that big of a deal. Really? Christian answered as if it were true, but his expression indicated otherwise, because he had seen it too, the white blade that had cut through the woman who was like a nightmare under the night sky. But I still liked it. Christian, who arrived in front of the room where Andrea was staying, took a bucket of water from Vlad and said, "Did you like it?" Yes. The young mercenary who used to roam the streets had become a respectable knight under his sponsorship. And not only that, he was now accompanying a being with a dignified aura. From Andrea's perspective, it was certainly something to be pleased about. Can I boost to my peers later? That I prayed with Sir Vlad, if you want to go ahead. Though Vlad's response was somewhat lukewarm, Christian's face already bore a broad smile. He was a knight who may have received the blessing of God. Just having a connection with such a knight was enough to be a proud accomplishment among young deacons. See you later. Yeah. Vlad wanted to at least say hello, but it was out of the question since Andrea was lying sick. Since he had come for him, it was only right to be considerate as much as possible. Why are you even bragging? Vlad turned around in front of the door and scratched the back of his head, remembering Christian's words. He had never been anyone's source of pride until now. Vlad stopped in an empty hallway and looked out the window. Every time the surroundings became quiet, there was a voice that spoke to him as if it had been waiting. But now in the empty hallway, all he can hear is his own muttering to himself without an answer. I'm not used to this. If that voice were here now, would it have told him that it was proud of him? But the voice that would have answered that had vanished, leaving behind only faint traces in his world. Feeling alone for the first time in a long time, Vlad just stood still and swallowed the quiet silence. The message came from San Regino, quite fast. Joseph, holding a wine glass, looked out the window and faintly smiled at Zayar's report. It seems the emotions we've been building up are finally paying off, right? The neglect of the northern parish by the Vatican is already well known, isn't it? The center of the continent is the central region, and the discrimination and disdain they showed towards other regions spared no one. It was a well-known fact that the northern parish of San Regino was being ignored by the Vatican. Not bad. The timing was right. Though gaining support from San Regino in political matters was not easy, the swiftly shifting balance of power made it possible. The alliance between the Lords of the North and San Regino. Although it would be officially confirmed at the upcoming Northern Conference, showing proactive action like this in the face of such a clear opportunity wouldn't hurt either side. Sir Vorden, make sure to treat Priest Andrea well. I'd prefer if he wasn't sent to Varna if possible. Understood. Even though Priest Andrea was brought here with Vlad as an excuse, he was someone who could pressure Bishop Peer just by his presence. He was a well-known priest, and would not be out of place even if he were to take on the role of a bishop somewhere soon. Joseph already had the next plans regarding Peer laid out in his mind. Lord Joseph, I'm here. Come in. Joseph turned away from the window to look at Vlad entering the office. It was right after a big event, but now that he was face to face with Vlad, he found it difficult to find the right words to say. What am I to do with you? I'm sorry. Joseph's expression as he looked at Vlad was truly subtle. You're always unpredictable from start to finish. Joseph preferred thorough plans that yielded results. And the boy in front of him was someone who could disrupt Joseph's plans with his actions. In terms of compatibility, they were the worst match, but the results they produced were always beyond expectations, leaving Joseph only puzzled. The priest mentioned that you might have the blessing of God within you. Probably not. It doesn't matter, I'll make it so. Joseph's intense gaze was fixed on Vlad. Manipulation and fabrication were skills and essential parts of the education of nobles. Bishop Peer and the Vatican behind him will start paying attention to you. Although it wasn't intentional, you've disrupted their plans. Joseph let out a small sigh as he looked at Vlad, quietly lowering his head. The young knight, who was difficult to handle and even more difficult to nurture, was still giving Joseph a headache. Take it. Huh? Vlad suddenly received a pouch flying towards him. With a jingling sound, the pouch felt substantial in his hands. The end of this year is approaching. As the snow fell, the end of the year was nearing. Though it was a year that ended in a mishap, no year in Joseph's life was as successful as this year. In a way, it could all be attributed to the efforts of the boy in front of him. It's a special bonus. It's not a salary but a reward for your achievements. As Vorden had mentioned, Vlad was also being paid a special bonus. To mark the end of the year, Joseph had calculated a certain amount for Vlad. It will exceed 300 gold. Vlad, who had just been bowing in remorse a moment ago, widened his eyes at the amount mentioned by Joseph. Though he wasn't sure, 300 gold was a large sum that could buy land to farm. Why so much? I've accounted for your achievements since you were a squire. It's a substantial amount, so plan wisely. The boy always exceeded Joseph's expectations. Though the process may have been messy, the results were dazzling, and Joseph felt obligated to reward him accordingly. You're a knight now. You have the right to claim recognition for your achievements. Thank you. Joseph quietly looked at Vlad, who was thanking him with a red face. It wasn't easy to deliver these words while seeing him so pleased, but it had to be done. As the one responsible for Vlad, Joseph knew he had to make it clear. Remember, now that you're a knight, you're in a position of responsibility. It's not just about overwhelming opponents with weapons and force. Vlad, standing there burdened by Joseph's words, felt overwhelmed by his presence. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Good. Vlad, 17 years old now, would turn 18 after this year, the boy needed to understand. Once this year passed, he could no longer remain a boy. Knight Vlad has disregarded the indulgence that embodies the will of God. This is your fault, clearly revealed by Bishop Peer. In yesterday's trial, Vlad admitted to killing the black bear who had been pardoned. This was a fault even Joseph acknowledged, and Vlad had to take responsibility for it. As punishment for this responsibility, Knight Vlad will be banished from Shora. What? The blue eyes staring back began to shake visibly. But it couldn't be helped. Even if there was a speck of fault left, it would provide justification to the bishop and the Vatican. The banishment will last until I call for you again. While the squire could stand behind, the knight had to lead. The boy could seek forgiveness, but the adult had to shoulder responsibility. And Vlad was now at an age where he had to understand responsibility and duty. Outside the window, white snow was covering the passing year. When that snow melted, Vlad would no longer be a boy but an adult. Chapter 101. In the past, not too long ago, Vlad had once conversed with Jorge's organization members about such things. I wish I had 100 gold. The typical conversations that arise when men gather. Alcohol, women, nothing particularly special, just old stories. And as these conversations go around, there is a story that comes out naturally. What would you do if you had 100 gold? If I had it, I wouldn't waste time on this. I'd buy a piece of land and settle down right away. You have lived here all your life, but now suddenly you're talking about starting farming. Talks about money. More accurately, stories that would never really happen, so one can only imagine them. Boss, look here. Business is better than farming after all. We could grab a decent building somewhere and that's how you end up failing miserably. Business isn't as easy as you think. Life where the future is clear is heartbreaking, so sometimes these trivial conversations were necessary. No qualifications were needed for imagining and talking. Buying land, buying buildings, no, starting a business. There was no meaning behind it, but in the midst of the fervent conversation, Burley looked at the boy who stood apart, watching quietly. Hey, newbie. What would you do if you had 100 gold? The youngest member of the organization, silently listening to the senior's idle chatter while casually leaning against a pole. Who's giving it? You can at least pretend to answer. Pretend? The blond boy paused his leaning for a moment at the question and quietly pondered. If he suddenly had money, what would he do first? If I had 100 gold, I guess I'd pay off my debts first. What? You owe 100 gold. That rascal seems shady. Did you gamble somewhere? There may not be a chance of it happening, but he could still imagine, and in that imagination, Vlad thought he should first pay off his debts. It's not gambling debt, but still, there are a few things I need to repay. In Vlad's mind, there was always a list of people he owed something to. Although most of them were related to grudges, there were also those he truly owed money to, and at the top of that list was always the same person's name. It's 328 gold. And now, in Vlad's hands, who had to leave Shora, was money well over 100 gold. What would he do if he suddenly had that much money? There was no one to hear his answer anymore, but Vlad decided to do what he had always thought of. There wasn't much time left to leave, so now was the time to repay. Something doesn't feel right. I agree. Amidst the noisy patrons, two people handed each other beers. Gregory, who had been placed on probation again, and Vlad, who had been punished by being banished, were staring at each other helplessly, excluded from their duties. When are you leaving? About 5 days left. I'll leave as soon as I'm ready. Joseph had given Vlad a week. It seemed generous, but for Vlad, who had lived in the city all his life and had to leave, it was subtly urgent. Still, we've finished what we planned to do. The intentions were good, but the results were not. In a way, Gregory, who was the instigator of this incident, felt a certain consideration for Vlad, who had to leave the city because of the task he proposed. Soon, people from the Canor family will come to Shora. In any case, the Black Bear and his organization had vanished from the alleys, and an area was created in Shora that the Canor family could dig into. This is a business that cannot fail. It's already been somewhat coordinated with Lord Joseph. As Vorden said, knights are not those who earn money for their wages. The advantage of having a close relationship with powerful people was enough to bring knights to the shiny gold coins. Just invest a little in the name, then you won't feel left out. The entry of the Canor family into Shora. Other merchants would go to great lengths to participate in this business, but Gregory was saying that he would open a corner of the door just for Vlad. The knight in front of him was certainly qualified enough. How much? I'm not sure how much you received as a special bonus, but put in as much as you can spare. Gregory's gaze was directed at Vlad over the beer glass. Originally, the plan was to slowly establish roots in the alley with Vlad, who knew the alley situation well. It sounded like a typical scammer's tactic, but the person sitting in front of Vlad was a knight of Vayezid, whose name alone could prove trust. Would 50 gold suffice? That should be adequate. It was a paltry sum, but it should be enough to raise a nominal amount. And since the Canor family was already one of the sponsors of Vlad, they would surely take care of him without feeling left out. Take care of yourself. Take care of things here while I'm gone. Sure, Gregory apologized, and Vlad replied, asking him to take care of things. With that, they had said all they needed to say to each other, leaving nothing but raising their glasses. As Gregory raised his beer glass, Vlad casually glanced at the appetizers placed in front of him, red sausages. They weren't very tasty. Before seeing the world, there was nothing as delicious to Vlad as these sausages. However, Vlad decided he would no longer be satisfied with such meager sausages made by the Black Bear. What's this? I said I don't need an inn fee, but I won't be staying here anymore. Plus, there's Larman's share who ran away without paying. With a joking remark, Vlad handed 50 gold coins to Marcella. He had to do something like this or she might not accept it. Our inn doesn't charge such a high fee, does it? This is an investment. I will get it back as profit later. Vlad echoed Gregory's words to Marcella. I think Rose's smiles will do well once it gets through this crisis. Is that so? Marcella was pouring money into turning her establishment into an inn from a brothel. However, most of the money she had saved up flew away due to the interference of Jack, and although she didn't show it, Marcella was struggling with financial difficulties. Thank you. You won't regret this investment. But from now on, you'll exclusively use Canor family sausages, and if possible, you should promote them too. Haha, if that's the condition, I'll accept it. If it was merely pity for her in his childish heart, she wouldn't have accepted it. But Vlad was proposing his own business and handing her gold coins under the guise of investment. Since they were looking at each other as equals, there was no reason for Marcella not to accept from her standpoint. Take care of Zemina while I'm away. I can't promise that. Vlad smiled wistfully as he watched Marcella's subtle expression. Zemina, who heard about Vlad being expelled from Shora, was still holed up in her room and wouldn't come out. Her sense of loss could only be filled by Vlad's presence. Where are you going? Just a bit busy. Vlad, who was descending the stairs for the next task, paused for a moment and turned his head. There was Marcella holding the pouch of gold coins he had given her. Thank you. Huh, for what? Jorge might have picked him up, but she cleaned him. Until Marcella washed his head, Vlad's hair was just dusty gray. Now her inn would receive quality meat from the Canor family, and she would have enough spare funds to not worry about deficits for a while. So Vlad decided to erase Marcella's name from the list in his mind. I'll be back. Vlad didn't have many days left from the time given by Joseph. Hastily leaving the inn, Vlad went to the graveyard near the monastery and polished the tombstone of an old blacksmith. Despite the cold weather that made his hands feel like they were freezing, he had decided to do it anyway. Thank you. He wanted to bid a last farewell to the old blacksmith whom he wouldn't see for a long time. Along with his final farewell, Vlad erased the name of the old blacksmith from the list in his mind. It's just paying back a debt. Still, I wanted to say thank you. Vlad visited the city hall and bowed his head to the knight who had protected the Rose's smiles for him. Although he was repaying his debt, the knight Maxim had volunteered and stood up against the bishop's soldiers. As Vlad bowed his head to Maxim, who had accepted his greeting, he erased another name from his list. He brought cookies for Vorden, who had recited orders for him, and bought a splendid axe for Otter, who had trusted and followed him. Every time he gave it to someone and bowed his head in gratitude, the names in Vlad's head were erased one by one. There were still people like Joseph, Zayar, and Priest Andrea, whom he couldn't possibly repay yet, so he decided to wait for another day. And now there was only one name left on the list. Why did you ask me to come here? To pay off a debt. What debt? Harvin, who followed Vlad with a limping gait, could soon see a large building leaning against the frozen river. This is a shipyard. Yeah. It's a shipyard. Although the harsh weather in the north froze the river for about half of the year, the city of Shora, located at the southernmost tip even in the north, could somewhat escape its effects. And this shipyard was evidence of that. But why did we come here? To pay off a debt. The place called a shipyard was not only where ships were built but also where they were sold. Of course, the process involved complicated procedures, but it wasn't a big deal for Vlad, a knight. Look at that, it's a decent boat. Is it stuck to the river? The captain must be itching to sail it. That one was quite expensive. Harvin entered the shipyard with Vlad's guidance and began to look around happily like a child. I always wanted to come here at least once. Harvin had always loved ships since he was young. He would talk non-stop about buying a ship someday and using it to cross the river and leave the back alleys behind, as if making a promise, as if never forgetting. And young Vlad learned how to gaze at the stars by watching Harvin. Do you still want to sail a boat? Of course, why wouldn't I? I want to go far out into the sea. Harvin had always vowed to go far out into the wide sea before he died. But Harvin ended up being ensnared in the dark alleys for Vlad and Zemina. That one's 200 gold. There was a day when Vlad was carving a shabby stick for Harvin, who had sacrificed for himself. On that day when he was squatting down somewhere in a back alley carving wood, Vlad made a decision. he would definitely repay his debt to Harvin. So he deeply engraved Harvin's name at the top of the list in his mind. A cog pointed out by Vlad, a small boat parked in a corner of the shipyard. Nevertheless, the boat with a single square sail raised, indicating it was a cog ship, was the most commonly used ship by merchants using the river. That one was a bit cheaper, so I bought it. Huh, Harvin, who didn't understand the current situation, muttered foolishly, but Vlad simply gestured for a shipyard worker to come over. It's yours now, Vlad said, holding out a piece of paper brought by a shipyard worker. Sign here in your name. The white paper the shipyard worker held was a ship certificate proving ownership of the ship. What? What is this now? Harvin was initially flustered by the sudden turn of events, but as he felt something being placed on his head, he stopped stuttering. From today, you're Captain Harvin. What the shipyard worker brought wasn't just the certificate awaiting his signature. It was a triangular-shaped hat with a stiff feel to it. It was a captain's hat that only those who owned ships could wear, crippled Harvin, but from today he shed his back alley nickname and received a new name. Captain Harvin. As he looked at the smiling Vlad, dark moisture was spreading from his shaking pupils. What would you do if you had 100 gold? There was no one left to listen, but Vlad was now answering the question. Captain Harvin, Captain. When Harvin's name was engraved in the blank white signature line, his name was erased from the list in Vlad's head. There was a day when Vlad, crying for Harvin, carved wood while sitting down for him. But the one who was shedding tears now was Harvin, and in his hands was a boat with a flimsy wooden staff as its sail. Harvin, whose ankle was cut, will still walk around with a limp, but he will be more confident than anyone else if he is in the sea instead of on land. Because it was a world driven by sails, not feet. Chapter 102. Pierre, Bishop of Shora. He was a bishop dispatched directly from the Vatican to the northern region, a man who had spent his entire life fighting evil, heresy, and those who had strayed from the path. However, this time, the matter at hand was something entirely different from his beliefs. Though he had even offered indulgence to the back alley ruffians to gain justification, in the end, only dismal failure greeted him. Lord Bishop, a message has arrived. Bring it here. The once proud mirror of St. Morello was shattered, and now he was under intense pressure from San Regino and the mayor of Shora. Perhaps he would have to resign from his position as bishop because of this incident. The Northerners had always regarded him sent from the Vatican as a thorn in their side. Nevertheless, it's acceptable. It was still acceptable. After all, the message had come into his hands. Sometimes one must know how to retreat for the greater good. If the knight with the blood of the dragon is with us, he might be able to quell Ramishtu. There was a time when he only wanted to walk the righteous path. There were times when he believed he could do so. However, Pierre had long realized that the world did not always allow one to walk the straight and narrow. The path to God's will is not always bright. It was worth the effort, the message brought by the priest. At the bottom of the small piece of paper was the seal of the Dragulia family. With them by his side, he could once again show the brilliant light of the Vatican to the ignorant Northerners. How about it? Have you thought about it? Vlad, who had come to the stables, sought out Gott, who was working there. We talked about this before. Let's do something big together. I'm not sure if getting expelled from Shora is such a big deal. Although Gott was brushing off his proposal, he didn't seem particularly upset about it. After all, it was Vlad who was facing expulsion, and from Gott's perspective, it was a matter of leaving behind a stable job. It was a situation that anyone could understand well enough. I've said my piece. Of course, the decision is yours. Gott was undoubtedly a useful person. Unlike Vlad, who had spent his whole life trapped in Shora, Gott had a wide range of knowledge as he had wandered from place to place, and was also a versatile person who could handle a variety of jobs. However, being useful didn't necessarily mean aligning with the necessity of being indispensable. Whatever Gott could do, Vlad could do just as well. I'm planning to leave early tomorrow morning. If you have any thoughts, meet me at the castle gate. Vlad knew that Gott was using him as an opportunity to rise higher. However, even if it started as a shallow ploy, Gott was the one who was with him until the end in times of crisis, so Vlad reached out to him with all his heart. Even if Gott were to reject the proposal, Vlad would have fulfilled his last courtesy to him. Leaving already, I've taken care of everything I need to do here. Whether Gott came or not, and even if he ended up being alone, it wouldn't matter. Now he was qualified to stand alone wherever he went. The back of Vlad, who turned around without hesitation, said that, in the end, Vlad couldn't meet Joseph. He wanted to bid farewell before leaving, but as a sinner and an exile, it wasn't permitted. Distinction between public and private like a sword. Joseph even refused his greetings to avoid giving up even a single justification until the end, but the reason Vlad was still not offended was probably because he learned a lot from him. I've talked to the Canor family. When the river melts, Harvin receives the fish from Sturma by boat. You've already secured the deal. We should prepare for what comes next if possible. Always think ahead. Always be prepared for the worst. Now standing alone, Vlad decided to engrave the advice he received from Joseph and Zayar deep into his heart. Otter, help with Harvin's business. Having you by his side will be helpful. Understood. He had arranged a connection with the Canor family for Harvin, and as a precautionary measure he had Otter by his side. Although they might not be sufficient on their own, it was still a small business, and there would be others to help him along the way. Why is this? You're going to need money to stay outside, right? This should be enough. Have I ever lived relying solely on money? Vlad quietly took out 10 glittering gold coins from his pocket, now containing only 18 gold, and handed them to Harvin. Use this to take care of the kids outside. The bosses used to do something like this around this time. When there were still 5 bosses, during seasons when it became difficult to make ends meet, each of them would distribute food in the alleys. It might have been a gesture to gain popular support and strengthen their base, but there were people whose lives depended on the meals they provided. Now, with only 2 bosses left, all the kids outside will starve. Yeah. You're right, the belief that if you are weak you will be trampled and that you must fight to survive is still the same. But even if it was in the alleys, it was only right to take care of the children. Besides, lately he had been feeling the weight of the children's eyes on him. The kids keep staring at me. I know. He decided to do what he could, and he was in a position where it was necessary to do so. Deciding to readily offer around 10 gold for the children who grew up in the alleys, Vlad ensured that at least no children would starve to death this winter. Now it seems to be done. With the alley kids taken care of, it seemed like Vlad had almost completed what he needed to do. But this one still hasn't shown up till the end. Vlad's gaze was directed towards a room on the 4th floor. It was the room of Zemina, who was in the room next to his, saying she would block the conversation with voice. I'll buy you that later when I get paid for my virginity. There was a time when he stood in the mud on the road and looked at the old blacksmith's sword. You said it would cost 5 gold. There was always a red-haired girl standing by him as he gazed at the sword glinting. Faced with the cruel choice of being either a fucking beggar or a prostitute selling her body, Zemina smiled and said she would buy him an unadorned sword. Do you think your virginity is worth 5 gold? Even if you say you'll buy it, it's bullshit. Both the boy and the girl laughed amidst jokes and jabs, but in reality no one was laughing. Even the idea of protecting someone was a luxury to those in the alleys. Yet Zemina had managed to give him a sword. For Zemina, who had nothing, the lush red hair she traded for the sword was akin to her last weapon. The sword he bought with the girl's tears that day made him a knight. Perhaps all the achievements with the unadorned sword so far started with Zemina. Where are we going? It was later than I thought. Are you not going to answer? Lifting Zemina, who was holed up in the room, onto his shoulders, Vlad hurriedly ran out into the alley. Let's run a bit, do as you please. Zemina seemed embarrassed by her swollen eyes and buried her face behind Vlad's back. She could feel Vlad's breath through the cold winter wind. That's why I told you to do it properly. What? In the past he was fleeing, but now he is being driven out. Just when she thought they had barely stuck together, he had to go and make trouble for no reason. Zemina, once again facing an imminent parting, felt not sadness or anger, but only a poignant sense of loss. We are here. Where is here? Being dragged out suddenly, she hadn't even had time to put on her shoes. The place Vlad had carried her to in a hurry was not the usual alley they frequented, but the central square of Shora. Is the door closed? If it were an alley, it would have been a time when the lights were still bright, but for ordinary people, it was time to close shop and head home. Nevertheless, Vlad didn't have time beyond today, so it couldn't be helped. If he knew he would be driven out like this, he should have placed the order in advance. Bang, bang, open the door. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing? Owner. Just open the door. The guards are watching. The patrolling guards approached Vlad, who was pounding hard on the door. The alley girl, who always had to cower before the guards, grabbed Vlad's collar in panic and shook him, but now it was just an irrelevant event. So what? I am a knight. They were able to be confident even in front of the guards, whom they were always afraid of. Now Vlad has become someone who can at least protect Zemina, who is on his back. What do you want? At this hour, I have a reservation. Is it ready? Come in, Sir Vlad. No one dared to disrespect Zemina, who was with Vlad. It wasn't just simple fear, it was the authority and honor Vlad held that made it so. The shop, which had passed its business hours, reopened its doors once again. Zemina could not keep her mouth shut in the brightly lit store, as did the owner's sudden change in attitude. Wow, surrounded by countless garments, even though she was barefoot, the exquisite fabrics involuntarily made her step onto the chilly floor. But why did we come here? This was the most famous tailor shop in Shora. The outfit is ready, but you came late, so I was planning to deliver it tomorrow. Sorry for being late, let her try it on now. Instead of answering Zemina's question directly, Vlad responded with a gesture. Me, where else could we find someone to wear this lovely dress? Zemina's gaze naturally followed where Vlad's hand pointed. Try it on. A dress swayed in the tailor's hand. The luxuriously dyed bright red color looked good with Zemina's hair. At the jewelry store, they picked up necklaces and earrings. They stopped by the cobbler's to get a pair of bright red shoes. They brought the ordered cosmetics and a fancy fan from the accessory store. It looked good on you back then. Vlad was taking the items he had reserved one by one and putting them on Zemina. As twilight descended upon Shora's square, it grew darker, but Zemina's appearance shone even brighter. I got it in the perfect size because I figured you wouldn't grow taller. You crazy fool, stop borrowing from Marcella and wear your own stuff from now on. Vlad remembered the time when Zemina came in a red dress to bring in Noir. That day she looked like a lady, not a back-alley girl offering herself for sale. How much is all of this? Gone was the awkwardness of borrowing someone else's belongings. The dress and accessories made exclusively for her made Zemina shine even more than she did that day. Probably around 5 gold. Is this really worth 5 gold? Zemina grabbed the hem of her skirt and smiled as if it were ridiculous. While she didn't have exact knowledge, a dress made of bright red velvet alone would easily surpass 5 gold. Good, it's beautiful. Vlad placed both hands on his hips and wore a proud expression. It was hard to believe that just moments ago she had been crying alone in the room. I wish I had done your hair, but I was too busy. 1 week was a busy time to organize the things he had decided to do so far. Still, Vlad was glad that he was able to use the last night of Shora entirely for Zemina. Take it. What is it? As if it were the right moment, Vlad nodded and handed Zemina a piece of fabric. It's a handkerchief I made myself. A crude handkerchief that does not suit a woman wearing a fancy dress and accessories. It was a handkerchief that Zemina had personally made for Vlad, with name clearly engraved on it. I didn't know, but nobles do things like this. Watching Zemina gaze at the handkerchief she had made, Vlad kneeled down. What are you doing? Vlad followed the strict etiquette he had learned from Oksana. Zemina was taken aback by Vlad's sudden actions, but each and every one of his appearances contained an elegance that could not be described. Could you please give me your handkerchief? Lady, though she may not have been born into nobility, Zemina was someone Vlad had to protect and repay. And if a knight must protect a woman, she should rightfully be addressed as a lady. Zemina was a worthy woman. You can give it to me now. Yeah, sure. Zemina obediently handed over the handkerchief with her name on it. She couldn't refuse as she felt the undeniable solemnity in Vlad's request for the handkerchief. And when a knight receives a handkerchief from a lady, there are 2 ways to do it. One way is to receive it with the tip of the sword. The other way is to receive it from hand to hand. What are you looking at me like that? Vlad looked at Zemina's rough hand on his own. It was different from Alicia's smooth hand, but it was still an affectionate hand. Make sure to use the ointment I bought on your hands when you go out. It'll all wash away when I do the dishes anyway. As Zemina chuckled in disbelief, Vlad joined in with a smile. Now they didn't have to hide their feelings behind laughter. In the empty square, a lady had a knight kneel before her. Her handkerchief was passed from hand to hand, and although Zemina may not have known it, Vlad through that act pledged to willingly shoulder a duty. It was a pledge to protect her. Chapter 103. A dusky dawn with the darkness not yet gone. Joseph, who entered his office earlier than usual, pulled back the curtains with familiar movements. As the curtains parted, a familiar scene came into view. A city blanketed in white snow. Just the sight of Shora, whose presence alone sent chills down his spine, made Joseph cross his arms and take a step back, gazing out the window at the scenery. He must be leaving by now. Anyone intending to embark on a journey would have to depart now to reach their next destination before sunset, though Joseph didn't know exactly where that destination might be. He could have given Vlad a mission before his departure or arbitrarily chosen a destination for him, but Joseph deliberately refrained from doing so. He believed that Vlad, who had spent his entire life obeying others' orders, needed an experience of moving based on his own thoughts at least once. A knight bearing his own flag, truly a sight I haven't seen in a long time. Though Vlad was leaving Shora in the form of exile, he would be reviving an old tradition of the North. A knight embarking on a journey solely for the sake of his own honor. It was one of the old traditions that could only be found in the generation of his grandfather, not even his father's. The gates of Shora were opening to welcome the day from afar. Though not visible from here at this moment, there would be a knight bearing his own flag stepping out. A knight born in Shora and raised by Vayezid. His name was Vlad of Shora. He's not coming. Vlad, with his collar pulled up to his neck, watched as the gates opened along with Noir. In the cold winter, at a time when even merchants and travelers wouldn't move, Vlad was the only one waiting for the gates to open. What's all the fuss about being cold for someone who used to live outside? Noir, already accustomed to the comfort of the cozy stable, didn't seem to appreciate stepping out into the cold now, tossing his head in protest. But now was not the time for such luxuries. Now was the time to find his original resolve and stand firm against the snowstorm. And that attitude wasn't just for Noir, Vlad needed to remember it as well. Let's go. A black horse begins to move forward with a slight urging. The small flag hanging behind the saddle started to flutter in the cold wind. As Vlad took steps forward atop Noir, he thought that perhaps now was the appropriate time to leave. He had goals he dreamed of achieving in the city of Shora. Goals like wielding a sword and becoming a knight. But now that he had accomplished those dreams in the city, it was time to look up and move forward toward a broader world. Captain, wait! Vlad, who was recalling old memories, heard a voice calling him from behind and turned his head. Let's go together. A man came charging down the early morning street with noisy hoofbeats. It was House Vayezid's stable-keeper. Finally got it right, huh? You're late. Vlad smiled subtly at Got, who was panting beside him. It's not that late, you haven't even left Shora yet. Though out of breath, Got didn't hesitate to respond. Truly a demeanor befitting a former con artist. You thought you could keep up. I couldn't help but feel a bit left out. Got puffed out his chest and spoke confidently to Vlad. I've invested in you since the old days, you can't just throw me away like that. Investments always come with risks. And Got knew well that people like him, who were at the bottom of the ladder, did not easily come across even dangerous opportunities worth risking their lives on. I heard you even bought a ship for your friend Harvin, right? Am I getting something like that later? I saw what you're doing. It was the usual evasive response from Vlad, but Got just nodded, knowing Vlad wasn't one to be straightforward. But where are we going? In response to Got's question about the destination, Vlad took a deep breath and looked out at the snowy field ahead. It's not exactly decided. The current Vlad was shaped by two contracts. One is Joseph's contract to offer his faith along with his sword, and the other was a contract with the voice promising to find his name. I'm thinking of heading east for now. There was a world the voice had shown him for the last time. A vast field of wheat, a maple tree swaying gently in the quiet breeze, and the voice had said it had seen that tree. There's something I need to find there. In response, Vlad raised the scabbard and looked at Alicia's amber stone embedded in the end of the handle. Now there was nothing left of the voice but faint shadows, but Vlad was the only one who could recognize the last traces of the voice. Now let's go. The dutiful knight left behind the object of his oath of loyalty and moved forward to keep another contract. A swindler and a knight were leaving Shora. What saw them off was a wine glass held by a noble man and a pillowcase soaked by a red-haired girl with the sadness of parting. Dobrechti. Located in the northern part of the central region, this land was ruled by the Dalmatia family and mainly engaged in barley farming and forestry, making use of the cold climate. What's this about another sabotage incident? And what does it mean to mainly engage in barley farming and forestry? Why are you messing things up just as soon as barley seeds are sown? It meant that it was a poor territory with no notable industry. And fittingly with its circumstances, Dobrechti was also a poor territory without a city worthy of its name. Even when soldiers are stationed on guard all night by morning, don't make excuses in front of me. The knight commander spoke at length about the failure. Watching him, Baron Dalmatia did nothing but fan himself, apparently trying to cool down his rising anger. You should know. If we can't even sow seeds at this time, we'll all starve to death come spring. Yes, my lord, those who know that. With barren land and a cold climate in Dobrechti, where dense forests and barley fields were all that was there to rely on, ignoring and glossing over the current crisis was not an option. But with only soldiers. If we're short on troops, then recruit the locals. It's no use starving them to death when they're already starving. Shaking his chubby cheeks, Baron Dalmatia began to berate the knight commander who had come to report, throwing things around him in frustration. Any lord faced with a rigid knight who couldn't adapt in the face of a crisis would have no choice but to express their anger like this. Oh dear, but what could they do? The Dalmatia family could only gather such knights, being a poor family unable to recruit any others. We must gather all available troops, even if they're not enough, and defend the barley fields. Surely it's the work of monsters lurking in the forest. Understood, my lord. Winter wasn't just a season of hunger for humans. Winter was the season when monsters also had nothing to eat, when the fruit on trees and the grass to chew disappeared. Though he doesn't understand why they only eat the seeds sown in fields, the important thing was to prevent this crisis. Should I at least hire mercenaries for this? In the empty office, Baron Dalmatia let out a sigh of frustration. As he approached the window, he saw the sight that he saw. The forest of Dobrechti densely surrounds the estate. Although it had been expanded a lot for land clearing after he became a lord, the forest that had been there before the Dalmatia family was established still seemed to be dark even though it was midday. Pepper salt jerky, what's this? A pilgrim's certificate. In the darkening forest where the sun was beginning to set, Vlad sat busily nibbling on twigs. He responded casually to Got, who had pulled out a piece of paper. Just need to register at any church, it's signed by Priest Andrea. Why not do it in Shora? Vlad's hand, which had been nibbling twigs, stopped abruptly at Got's question. Oh, right. Sorry, if he had submitted this document at a church in Shora, there would have been no need to bring it all the way here. The problem was that Vlad had kept his distance from the church to the extent that he couldn't mix words with it. All right, got it, I understand, this one's on me. Gott was searching through his luggage again, avoiding Vlad's harsh gaze, but gritted his teeth when he still couldn't find the item he was looking for. But how could you forget to bring a simple flint? I can't understand. In response to Gott's angry words, Vlad's hands, which had been momentarily paused, began to move again swiftly. I was busy last night. Naturally, he would have been busy. Those who were originally well off were even busier at night. Even you brought only a cheap flint. At least I brought something. Gott angrily pointed at the wreckage around Vlad. The shattered remnants of flints scattered around, they were all brought by Gott. You've got quite some strength, you smashed them all. Vlad was not inexperienced enough to not be able to start a fire. If anything, he was more accustomed to such things due to his rough life. But luck is really against us. Is everything defective? However, ultimately all the flints Gott brought were smashed, and he failed to bring the one essential flint for camping. So there was nothing he could say. It was clear to anyone who was at fault in this situation, so in such cases, one could only sit quietly and tend to the embers. Why'd you stop? Aren't you going to start the fire? Gott opened his eyes as he saw Vlad suddenly throw away the branch he was rubbing, but Vlad had already picked up the sheath of his sword instead of the branch. Why are you suddenly? No matter how deep their bond was, Vlad was still a knight. The force with which Vlad held his sword was completely different from when he was nibbling on twigs earlier. The trembling in Gott's voice was evidence of that. I'll rub it, Captain. It's fine. Vlad, who spat roughly on the ground, quietly stood up with his sword. Captain, I'm sorry. I'll go fetch some embers. At Vlad's sudden words, Gott began to look around without even realizing it. In the winter forest where darkness was beginning to fall, the laughter of men and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Oh, it seems the young master has sharp ears. If you realized, you should have run away. What were you hanging around for? About 20 men were gathered. On the winter journey, one had to be careful not only of the cold and monsters but also of encounters like these. Even if it's sold anywhere, it'll fetch a good price. Where did you come from, young master? If you mention your parents, we might be willing to let you go for a fair price. A group where only 2 were moving. Among them, one seemed as fragile as a freshly plucked chicken, and to the eyes of bandits there might not have been a better prey. Hey guys, let me borrow some ember. However, the blond young man facing the bandits didn't cower. Instead, he smiled brightly as if things were going well. What's this madman saying now? The bandits, with bewildered expressions and menacing gestures, were about to speak, but they fell silent when they saw the gleaming item under Vlad's cloak. A shining suit of armor. It was a cumbersome item for a mere youth to carry around. Borrow some embers and, of course, if he was from a well-to-do household, he might be able to afford wearing it. However, just calling him a naive young master wouldn't do justice, as his presence, starting from his blue eyes, seemed rather formidable. Give up everything you have, you brats. A fierce grin began to form on Vlad's face. The Vlad of the past was always hungry, always craving. And now, the blond young man venturing out into the world was just as hungry as he was when he was a boy. I'll take care of your pride. One thing he decided to do after leaving Shora. It was to rediscover his original intentions. Chapter 104. Joseph always said that whatever you receive you must give back, whether it's a favor or enmity. Please spare me. Sir, if you've received something, you must return it. Vlad had not lived a good life to the point of sparing people who wanted to harm him. Would you have spared others if they begged for mercy? The moonlight, shining just then, illuminated the bandits pleading for mercy. The fingers dangling around his neck looked pitiful. Yes, we spared them, truly. Is that so? There are too many unqualified people in this world. Even though they are not qualified, they take more than others and rise higher. And they crush weaker worlds too easily. Don't talk nonsense. And there's one thing common among unqualified people. They are all liars. Move those finger bones from your throat and speak, you trash. Gott was staring blankly. The moonlight starts from Vlad's closed left eye and flows all the way to the tip of the sword. The boy who once marveled at moonlight sung by someone else was no longer here. The one present now was a person with his own world. Vlad's smooth moonlight began to collect the red blood. Under the righteous blade wielded by a worthy man, lies began to scream. The price for insulting a righteous knight, it was not enough to pay for it with one's life. Dobrechti, a secluded rural estate. Even the passing merchants were all familiar faces in this quiet village, but the guards standing before the gate now displayed a stern demeanor. Recent ominous rumors circulating around the territory had sharpened their vigilance. What's that over there? There was a suspicious group catching their eyes, 2 men riding horses coming from the snow-covered hills in the distance. What's going on there? And the men being dragged along behind them. Despite the cold winter, they weren't even wearing boots, indicating they weren't your average travelers being dragged along like that. Halt. Stop right there. The guards aimed their halberds at the unfamiliar men they had never seen before. But the man leading the group didn't flinch at the sharp warning of the guards. Instead, he approached slowly. "Who? I am a knight of Vayezid. I am Vlad, a young man with blonde hair atop a jet-black horse." Not only his flashy hair color but also his attire exuded an air of elegance, making him unmistakably noble. "We've come to apprehend the bandits causing trouble in this area." "Bandits, you say, sir?" Although they hadn't properly confirmed their credentials yet, the guards unknowingly addressed Vlad with formal language. It wasn't just because of the imposing aura he exuded that seemed noble. The men followed closely behind the youth, bound by ropes. It was because each of them held the frozen head of someone. "I wish to meet the person in charge of the security in this village." With those words, Vlad raised the scabbard of his sword to show it to the guards. In the center of the handle of Vlad's sword was engraved the flag that was flying on the huge castle wall. It was a sentence indicating the prestigious Vayezid in the north. "Welcome, welcome to Dobrechti." The guard, who had rushed inside in a huff, let out a heavy sigh and politely let Vlad into the village. This is because Vlad was an armed knight, not an ordinary merchant or traveler, so they could not easily allow entry through their own decision alone. "The Lord wishes to meet you in person, sir." The Lord? Vlad was somewhat taken aback by the sudden request to meet the Lord. Originally, the plan was to meet the person in charge, hand over the bandits, and receive a reasonable reward, perhaps even hoping for a bounty if there was one. "Very well. Lead the way." "Understood." The guard tried to quickly grab Noir's reins in response to Vlad's answer, but the ill-tempered horse only snarled with its white teeth like a wolf. "Do not grab the reins." "Yes, yes." Thanks to living in Shora, Noir was no longer averse to people, but his stubborn personality hadn't changed. Excluding Vlad, at least a familiar got would be able to take Noir's reins and saddle him. "I will guide you to the Lord's manor." As the guard led the way, Vlad and Got rode their horses, followed by the bandits trailing behind. It was a very peculiar group, but the atmosphere among the villagers watching them was somewhat different from what they expected. "Captain, there's something odd about the atmosphere in this village, isn't there?" "Yeah, indeed. If this were Shora, people would have gathered to see something new after a long time." However, the villagers of Dobrechti simply hurriedly locked their doors and hid their children as if they were seeing people infected with a plague. Former pickpocket and swindler. Two people who were good at observing the atmosphere were able to realize that there was something strange about Dobrechti's atmosphere. "We've arrived." Vlad, who was trying to assess the situation by looking around, found that it wasn't easy. Dobrechti was so small that it didn't give Vlad much time to dwell on his thoughts. "Here is the manor where Lord Dalmatia resides." Vlad lifted his head to look at the building indicated by the guard. It was a 3-story wooden structure. It didn't look bad, but it seemed too humble to house a lord. "It's too small, isn't it?" Although he had lived in back alleys, Vlad was undeniably a city dweller. Vlad, who had seen the high gates, churches, and magnificent mansions where the lords lived, even from afar, could not help but be a little disconcerting to hear that a nobleman was living in the small building in front of him. "The lord is waiting for you, sir." "All right, lead the way." The authority a noble held wasn't solely guaranteed by the history or status of their family. In that sense, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Lord Dalmatia had failed to establish authority. Vlad's initial impression of the Dalmatia family was only concerned with whether he would receive a reward for the bandits or not. "Oh, a knight who has proven himself has come to our territory." Recognizing the knight with his own banner, Baron Dalmatia came out of the manor to greet Vlad personally. It was an excessive welcome for a wandering knight. "Thank you for the welcome." "No, no need for thanks. You even caught the people who were causing trouble nearby, so as the owner, is there any reason why I didn't welcome you?" Baron Dalmatia nodded satisfactorily at Vlad's respectful gesture. Although he had not fully mastered it yet, Vlad's courtesy, which Countess Oksana had beaten down, was still shining. "Come inside." "Yes." Following Baron Dalmatia into the reception room, Vlad confirmed that his suspicions were correct. The scenery of the village he had seen on the way to the manor, and even the reception room, which must be the most extravagant in Dobrechti. Vlad and Got exchanged glances, realizing that things might not go smoothly. This territory was impoverished. "So all the bandits you captured amounted to 9, if you include the heads, yes." Vlad managed to obtain a fair price from the bandits who had threatened and insulted him. And the remaining price, which he did not receive from them, should rightly be paid by the lord in front of him. Since Vlad caught the bandits who were threatening the security of the surrounding area, Baron Dalmatia, as the owner, should pay some compensation. "The journey from Shora to here must have been tough, so you must be tired. I've already prepared lunch in advance." However, Baron Dalmatia observed Vlad's reaction subtly, delaying any talk of compensation. If possible, he wanted to keep Vlad around for a while longer. He alone caught 15. Vlad had captured 5 alive, killed 4, and estimated there were about 6 more he could not catch. With the evidence brought directly, there was no room for doubt. None of the knights Baron Dalmatia had brought could achieve such results. So you're a knight who has come to prove yourself with your banner. That's correct, Lord Baron. Vlad wanted to say it wasn't true, but he couldn't be so blunt to the Baron who had come out to greet him personally. His past mistakes with nobles had taught him to exercise his judgment now. As it happens, I have a favor to ask of someone like you, a true knight who values honor. At first, Vlad was inclined to refuse. He was more focused on finding traces of a voice than proving his honor. Recently, some strange incidents have been occurring in our territory. What kind of incidents? However, Baron Dalmatia began to tell Vlad an intriguing story, contrary to Vlad's expectation of being burdened with a tedious task. Now is the time when barley should be sown, so we've been spreading the seeds we've kept in storage on the fields. Baron Dalmatia paused, clasping his hands neatly in front of him before continuing. However, as soon as we sow the seeds on the fields, they disappear. And the seeds disappear. Yes, we've stationed soldiers and kept watch overnight, but it still happens. At first, it sounded incomprehensible. Even if there were creatures like rats or monsters, the soldiers on guard duty should have noticed them. Some of the elders in the village attribute it to the work of forest spirits. Forest spirits, the words from Baron Dalmatia caught Vlad's interest. Yes, there are many stories about spirits in this forest. Of course, I don't believe in such things following the teachings of the church. The new orders established with the empire did not leave room for old things like spirits. Especially the church denied anything not under the name of God. Those who still remembered beings like spirits were likely old people who had lived for a long time. Spirits, however, Vlad knew well that such beings as spirits existed in this world. He had seen them, felt them, and even been protected by them. Vlad couldn't help but ponder as the word spirit was mentioned in a strange, inexplicable event. So, could you perhaps keep an eye on our barley fields? With your keen eyes as a splendid knight, you might see something different. It was a trivial task, but in Baron Dalmatia's eyes there was urgency. If this sowing failed, they wouldn't be able to survive until next year's autumn harvest, endangering the survival of the family. All right, Lord Baron, I'll do my best. Oh, thank you. It's reassuring to know that there are still true knights who adhere to the code of chivalry in this era. It might have been meaningless words from the old men, but Vlad decided to accept. For Vlad, who was searching for clues about spirits, the current situation was quite suggestive. Moreover, it was a simple task to just guard the barley fields, so he judged that there wouldn't be any major obstacles. Feel free to enjoy your time while you're here. I'll also make sure to compensate you for dealing with the bandits as much as possible. Thank you, Lord Baron. If the task was related to his duties and was simple, it wouldn't hurt to leave a good impression on Baron Dalmatia. For a knight, preserving the value of honor was important. But Captain, what about our reward? After finishing the conversation and leaving the Baron's reception room, Vlad heard the urgent voice of God, although small but desperate. We should be getting paid money. That damn Noir only eats boiled fodder these days, the price of fodder and firewood. That's something you can take care of on your own. What? One must learn to distinguish between big and small matters. The reason why Joseph always accompanied the half-witted knight, Vorden, who couldn't even wield a sword, was precisely for this reason. You'll handle that now, that's why I brought you along. Oh, Vorden and Gott. An accomplice and a swindler. Gott, who had received the bargaining rights for the bandits, was looking at Vlad with a glint in his eye. Raspberries, where are they? Perhaps she had just turned 10. A young girl with rosy cheeks, holding a basket in her arms, was walking towards the edge of the forest. Her modest attire hinted at her family's financial difficulties, but her neatly tied hair suggested that she was a child loved and cared for by her parents. There they are, ahead of her on a snowy-covered vine, small fruits with their natural color peeked out. Winter raspberries. They were one of the few fruits that could bring comfort to people in such impoverished seasons. Drawn by the vivid color of the raspberries, the girl approached the vine. Although she could have picked a few for herself, she hurriedly gathered them into her basket, thinking of her family at home. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound echoing from afar. Kruoa, a bizarre sound that seemed to echo from a distant place. Startled by the echoing sound, the girl paused in her raspberries picking and looked into the depths of the forest. The darkness of the forest was alive. The forest of Dobrechti was as ancient as it was filled with countless legends and myths, and at that moment when the girl looked into the forest, the forest too looked back at the girl. Where the young girl had been standing, there was now only a basket rolling on the ground, raspberries scattered around, and a dark abyss gaping open, as if it had swallowed the girl whole. Chapter 105. On a dark night, Vlad lay flat on the ground with soldiers on a rugged hill. Though the sight was somewhat comical, hiding like this was the best option to observe who was passing through the barley fields ahead. The child who went missing this time disappeared near here. The basis of hiding is secrecy. It would be common sense that they would hide closely as if they were not there, but the knight commander who kept chattering next to Vlad seemed to have no such concept in his mind. There was a deep pit right next to where the child disappeared. Vlad knew why he was sticking so closely as if they were friends. He probably wanted to exploit the knight who could be used for cheap. Perhaps the Baron Dalmatia wanted to leave Vlad with the responsibility of the missing child this morning. That's not possible. The disappearance of the child was regrettable, but that didn't mean Vlad could take on all of Dobrechti's affairs. The task of guarding this barley field was simply perceived as being related to spirits. Such a good girl, it's such a pity. Today her mother came to the manor crying and wailing. Wait. The knight commander's mouth was suddenly blocked by Vlad's hand. It wasn't intentional on Vlad's part, but because of the mouthful of dirt, the commander's face involuntarily wrinkled. Don't you hear it? Phew, what's this? In the darkness, Vlad's ears began to twitch sensitively. Vlad's hearing, which had been trained since childhood for smuggling, was doing its job. Oh no. Just moments ago, Vlad had been trying to hide even his breathing, but now he was darting down the hill like a wolf chasing its prey. Follow, Sir Vlad. The soldiers who had been hiding together with Vlad hurriedly followed, but they only stumbled and tumbled in the dark hill. It was oddly eerie to see Vlad making nimble movements in the darkness where not even a single ray of moonlight could be seen. Sir Vlad, why suddenly? But what the soldiers who had barely made it down the hill saw was Vlad with a disappointed expression staring down at the barley field. We were robbed. Pardon? Upon Vlad's hurried words, torches were lit to illuminate the barley field below, revealing indeed that the seeds sown during the day had mysteriously vanished. How? How can this be? The Dalmatia Knight Commander was bewildered at the sight before him, finding it hard to believe. Even though it was dark, they had surely been watching, so how could this have happened? Did anyone bring a shovel? Yes, here. While both the commander and the soldiers were flustered and unsure of what to do, Vlad, on the other hand, took a shovel from the soldier standing beside him and began to dig into the barley field. The deed couldn't be undone, but to find a clue, he had to try his best until the end. I definitely heard it. Surely he had heard something moving. But now there were no footsteps left nearby, and from his vantage point atop the hill, where he had keenly focused his senses, there was nothing that had moved. Then there was only one possibility left. Commander, how far is the place where the child went missing from here? Not far at all, just up that hill. Finally finished with his digging, Vlad's demeanor as he peered into the hole he had made seemed unsettling. However, why is that? A torch. Instead of answering the question, Vlad took a torch from a soldier and shone it into the hole he had dug. What is this? Finally, beneath the barley field they saw with the help of a torch. The commander and the soldiers couldn't help but be astonished at the sight before them. Despite Vlad not having dug it, a deep hole was already present, so deep that even the light of the torch couldn't penetrate its depths. Was there a hole where the child went missing? A single, small hole beneath the barley field. Though small in size, it was so deep that its depth couldn't be determined, and the black hole was so dark that even the light of the torch couldn't reveal what lay below. I suppose we must go there to that place. No one dared to speak upon seeing the hole that clearly seemed not to have been dug by human hands. Everyone could see that something inexplicable was enveloping Dobrechti. In the dark night, standing alone under the torchlight, Vlad quietly closed his left eye while gazing down into the dark hole. It was too strange to be the work of animals or monsters. If hungry creatures from the forest had descended, would they really need to dig up seeds, leaving behind the houses and livestock right in front of them, and to go through the trouble of digging a hole? So what is Sir Vlad doing now? The knight commander who had guarded the barley field with Vlad last night reported to the Baron Dalmatia, scratching his head. With only 2 knights in the territory, the commander, who was both a knight and an advisor, had to show his face in various places. Sir Vlad has accompanied me to the place where the child went missing, and now he's gathering the elders of the village. The elders, why on earth? Though it was a requested task, it seemed a bit excessive. Still, what couldn't be helped was the fact that behind a knight named Vlad, there was the formidable backing of Vayezid. Restricting his investigative authority here could lead to a great insult and potentially even more trouble in the future. It seems he wants to ask the elders about past events. Past events? Baron Dalmatia, upon hearing the commander's words, made a slightly sour expression. In the rural outskirts of the central region, where the influence of the church did not extend, old traditions had been passed down. The old folks won't say anything strange, will they? As they've aged, they've surely become wiser, haven't they? They also won't say anything that could get the church in trouble in front of an unfamiliar knight. At the commander's response, the Baron Dalmatia sighed, rubbing his temples. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this extent just from dealing with a single monster. Stick someone by his side, so he won't poke his nose into unnecessary matters. Understood. Yet Vlad remained a necessary figure to resolve this issue. Surely his sword would be sharper than the commander who now scratched his head before him. Elders, don't you feel sorry for the missing girl? Each clue you provide could potentially save her life. The elderly may be wise, but they may not be able to always make the right decisions, especially when faced with a skilled swindler right in front of them. She might still be trapped in some hole, crying for help. The knight I serve isn't here to harm you. He's only passionate about resolving this matter. Got relentlessly manipulated the gathered elders, never giving them a moment's rest with his tongue. Watching him, Vlad couldn't help but think of a quack peddling medicine. Well, there were some strange occurrences. Trust in Vlad, sympathy for the missing child, and the looming threat of danger. Oh dear. Finally, as the swindler's tongue wove threats and persuasion, one elderly person finally began to yield. Barley disappearing has been happening for a long time. When we were young, we used to perform rituals. But then the church came and told us not to do that stuff. As soon as one person fell for the deception, testimonies began to emerge from all sides. It seemed the elders were also feeling the frustration of the current situation. But the child never disappeared. Even if there were cases of wolves attacking, there were never cases of being sucked into a hole. No, never. The Dalmatian knight who was listening to the old men began to get restless. That's because the smile Vlad showed was deep and meaningful. What kind of rituals were these? The old men turned their heads at the sudden question, looked at Vlad's eyes shining blue, and began to close their mouths again. What kind of rituals? Elders, if you don't speak up, we can't save the child. Land spirits, there are land spirits in the forest. They're not all bad. They make the land fertile if you perform the rituals. But nowadays, they burn down the forest to clear the land. Gott shrugged his shoulders as he listened to the elders, glancing back at Vlad standing behind him, clad in armor that sparkled with a sharp glint in his eyes. It was a reaction that couldn't be coaxed out of Vlad no matter what. Find out what these land spirits are about. They should be outside. Got it. As soon as Vlad realized that he was only in the way, he quietly whispered to Gott and went out. Indeed, people had to be used in the right place at the right time, and Gott was more suited to being a swindler than a stable boy. Sir Vlad, there is nothing strange about the rituals. I understand. As the knight made his excuses, Vlad's face, which had been bearing a meaningful smile just moments ago, began to wear a dignified smile. It was the smile that Countess Oksana had taught him to wear in front of women. As you have lived for a long time, there are rules that you have no choice but to follow. I understand. Offering rituals to beings other than God was tantamount to idol worship. Although traditions regarding ancient beings persisted not only in Dobrechti but elsewhere, all such practices were forbidden by the church. If exposed, it could lead to severe repercussions, which was why the knight found himself in a dilemma. I swear to God, I will only focus on finding the missing child and the barley thief. However, Vlad pretended not to know what had happened and said he would ignore it, so the Dalmatian knight had no choice but to nod. Ah, thank you, Sir Vlad. Inside, a swindler was deceiving people, while outside, a pickpocket was at work. Yet, what made them different from before was their dedication to resolving the issues in Dobrechti. With flag in hand, Vlad and Gott were no longer criminals but a knight and squire. It's like some kind of spirit. They used to offer rituals to them in the past. All right, it was fortunate that there were still remnants of old customs in this remote village. Indeed, in Dobrechti, customs related to spirits had persisted. They say the Lord decided to expand the fields and cleared the forest. And the barley field you dug yesterday was the same one where they used to hold rituals. Gives you chills, doesn't it? Even though it was his own words, Gott wrapped his shoulders with both hands as if feeling a shiver. From Gott's perspective, it might sound like an outdated tale, offering rituals and sacrifices to unknown entities. However, from Vlad's perspective, listening intently, it felt like finding water in a desert. What are land spirits? Nowadays, land spirits are related to farming. The beings revered in Dobrechti had always been associated with the land. For the people living off the harsh land, there might have been no greater reliance than the land-related spirits. They say if you offer rituals, the land becomes fertile. To farm, you need to dig deep into the ground. They say land spirits help with that. Ridiculous, isn't it? Why would it be ridiculous? There is a snake that lives on a tree. Moreover, that snake even has the ability to warm the weather. Compared to a white snake that can make lemons grow in the cold north, making the land a bit more fertile should be a simple task. Anyway, it seems like it like barley and dwell underground. Vlad raised his head looking up at the sky. Night was coming. It seems to like dark places too. Barley always disappeared at night. If it lived underground, it was only natural that it preferred darkness over sunlight. Whether there was a connection or not, it was a cold night, and they needed to move quickly to find the missing girl. Go get some barley. Barley, Joseph always liked predicting the opponent's moves. He enjoyed strategizing and predicting, creating outcomes accordingly. Yeah. Barley, though Vlad didn't know the exact identity yet, he knew what it liked. If so, he could make some predictions as well. He had learned something from watching the man with the dark shadows under his eyes all this time. Night was coming. The pitch-black night, Vlad and Got, whoosh, and a dark mountain road with only Noir. Captain, will this work? Got looked at Vlad with a skeptical expression. They had scattered barley all over the mountain path throughout the night, but would this be enough to find the barley thief? But why do we need to place it on top of rocks? SHH. Still, Vlad believed it could work. They knew the creature dug into the ground, but it hadn't cracked rocks yet. The solid feel of the rock they encountered while digging testified to that fact. I see. Then whatever it was, it would have to come up onto the rocks to get the barley. In the dark night, something caught the scent of the scattered barley seeds and began digging up from the ground. Sniffing the damp scent, it climbed up onto the ground and onto the rocks. Squelch remnants of the voice, the white snake's protection and Alicia's amber stone, and even a black horse with the blood of a unicorn. Vlad, carrying everything related to spirits, finally closed his left eye softly as he saw the creature crawling up onto the rock. It's a mole. It's not just any mole. A tiny mole reflected in the moonlight. Despite the dark night, the mole seen with the remnants of the voice emitted a faint yellow light. A glowing mole. Even now, as the church spread the will of God under one name, the forests of Dobrechti still held mysteries. And the name of that mystery was the glowing mole. Chapter 106, Got muttered as he stared at the sudden pit that had appeared. What's going on here? He truly hadn't anticipated this. He couldn't have imagined that such a seemingly ordinary mole would cause such a situation. The idea of luring it with barley was good, and Vlad's judgment of rushing out like lightning and catching the mole was also good. However, he could never have imagined that as soon as Vlad grabbed the mole, the ground would collapse instantly. Was it not meant to be caught? Vlad was dragged into the darkness as if he had been caught. Just like that, Vlad disappeared right before Got's eyes, leaving behind only a single scream. Captain, are you all right? Got, who has finally come to his senses, shouted loudly towards the pit Vlad had been sucked into, but all that came back was the sound of empty wind. After being left behind with Noir under the pitch-black night, Got was at a loss as to what to do. As Vlad's seemingly endless fall came to an end, he drew his sword and glared around. Where is this? Given that he had been pulled into the ground as it collapsed, he could surmise that this was underground. Where the hell is this, damn it? Swinging the mole around as if venting his frustration, Vlad shook it vigorously, but the creature wriggling in his hand had no means to answer in human language. Although it was undoubtedly the culprit behind this situation, the fact that the creature still shone brightly even in the darkness was enough to deter Vlad from acting rashly. If only it wasn't some damn spirit. Though he grumbled aloud, Vlad, swift in his actions as ever, attempted to conjure an aura to illuminate the pitch-black darkness. His experiences in Shora, where he operated more at night than during the day, were proving helpful in times like these. Caillou, shut up. Though the mole seemed surprised to sense Vlad's aura, all it got back was a cold reply. However, contrary to Vlad's cold response, the mole was feeling quite relieved. Because along with the flow of the aura, it felt the protection of the spirits emanating from the armor and amber stone. There's never an easy task in this world. The first thing Vlad did after gaining some visibility through his aura was to check the hole he had fallen into, but no matter how much he looked, it seemed impossible to climb back up here. The next thing he did was to explore where he was standing right now. Although he hadn't completely secured his vision, Vlad, utilizing his senses to the fingertips and toes, realized that he was standing in what seemed like a passage. It was a passage wide enough for even a human like himself to stand if he bent slightly. It was oddly spacious for a tunnel supposedly made by small-bodied moles. At any rate, I need to get out of here. After all, since the creature currently wriggling in his hand had managed to come out and steal barley, there must be a way out for him as well. Vlad put saliva on the tip of his finger and checked to see if there was any airflow. There it is. Though faint, he could feel a breeze. Whether big or small, it was clear evidence that there was a hole leading outside. If I don't get out of here by tonight, you'll be tomorrow's breakfast. Vlad, who had threatened the mole just in case, started moving towards the direction he had found. Even in the darkness, Vlad's blue eyes, shining brightly, began to find their way. What should I do about this? Got, who had been screaming towards the pit until his throat was sore, realized that this was something he couldn't handle alone anymore. Whether he dug out the pit in front of him or found another way, he would definitely need more people for now. PFFFT? Just as Got was hastily grabbing the reins to descend to the village, he realized, rather, that he was being led by Noir's movements. Where are you going? Hey, where are you going? Noir, who had been quietly looking down at the pit where Vlad had disappeared, began to walk towards the dark forest instead of the village, as if indicating this direction. It seemed as if Noir knew exactly where Vlad was. This is driving me crazy. Got, flustered by Noir not moving as he pleased, at least knew that this horse wouldn't act without reason. He knew that even barbarians revered him and that sometimes he seemed smarter than humans. All right, let's go. The connection with Vlad's world wasn't just limited to the voice. Noir, also a being who shared worlds through connected boundaries, could sense Vlad's movements underground. Sometimes animals reacted sharper than humans, but there were strange sounds. As Gott entered the dark forest, he suddenly remembered a story the villagers had told him. On the day the girl disappeared, some villagers claimed to have heard strange cries from the forest. Even though it was a sound they had never heard before, it sent shivers down their spines. Feels like roots or something. As Vlad walked through the darkness with the glowing mole in his hand, he realized that the ground he was stepping on wasn't soil. Surely, since he had been sucked into the ground, he should be stepping on soil. But what was filling the ground now felt like hard roots, not soft soil, like dried-up tree roots. I'll find out once I'm out. Though he was alone in the narrow and dark tunnel, Vlad didn't lose his composure. Partly because of his bold nature, but also because the current situation was better than when he was digging holes in Shora, and the fact that the wind was getting closer was enough to give Vlad a little hope. Were. As the wind got closer and the air fresher, a smile formed on Vlad's face, but the struggles of the glowing mole he held only seemed to intensify. What's the fuss all about, Q? Despite spreading its arms wide and seeming to communicate something, there was no way they could understand each other due to their inherently different natures. Perhaps if there was the voice, wouldn't it have acted as an interpreter? Let's get out of here for now. The problem was that each issue needed to be solved systematically. Whether the mole struggled or not, the most pressing problem to address would be getting out of this place if one didn't want to spend their entire life wandering in tunnels. As Vlad became more confident that he was moving towards the exit, he heard strange sounds echoing in his ears. Thunk, thud. It sounded like something was hitting forcefully against something else. Vlad listened carefully, trying to gauge the direction and distance of the unfamiliar noise. Judging by the spreading vibrations, it seemed like the noise was coming from outside the tunnel where he currently was. Quiet, Caillou. Before Vlad finished his sentence, the glowing mole quieted down on its own. Quickly tucking the mole into his armor pocket, Vlad cautiously moved forward, sword in hand. Thunk, thunk. As he proceeded, the noise grew louder, and now he could feel vibrations through the tree roots beneath his feet. From the crumbling dirt piles on the ceiling, it seemed like something was striking down with considerable force, although Vlad couldn't see it. There it is. Amidst the unknown noise and vibrations, Vlad finally found a spot where moonlight gently shone through a hole in the ceiling, large enough for a person to pass through, revealing the moonlight outside. Good, now that he had found a clear path, there was no reason to hesitate. Putting away his sword, Vlad began to cautiously climb towards the moonlight. The glowing mole, perhaps now understanding the situation, remained crouched silently in Vlad's arms. Thunk. As Vlad climbed, inserting his fingers into the crumbling dirt piles on the ceiling, he realized that to escape from here, he needed to be prepared for whatever lay ahead. There's never an easy task. Never, but now there was no turning back, regardless of regrets. Even if he knew that such an event would happen, he would still reach out for the mole. Vlad, after mentally preparing himself, took a deep breath and exerted force on his fingertips. With determination, he extended his head towards the outside. His posture might have looked comical, but the decision itself was commendable. What on earth is that? The scene illuminated by the moonlight was indeed beautiful. A field of moss spread out like green plains, with a majestic tree standing amidst the cluster. Like the high trees on the hillsides or the maple trees seen in Alicia's amber stone, it was an extraordinary oak tree. Thunk. And there was a being swinging an axe ferociously in front of the oak tree. A being that was standing on 2 feet but was too large to be considered a human was screaming incessantly and striking an oak tree with the axe it was holding. The mole was not quietly crouching down, it was trembling in Vlad's arms, because now it was clear that an unknown monster was present. Damn it, realizing the situation, Vlad quickly lowered his head and began to contemplate what to do. The most crucial thing was to identify the monster. Although he didn't know the reason behind the unknown monster striking the tree, if it had nothing to do with him, there was no need to engage with it. Once again, Vlad raised his head, this time closing his left eye and observing the tree and the monster through his world. There, he saw the oak tree screaming in agony and a monster engulfed in a black shadow. Yellow, and the remnant of the voice lingering in Vlad's world indicated that the tree currently screaming was emitting a yellow light. It was the same color as a mole suspected to be a spirit. Seems like I have to drive it away from here. Vlad sighed softly as he felt the mole trembling in his arms. He didn't know the exact reason, but it seemed like the mole had been chased away to the village because of that crazy monster. Well, I guess I have to do it. Even though there was an incident, he had found the home of the spirit, albeit with a possibility of retaliation. Vlad, being just as in a hurry, would likely receive concessions first. Phew, the trick of a one-hit kill lies in unexpectedness. With his quick feet, Vlad could embody the element of surprise in the form of a sudden attack. Slowly, Vlad began to recall his world through deep breaths. Through the dense aura brought forth by him, he elevated his aura with Larman's technique and imbued his voice's remnants into his sword, and his world, which did not yet have color, was captured in his eyes. Thunk, ah. Now, the moment the monster struck down the tree and raised the axe with a shout, white lightning began to jump out of the small hole with an explosion-like charge. Huh. The monster, caught off guard by the unexpected angle and the speed of the glowing mole. Hiya, with a piercing sharpness, Vlad's strike, imbued with the element of surprise, swiftly approached the monster. Slice. Vlad's sword, dyed white, was slitting the throat of a monster that could not even turn its eyes. It was a sword that contained the full blow of a knight who could now stand alone. Neck that rolls down, a falling body, and an oak tree stopped screaming in pain and looked at Vlad in surprise. Under Vlad's sword, everything fell silent under the moonlight. What the fuck? Yet Vlad, who had created this silence, merely raised his sword again in haste. His world, still without color, began to extend roughly towards his sword. Vlad cut it down, but he couldn't cut it down, because the neck he had struck had been meaningless all along. You again. With a growl in Vlad's voice, the crumbling body of the monster began to rise again. As if the severed neck that lay far away meant nothing at all. Its massive body, its neck severed but now smoothly closed. Though Vlad, being from the north, was unaware, in the central regions, this monster was known with a mix of fear and reverence as a troll. Roar! A huge roar began to echo from the neck that was rolling on the floor. It was a horrifying shout that the villagers heard. Chapter 107. The verdant oak, seen through his world, was crying. In the face of unjust violence beyond remedy, all one could do was cry out in pain and thrash about. Vlad saw a shining bead in the gaping wound of the tree. It bore a resemblance to the yellow amber stone now adorning the hilt of his sword. Vlad could see and feel the sparkle. He knew he had come to the right place. I think I know what you were trying to do. The troll brandished his axe and the tree wept. Children's breaths were hanging over the bell tower and their parents were crying. No matter how brightly one holds something, if there's no power to protect it, it can only be taken away. This world is full of people sitting on those stolen tears. I have business with this tree as well. Vlad raised his sword in place of the weeping tree. He was wielding the sword in place of a being with no means to defend itself. So don't interfere. The Swordmaster's discipline calls it nightly. Quang. Vlad swiftly rolled between the troll's legs, leaving the exploding ground behind. A moment of fleeting opportunity born from daring advancement. Though his posture was a mess, Vlad didn't miss the moment. Hup! Blood gushed out along with the sparkling sword light. Amidst the sharp cut, the troll's muscles twitched. That's Vlad, who was about to deliver a follow-up blow to the staggering troll, quickly raised his sword at the chilling sensation creeping up on him. Quang. It wasn't an ordinary attack. It felt as though viscous malice adhered to the axe. Though he managed to block with his sword, the force he couldn't deflect sent Vlad rolling mercilessly to the ground. Unbelievable! The troll's neck in the distance began to laugh out loud as it looked at Vlad, who was confused. The sword wound was completely recovered before he knew it. Moments ago, his muscles were clearly trembling, but now there was no trace of the sword passing through him. His recovery rate is insane. Trolls are not monsters active in the north. Yet it wasn't an easy opponent one might encounter in the central region either, so it was understandable that Vlad, seeing a troll for the first time, would be taken aback. Grrrrrr. The troll, who had already picked up his own head and stuck it into his neck, began to look at Vlad with bloodshot eyes. The eyes of the troll, filled with bloodlust, exuded an intensity that made it hard to meet his gaze, yet Vlad spat out and casually faced it. You ugly bastard! Vlad doesn't know what he's up to, but he does know he has a damn impressive recovery rate. Now that he knows that fact, it's time to see if the troll will die even if something other than his neck is severed. Let's see if this does the trick. After completing his preparation, the aura that he could not contain in his sword began to rise like smoke from Vlad's left eye. Even the troll, who had been smiling leisurely until now, was taken aback by the extraordinary aura emanating from Vlad. Kaiwa, the mole, was no longer a shining being, because there was no one to recognize it. No matter how extraordinary a being may be, if no one recognizes it, it is merely an ordinary mole. But the human with the golden light was different. A person who exuded the same smell of his own kind from the armor he wore and the sword he held. He was someone who recognized him, even though his gaze was faint. You are not dying, take this. No matter how solid the world may be, it won't be able to stop the guy in front of him. No matter how good the attack is, if it is of a different level, it will not be able to reach it. This human's level hasn't yet reached the point of breaking the curse of immortality. Caillou, in that case I might as well lend a hand. Some humans burn forests and cut down trees to expand their fields, while others offer a single raspberry even when hungry. I can only hope that the knight with the golden light is a human worthy of raising the stakes. He severed arms, he severed legs, he split waists. He pierced hearts, he burst lungs, he rummaged through entrails. Vlad's battle was already testified by his blood-drenched blonde hair. This guy's insane. In the gradually sinking mud of the duel, Vlad was becoming increasingly anxious. He had to find an answer somehow before he collapsed from exhaustion. The voice did it. It was a faint memory, but he knew that the voice he borrowed had brought down the headless knight. Although he didn't finish it off, given time, he could have ended it. Maybe my world is still too shallow. Vlad bit his lips as he looked at the troll, who had recovered and assumed its original form. Now that he had progressed one step, there were still too many things in the world that he didn't know. He was now beginning to understand why Joseph had banished him from Shora. Don't you dare split, bastard, but he had to do it. There was still a contract he hadn't kept. Vlad didn't want to part with the voice that couldn't even have a name. The current swing was for himself, not for the weeping tree behind. If cutting or stabbing wouldn't work, then this time he would just sever the limbs and scatter them far away. The moment Vlad made up his mind and bit his teeth fiercely, a cluster of sparkling lights began to shine from the forest in the distance. What's that? A light that he couldn't recognize because it was far away. Vlad, faced with the peculiar troll, quickly assumed a defensive stance, thinking another strange entity was emerging, but it wasn't that. He, the spirit of the grassland, running without hesitation, doesn't tolerate obstacles in its path. Even if it's a troll that doesn't die. Noir, Kwang, Noir, rushing at a speed that no one could react to, rammed into the troll's side as if there was no need for hesitation. The impact of their collision was so intense that Vlad had to momentarily close his eyes. Gaia, the incredible speed, the distance covered by the leap, and even the white horn on his forehead, all combined to create Noir's powerful charge, forcing the troll to tumble to the ground without mercy. Your world and my world become more perfect by coming into contact. Noir, who crossed the forest to find a more perfect self, finally found the Golden Knight, heeing. How the hell did you get here? Vlad quickly got on Noir without hiding his joy and hurriedly widened his distance and looked at the troll. Unlike when facing Vlad, the troll hurriedly took a step back and picked up the ugly internal organs sticking out of its side. Why, if the internal organs have not yet found their proper place, it means that they are not recovering properly. The attack from Noir's horn had certainly dealt a significant blow to the troll, unlike with Vlad. Then, perhaps it was the blood of the spirits that Noir had. With that judgment, Vlad grasped Noir's reins and began to ride around the troll aggressively. Now, with Noir taking the lead, there was no need to forcibly create openings. The troll hurriedly struck down the axe at the two who were running at him, but Vlad was on top of Noir. Kang thwack, blocking with the knight's sword and ramming with the spirit's horn. The speed combined with the weight of the horse caused the troll to roll around on the ground, feeling pain as if it were going to die. It's working. The pierced abdomen is not closing again. This was an effective attack. Again, as Vlad stepped back to widen the leap distance, the troll quickly began to devise a plan. The tree it had been chopping down just moments ago. The troll quickly ran over, stood with his back to the tree, and opened his arms, ready to grab Noir. Grrrr, if it couldn't avoid it, it would catch it. Even if it got pierced deeply, as long as it stopped the charge of that black horse, the night above wouldn't matter much. As Vlad rushed towards the troll, he bit his lip as he saw the monster spreading its arms. He knew it was an unusual monster, but this judgment went beyond what monsters could normally make. In the moment of hesitation about whether to continue his charge or not, Vlad felt a strange heaviness in his sword. What is this? The glowing mole suddenly crawled out from inside the armor. The mole hanging on the amber stone Alicia gave him waved one hand at Vlad, who was looking down at him. In human terms, it looked like he was giving a thumbs up. What is this thing doing? As he was trying to hurriedly remove the mole, which was exhibiting incomprehensible behavior from the handle, Vlad felt a strange sound coming from the sword he was holding. What a familiar yet unfamiliar sensation. It was similar to when the white snake of Hanel embraced him. Alicia's amber stone was glowing. When worlds intersect, they either clash or expand each other. Noir did that, the white snake did that, and the voice did that. And now the glowing mole was doing the same. The mole's protection, which started from the amber stone, began to rise through the surface of the sword. The land's blessing, which anyone who walks on the ground can feel, was on Vlad's sword. The land is the foundation that bears everything in the world. Like a forgotten treasure sunk deep in the sea, the blessing of the land reached down to the deepest recesses of the spiritual world, allowing Vlad to peer into the depths of his own world. Let's go. At the command to charge, there was suddenly an animal-like growl mixed in with Vlad's voice. Just moments ago, the troll seemed like an unstoppable force, but now it appeared nothing more than a rag doll rolling on the ground. How dare you challenge me? Aha! The troll, seeing Vlad approaching, found itself involuntarily roaring in fear. Suddenly, the man's momentum soared to the heavens. The black horse's white horn and the shining sword were intimidating, but what was truly terrifying was the gaze of the man charging towards him. Now die! With the blessing of the spirits, the troll let out its final scream as Vlad's sword struck. Feeling death at the sharp edge of the world, the troll remembered the last gaze of the knight who had passed by him. In the cold blue eyes, there was a ferocity so perfect it was daunting to behold. Huff in a dark room, in a place full of burning candles but not shining, there was one candle that suddenly went out. The woman with hair that started blue and ended black gazed intently at the extinguished candle. It was the light that signified the troll she had sent to the forests of Dobrechti. There can't possibly be anyone of such high stature in some rural corner. Only a soul that transcended limits could break her curse. The woman who knew this moved her toes that were out of reach and shook the small bell. "Did you call Lady Ramishtu?" A knight entered with the sound of the bell. Emblazoned on his chest was the emblem of Baron Utman. "Please verify and come back." The woman tossed the already extinguished candle to the man as she spoke. "Change your appearance as well." "Understood." If one possesses something shining, they should be able to protect it, and that story also applied to Vlad. In the dark room, amidst the flickering candles, the woman, whose feet did not touch the ground, silently gazed towards the direction of Dobrechti. A young girl sitting in a small cave. Surrounded by raspberries left by someone, she managed to avoid hunger, but her swollen ankles looked concerning. Sniff, she couldn't sleep last night. She just cried at the strange noises coming from the forest. It sounded like the cries of the strange giant she had seen back then. She wishes even the kind mole would come back quickly. "Captain, is this the right place?" Arguing with a mole. "Now you're even talking with moles. I talk to you too, don't I?" Hearing the conversation coming from a distance, the girl stopped breathing and widened her eyes. If she could be sure they were villagers, she would shout to let them know she was here, but she was too overwhelmed by fear because of the troll to make rational judgments. However, the footsteps, as if knowing where the girl was, confidently approached the entrance of the cave. Trembling, the girl held her hands tightly together, filled with fear. Finally, the man who appeared before her was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. However, what put the girl at ease was not the man's appearance but the mole perched on his shoulder, waving its hand at her. "Kid, let's go home." Both Vlad and the mole were exhausted, but they still had enough strength to muster a faint smile to reassure the girl. Warmth was coming from the body of the girl he was holding. Chapter 108. Burning buildings, toppling statues. As if in the midst of a war, there were tumultuous sounds of crumbling all around, but the shouts of the people actually destroying it were not heard. There was only a stifled silence. The faces of the dwarves darting through the city were obscured by layers of soot, so thick that their original skin color could not be discerned. Their proud beards were scorched by the heat, and the equipment they had honed their entire lives was now being used to destroy the shining legacy of their ancestors. With each strike of the hammer, an unbearable sorrow flowed from their eyes. If one possesses something precious, they must know how to protect it. But the dwarves had failed in that regard. All that remained was a grim collapse, and now they must embark on an uncertain and endless journey just to survive. Tears mixed with the blackened ashes flowed down the dwarves' cheeks. The fires of this place haven't been extinguished yet. At this moment, when everything was tragically falling apart, there was still one furnace that had not lost its shine. Along with the gaze of an old man, steadfast like a statue, fixed upon the furnace, someone has to witness the end. The old dwarf's words about witnessing the end were not simply about the furnace. An era of brilliance was coming to an end, and the old man was there to witness its final moments. Is that so? As he watched the end of a once splendid civilization, the man thought to himself, "Still, it's fortunate that I'm not too late. I've come for a commission." Right now, clang, mines collapsing with a loud noise in the distance, tears mixed with the sounds of hammering, breaking everything in the city that had been lifelong companions. In this tragic moment of destroying everything that their ancestors had built, the only people who did not shed tears were the unknown man and the owner of the last furnace. "I've brought a metal that only eternal flames can control." With these words, the man took something out of his old backpack and showed it to the old dwarf. That is, as the man uncovered it, a silver ingot emitting a faint light lay there. The metal, which did not lose its shine even in the face of the red burning flames of the furnace, was enough to attract the old dwarf's attention even in this situation. "Please make it." The man's hand, glimpsed through his torn clothes, was filled with new wounds. Perhaps it was because of these times. Though the dwarf was usually excited about rare metals, the old man found his attention drawn more to the man's hands, now covered in wounds, than to the silver ingot before him. "What do you want me to make?" Having finally heard the answer he had been waiting for, the man straightened up and looked at the old dwarf. The man who came all the way here to say this was finally able to smile a little. "I need a sword that can kill a dragon. I will kill the most perfect dragon in this world, even for the worlds that are crying at the bottom like the collapsing dwarf city." The man's eyes, looking at the owner of the last blast furnace, were hotter than the eternal flames. In the dim dawn, in front of the stables at the lord's residence. There, Vlad was chewing on a piece of meat with a troubled expression. while Noir wore a puzzled expression watching Vlad chew, wondering why humans chew meat. Vlad, who actually had to answer, was looking elsewhere. Captain. Got came out early in the morning, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and was surprised to see Vlad in front of him. Why are you up so early? I had trouble sleeping. Got rubbed his hands happily and leaned against the wall, seeing that Vlad had already done all his work. Well, it's no wonder you had trouble sleeping, seeing a troll for the first time. Even the Lord here was greatly surprised at the mention of troll. The powerful roar of the troll that echoed last night was enough to chill the hearts of the residents. Though it was a sound that echoed from a distant and deep forest, the troll's roar, evoking thoughts of death, was enough to prompt even the Baron Dalmatia to call up nearly all his soldiers. It's a bit of a shame we didn't have any corpses. It would have been more perfect. Troll blood sells for a high price, you know. Upon hearing Gott's words, Vlad clicked his tongue in disappointment. Indeed, not having secured the troll's body was a regrettable aspect. I didn't expect it to burn up like that. The body of the troll Vlad killed last night was burned in an instant without any time to do anything. No matter how high the firewood is piled, it is impossible to burn it so cleanly and without traces. The cleanup was so blatant that anyone could see that the intention was not to leave any traces. I think I need to report this to Lord Joseph. Looking at the troll's traces, which were nothing but pitch-black ash, Vlad was reminded of what happened in Baron Utman territory. The suspicious and fiery incident involving the headless troll in Dobrechti, which felt familiar, was undoubtedly an event that should be reported to Joseph. But there are no mages here. Should we send Pavlo? No, Pavlo won't do. Considering the difficult winter and the highly suspicious nature of the situation, it's best to inform as quickly as possible. Which is the nearest city to the east? A city. Let's see. Taking into account Vlad's thoughts, God unfolded the map received from Baron Dalmatia and quickly began to find the next destination. The closest city where there might be a mage is Tanaboya. It's the city of Count Bitskaya. If you just look at the map, it will take a week. Good. Mages are those who handle the mysteries of the world. Although they are a group of people not favored by the church, they have often provided advice to lords through various miscellaneous knowledge or quickly conveyed news through messengers, making them desirable companions for nobles. Let's make Tanaboya our next destination. See if you can find the way. Got it. The Dalmatian Baron was a poor lord who could not invite even a decent priest to certify the pilgrim's certificate, let alone a mage. Thus, Vlad planned to leave this place and seek a mage from a larger city's lord. Although he belonged to a different family, Vlad was a knight of certain status, so if he had to, he could just help out with something like he did now. With Gott leaving the stables after saying he'll find the way, Vlad once again started gazing into the distance, lost in thought. He had come to the stables this early not only to tend to Noir, who had helped yesterday, but also because he had had such a vivid dream that he couldn't easily fall back asleep. But I can't seem to remember it well. However, the intense dream that kept him tossing and turning was strangely elusive in his memory. All he could recall were faint echoes of hammering and swirling ashes. And the determined last words of the man. Slay the dragon. Vlad closed his eyes, pondering. The man's final words in the dream were unmistakably spoken in a voice he had long been familiar with. Perhaps the dream he had was not a dream at all, but rather a fragment of memory left by the remnants of the voice. As the dark winter dawned, the sun was rising from behind the mountains in the distance. The tip of Vlad's sword begins to shine as bright as the morning. Unlike before, there were now flashes of white lightning swirling around Vlad's aura. They were all remnants of the voice that had wandered around Vlad's world. That day, the voice had asked Vlad to meet again in a deeper world, and Vlad had agreed to do so through today's aura. The knight closed his left eye toward a deeper world. Why leave so soon? Why not wait until the snow stops? Despite the cold weather, the Baron Dalmatia, who had personally come to see Vlad off in front of the Lord's mansion, looked at Vlad with a subtle expression. Although he hoped Vlad would stay for a while longer after the ominous incident, mixed emotions of wanting Vlad to leave quickly also flickered across the Baron's face. Especially when he saw Gott grinning mischievously from behind. I've done everything I needed to do, so it's time for me to leave, Lord Baron. Vlad knew that the Baron's face had darkened as much as the coin that had slipped from his hand. But a former pickpocket and swindler didn't hesitate to claim rightful payment for their labor. Bandit suppression, barley thief hunts, troll hunts, and even finding missing girls. Still, Vlad hadn't been excessively harsh, so he must be receiving the same kind of send-off now. Please remember what I said yesterday. Sure, I'll keep it in mind. Consider this my gratitude towards them. While Vlad didn't mention the glowing mole, he did leave several instructions for the Lord. As you said, I will not burn the forest or cut down trees carelessly to expand the barley field. It was a difficult time to openly talk about the existence of spirits or the sacred oak tree, no matter how remote the estate was in the corner of the countryside. Because now it was a world where only one God could be the truth. And occasionally offering small tributes to the forest would be good too. I'm sure last night I felt there were flowing through the forest. So Vlad had shown consideration for the mole by invoking the existence of God instead of spirits. It was to prevent hungry mole from stealing barley seeds. I see, if I can keep the barley fields safe like that, this is my offering to God who blessed my victory, Vlad said, handing the Baron a glittering gold coin. Since he had shown such sincerity, the Baron wouldn't ignore his words. Ah, a knight from the north is indeed faithful. The face of the poor Baron, who had just received a little money back, brightened a bit. It was as bright as the glitter of the gold coin. Looking at the nodding Baron, Vlad gazed at the forest of Dobrechti visible in the distance. That should be enough. A small flag was waving behind Vlad's saddle as he left with greetings from the villagers. There the emblem of the Dalmatia family was now engraved, in the quiet forest with nobody around. The oak tree that the troll had hit with the axe was still full of scars, but it wasn't as devastating as it had been that night. This is because someone had sloppily applied green moss to every wound. While it was uncertain if this method was effective for the wounded tree, the oak seemed content, swaying its branches gently in the breeze as if in approval. Caillou. Underneath the quietly swaying oak tree, a mole was poking its head into a small basket, its hind legs twitching. The basket was filled with ripe red raspberries. The raspberries in the basket were prepared by the girl for the mole who saved her. Since spirits lacked physical bodies, they didn't need to eat to survive. But what they needed to exist was presence, someone's memory of them, or emotions like affection. Thus, today, the mole could feel its long-forgotten sense of presence thanks to the raspberries. The girl's emotions contained within the raspberries were truly warm. Caillou, the mole, who had been preoccupied with raspberries for a while, sensed a presence in the distance and wrinkled his nose. Unlike usual, people come carrying small baskets rather than axes or pickaxes. They came bearing offerings for God, but just believing in something in the forest would be a great help to the glowing mole. Because the emotions, memories, and beliefs contained within were important, Caillou, now it didn't have to be forgotten. Realizing this fact, the mole smiled and raised its tiny finger as if in celebration. The direction pointed by its finger. That was the direction where Vlad was leaving. The first thing the land spirit did after regaining some of his strength through today's offering was to bestow a small blessing on the knight leaving the forest. Today, a shining yellow star forgotten in the name of God returned to the forest of Dobrechti. Like the lemon tree in Hainel, the oak tree of Dobrechti seemed to regain a hint of green. Chapter 109. At the end of a harsh winter, Joseph turned his chair towards the window as usual and gazed outside. Outside the gates of Shora, priests of the church had gathered, waiting for someone. "Do you recognize him?" Zayar noticed Joseph's gaze fixed on the window and realized something was amiss. His eyes were tense as if he was watching an approaching typhoon. He's said to be the son of Duke Dragulia. They say he's the half-brother of Mercia, the commander of the Dragon Slayer Knights. As Zayar finished his report, the movements of the priests outside became more frantic, a thick line like the stroke of a dragon's neck. Knights were entering Shora under the flag representing the Dragon Slayer Knights. His name is Ladhu. Despite his young age, he's already a knight with a record of slaying dragons several times. While Joseph's ears were focused on Zayar, his eyes remained fixed on the gate. There are 3 knights entering under the flag, but even among them, the man leading the way was barely visible. Even from a distance, there was an air of dignity about him. The son of the Dragonblood Duke Ladhu Dragulia. Although the Vayezid family was also renowned for producing excellent knights, they were not as famous as the Dragulia family of the central region. Because they were a family that inherited the blood of the dragon, not just a vain tradition but recorded in actual history books. And now, with Bishop Pierre's cordial invitation, a knight of dragon's blood was entering Shora. And here, this time, Zayar handed Joseph a small note instead of speaking. The eyes of the Vayezid family have detected suspicious movements in various parts of the north. As Joseph carefully unfolded the note given by Zayar, he began to read the contents written inside. An involuntary sigh, impossible to suppress. Though it was just a brief note, Joseph's brows narrowed as he read through it. The note he held was both an explanation of the situation and a warning quietly given by his father, Peter. It seems I may have been mistaken after all. What do you mean? With those words, Joseph stood up from his seat and approached the window even closer. Having never wielded a sword, he had honed sharp eyes and deep thoughts instead. However, no matter how intensely he trained, it seems that it was still not enough for the heretic inquisitor who had lived his entire life in the battlefield of logic. Bishop Pierre's target wasn't Vlad. Certainly, Joseph and Bishop Pierre were fighting for control over Shora, but Shora's power, which had been his purpose and goal for Joseph, was merely a means that Bishop Pierre could discard at any time. Bishop Pierre was gazing beyond Joseph. The northern churches belonging to the Vatican were moving. The one who raised the flag first was Bishop Peer of Shora, and the gathering place for the soldiers of the church was one of the territories that had long been established in the north. The city of Baron Utman Mosium, the blessing of the glowing moles was truly powerful. As Vlad and God emerged from the forests of Dobrechti, they had not once been attacked by monsters or animals, and even their footsteps were light. The smoothly progressing journey, unexpectedly faster than expected, led them to emerge from the forests of Dobrechti too quickly, and that was the beginning of the problem. Geez, take your time. No one's going to snatch it away. A bonfire burning under a tree dyed white by snow. There were two men hungrily eating soup under the warm heat and billowing smoke. The man watching them from nearby wore a somewhat concerned expression as he spoke to Vlad and Got. Despite having the warm stew in their mouths, the still pale lips of the two showed how much they had been struggling until now. Thank you. If it weren't for you, things could have been really bad. One should express gratitude to those who share food. Vlad, who had been a young hunter before becoming a pickpocket, appreciated the warmth of a bowl of stew, so he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the mercenaries who had saved him. Oh, this is going to be quite an experience. However, the mercenaries who heard Vlad's thanks merely widened their eyes in surprise. Sensing the sudden awkwardness, Vlad began to quickly scan his surroundings, wondering if he had made a mistake. The social skills he had learned in the back alleys came naturally, like breathing. "Sir, you're not from the central regions, are you?" However, the man introduced as the leader of the mercenaries just smiled and handed Vlad some jerky. It seemed he rather liked the sight of Vlad expressing his gratitude. "No, I'm not from the central regions, I'm from the north." "Oh, I see." Vlad, who had finally come to his senses after escaping from cold and hunger, continued speaking as he looked at the mercenaries who were looking at him curiously. "Did I make a mistake just now?" "No, no, sir, haha." The curly-haired man laughed heartily at Vlad's question and served him another bowl of stew. "It's the first time lowly folks like us have heard words of thanks from someone like you, sir." Vlad felt a subtle sense of awkwardness as he looked at the mercenaries who called themselves lowlifes. It was Vlad who had come from the bottom, not the mercenaries, but his appearance in this new land made him seem like just another young knight. "I must have been too polite." It seemed that the hierarchy between the central and northern regions was even more stringent than in the north. Given the differences between regions, Vlad thought he should pay attention to such things in the future. "By the way, sir, where are you going?" "We were on our way to Tanaboya. It's a city of Count Betskaya." With that remark, Vlad lifted his head and stared directly at the curly-haired man. The mercenary leader, holding the soup bowl, stopped laughing as he looked at Vlad. Though unspoken, the intention in his eyes was too obvious. "What a coincidence, we were just on our way to Tanaboya as well." "Oh," before Vlad could reply, Got let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Captain. We'll be able to reach Tanaboya just by following these people." "Shut up." Vlad could not hold back the anger boiling inside him and finally let out a single word. Before they left, he was the guy who beat his chest and said he only believed in himself. But in the end, he had formed this group, so Vlad could only blame himself for trusting the swindler. "I'm Vlad from Shora." "No, just Vlad. I'm Stefan from the Thornwood Mercenaries, sir." Vlad suppressed his boiling anger and shook hands with the mercenary leader with a smile on his face. As their hands clasped, their eyes met. Vlad thought Stefan's blue eyes matched well with his curly orange hair. A city in the central region that Vlad saw for the first time. Unlike the remote areas like Dobrechti, Tanaboya, a proper city broadened Vlad's horizons just by its appearance. "It's my first time seeing a city in the central region." Then this place shouldn't be too bad. From experience, he knew that if he looked like a country bumpkin, he would be an easy target for crime, but still, the atmosphere of the city he was seeing for the first time excited Vlad again. It's one of the trade hubs with the elves to the east, so it's a place where merchants and mercenaries often come. Stefan was showing the utmost sincerity he could muster for the knight who seemed inexperienced. No matter how young he seemed, a knight was still a knight. If they can establish a relationship with a knight with just a few bowls of soup and a few kind words, it will definitely be a profitable business. "How should I recommend an inn for you? I know of some decent places," Stefan offered. I'd prefer just a recommendation for an inn. I'm planning to meet the lord of this place first," Vlad replied. "Oh, I see." Observing Vlad confidently declaring his intention to meet Count Bitskaya, Stefan nodded with a gleam in his eyes. Not all knights were worth their salt, despite their airs of superiority. Among those who strutted around like knights, there were some even dirtier than mercenaries like themselves. However, the young knight before him didn't seem like one of them, and now he was boldly stating his intention to meet the count. Stefan couldn't help but feel impressed. "If you need any help, feel free to come to us anytime. We'll be staying at the inn at the corner for a few days," Stefan offered. "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind," Vlad replied, though somewhat dismissively. Though Vlad's abrupt demeanor could have been off-putting, Stefan didn't seem to mind. He just nodded as if understanding that was just how Vlad was. "Thank you, you're welcome, sir." It was surprisingly difficult to treat someone older than you, but Vlad had to get used to this by now. With no one like Joseph or senior knights to constantly validate him, Vlad had to reveal himself. You'll find the Count's mansion by looking for the largest building in this city, Stefan informed before departing with a smile, indicating he understood Vlad's struggle. As Stefan's group of mercenaries followed him, they respectfully bowed their heads to Vlad and disappeared into the streets. I should treat them to a drink someday, Vlad thought to himself. If you receive something, you should give something back. If it weren't for Stefan, he might still be wandering lost in the cold winter forest, so at least a token of gratitude was appropriate. It'd be best to buy them some expensive drinks, Captain, Gott suggested, sending Vlad a meaningful glance. Why? Seems like they're a well-known mercenary group. Judging by their gear and how easily they passed the gate inspection earlier, they're probably a reputable group, Gott explained. Is that so? Vlad's eyes, watching Stefan leave, also began to gleam. The desire to gain something from each other was not exclusive to Stefan alone. The mansions in the north were practical in nature. Facilities with clear purposes and tall walls. In a way, it was a characteristic of the northern mansions that they were so bleak that they could be called small castles, but the style in the central region was different. What brings you here? Pure white exterior walls surrounding the mansion, and the carvings carved between the walls were enough to leave Vlad speechless for a moment. I am a knight of the Vayezid family, Vlad. I have a special request for the lord of this place, Vlad eventually managed to reply. What matter shall I convey? Responded the butler, undeterred by the newcomer's momentarily baffled demeanor. I have an urgent matter to convey to my lord, so I would like to borrow the mage for a message. Please convey to Count Bitskaya my hope for his noble assistance to a knight in distress, Vlad requested. It was a quick visit without an appointment, but Vlad thinks they can lend him the mage for a message. A ruler of a territory would not miss the chance to preserve his dignity with a small favor. Captain, shall we postpone the inn for now? Perhaps we'll receive an invitation, suggested Gott discreetly. Sure, Vlad nodded quietly in response to Gott's question from behind. In the north, guests were highly esteemed. If there was a similar custom here, perhaps they could secure something for the evening. However, 10 minutes passed, then an hour passed. Even as darkness settled around them, there was no call for Vlad. Joseph's decision to dismiss Vlad might have been partly to protect him from any potential traps by the Vatican, but it also carried the intention of encouraging him to see more of the world. In that sense, Joseph's intentions were clearly succeeding now. When can we expect an answer? I do not know. I just wish I could at least hear whether it's possible or not. You'll have to wait, cold dismissal. Even a low sneer can be heard from time to time. Vlad didn't feel anger at the coldness he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was a familiar experience, one he could easily endure and overlook. But he couldn't help but wonder why he was receiving such treatment when he had clearly proven his status. How long? The center of the continent is in the central region, and the lords of the central region believed they were at the center of the world. They believed they possessed a nobility that could not be compared to the Westerners who ate dry dirt or the Northerners who had the blood of barbarians mixed in. You'll have to wait until the Count calls for you. The frog in the well had seen the world. However, the world that he thought would be wide was only full of other walls. The center of the world was discriminating against the Northerners. There was nothing Vlad could do but stand quietly in front of the tightly closed door of the Count. Chapter 110. Snowflakes piled on the window lattice. Vlad was staring at the door of the mansion that had never moved and had no intention of moving. Staring at the firmly closed door was indeed a familiar sight. In fact, places that had opened their doors wide for him throughout his life were few and far between. Do you find me amusing? What? No, it's not that. The gatekeeper's reaction to the knight from the north was icy. Their disdainful attitude towards the knight hinted at the prestige of the Count Bitskaya. Vlad should have recognized that prestige before knocking on the door, and failing to do so was surely his fault. I merely seek an answer. I'm not asking for permission, so it must be their fault for not recognizing him. With his words finished, Vlad swiftly withdrew a small flag from his saddlebag and planted it into the ground. Crackle, a small flame erupted. From the frozen ground, a sound reminiscent of swords clashing echoed. What are you doing right now? Vlad showed his level through his actions just now. Seeing this, the gatekeepers began to realize that Vlad was different from the knights they had seen before. This knight hadn't come to beg for anything from the Count. Even if I am just a knight, I should be able to get an answer from the Count. The wind was blowing. The cold wind originating from the north lifted the head of the flag planted in the frozen ground. And it made them know who Vlad was. There were emblems and symbols of various families and organizations in the fluttering flag, and among those symbols there was one that caught the gatekeeper's attention. Dragon Slayer. Oh. The gatekeepers wouldn't have recognized all the emblems of the northern families, But within Vlad's flag, there was one symbol that even they could recognize. It was a symbol recognizable to anyone on the continent. I will now await that answer. There was a thickly drawn line underneath the head of the dragon spewing fire, the symbol of the dragon slayer. The gatekeepers who recognized the symbol began to turn pale. A small northern flag was waving within the county of Bitskaya. There was only one way to break through the baseless disregard and discrimination. It would be through self-assertion. And the knight standing in front of the mansion right now was the one who proved himself with the most perfect blood. While the flag fluttered in the wind, the knight's blue eyes remained steadfast. A tray full of vegetables and fruits. Sauce generously drizzled over them was dripping down haphazardly. "How old are you?" "I'm 18 this year." Count Bitskaya, who was in the midst of their meal, had a mountain of salad piled up in front of him. No, maybe he was scolding Vlad for his sudden visit like this. "You're 18 and you caught a dragon. I was 17 at the time." The fastest dragon of the north, Lindworm. Count Bitskaya couldn't help but harbor deep suspicions at the thought of the young knight before him having caught it. But the emblem is genuine. Reputation may be futile, but honor never loses its shine anywhere. And on the flag brought by the young knight, there was undoubtedly an unmistakable emblem of honor. However, to use that emblem, one would need permission from the Dragon Slayer Knights. Who authorized the use of that emblem? Vlad silently regarded the lord of the central region who posed the question. Despite there not being just one emblem and symbol on the flag, the count continued to inquire solely about the emblem of the Dragon Slayer, showing his persistent curiosity. Observing this, Vlad could discern that the influence of the north didn't extend to this place. It's Sir Mercia Dragulia, the commander of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order, and the majesty of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order encompasses the central region. Mercia, commander of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. At the single name that came out of Vlad's mouth, not only the count but also the knights standing around began to murmur. Vlad was caught off guard by their sudden reaction, but he decided not to show any signs of surprise. "If your words turn out to be false, you will die here." Upon hearing Mercia's name, the count rose from his seat and began to growl at Vlad. Daring to mention the Dragulia family and the Dragon Slayer Knight Order in the context of the northern upstart was audacious indeed. Count Bitskaya's eyes began to grow fierce as he heard the names of beings who should not be dared to be impersonated. The blue blood of the nobility in his eyes was pressuring Vlad mercilessly. "I speak no lies, Lord Count. I indeed slew Lindworm, and Sir Mercia saw it with his own eyes." However, Vlad remained nonchalant even in the face of the count's sharp warning. The arrogant yet composed demeanor of Vlad left Count Bitskaya pondering deeply. Whoever raised him did a good job. The pressure that came with the title of count was truly significant. However, the young knight showed no signs of wavering even before him, leaving Count Bitskaya with nothing but admiration. At this point, even if he were a fraud, acknowledging him would be appropriate. "Fine. You want to borrow a crystal ball from a mage?" "Yes, I wish to convey urgent news to my lord in Shora." It wasn't common to come to borrow a crystal ball during a mission, but it did happen occasionally. If Vlad were a knight from the central region rather than the north, Count Bitskaya would have gladly lent him the crystal ball. "May I inquire about the nature of the news you're conveying? It seems rather urgent." However, it had never happened before that a knight from the north came down to the central region, let alone the eastern vicinity, to borrow a crystal ball for a message. Count Bitskaya needed to know what urgent news the young knight before him wanted to convey, not out of mere curiosity, but out of his duty as a ruler. The urgent news being conveyed by an extraordinary individual must surely be important. "A few days ago, I encountered a peculiar being in the forests of Dobrechti. It was in the shape of a troll, and even if I killed it, it wouldn't die." Vlad didn't hesitate much at the count's request for details. It would be known eventually, so there was no harm in speaking of it now. And even if it were known, it wouldn't be a problem. Being wary of evil and peculiar beings was not an uncommon occurrence anywhere. "Do not die even when killed." What on earth? Similar incidents have occurred in the north as well. It seems that something unknown is gradually stirring. The lobby, which had been bustling just moments ago, quieted down as Vlad described the evil being as if pouring cold water on the atmosphere. Stories related to dark magic had a way of unsettling people's nerves. Someone who doesn't die, where was this? It was in the territory of the Dalmatia family in Dobrechti. The nearest city from there is Tanaboya right here. I came here not only for my own business but also to warn you all, but to treat me like this. Count Bitskaya felt as if Vlad's blue eyes were saying just that. "Fetch a crystal ball for our guests from the north." The count, who realized the seriousness of the situation from Vlad's unwavering gaze, quickly elevated Vlad's status from an uninvited guest from the north to an honored guest. Though appearing as if he had just been struck down by a mere knight, the count was a man who paid no mind to such trivial matters. "My apologies for leaving you outside." Many knights have been coming to seek an audience lately. I thought you were one of them." Even though he was a count, Vlad could not help but be quite surprised to see his attitude of directly asking for an apology. It was a remarkably swift change of attitude from someone who had previously ignored him without even opening the door. "I understand, Lord Count. Good, let's get to the point." Clean greeting, educated attitude. The Count's eyes were shining as he looked at Vlad, who came from the north but had an attitude of central region. The Count was even committing Vlad's final image to memory. "Find out immediately. Yes, send someone to Dobrechty right now." "Not that one." The lobby suddenly became quiet after Vlad left. Count Bitskaya's small but firm voice came from above. His urgency was palpable even as he acknowledged Vlad's absence. "Find out if that kid is really a dragon slayer or if he's a knight from Vayezid." "Yes, understood," a commander who failed to recognize even the priority of tasks. The Count's eyes were fierce when he saw that scene. "Everyone out." The knights in the lobby began to flock out at the sight of the Count, who even gestured with his hand as if to hurry up and give the order to welcome the guests. Their movements were swift, but there was an underlying sense of urgency in their steps, indicating the gravity of the situation as if reflecting the Count's demeanor. "Ha!" Now alone, the Count looked at the salad before him and muttered quietly. So arrogant and bold. The unexpected intrusion of an unwelcome guest had disrupted the late dinner gathering, and the Count's eyes gleamed strangely. "I must ascertain if he truly has the skill to be so audacious." A figure was hovering over the silver spoon the Count was holding. The Dragon Slayer emblem engraved on the flag was still vivid in the Count's mind. "It's incredibly expensive." It was his first time sending a message via crystal ball. While sending messages through magical techniques was undoubtedly invaluable, it came at a high price. "How expensive is it?" "About 1 gold per character, more if it's farther away." "How many characters did you use?" Got couldn't close his mouth at Vlad's explanation. The cost of extorting money from the Baron Dalmatia by all means was only about 10 gold. However, as Vlad had just mentioned, sending just 10 characters would mean throwing away a significant amount of money. "Don't worry about the cost," Vlad reassured. "Oh, that's a relief." But cost wasn't the only issue. The Count's mage had mentioned that to send a message to a specific location, they needed to know the corresponding frequency number for that area. However, there was no way that Vlad would know about the message that he was attempting for the first time in his life. In the end, the Count's mage had to sigh and find out the number corresponding to Shora himself. "I almost gave up if we didn't find the right mage." Feeling embarrassed by Goth's words, Vlad scratched the back of his head and walked down the hallway of the mansion. The colorful sculptures and decorations carved here and there have long since disappeared from view. What kind of knight am I if I didn't even know about this? Although he had thought of simply sending the message, he realized there was knowledge and common sense he needed even in this process. Even if he stayed in Shora, he would need a considerable amount of time to function properly as a knight. Just knowing how to use a sword did not mean you could become a knight. Well, the start here wasn't exactly pleasant, but still, I think it was a good thing I got to know the Count. Seeing Vlad sinking deeper into self-blame and introspection, Got quickly tried to change the subject. Got knew very well that he had to be more faithful to this role since he could not directly help with the sword. "What do you mean?" Vlad, who was momentarily pulled out of his thoughts by a voice from beside him, asked about what he had just said, but Got only shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the decorations around him. "What's this?" Vlad was deep in thought and noticed the sculptures and decorations of the mansion that he had never noticed before. Although he wasn't familiar with such luxury items, even to Vlad the decorations gave off an exotic atmosphere. "I heard they were gifts from the elves." While Vlad met with the Count, Got hadn't been idling either. A good swindler always had to be sensitive to their surroundings. "But they say the elves don't allow just anyone onto their land." The county of Bitskaya, situated in the east but still part of the central region, was once no different from the rural territories like Dobrechty. However, under the recent lordship, it had risen to prominence as one of the major trading hubs. But how did the Count here manage to open up trade routes like this? In other words, he must be someone who can communicate with the elves. Although Got's words caught Vlad's attention, he didn't bother to respond. Instead, he reached out and touched one of the murals engraved on the wall. Where Vlad's hand touched, there was a carved image of a person with ears too long to be considered an ordinary human being. Chapter 111. The world of voice is a world of intense colors. Within the amber stone of Alicia, which he had seen through that world, was a scene of autumn, a maple tree standing tall amidst wide wheat fields. Vlad still remembered the falling leaves in the red twilight. It was vivid and beautiful, yet somehow the landscape also seemed sorrowful. "Still, I can see a little now." Vlad closed his left eye and looked at the amber stone embedded at the end of the handle. Though not as clearly as in the world of voice, he could confirm the sight of the maple tree swaying in the wind. Where could this be? Vlad, who was already talking to himself, sat on the bed and muttered quietly, but there was no one answering his words anymore. Only the blue moonlight streaming through the window embraced Vlad's shoulders. Crackle, a small spark leapt from Vlad's closed left eye. When the voice had proposed meeting in a deeper world, Vlad couldn't bring himself to respond. But if the voice were to ask again now, he could surely give a definite answer. Yes, let's meet again in a deeper and wider world. In the dimly lit room illuminated only by moonlight, a single streak of white lightning fell upon Vlad's eyes. How is it? Count Bitskaya, sitting behind a table laden with vegetables and fruits, raised a warm teacup as he inquired. Although he ate a healthy diet that only elves would eat, his face was full of frowns and wrinkles after he finished eating. It's confirmed that the knight named Vlad is a dragon slayer. Confirmation of a task was never enough, especially when verifying suspicious individuals, and his skills have been confirmed as well. Among our remaining knights, there is none who could rival Sir Vlad. Only 5 knights had been pitted against Vlad in sparring matches, and among them 3 had been so thoroughly beaten that they would be unfit for duty for a while. In a real battle, their heads might have rolled. And what about you? The knight commander bit his lip in response to the count's question, almost as if provoked. 9 times out of 10 I will win. If you fight 10 times, you might lose once or twice. Count Bitskaya recalled vividly how much gold the knight standing before him, currently running a hand through his hair, was receiving. Just an 18-year-old, even his own knight commander, who was quite famous when he was young, cannot guarantee a complete victory. So it goes without saying that he could not rely on the youngsters who cannot even use the aura. How about we hang a few of the guards as a warning? Pardon, it was a real knight, but he didn't recognize him. Given how coldly he was kept outside, it wouldn't be easy to sway him. It would be nice if I was a little more conscious. Knights valued honor above all else. What he did was clearly rude, but there would still be a chance. The count only hoped that the young knight had at least a semblance of understanding of how the world worked. Vlad stared at the tea dripping down in front of him, a brilliant green light that sparkles in the sunlight. Vlad unconsciously brought his head closer as the color of the tea showed through to the bottom of the teacup. He didn't know what was brewed, but the scent of fresh leaves wafted into his nose, cooling his eyes. It's not common to drink tea like this in the north, is it? I'd rather grab a bottle than drink brewed leaves. Though his words were blunt, Count Bitskaya smiled contentedly, watching Vlad, who couldn't tear his gaze away from the tea. Even a savage northerner would surely be intrigued upon seeing this tea. It's elven tea. It's a specially processed product taken from a forest in the Far East. Elves. As soon as he heard the word elves from the Count, Vlad instinctively licked his lips with his tongue. But soon he straightened up as if nothing had happened and looked at the Count. He shouldn't reveal his desires during negotiations. That's what Shora's Rose Marcella had told him. One of the main businesses in our territory is dealing with these elven specialties. Those in the capital can't get enough of anything related to elves. Until now, the Count Bitskaya family had been no different from a family in the countryside, but the Bitskaya family had become completely different since the current Count Bitskaya ascended. He gambled for the declining family and eventually became one of the few channels connecting elves and humans. For example, the tea in front of you is valued more than the same weight in gold. Elves are a long-lived race, and their mysterious ecology was enough to arouse the curiosity of the central nobles. Even the tea placed in front of Vlad was rumored to extend one's lifespan. Is it really worth that much? I can't say if it truly extends lifespan, but it's certainly good for the body. Especially effective for coughs. Rumors tended to exaggerate, and elven tea wasn't some mystical herb that extended lifespans. But unlike elven tea, which was said to really extend life, the blonde knight before him was indeed a dragon slayer, so the Count had to be careful in dealing with the real deal. Shall I get you one? It was only after hearing the Count's words that Vlad finally raised his head. For a moment, he seemed distracted by the idea that it was good for the body and especially effective for coughs. Am I worth that much? Vlad asked, looking at the Count with a slight smile. There must be a reason why the Count called him and showed him favor. Indeed, the knights from the north are quite straightforward. I like that about you. The Count realized that Vlad was ready to listen to his proposal, smiled, and raised his teacup. He had thought the newcomer from the north would be a stubborn fellow, but surprisingly, he was someone with whom he could communicate. I admire your ability to even slay a dragon, so there is something I would like to ask of you. His tricks are shallow and his actions are capricious. But if both parties had something to gain, there was no need to hesitate to join hands. Lately, there's been a scoundrel lurking on the trade routes, plundering my goods. Quite a headache. Bandits? Vlad raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. It didn't taste good. Probably not bandits. Count Bitskaya smiled as he looked at the northern knight, who was holding a teacup and making a troubled expression. That smile actually contained many meanings. Because my knights who were escorting the caravans all fell flat. It may have been a lie, but there was no shame in the Count's words at all. He was someone who didn't hesitate to extend a hand to even the knights he had previously ignored if it meant seeking help. Even the knights? Yes, that's why I'm in such a bind. At the mention of even the knights being unable to handle the situation, Vlad's expression darkened. The skills of the Bitskaya knights, as gauged through the sparring, were certainly not remarkable. Rather, through this sparring, he was able to get a real sense of what kind of place Vayezid is. Even if your knights couldn't handle it, do you think I could, Lord Count? Still, Vlad didn't hesitate to voice his doubts. Like the Count before him, the knight from the back alleys was a man who didn't mind showing weakness to increase his value. But with just a smile, the Count effortlessly dispelled Vlad's doubts. Vlad of Shora and the Slayer of Lindworm. If you're recognized not only by San Regino but also by various northern families, I believe you're capable enough to handle this. With those words, the Count reached out a small black pouch. Partially opened, the pouch emitted a glimmer of golden light. I'll reward you even more if you manage to defeat the unknown looter. It might be difficult for me alone. That's fine. Count Bitskaya looked at Vlad with a deep smile. The Count had endless strings of gold, but the unknown looter was blocking those strings. It might be manageable for now, but if this continued, it would eventually tighten around his own neck. I'll be satisfied as long as you chase them away for a while. Even if the lad before him was a dragon slayer, there were many knights in the central region who possessed similar skills. While it would be ideal to resolve everything completely, it wouldn't hurt to hold out until a truly renowned knight could be recruited. Understood, Lord Count, I'll do my best. Vlad finally smiled sincerely at the Count. However, I'd like something other than gold. With those words, Vlad took out only a few coins from the open pouch and quietly returned them to the Count. Do you have something specific in mind? Value is relative. To the Count, gold coins were in abundance, but Vlad was not someone who moved by money alone. As a wandering knight, I want to see the vast world. Even when standing in the back alleys, Vlad strived to not lose himself. Even if he was soaked in the filth of alleyways, he tried to look at the brightness of the boy's soul. Having come this far, I can't just pass up the chance to visit the elven city. He promised to find a name for the voice. That promise was heavier than the pouch of gold coins in front of him. I'd appreciate it if you could also provide a box of elven tea, which is said to be good for health. There might still be a man in Shora suppressing his cough with warmed wine. He had sworn to be faithful to that man. The frail cough of Joseph always weighed heavily on Vlad's heart. You want to enter the elven city? Watching Vlad make an unexpected request, Count Bitskaya leaned back deeply in his chair. Indeed, those who possessed unwavering integrity were not tempted by sparkling gold. If that's the condition, merely uncovering their identity won't be enough. The Count furrowed his brow as if he was troubled. Although Vlad spoke easily, it wasn't just a matter of accommodating one person. Interacting with the elves was a small hole pierced through the future of the family and the entirety of his lifetime, so the reward Vlad demanded was nothing less than a significant burden on the Count. I'll handle it. However, Vlad couldn't yield on this matter either. Now that Vlad knew that no one could enter the elf city, he had to somehow get cooperation from the Count. To ensure that the unknown looter never again covets your trade routes, Lord Count. The Count of the Central Region and the Knight from the North locked eyes. As long as they had something to offer each other, they could smile over bitter tea and show kindness to those they disregarded. Agreed, that was the essence of a deal. Their joined hands were shaking quietly on the gold coin pouch. On a dark night on a stone bridge crossing a very high cliff, the coachman trembled in the thick fog that made him wet just by breathing. The reason the coachman was shaking was not simply because the atmosphere was eerie. Right in front lay men sprawled across the bridge as if dead. Amidst them, the Bitskaya banner hung limply swaying. All those who had fallen were knights handpicked by the Count. Are there any elves' goods inside? Why yes. A figure shrouded in a gray hood down to the knees. His sharp, scraping voice induced an intense sense of revulsion in the listener. Yes, please spare me. The coachman quickly fell to the ground and cried loudly. The thick fog seemed to swallow his voice whole. Ki-ying, a chilling sound echoed from behind, but the coachman remained flat on the ground, not daring to look away. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes, he would run into a man wearing a hood. In the thick fog, a faint light was falling from a thin stone bridge down the cliff, along with a heavily laden carriage. As the faint light vanished from the bridge, darkness once again enveloped everything. Chapter 112. 2 carriages with over 30 people. The procession looked peculiar to anyone watching, with more swordsmen than porters carrying luggage. If one were to add the ominous glares of the knights seen here and there, it would seem as if they were marching into battle rather than merely traveling. Is this why you brought me here? Whatever this is, let's do it together. Stefan, who was scratching the stinging back of his head, smiled helplessly at Vlad's insincere answer. No wonder they had offered such a large sum for the job. There was a trap hidden somewhere. It's only been a month since we settled in this city, and already we seem to be outcasts. The Count assured me that he would take special care of us. Even so, there are areas that those above us do not oversee. With those words, Stefan glanced slightly back. There, the Knights of Bitskaya were eyeing him and Vlad with suspicion. Just make a big deal and go somewhere else. Aren't mercenaries supposed to be like that anyway? I have nothing to say since you said the right thing in the wrong situation. Stefan knew well that there was no use in complaining now. This clumsy knight who was lost in the forest had already had a big fight with the Knights of Bitskaya, and they had been hired by Vlad without knowing the truth of the matter. In other words, they were unwittingly becoming pawns in Vlad's grudge. I'll give you a little bit of my share later, so let's do our best. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future. Driving me crazy. Vlad pretended not to hear Stefan's final words. He was willing to tolerate Stefan's grumbling to a certain extent. Stefan was more than worth his pay. It's a good thing I brought them here. The Thornwood mercenary group skillfully controls the uphill movement as expected from skilled mercenaries. Thanks to them moving quickly like soldiers, Vlad was able to easily take the initiative. Indeed, hiring mercenaries seemed a better choice than dealing forcibly with the uncooperative Knights of Bitskaya. At this rate, we should arrive within 3 days. Good. Vlad listened to Stefan's words and caressed Alicia's amber stone as a habit. It was the only clue his voice left behind. Only elves deeply connected to spirits could recognize the landscapes engraved within. 3 days from now. Elves, shrouded in mystery and admired by some, were a race Vlad might encounter in 3 days. The thought of meeting them soon made Vlad's heart race a little. Though it was a sensation he had never felt before, the fluttering in his chest wasn't entirely unpleasant. While his journey initially began to find the voice's name, it was undoubtedly expanding Vlad's world. On the final day of the 3-day journey, the smell of the dense trees made the air taste different. The creaking of the carriage grew louder as the road became increasingly narrow. Sir Vlad from now on will be leading the way. Very well. It wasn't because of the knight's sharp gaze that Vlad stepped back. Having escorted the procession safely thus far to prevent unknown looters, Vlad had already successfully completed half of his mission. It seems they're only targeting the carriages carrying goods as rumored. Vlad, naturally slipping to the rear of the procession, nodded at Gott's words coming from beside him. As Gott had said, there hadn't been a single attack throughout the journey so far, even though it was a carriage loaded with silver bars to pay for the tea. Are they on alert? Perhaps the presence of many armed personnel had deterred any potential threats. However, it is said that the unknown looter only appears when there is a carriage with tea on it, so they need to remain vigilant until they return. We've arrived. It's visible up ahead. Finishing his thoughts, Vlad looked to where Stefan was pointing. In a dense forest, there were several small buildings built as if they were making their way through the thick forest. It looked like a camp for loggers, but the fences surrounding it seemed quite sturdy. That seems to be the trading post. It appears so. While trade was permitted, they couldn't enter the elves' forest. Elves didn't easily relinquish their territory to humans, and the Count Bitskaya had to find a way to deal with the exclusive attitude of the elves. Although the buildings appeared small, they likely represented the Count's painstaking efforts. It seems the elves have arrived first. Sir Vlad, will you watch over the cargo for a moment? Understood. While the Knights of Bitskaya were openly trying to disrupt Vlad's meeting with the elves, it was also an understandable action. Connections with the elves were practically the lifeline of the Bitskaya family. It would be only natural not to involve outsiders in such a precious matter. Of course, there might also be some resentment towards Vlad. I've always wanted to see the elves once. Vlad quietly nodded to Gott's words and climbed onto the roof of the carriage. The air wasn't so much cold as it was refreshing, tousling Vlad's hair. Is there any way out? Gotta stay alert. Everyone be on guard. The good thing about being a knight was the ability to give orders. After issuing instructions to Gott and the mercenaries, Vlad crossed his legs and lay on the roof, gazing up at the sky. For Vlad, who had lived in bustling cities all his life, this refreshing air was a first. It was a sensation he had never experienced, not even on the plains of the north or the Canor family ranch. Inside a small log cabin, men sat across from each other with a long table between them, so for now this is all we can offer. A box is pushed around with a jingling sound. The man's ears perked sharply as he noticed the contents of the box, quite different from what was promised. A small but loud voice. The Knight of Bitskaya involuntarily swallowed his saliva. There was an indescribable depth to that voice. Making tea from the leaves of the Tujan tree is a laborious process. It's not just a matter of 1 or 2 workers. I understand that, Lord Barades, but despite a chair being placed directly in front of them, the elves stood obstinately. Under the silent pressure of wanting to end the current conversation as quickly as possible, the Knight of Bitskaya had to talk about the unidentified raider who was currently blocking their trade route. As a result, there is also the inevitable delay in payment. Is the tea selling well? Negotiations could collapse. Since they were very picky elves, they were thinking of the worst-case scenario, but the only question that came back was whether the tea was selling well. Yes, it is, so if you could give us a little more time, we can surely make the payment in full. What about other regions besides the central? Do nobles there also favor our tea? It's already become quite popular among the nobles in the central region, so surely those in other regions will also appreciate it. Trends tend to spread, after all. The elf known as Barades nodded quietly as he listened to the knight's explanation. Despite expecting some resentment due to the delayed payment, it seemed that the elves also had high expectations for the current business. Please don't make us go through the trouble of finding another lord. Thank you. They could easily find another lord to trade with. With Barades's last words almost a threat, the box on the table was passed over to the elves. Though it was only a fraction of the usual payment, they accepted it. But there's something I'd like to mention. Please go ahead. The knight, who had been silently sighing with relief, thinking the negotiation was finally over, suddenly noticed Barades squinting outside as if trying to see beyond the wooden wall. Though obstructed by a wooden wall, the way he tilted his head seemed as if he could see outside. What's with the fellow who came with you? Who are you referring to? The one lying on the carriage. Who is currently lying on the carriage? Barades, who turned his gaze coldly on the person he could not communicate with, stood still and felt the strange energy coming from outside. A dizzying energy that was hard to pinpoint was clearly disturbing his senses. Since you've come all this way, I'll treat you to a drink. Pardon, I won't demand separate payment for it, so. The Knight of Bitskaya was taken aback by Barades's sudden kindness. However, the elf's gaze was fixed not on the knight in front of him, but on someone far away. Call the others outside and let's all have a drink together. A familiar yet unfamiliar energy. As the guardian of the forest, Barades felt obligated to investigate the suspicious energy mixed with something else. He wasn't asleep, yet he dreamed. In that dream stood a maple tree, a sight he hadn't seen in a long time. The colors of the falling leaves were vivid. What is this? Vlad closed his eyes in the cold winter, but woke up on a hill where he could feel the gentle breath of autumn and was confused. In a scene too vivid to be considered a dream, Vlad hurriedly looked around. In the distance, beyond the horizon, the setting sun painted the swaying wheat fields red. This doesn't feel like a dream. Vlad was acutely aware of where he was now. It was a scene from within the amber stone, a landscape he could now only rely on his memories to recall. Vlad hastily turned around. There, standing steadfast as if it had been there from the beginning, was the maple tree. Flowers, the tree bore flowers. Though a maple tree typically doesn't bloom, it was adorned with various flowers. Amidst the falling leaves, flowers of various colors hid their forms. One of the flowers, carried by the swaying wind, descended towards Vlad among the falling leaves. It was a white flower with a platinum hue. I must be losing my mind. When it fell, it was a flower, but when it came down, it became a butterfly. The sight of the butterfly fluttering down from the sky amidst the fading landscape was surreal. Amidst everything fading away, only one butterfly with its iridescent glow landed gently on Vlad's nose. Vlad quietly closed his right eye as he watched the butterfly slowly folding its wings. When drawing images, use your left eye. When thinking about reality, use your right eye. No one had told him, but Vlad, understanding the engraved rules of the world, slowly recalled the landscape he had closed his eyes to through his closed eyes. Captain, Captain, Gott's voice sounds vaguely as if in a dream. Vlad finally steps into reality in the afterimage that still shakes like a wave. Vlad, opening his closed eyes, could still see a butterfly fluttering in front of him. The last breath of the twilight passing over the mountains was resting on the girl's platinum-colored hair. What is this? An armor adorned with the blessing of a white snake, and this. An amber stone adorned with the blessing of a mole. And this, and a white finger pressing gently on his nose. With pointed ears and golden eyes, someone was looking at Vlad. Even here, when Vlad opened his eyes, a butterfly was flying around. Chapter 113. A mysterious atmosphere hung over the table. The burdening gaze of golden eyes staring directly ahead was unsettling. Unlike earlier, the face remained expressionless, but the girl's sparkling eyes shone like butterflies fluttering in the dream. Why are you doing this? Contrary to those eyes, the elf man was glaring at him with a cold gaze. The gaze of the elf called Barades was fierce, unlike the girl's. It was as if he had touched something that should not have been touched. Why are you doing that again? Vlad was trying to keep a calm expression as he met the gazes of the two elves whose atmospheres were clearly different. He didn't know why both of them were acting this way, but what was certain was that the image of the elves he had imagined was slowly breaking apart. When is the tea coming out anyway? Knights and elves facing each other across the table. In the awkward atmosphere where no one was willing to open their mouths, Vlad hoped that at least the tasteless tea would come out quickly. It was quite uncomfortable to receive and pass over the unspoken gazes without doing anything. The knight who protected children. It was Barades who first broke the heavy silence. What does that mean? Barati's indigo eyes were fixed on Vlad's armor, along with the amber stone hanging from the tip of the sword. Although he was verbally asking about the inscription on the armor, his gaze clearly saw something behind it. It was carved by the northern parish San Regino. Vlad clenched his fists under the table while observing Barati's reaction. Just like the girl earlier, Barati's also recognized items imbued with spirits. The idea of asking the elves about spirits and amber stone was indeed correct. I achieved some results during my mission to fight against evil beings. However, unlike the joy boiling in his chest, Vlad's voice remained calm. He knew well that there was still a long way to go before he could celebrate for just one achievement. If Joseph were here, he would have surely done the same thing. The knight who fought against evil beings. Excellent, the two elves nodded simultaneously upon hearing Vlad's words. Although their outward appearances were completely different, Vlad could sense the similarity in their actions as he looked at Barati's and the girl, realizing that they had been companions for a long time. The tea is ready just in time. As the door to the cabin opened, a fragrant aroma began to waft in. It emanated from the teacups brought in by the elven soldiers. I salute the knight who opposed evil beings regardless of race. Thank you. His expression was still cold, but the kindness he showed was clear. If they were treating him with such valuable tea, it meant at least he didn't appear unpleasant. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. Vlad hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming this far. The reason he came here to help Count Bitskaya with his work was to enter the elf forest. If the current good atmosphere continues, he might even receive a direct invitation without going through the count. The aroma is delightful. Vlad smiled as he looked at the tea emitting a clear green light. Even though it wasn't his preferred tea, if he could leave a good impression with just a sip, he could easily smile and pass it over. That's how it had to be. No, you can't. However, Vlad couldn't lift the teacup. You must not drink it. White fingers urgently snatched the teacup that Vlad had picked up. A girl lying flat on the wide table looked at Vlad. The sudden action of the girl left the air inside the cabin stagnant. Both the elves and the knights of Bitskaya were frozen, not knowing what to do in the situation before them. Why? Vlad managed to squeeze out a word, barely exhaling the remaining air in his lungs. However, the girl just buried her face, tried to avoid eye contact, and quietly took Vlad's teacup. The struggling movements of the girl's legs at the end of the table seemed pitiful. Tea time was over. Meeting elves for the first time in his life was as bitter as the taste lingering on the tip of his tongue, and Vlad was still unable to easily escape from the shock. Captain, calm down. I haven't done anything wrong. Looking at Vlad's dazed eyes, Gott tried to calm him down, but the answer he got back was only empty. Nevertheless, you need to pull yourself together. The elves are still watching only you, Captain. The atmosphere was eerie. The elves observed Vlad with caution, but their eyes held a curious glint. It was like looking at an exotic animal. Moreover, that little one seems to be of high status. There were elves who were flattering her when she got on the carriage earlier. Among them, there was a girl who stared at Vlad with the most fervent gaze. Grabbing the waist of an elf named Barati's, the elf girl leaned out, fixing her gaze on Vlad. Vlad sighed as he looked at the girl whose eyes were desperate for something, but what she was actually doing was pushing him away. Anyway, it seems unlikely that we'll be able to enter the elven forest. Although it wasn't his mistake, Vlad felt that something had gone awry in the recent meeting. Since the elves already reject humans, they will not view the current situation favorably. Now let's go, we need to depart before it gets too late. Understood. Upon hearing the words of the Bitskaya knights, urging them to cross the cliff before sunset, Vlad helplessly climbed on top of Noir. Just a moment. As the group prepared to leave, Barati's voice reached them from behind. The girl whispered something and Barati's listened with his head down. Barati's, who was listening to the girl, nodded and smiled awkwardly, stopping Vlad. Sorry to send you off like this. Barati's peculiar expression, whether it was a smile or a frown, was unclear to Vlad. Vlad thought that his cold impression from before was better. Our esteemed one asks for your forgiveness for the mistake she made. No, it's okay. I heard something happened earlier on the carriage too. Seeing Vlad's affirmative response, Barati's extended a handshake to Vlad with a tired expression. It would be nice to see you again soon. I would like to apologize for today's rudeness. Vlad looked silently at the hand extended to him. Was a handshake the same gesture for elves too? It's the elves' way of invitation. Unlike humans, we don't easily offer handshakes. I see. The stunned disbelief of the Bitskaya knights at Barati's words could be heard. They couldn't help but be surprised to see Vlad getting permission in just one day, as they had worked so hard for that. Thank you for inviting me. Vlad felt perplexed as he looked at the girl waving her hand from afar. Suddenly, he fell asleep and plunged into a fantasy. A teacup was taken away from him as he was trying to enjoy the tea. And now he was being invited to the elves' forest. What's happening, right now? Vlad couldn't help but think for a moment as he watched the behavior of the most capricious girl he had ever seen. But no matter how suspicious the girl's behavior seemed, he couldn't ignore the outstretched hand. It will be a valuable opportunity to broaden my horizons. I will definitely come to visit. Yes. I hope you come. The two men's eyes met each other as they held each other's hands. The nervous knights of Bitskaya let out a small sigh at the sight of Vlad hesitating for a moment while shaking Barati's hand. And be sure to bring that amber stone with you. Yes, our esteemed one seems quite interested in it. Releasing his hand, Baratis looked at Vlad again with his cold demeanor. You're no exception. Vlad listened to Baratis' words and looked at the girl standing in the distance. The hand waving from behind seemed to be saying, see you next time. In the end, I didn't even ask her name. Vlad furrowed his brow as if realizing it only now, swaying on the back of the noir. It was such a chaotic time that he hadn't found the opportunity to ask. Why her name? I should know what to call her next time we meet. Well, she's pretty like an elf. If she were a bit taller, it would be hard to even look at her. Vlad looked at God as if to say how pathetic he was, hearing his joking remark. Do you want to think like that when you look at your child? Just how old are you, Captain? Vlad found himself speechless at Gott's blunt question. Come to think of it, he himself had only become an adult a few months ago. Anyway, I'm an adult. She could be one too. She seemed more mature than Zemina. Vlad could only stay silent in the face of Gott's casually ruthless rebuttal. Bringing up Zemina in this situation was nothing short of unfair. Besides, you cannot guess the age of elves in the first place. Even if she looks like that, she might be over 100. As elves, known for their longevity, it was difficult to guess their age, but Vlad was sure that the girl with the golden eyes wasn't an adult. Her incomprehensible actions hinted that she lacked the maturity of an adult. We're in the vicinity. The knight of Bitskaya, who had deliberately sealed his lips, approached cautiously and reported. Seems more effective than barking orders. Until yesterday, the demeanor of quietly ignoring him because he was a stranger from the north was gone. Baratis's invitation had clearly had its effect. The area from here to the bridge crossing the cliff is a dangerous area. Looters mainly came out from around this area. Vlad quickly unfolded the map and estimated their location as the knight explained. The map-reading skills he had learned in Sturma were finally coming in handy. The stone bridge we saw earlier seems the most dangerous. We've lost many carriages there before. Vlad became increasingly anxious as he watched the sun setting. With nightfall approaching, he wanted to find a place to settle down as soon as possible. What about staying here overnight and leaving in the morning? That's not possible, the Bitskaya knight said firmly, as if there was no room for negotiation. The forest here is much colder than the elves' territory. If we don't arrive in Tanaboya as soon as possible, the tea leaves will freeze and the horses will refuse to move. While elves only dried tea leaves and did not process them further, if they didn't quickly return to Tanaboya to dry and compress the tea leaves into one lump, the leaves would freeze rapidly. We need to minimize our rest time and keep moving until it's time to sleep. Understood. Though disappointed, Vlad understood the conditions were different from when they had come. Even though he had suggested staying just one more day, the knight's resistance was too strong. It could potentially undermine all the efforts made so far, so he could understand their position well enough. Let's go. Stefan, go to the rear. Yes, sir, Vlad at the forefront with mercenaries at the rear of the procession. The Bitskaya knights formed a defensive formation around the carriage, and Vlad cautiously began to move forward. With 6 knights and 10 mercenaries in the current formation, it was unlikely that any significant bandits would dare to attack them. Still, if they do come, they must have a different agenda than mere money. No matter how expensive elven tea might be, there were always costs to any endeavor. A person who would fight through 6 knights and 10 mercenaries to steal tea must have had other goals than money. As the forest grew darker, Vlad stared silently ahead. A stone bridge stretched between the cliffs ahead. Amidst the darkening sky, the bridge looked even more eerie, waiting for the group to cross. At first, they thought it was starlight. It was a dark night, and in the cliff area where the slope was steep, the boundary between sky and ground was not clear. Kayak, however, as the starlight rapidly approached, Vlad realized that the light was not hanging in the sky. It's an ambush. Looters have come, torches shaking violently, horses neighing. In the midst of the sudden chaos in the procession, Vlad found himself looking at a Bitskaya knight lying on the ground. But I didn't even see it. It all happened in an instant. The knight's brutally distorted breastplate showed how much impact he had received. For now, take cover. Everyone run, we're getting off the bridge now. On the bridge, with openings on all sides. Vlad shouted loudly as he watched the knights naturally forming their formation. But Sir Vlad, follow my orders. Vlad, quickly placing the fallen knight on a saddle, growled in response. If we stop here, they'll move as they please. Understanding the predator is a trait shared only among predators. There must have been a reason to warn by knocking down a knight. Run. We're getting off the bridge. Everyone hold on to the reins. On the dark bridge, Stefan and Gott repeated Vlad's orders loudly. and the Bitskaya knights, overwhelmed by Vlad's sudden change in demeanor, hurriedly mounted their horses, having no choice but to follow suit. Thunk thunk, rocks are being thrown. The torches are extinguishing. Contrary to before, the looters in the darkness seemed flustered by Vlad's decision to break through the bridge, and they hastily extinguished their torches. A knight wielding a sword should be able to stand up to a threat. However, this knight from the back alleys was someone who didn't care about fleeing at all. Don't worry, just run. Vlad quickly closed his left eye and raised his sword high. Just follow me, Vlad's aura imbued in the sword. The carriages began to creak along the only shining light on the dark bridge. Thunk, where? This time, Vlad struck down the rock flying towards him and quickly gauged its direction. The trembling tip of his sword hinted at the power of the rock that had just flown. It's one person. Despite confusion from multiple directions, it was clear that one person had thrown it. Vlad's sensitive ears caught the sound of someone's footsteps moving quickly in the darkness. He's coming. Vlad gritted his teeth and looked towards the end of the bridge. It certainly didn't look dark, but the unknown looter was standing in front of the path they were about to take, catching his breath. Charge ahead as we are, the group rushed forward like enraged bulls. A small horn was sprouting from the forehead of Noir, who was at the forefront. We'll break through. Vlad intended to pass over the looter with the same momentum. The person currently blocking the group was clearly a skilled person, so if they lost their current momentum, they might never have the chance to cross the bridge again. Knights, prepare for the attack. Vlad shouted loudly but couldn't continue his next words. It was brightening from the far end as if it were receiving the light of dawn. Damn it! Vlad quickly sensed the change in the looter and swiftly summoned his own aura. The only thing that could counter an aura was another aura. The only person who could summon an aura here was himself. Noir, hee. In response to Vlad's call, the spirit of the grassland, which pierced even the trolls, slowly began to take on its own form. The trick of a one-hit kill is its unexpectedness, and the best way to achieve unexpectedness is speed. Only speed beyond expectation can block the blow of the man ahead. Now, Vlad and Noir, who had been in line with the procession until now, took advantage of the strange rhythm and quickly ran forward, at a speed several times faster than before. The eyes of the unknown man who was looking at that scene were widening. Break through, finish it with one blow, just as the voice had instructed. White lightning that could not be captured was flowing from Vlad's left eye, which he was trying hard to close. Crack, sizzle, the light of dawn and the white lightning clashed with each other on the bridge, creating a loud roar. The path of the sword must be right, straight, and without hesitation. A gray hood, partly torn. Red blood was splashing between the white hair and wrinkles visible between them. And what opens that path is a decisive strike based on unexpectedness. Cough. Vlad, amidst fading consciousness, reached out slowly to grasp the sword lying far away. But he couldn't help but open his eyes at the voice that gradually reached him. That is the trick of killing with a single blow. What? The halted carriages, the fallen Noir, and Vlad is lying on the ground looking at an unknown man. Who the hell are you? A drop of blood was trickling down between his snowy white eyebrows. Who are you? Using imperial swordsmanship? There was a thick layer of fog on the dark cliff where light and lightning had disappeared. The gazes of the two men who were walking the same path but did not know each other became entangled. Chapter 114. His ears are ringing. Something seemed wrong from the very first collision. No. Noir, struggling to focus his blurred vision, Vlad slowly rose from his spot and walked towards Noir, who was lying some distance away. Hey, the black horse rose laboriously from its place upon recognizing Vlad approaching. Fortunately, even though his strength seemed to be diminished, nothing seemed to be broken. Shit! Vlad, holding onto Noir's reins, gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene in front of him. On a bare stone bridge shrouded in clouds, moonlight descended. Fragments of crumbling armor were now scattered chaotically. Amidst the glinting shards illuminated by the moon, figures lying prone could be seen. You could have stayed down a bit longer. And there stood a man on the bridge. The unknown man who had finally defeated the remaining knights sensed Vlad's presence and turned around. The man's white hair was shining brightly between the hood that Vlad had torn apart. I think we have a lot to ask each other. Hearing the unknown man's words, Vlad once again raised his sword. A stance taken to the extreme for just one thrust. Seeing Vlad's posture akin to an arrow about to be released, the man smiled as if expecting it. Yes, indeed, that. Under the moonlight, the two men faced each other. Each holding a different sword, yet seemingly the same. You did well. In the brightly lit office, rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, causing the potted plants placed around to stretch towards the light. It was a difficult task, and you handled it admirably. I truly appreciate it. Vlad listened to the Count's words, his gaze lingering on the teacup placed in front of him, tea brewed by the elves emitting a clear green hue. He had walked for over a week to obtain this single sip. I heard it was a tough battle. It's a shame we couldn't find the scoundrel's corpse. Vlad raised his head to look at the Count, a man with deeply etched wrinkles on his gaunt face. Despite his body looking 10 years older than his actual age, his shining eyes made him seem youthful. I was lucky. Haha, luck must have been on your side. With a relieved expression, the Count leaned back in his chair, resting his neck against the back. You have no idea how much trouble I suffered because of that guy. The Count closed his eyes with an expression of relief, as if a toothache had finally subsided. Given that the city's main industry had been threatened by an unknown individual, Vlad could understand his distress. However, Vlad's gaze towards the Count was cold. If I had failed, who would you have called upon? Him. The Count opened his eyes at Vlad's sudden question. He was exceedingly skilled. His abilities were beyond what your knights could handle, Lord Count. Vlad spoke as he caressed the rim of his teacup. A tiny ripple formed on the surface of the clear cup. Saying I was lucky wasn't just a sign of humility. A red hue began to spread from Vlad's teacup. Hidden within Vlad's fingers was one of the countless wounds obtained during the fierce battle. It was an unexpected encounter, but the man he met on the battlefield possessed skills far more absurd than what the Count had described. From the beginning, the Count's request had been deceiving Vlad. So that's why you didn't dispatch your knight commander, the Count knew. Even his exceptional knight commander would not stand a chance against the unidentified looter. A person who is responsible for something always has to think about the future. The Count answered and looked at Vlad sitting across from him. A face covered in wounds, one eye swollen shut. However, the reason he gives a strong impression rather than looking shabby is probably because of Vlad's unwavering blue eyes. I was requesting assistance from the Dragon Slayer Knight Order stationed in the capital. Vlad's fingers, which had been caressing the teacup, paused at the Count's response. We couldn't push him back with our forces alone. His capabilities, as far as we've discerned, were formidable. To secure the cooperation of the Dragon Slayer Knights in the capital, substantial evidence was needed. Evidence such as the appearance of a dragon or the emergence of an overwhelmingly formidable enemy. If Vlad had failed this time, that would have been another piece of evidence written in the Count's report. A foe even this skilled knight couldn't handle would serve as grounds to request the dispatch of the Dragon Slayer Knights. Still, I consider it fortunate that you resolved the matter. The services of the Dragon Slayer Knights don't come cheap. With those words, the Count took out a leather pouch. I've put in more than what we agreed upon. Nevertheless, you safely brought the carriage back. A hefty-looking pouch, but Vlad's gaze, fixed on the pouch, remained deeply entrenched. I've already received an invitation from the elves, so I won't need your recommendation letter. The payment for that is included as well. No matter how much money was in the pouch, it didn't matter. The gold coins inside couldn't replace the value of his life. Last night, Vlad might as well have been dead on that stone bridge. I accept it gratefully, Lord Count. Despite this, Vlad accepted the coins offered by the Count. He needed to know the exact amount contained within so he could demand more from the Count later. It was the price for being deceived. Isn't it a waste to rot away in the north? The Count's voice came from behind Vlad, who was gripping the handle of the office door. Isn't it better to work here than in the insignificant north? Of course, I'll pay you more. Count Bitskaya, who wanted to employ him, spoke as if he were whispering into Vlad's ear like a snake. I heard you were banished from the city. Isn't it better to work under someone who recognizes you rather than under a lord who has abandoned you? Vlad slowly turned his head while listening to the Count treating him like an abandoned dog. Before him was the Count raising his teacup towards him. I want a master I can trust, Lord Count. The blood of nobles is blue. Vlad seemed to finally understand the meaning behind those words. The man before him didn't see him as a person. Well, that's a shame. Vlad left his office, leaving behind the Count, who shrugged his shoulders. The steam still rising from Vlad's untouched teacup indicated that it had not diminished in the slightest. Vlad quietly walked towards the outskirts of the city after leaving the Count's mansion. A place unfamiliar yet familiar. Although not as grimy as the back alleys of Shora, the alley Vlad walked through now was dirty and chaotic enough to evoke memories of the slums. Vlad quickly hid his armor with his cloak and walked down the back alley with familiar movements. Someone in the darkness chuckled as they watched Vlad transform from a poised knight into a disheveled rogue in an instant. Vlad stopped at the agreed-upon place and soon felt small stones flying towards his boots. No sight, no sound of movement, just the sound of the wind. Judging by the fact that not even the slightest sound of footsteps could be heard, the opponent seemed to have figured out from the previous duel that he had sensitive hearing. Thud, following the direction indicated by the pebble, Vlad ventured deeper into the slums of Tanaboya, the darkest corners of the city. While each city had its own atmosphere, the displaced people outside all seemed similar. Those who lived in the shadows were all shades of gray. Still, you know how to keep a promise. Passing through the gray figures, Vlad finally arrived at a dead-end alley. Unpleasant metallic noises began to emanate from the darkness. I thought you'd run with your tail between your legs. Slums, darkness, and an unpleasant voice. These were all elements that could intimidate anyone, but Vlad casually replied unfazed. No one was following me. Empty threats held little sway over Vlad. The familiar scent of the slums, just barely detectable, was coaxing out the rebellious spirit of the boy within the night. So could you stop with the weird noises? Yes. An embarrassed cough came from the shadows at the end of the alley. It was a voice entirely different from the metallic noises heard earlier. This worked well on the bridge. Finally emerging from the darkness, the mysterious figure wore a gray hood flipped backward, revealing his face, an unknown looter. We have something to discuss. That's why I'm here. The two people are similar, even with similar hand placements on their swords. A knight with a scruffy face and a man with a gray hood sewn up in a mess were standing facing each other, looking at the scars left behind by each other. Why haven't you asked for my name? Because I figured you wouldn't tell me. Vlad sat down at a street corner store which was common in slums and placed an order with familiar movements. A thug with a ferocious spirit that matches his messy face. The man in the gray hood laughed as he looked at Vlad, who had already assimilated into the darkness of the back alley. Can just anyone from the slums act like this? Even if I asked, you wouldn't tell me. As Vlad received his order, he took a nearby chair and sat down, skewering a kebab. Retired knights usually don't give their names. Actually, it's only the lowest ones who don't. Most of them are broke too. Vlad couldn't help but see a glimpse of Larmund in the hooded figure before him, unusual skill, the wisdom that only comes with experience, and the reluctance to reveal oneself. That day, inside the hood he removed was the image of a man with white hair just like Larmund. Why was a retired knight out there robbing people? Retirement came quicker than expected. The hooded man, now removing his hood as if it were the right time, looked at Vlad and chuckled. I still have unfinished business, you see. Everyone dreams of an honorable retirement, however, those who can choose their own endings are exceedingly rare. You owe me your life, don't you? More or less. What do you mean, more or less? If you had stuck around till the end, you wouldn't be asking. Perhaps that's not entirely true. The man currently tearing into skewers beside him had taken on 5 knights, 10 mercenaries, and even the henchman for dessert, all before pressing a blade to Vlad's neck. To be honest, he was the most formidable opponent Vlad had faced yet. Cut the nonsense. The retired knight snatched a skewer from Vlad's hand, taking a big bite. Anyway, there's a lot to ask and a lot to do, so you'll have to help me for a while. What do you mean, a lot to do? In response to Vlad's question, the hooded man pulled out a small pouch from his pocket. It contained elven tea leaves. Why do you have this? The pouch emitted a fragrant aroma of Tujan leaves. Vlad still didn't know why the man before him had robbed the count's carriage. Do you think this looks like tea? Vlad looked at the man who was casually sipping his drink. There was a sardonic smile on his face, directed at nobody in particular. Retired knights who had laid down their hard-earned reputations and become the lowest of the low. They embarked on pilgrimages akin to journeys, picking up the scattered remnants of their once-held honors from the ground. That's not tea, and now an unknown retired knight calmly drinks in front of Vlad. It's drugs. He was a man who shed his honor among the shaking tea leaves. Chapter 115, Absilin. Imperial word meaning tea of the elves. However, it had long ceased to refer to the tea of the elves, instead becoming a term for the empire's tea. The suicides among young noble heirs have been increasing noticeably. The scent that spreads is refreshing enough to remind you of a forest, and the taste in your mouth is spicy enough to brighten your eyes. Absilin, which was not just a passing trend but also had practical utility, had gained popularity among young nobles. But by the time we realized this was the cause, it was already too late. The man in the gray hood chuckled ruefully as he looked down at the pouch in his hand. Suicide, huh? Did this Absilin tea turn into some kind of hallucinogen? No, the man in the gray hood shook his head at Vlad. If there had been such serious side effects from the beginning, we would have noticed sooner. Substances like narcotics tend to cause serious side effects. Not only do they cause mental confusion, but they also induce various physical ailments, making it impossible for individuals to engage in normal activities in society. So what are the side effects of Absilin? If there are no serious side effects, then it shouldn't be a big problem, right? The man in the gray hood sighed in response to Vlad's obvious question. High dependency, exceptionally enhanced awakening effects, and depression to an extreme degree. And that's it. Vlad couldn't help but laugh when he heard about the side effects of Absilin. Was it really such a serious matter to talk about with just these side effects? However, unlike Vlad's dismissive reaction, the man in the gray hood remained solemn. It's the kind of depression that makes you want to jump out the window in front of your mother. Vlad, who had thought it was nothing serious, closed his mouth along with the breath that caught in his throat. The weight of the response he heard was so heavy that he felt almost ashamed for having dared to mock it. These days, young lads have always been depressed. It's the era, you see. Possibility is a beautiful thing, and young people who can express it into their own world are precious. Therefore, you should protect that moment, and that's why we didn't realize. The founding king Frossen, he was someone who cherished and loved the potential of children and youths. However, the current empire, contrary to the will of the founding king, could no longer offer a future to the youth. The deteriorating state of the empire continued to push the youth into dangerous battlefields, and those who had already taken their place no longer left any glorious positions for the young. It was indeed a depressing time for everyone. Then shouldn't we just prohibit it by law? Vlad didn't know much about the law, but if something was that dangerous, then prohibition would be appropriate. However, the man in the gray hood chuckled in response to Vlad's innocent question. Look at this naive young man. The child who doesn't recognize the dark web that stretches deeply into this world. One person's misfortune is another's happiness. The man in the gray hood opened the mouth of the pouch and began to pour out the elven tea leaves. Tea leaves fluttered in the wind. The elves' tea leaves, fluttering like ash, were slowly flowing through the dirty mud in the back alley. The influence of Absilon already has its roots deeply entrenched in the depths of the empire. It's not something that can be stopped with just a few deaths. Absilon brings profit, and profit brings power. The rulers of this era were people who didn't care about the gold shining through the deaths of the youth. I want to stop that, an unknown looter, a retired man wearing a shabby hood, but he was someone who had saved as many lives as the weight of the tea leaves he had looted. The man's sword that Vlad had encountered on the stone bridge that day shone so brightly that Vlad couldn't possibly handle it. In the dark night, Vlad was quietly ascending the hill on the outskirts of the city alone. It wasn't particularly high, but it overlooked the cityscape. From there, overlooking the city of Tanaboya, Vlad could sense that what the man in the gray hood had said was true. Indeed, there were always places in any city where the light didn't reach. The existence of slums was a phenomenon that occurred naturally regardless of the ability of the ruler. It was built not long ago. However, what Vlad saw now seemed a bit different. A boundary seemed to be drawn like a line between the center and the outskirts of the slum. Vlad's eyes were drawn to the slums on the outskirts that suddenly changed color instead of slowly accumulating and dyeing the same color. There must be a reason for the sudden expansion of the slums. There were always stories behind people being pushed out from the ground they tread upon. Vlad, who knew this, turned his head and looked at the large building near the slums. Even though it was a dark night, the four-story building still had its lights on. Depressing smoke wafted from the chimney on top of the building. It's the same everywhere. As the city of Tanaboya became richer over time, the Bitskaya family established itself as the new powerhouse in the central region. However, the very people who should have shared in those benefits were gradually pushed to the outskirts of the city, being employed even in the production of drugs. The powerless were merely struggling under the weight of the vast world everywhere. Vlad spat out the bitter feeling rising within him onto the ground as he began to descend the hill. But I have to do this. He risked his life on the stone bridge, and he also had clues about the voice. Furthermore, he had a personal debt to repay to Count Bitskaya. There was no reason for Vlad to hesitate over the proposal presented by the man in the gray hood. Slay the dragon, use the imperial sword, and make friends with spirits here and there. However, something else was troubling Vlad's mind. What on earth are you doing? A person related to spirits, likely to have slain a dragon, and above all, a person who uses the imperial sword. The more clues Vlad uncovered about the voice, the more confused he became. Why would someone so remarkable suddenly appear before him like in the form of black lightning bolt? Now, Vlad was more curious about why he became like this than about the identity of the voice. Even though it was winter, the forest was lush with greenery. Underneath the towering trees, so large that it was difficult to capture with the eye no matter how much one raised their head, were houses packed tightly. No, there were trees that looked like houses. The forest of the elves, Osrina. There was a man busy in the place overlooking the world tree, Lord Barades the priestess. I already know. Though he was trying hard to maintain his usual cold demeanor, his restless eyes continued to dart around. Open the door. Yes. With his subordinates guarding him, Barades strode into the largest tree beneath the world tree. If measured by human standards, the tree was taller than a 10-story building, yet without anyone's intervention, a tree naturally took the form of a house inside. You've come, Barades. I apologize for being late. No need, closest to the world tree. Barades, who ran to the highest point of the tree, lowered his head as he looked at the elders who were already waiting for him. Is it a prophecy? It seems so. The oldest among the elders. The old elf, as cracked as an old tree, nodded quietly, holding his cane. However, even though his face was hardened by age, there was a look of anticipation on his face that could not be hidden. Indeed, it's been a long time since receiving such a prophecy. A history filled with suffering and trials. For humans, it might have been a glorious era, but for the elves gradually pushed to the outskirts of the continent, it was a shameful era. Even during that time, only a handful of prophecies from the world tree came down. So the elves must have felt as if they were wading through a dark, vast sea without a single light in sight. Are you really okay? Unlike the elders who were eagerly anticipating, Barates, with a deeply worried expression on his face, pushed past the wall of elders and walked inside. Fragrances wafting from all directions. Countless candles burning amidst those scents. In the midst of it all, a girl lay trembling in agony. It's the first prophecy I've received since being appointed as the priestess of the world tree. There is bound to be a burden. Barates gently stroked the platinum blonde hair of the girl, soaked in sweat, who continued to writhe in pain. Her hands and feet were still restless, and even her eyes, devoid of pupils, were now white. Barates held both hands tightly for his sister, who was shaking as if she had epilepsy and was struggling with the energy of the world tree. Her hands felt so cold. Here, finally, the girl began to feel Barates' warmth and slowly started to speak. With her words, the candles and scents around her began to flicker erratically. Everyone be quiet. As instructed by the oldest elder, the elders cautiously exhaled, barely making a sound. Amidst the silence, the candles scattered throughout the area began to burn brightly as if about to explode. It was a prophecy. The dragon is coming. Barates felt the girl's hands tightening in his grip. The girl's frowning expression, as if she was having a nightmare, was pitiful. But I saw a dragon, what should we do? With every utterance, the voice changed. Amidst the alternating voices of the prophecy of the world tree and the girl, the words began to take shape. Show yourself. The girl's breathing began to become increasingly difficult as she was panting. Elder, Barates urgently turned around to see the girl whose complexion was becoming increasingly pale. What? What do you mean? The elder nodded as he looked at him, closed his eyes quietly, and grabbed the staff he was holding. This priestess is still young and inexperienced, so she must be treated with care. As the oldest present, he had willingly opened up his world to share the prophecy with the youngest girl in this place. What should I show? What should I show you? The elder guided the prophecy from the girl through questions. Droplets of sweat fell slowly from his clasped hands, gathered as if in prayer. The sword, prophecies that had not yet been conveyed through the girl's lips, began to flow into the mind of the oldest elder. A clear place began to appear in the oldest elder's mind, beneath the roots of a tree. In a damp cavern amidst stalactites deep within lies a rock. Upon that rock, planted firmly, is a single sword. Oh, I see, a sword that has not lost its light despite the passage of many years. The elder's eyes widened as he recognized the sword. Chapter 116. Vlad opened the pouch he received from the count and began counting the gold coins inside one by one. The money received from the count, a total of 20 gold. It's ambiguous. The gleaming coins were spread out before him, but Vlad merely furrowed his eyebrows. If seen only as payment for escorting the carriage, it was certainly a considerable sum. However, considering it as payment for risking his life, it seemed insufficient. Perhaps Count Bitskaya intended to make up for the shortfall with resentment. Yes, Got reflexively caught the coins flying towards him. Salary? 3 gleaming gold coins. Seeing the income that even a common farmer would have to toil for a year to earn, Got rubbed his feet together in excitement. What? Are you going to give me 3 gold coins each time from now on, if I have the money? Got thought as he bit into the gold coin. He had indeed made the right choice by following Vlad. No matter how capable a person might be, if they were stingy in opening their purse, it would be tiresome to follow them. But the knight here didn't seem to mind taking care of his subordinate. It was as if the bosses in the back alleys were generously scattering money, and this is for security. Again, with casual words, another gold coin flew towards him. Gott's expression as he looked at the flying coin seemed genuinely happy. Use that to pay for the inn as well, of course, and pay for the one in the next room too. Obviously, we should cover the one in the next room. Gott, who had been excited about the gleaming coins, couldn't help but frown at the sound he was hearing now. Why the next room? Are we supposed to move along with that person in the future? It wasn't just Vlad who had suffered the attack from the gray-hooded man on the stone bridge. Even now, Gott's bruised cheekbones vividly reminded him of that day's pain. The payment I gave you includes compensation for dealing with any trouble. Does that person have a reason to follow us? Vlad quickly calmed Gott's dissatisfaction with a gold coin and stood up. Where are you going? To Stefan. If they had been used, a price must be paid. Furthermore, since the Thornwood mercenaries had followed Vlad, they had fallen out of favor with Bitskaya, so price for that had to be made as well. They didn't run away, that's enough to know. Gott nodded while listening to Vlad. As former mercenaries, they knew well how valuable it was to have mercenaries who would stand by them to the end. I am going then. Come back safe, Captain. With only a brief farewell, Vlad adjusted his cloak and stepped out into the cold. Watching Vlad open the door to the inn, Gott scratched his jaw. He's become quite dignified now. During their first meeting, Vlad had been nothing more than a wild boy ignorant of the world's affairs. But now, the sight of Vlad stepping outside exuded the aura of a knight with a sense of weight. It was the same winter as before, but Vlad's shoulders seemed broader as he stepped outside. The end of a cold winter. Though not as severe as in the north, this place, located at the edge of the central region, was still bitterly cold. You received plenty of money, so why is this all we have for dinner? The man in the gray hood rummaged through the pot God had prepared, sticking out his tongue in disdain. Don't knights need to eat meat to exert strength? A knight doesn't save money on food. Gott protruded his lips in annoyance as he watched the man belittle the stew he had painstakingly cooked. However, he refrained from saying more because he understood the abilities of the person in front of him very well. The prices in Tanaboya are insane. No matter how expensive, that's no excuse. I had no money left after buying food for someone's horse. In that case, it can't be helped. The man in the gray hood listened to Vlad's words and quietly grabbed the ladle he had been twirling, transferring the stew into bowls. Those who struggled at the bottom should be grateful for even the smallest assistance. Do you still not know who your teacher is? If I knew, I would have told you sooner. At that time, the sword was up to my throat. The man in the gray hood peered at Vlad across the bowl he was holding, but the young knight's gaze showed no sign of wavering. Annoyingly so. I've been saying it all along. I'm also searching for him. It wasn't an outright lie, but the statement that Vlad was searching for his teacher was not entirely true either. If he had lied, even Vlad, who had survived ruthlessly in the alleys, wouldn't have been able to deceive the man in front of him. He was someone who could discern truth from lies. The imperial sword should never be leaked outside. The man in the gray hood listened to Vlad's words and frowned, as if troubled, lifting his spoon. But is it true that the swordsmanship I use is what the imperial knights really use? Technically, it is the imperial sword. The art of killing with a single blow is something that only passed down to a select few imperial knights. The man in the gray hood spoke. One born from the bloodline of the imperial family, or the kind of swordsmanship passed down only to their closest aides and a few select knights. Vlad was momentarily stunned to realize that he had been using such remarkable swordsmanship all this time. So does that mean I shouldn't be using it? Is your father perhaps going to become the emperor? I don't think so. In that case, it could be troublesome. Without proper authorization, one cannot wield it. Because the art of killing with a single strike belonged solely to the imperial family. More precisely, it was the swordsmanship of Frossen, the founding king and the only sword master, so if the imperial family were to find out about this, they wouldn't stay silent. People from the north might not know, but as you move towards the central region, there are those who recognize it. If you're not careful, you could be charged with disrespecting the imperial family. Then what should I do? As the enormity of the crime spilled from the man's lips, Vlad couldn't help but lower his voice involuntarily. Vlad had never even thought of the word imperial family in his life, so the current situation was bound to be burdensome. It's not like there's no way. The man in the gray hood chuckled faintly as he looked at Vlad. First, let me have a look at your swordsmanship. The technique you're using seems to have been leaked quite some time ago. The man with the gray hood clearly recognized Vlad's swordsmanship as he was struck with a blow that took out everything. Vlad's swordsmanship indeed seemed to match that of the imperial sword, but there was a difference from the one currently being used. Why do you think so? What you're using is closer to the original form. The man raised the ladle and gently began stirring the pot containing the stew. If this bland stew is what you call the one-hit killing technique you're using. As the sausages to be used in tomorrow's meal were sliced and added to the stew, the fragrant aroma and the sizzling oil droplets began to enhance the flavor of the simmering stew. This is the one-hit killing technique currently used by the imperial family. Time passes and all things that have a form change. Since the empire was established 300 years ago, it was natural for the swordsmanship of the imperial family to undergo continuous development in line with the empire's ancient tradition. It's a little more delicious than before. Vlad looked at the stew with floating pieces of meat. He seemed to have some idea of what the man in the gray hood was trying to say. Then, the secret to killing with a single blow comes from its unexpectedness. The man said as he transferred sausages to his plate, and unexpectedness comes from a concept that cannot be refined into rules. Finally removing the floating pieces of meat, the man smiled at Vlad. Now it's time to add your own ingredients here, to the point where even people in the imperial family tilt their heads when they see it. Even if they started from the same root, bloom your own flower. The pursuit of the secret of the one-hit kill is swordsmanship. Is it possible? A knight from the north who uses the imperial sword, a young knight whose very existence is nothing short of unexpected. There was a truly subtle smile on the face of the former captain of the imperial security guards as he looked at Vlad. No, why did you come here? An office filled with elven decorations. Count Bitskaya was bustling around to greet the unexpected guest. Didn't you ask me to come? No, nevertheless. Although he was requested, he didn't confirm his arrival. So the count couldn't help but be surprised at the knight before him. Mercia, the commander of the Dragon Slayer Knights. He was a highly skilled knight that anyone would find difficult to invite. Would you like some tea at least? Elven tea doesn't suit my taste. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Looking at Mercia, who was staring sharply at him, Count Bitskaya couldn't help but recall the northern wanderer who had left the city a few days ago. Yes, of course, it's definitely not tea worth giving to a special guest. However, even if it is the same blue, the depth is different. The Count quickly started brewing fresh water as he understood Mercia's sharp refusal. Is Epsilon coming along well? I received reports of an unidentified attacker. It's been resolved, very well resolved indeed. The Count served him, and the Duke's son sat at the head table as if he were the owner. It may not be an illusion that it seems as if the owner and the guest have been swapped. Their current demeanor clearly revealed the relationship between Bitskaya and Dragulia. How so? It felt as if his gaze pierced through. Facing Mercia's chilling gaze, the Count felt a chill down to his bones. Didn't you say that he is a powerful person that cannot be defeated by your knights alone? I did. The Count licked his lips nervously and replied, trying to erase his tense expression. A knight from the north was present. He was young but skilled. From the north. Mercia's eyebrows twitched as he listened to the Count's report. Yes, a lad named Vlad. Despite his youth, he wielded a remarkable sword. Carefully pouring tea into the cup, the Count spoke cautiously. Still, since he's a northern, he didn't know his place and behaved rudely. Indeed, inferior blood always shows its colors. Where will the blood of the barbarians go? The Count smiled and looked at Mercia as he said those words. Raising the cup to his lips, he seemed calm as he savored the aroma of the tea. His adept tea ceremony skills, learned from the elves, seemed to satisfy even the nobility of the central region. Crash, a breaking sound. It was just the sound of a shattered teacup, but the Count was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. The red tea water leaking through the broken teacup ominously soaked the table. Did it really seem that way? A heavy silence descended upon the office as they both sank into their seats. The crack that started in the teacup was spreading to the air in the office. Yes, wherever you look, the inferior bloodline shows. The Count unconsciously gripped his trembling hand. Though he was slow to realize, his instinct had already kicked in. The clattering of teacups and plates echoed loudly. Did that bloodline you recognized truly seem so inferior? At the question, the Count Bitskaya swallowed hard and raised his head. The blue eyes staring back at him contained a bloodlust that even the blue blood of nobility couldn't handle. Chapter 117. The sound of someone crying spread from somewhere in the mansion. The voice of the weeping woman was mournful. Even though she could no longer breathe, only dry tear marks remained around the eyes of the woman who was crying bitterly. It seemed that the sorrow contained in the tears could not fully express the pain of losing a child. Sir August, a broken window, teaware scattered everywhere, but unlike the chaotic surroundings, the tea in the teacup had a brilliant green color. From now on, we will take charge of the scene. The captain of the security guards turned around at the voice. A splendid golden armor adorned with engravings. That armor was only worn by the emperor's guards. Crimes occurring in the capital are the responsibility of our imperial guards. Of course, I understand that. The middle-aged man standing in front of the captain of the security guards took out a small piece of parchment from his pocket with a slight smile. Golden Bull, unfolding the golden bull that only the emperor of the empire could issue, the middle-aged man nodded and spoke. But since it's a direct order from His Majesty, there's nothing you can do about it. Everyone in the empire knows that His Majesty is currently ill. The middle-aged man wearing the imperial guard's armor. He shrugged his shoulders with exaggerated gestures upon hearing August's words. What nonsense is this? I clearly met His Majesty this morning. August bit his lip, looking at the man blabbering nonsense. The captain of the Imperial Guard, who should be protecting the emperor, was instead shaking and waving his name. As August's anger became apparent, the momentum of the Imperial Guards who noticed his anger began to sharpen. By the order of His Majesty, transfer investigative authority immediately. August, captain of the Imperial Security Guards. However, even amid the escalating tension, the middle-aged man merely rolled up the unfolded parchment. With a faint smirk on his lips, from now on the Imperial Guards will take charge of the scene here. A justification heavier than a sword. Before the noble golden armor, August could only bow his head with a sense of anger. Inside the still dark mansion, there was nothing but the sorrowful cries of a mother who had lost her child. But how are we going to stop them? Snow that sinks down to your ankles. The group wandering through the deep forest continued forward, holding the reins. However, even though his steps were moving forward, Vlad's eyes were focused on the man with the gray hood. If we keep looting wagons, won't the tea sell? I heard it's doing really well. Although it was unclear exactly who he was, he seemed to be related to the imperial family. Moreover, as someone who recognized the swordsmanship of the voice, it was natural for Vlad to show curiosity towards him. At the age of 18, he was still at an age where he sought experience and knowledge. Well, you're right that we couldn't stop them from selling. The man in the gray hood looked at Vlad with a bitter smile. The security guards, whose hands and feet had been cut off, couldn't uproot the deeply entrenched spider webs within the empire, so I just swung at the beehive. What do you mean, the hive? We need to find out what's inside. If they couldn't unearth what was hidden deep inside, they had to draw it out, knowing that August was using himself as bait to plunder Bitskaya's carriage. By the way, didn't the Count request assistance from the Dragon Slayer Knights? I heard that. Although it was just a young knight named Vlad who was dragged out against his initial intentions, still, the young knight before him provided him with the one piece of information he desired. It was information about the fallen dragon that had taken up residence in the beehive. He requested assistance directly from the Dragulia family, without going through the Imperial family. It wasn't uncommon for local lords to seek assistance from the Dragon Slayer Knights to resolve difficult matters. However, in all matters there were protocols and procedures, and August had never heard of the Bitskaya family following those procedures. Why the Dragon Slayer Knights? No reason. While the young knight in front of him might be curious about everything in the world, sometimes it was better not to know. If the fallen dragon is biting its leash as he suspected, then simply knowing about it will make him very angry. Look over there, Captain, isn't that? Wow. While engaged in conversation with August, Vlad involuntarily opened his mouth upon hearing Got's cry. Why is it so big? There was a forest. A forest that retained its greenery even in winter, though blanketed in white by falling snow, warmth that even the cold snow couldn't diminish emanated from the forest ahead. That's the Forest of the Elves. The Forest of the Elves, hidden deep and not easily accessible to anyone. Vlad couldn't help but gape at the seemingly endless horizon of green before him. Is that the World Tree? Yes, the Forest of the Elves, Osrina. A massive tree towering above the green sea was looking down at Vlad, someone's office filled with sunlight. Covered entirely in brown wood, the platinum blonde hair of the girl sparkled in the sunlight. Opa, yes, priestess. Though there was a chair, the platinum blonde girl chose to sit on the edge of the desk, her thin eyebrows furrowed as if displeased with Baradiz's response. Fine, she spoke dismissively, but she knew it was inevitable. Yet despite that, an unavoidable sense of disappointment welled up in her heart, puffing out her cheeks slightly. Take this with you when you leave. Huh? Baradiz wore a puzzled expression as he looked at the basket the girl held out. The basket, filled with fruits collected from around the room, shimmered with the light of the luscious fruits, reflecting in the girl's golden eyes. It seems like someone might be hungry. Who could be hungry? Even as Baradiz accepted the basket, he couldn't hide his confusion. She had always been mischievous even when she was younger, but since becoming a priestess of the World Tree, understanding her had become even more difficult. Lord Baradiz? Yes, however, it wasn't the girl who answered the previous question but someone else. While scouting, we spotted humans lurking nearby. Drive them away, a report that he doesn't have to worry about. However, the elf who came to report seemed troubled as he spoke. About that, what is it? Baradiz's expression was completely different from when facing the girl. Before anyone knew it, Baradiz's face had taken on the demeanor of a composed manager and leader. Intruders are looking for you, Lord Baradiz. What? More accurately, they claim to have been invited by you, Lord Baradiz. Baradiz frowned and looked at the reporter in front of him. Though not spoken, the elf understood the silent question conveyed through Baradiz's eyes and presented a single name he had brought with him. The intruder introduced himself as Vlad of Shora. Hearing the reporter's words, Baradiz looked down at the basket he had been holding without realizing. Did he happen to mention being hungry? Yes. Baradiz turned to look at the girl. The girl chuckled as if urging Baradiz to go quickly. Elves have prisons too. It's my first time seeing one. Don't they use nails? There aren't even traces of shackles. While Got sat gloomily in a corner, Vlad wandered around the elven prison, scanning the area. Captain, are you really invited? That's what he said. Then is it proper for elves to shoot arrows at invited guests? But it wasn't right. Vlad scratched his cheek, looking at the gray-hooded man and Got. Having received an invitation, he had expected to enter confidently, but in reality, what greeted them was only deadly arrows and a cold prison. You still owe a debt for your life. But we did manage to get in, didn't we? Are Northerners always this shameless? Vlad pretended not to notice the criticism and resentment coming from August and held onto the bars with both hands. If it was going to be like this, why invite me in the first place? Vlad has a clue about the voice. August was looking for clues about Epsilon. Since what they both wanted was here in the elves' forest, there was no reason to hesitate. Subtly sharp. However, what bothered Vlad wasn't his current situation being trapped in a cell, a feeling that only people in the back alleys who are sensitive to crises can sense. From the elves they faced, he sensed that familiar air. Click. Vlad leaned closer to the bars, listening to the sound of a door opening ahead. Sorry for the inconvenience. A blue-haired elf with indigo eyes and a stern expression approached, holding a basket in one hand and accompanied by subordinates. Vlad of Shora, welcome to our forest. Do elves usually welcome guests from prison? Well, take this for now. When it came to ignoring people, Baradiz was better at it than Vlad. Are you going to get me out of here? Just wait a day while you eat that. There's a procedure to get you out. Vlad's eyebrows narrowed at the mention of waiting a day or more. I hope you understand, these days everyone is on edge. The procedures to release someone from prison are complex. But why is everyone so on edge? It seemed quiet around here. The overly sharp attitude of the elves, Vlad felt more than animosity towards humans. He sensed an eerie wariness. The dragon is coming. It was a story that did not need to be told to humans, yet Barades calmly explained, the blue eyes fixed on him. Those eyes were what the priestess of the world tree was paying attention to. Barades was sure Vlad had a reason for arriving in Osrina at this time. It's soon time for the world tree to bloom. Flowers. Upon hearing Barades's words, Vlad found himself absent-mindedly touching Alicia's amber stone. In the scene depicted within the stone shown by the girl, in the amber landscape shown by the girl, the red maple tree was clearly in bloom. Yes, flowers, the name of one god. And the young world tree barely rooted, escaping the empire's ambitions. However, humans were not the only ones targeting young roots and fragrant flowers. The sharpest dragon has always targeted the flowers of the world tree. The young petals are fragrant and the youthful roots are tempting. However, throughout the world, there were countless entities coveting fragrant and tempting things. Although all the tender and young things in this world surely had the qualifications to bloom flowers. I'm sorry to welcome you at a bad time. No, it's okay. How precarious it was for one world to safely have the possibility of blooming flowers. Is there anything I can help you with? So you should protect that moment as it is your duty. And I swore before my disciplines that I would do so. Even if it's just words, thank you. Human souls are light and their words rotten, beings that can never be trusted. But now the spirits surrounding the blue-eyed knight were speaking. This person is the one they have blessed. The white snake on the armor and the mole on the sword said so. A memory of a tree carved into amber was reflected in Barades's eyes. A nostalgic world tree that can no longer be seen, blooming red flowers. The knight standing below it surely held a familiar sword. Chapter 118. Cloudy eyes that look like white fog. Green eyes that were barely retaining their color were looking closely at Alicia's amber stone. You are a rare guest indeed, remarked the old elf, recognizing the landscape contained within the amber stone and beginning to smile faintly. The elder of the elves. In that moment, Geronimo, an old elf who had survived the era of calamity, could recall a distant memory through the amber stone brought by Vlad. Where did you get this amber stone? I heard it's a Hainal family heirloom. The gaze of the elder elf meeting the boy's blue eyes became welcoming. Truly, it had been a long time since they had received such a distinguished human guest. Hainal. The wrinkles around the old tree's eyes trembled as it reminisced about the past verdant days. With the feeble strength of old age, it was not easy to dredge up memories buried under layers of time. Swordmaster, however, there were names that one could never forget no matter the weight of the years, people whose every step had become history. The current era was built upon their footprints. It seems one of the knights who followed him had such a last name. Auguste stood silently behind Vlad, quietly listening, so quiet as if he were holding his breath. For a knight who had dedicated his life to the Empire, hearing about the traces of the founding king was still an exhilarating experience. I would like to know where the maple tree inside is located, great elder. The old Geronimo opened his eyes at the voice coming from the front. Bright blue eyes that could be clearly recognized even with cloudy eyes. The young knight's earnestness was evident from the fists he clenched without realizing it. You want to know where the maple tree inside is located? Yes. That's correct. The sparkling blue eyes were like starlight. It felt as if the possibility that had finally taken shape was writhing within him. How did you know that the landscape contained inside is a maple tree? Pardon, however, no matter how it sparkled, how could a human glimpse into a world not permitted to them? At the sudden question from the elder, Vlad's breath caught in his throat, leaving him speechless. There were excuses he had thought of just in case, but somehow in front of the old elf, it seemed like bringing out lies wouldn't be appropriate. It was a warning born not of experience or knowledge, but solely from instinct. Well, what does it matter anyway? The elves looked at Vlad with suspicious eyes as he remained silent, unable to answer. But the old elder, as calm as ever, simply closed his eyes again, with a faint smile as if nothing mattered. Geronimo was someone who knew that the reality in front of him was more important than minor flaws. The maple tree that was carved inside was on the west side. To the west, finally, the answer from the elder. In excitement, Vlad inadvertently asked again in a restrained voice. Yes, to the west. A place with the greenest forest on the continent. But as Vlad heard Geronimo's words, he began to feel something strange. Is there such a forest to the west? To the west, there was only a vast wasteland. In the western part of the empire, full of rough soil and dry winds, there was no such thing as the green forest the old man spoke of. There used to be. A wrinkle appeared on the face of the old tree as it answered Vlad's question. It was a wrinkle that looked like a deeply engraved wound. Our forest existed a long time ago, a scene that even appeared in dreams, but just recalling it brought back painful memories from that day. There used to be golden fields of wheat, rows of wheat swaying in the wind, a vast forest stretching to the unknown, children frolicking along the reddish twilight, and atop a jagged hill there stood a maple tree, its leaves tinted red, overlooking everything. Such landscapes existed. Before the dragon set it ablaze, that is, the most perfect dragon, a cursed being that could incinerate all of that with just a breath. Now his eyes, wandering through the ashes of memories, were dizzyingly shaking. But how can I find something that no longer exists? It seemed as if black ashes were flowing from the old man's mouth as he spoke of old memories. It's been a long time since everything turned to ash. The autumn scenery captured in the yellow amber stone. What was engraved, there were memories now reduced to ashes, like a heap of burnt remnants. The eyes of the young knight, seeking something that no longer existed, were restless without respite, the room provided by the elves. There Vlad leaned against the window frame, gazing outside, the forest of the elves, Osrina. It was said that the green light that extends to the eastern end is connected to the blue sea that Vlad has never seen before. Then I'll go examine the leaves of the Tujan. August, wearing a gray hood, hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here, a thorough investigation into the origin of Epsilon. Only irrefutable evidence could stop the madness unfolding in the Empire. He said it's here, he said it used to be. Vlad owed August his life, and in return he led him to the elven forest where humans could not easily enter. Thus August's actions now were akin to Vlad's inherent right, one that Vlad couldn't stop even if he dared. The atmosphere seems oddly restless. Don't worry, I've done this countless times in my heyday. August, who had told him not to worry because he would come back quietly without being seen, grabbed the window frame instead of the door and looked at Vlad. Indeed, your teacher seems to be someone related to the imperial family. Is that so? That's what it seems to me. Upon hearing those words, Vlad let out a deep sigh, the imperial sword which had maintained its original shape. And now, even the landscape of Elvenheim, which had burned down long ago. Now, it wasn't just a matter of contract, but pure curiosity that made him wonder who the voice was. Founding King Frossen himself stepped down from the imperial throne to become the lowest of the low. The lowest of the low. Knights who throw away all the titles they have accumulated so far and prepare for retirement by completing the tasks they could not accomplish as just an individual. The glorious beginning was none other than the King of Knights, the founding King Frossen. As befits the beginning of a legend, the end is also shrouded in mystery. I even thought perhaps you might be connected to the last moments of Frossen, which have never been properly known. The last moments of the founding King Frossen were a dignified retirement. However, there were only rumors about the last days of Frossen, the lowest of the low, and no one knew for sure. If one were to listen to the elves, perhaps the young knight leaning against the window frame in dismay might be a trace of that glorious end. So what do you do now? The clues seem to have ended here. Ended, from what I see, it's just the beginning. August put his feet up on the window sill where Vlad was sitting and looked down with a smile. The ground seemed dark and obscure. Though the surroundings were growing darker and obscuring August's view, he didn't hesitate. Sometimes, to find the truth, one had to push oneself into the darkness. Now it's the beginning. To Vlad's question, August, with his hood put on, placed his foot on the windowsill. If your teacher is the one who followed in Lord Frossen's footsteps, then you can follow in his footsteps. If you don't know the end, start from the beginning. Since Vlad's teacher was closely linked to the Swordmaster, following Frossen's last trace would eventually reveal the identity of the teacher. But no one knows what happened to Lord Frossen in the end, right? True for humans. August smiled as he looked at Vlad. Between the hidden features of his face, today's twilight was beginning to settle. But the elves might know. With those words, August jumps outside as the dusk falls. Watching him gracefully land on the ground without making a sound, Vlad was surprised. He is not even a cat. As a former pickpocket and thief, Vlad could recognize agile movements. Silently landing on the ground, the old knight walked away as if nothing had happened, disappearing into the elven forest. Well then, I suppose I'll have to stay here a bit longer. Alone in the room with neither Got nor August present, Vlad found himself immersed in contemplation, leaning his head against his knees. I'm sure I saw it. The voice clearly stated that it had seen the landscape within the amber stone. However, his memory was uncertain and vague, so perhaps the voice had only witnessed the scene through the amber stone, much like Vlad himself. Moreover, considering the hundreds of years that had passed since he supposedly saw it firsthand, the timeline didn't add up. What a mess, seriously. It would be easier to keep the 7-year contract with Joseph. The further he followed the traces of the voice, the more he felt blocked by a massive fortress wall. It felt like hitting a dead end. Knock, knock. As Vlad pondered for a while, he heard a gentle knocking at the door. Come in, creak. Before he finished inviting the person in, the door opened cautiously. Through the slightly ajar door, a faint platinum hair was visible. an unknown girl who dragged him into a fantasy. "Do you have a moment?" The girl, who only poked her head into the room, smiled as soon as she recognized Vlad. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. If possible, Vlad wanted to ignore it. After all, there had been warnings from the elves not to venture outside. However, the girl's words carried a strange, irresistible allure, much like the gaze of the elven elder. "Where are we going now? Are you scared?" While the girl smiled brightly, Vlad's expression remained stern and rigid. It was inevitable, given that the two elves still following behind were giving Vlad disapproving looks. "I have something to show you." "What do you want to show me?" Vlad decided to proceed cautiously. He had known from the start that she was no ordinary person, but to have guards trailing her was unexpected. The girl, still smiling as if thrilled, must hold a significant position even in the world of elves. "That amber stone, the amber stone, yeah, that one." The girl pointed her finger at Vlad's sword. "Yeah, that one. I really want to show it to you." Looking at the girl who still didn't say the subject properly, Vlad sighed softly inwardly. "They want to see their mother. They have not seen their mother since they were born." "Mother." It was an incomprehensible statement, words jumbled as if something were missing, but there was no hint of hesitation in the girl's eyes. "Who are they?" In response to Vlad's question, the girl began pointing silently with her finger. At the end of the direction she indicated stood a towering maple tree with fresh green leaves, untouched by autumn's colors. "The world tree," confirming the direction indicated by the finger, Vlad turned his head to look at the girl. "They says they really wants to see their mother." Although the words were incomprehensible in his mind, they resonated deeply in his heart. Maybe it was because of the girl's attitude, as if she was talking to a person, but when Vlad saw the world tree again, it looked different. The branches of the green maple tree seen in the distance were shaking, as if beckoning to him to come closer, like that. Chapter 119. The morning sunlight barely seeped through the dense trees. There were people who wandered through the dark forest, relying on the sunlight. Elegant appearance, long, protruding ears. They were scouts guarding the vicinity of Osrina. "Halt!" Following the command of the captain who led them, the scouts stopped in their tracks and held their breath. The captain's clenched fist indicated that there was something ahead of them. The smell of blood, their sense of smell was superior to humans, though not as acute as their hearing. The scout captain wrinkled his eyebrows as he caught the foul scent spreading from within the dark forest. "Spread out." Nods and gestures. Following the signals they had agreed upon, the scattered elves quickly dispersed around the vicinity, blending into the surroundings and keeping watch in all directions. "I'll go alone." With a signal, the scout captain stepped forward alone, followed by a few cautious members who began preparing their bows. Branches swaying in the wind. In the dark forest where not even the chirping of birds could be heard, the only sound echoing was the collision of the branches. However, with someone's sigh, the silence that had been maintained so far was broken. On top of the bushes that are tangled like a spider's web, there was an elf with outstretched arms and head bowed. "Check for abdominal penetration wounds." "The wounds are frozen. It seems to have been dead for at least a day." The scout captain approached the corpse with a puzzled expression, listening to the reports. Pieces of entrails were slowly dripping through the large hole pierced sharply. "It's too late." Kneeling down with one knee, the scout captain examined the wounds on the corpse, a gaping hole that an ordinary human could never create. The still open eyes spoke volumes about the extent of the pain it endured. "Nidhogg." The scout captain gazed through the gaping hole in the corpse, peering into the forest beyond, the view of the forest through the red passage. In that place untouched by light, darkness was the only thing to be found. From deep within the forest there echoed faint cries, voices akin to echoes as if starving. The dragon lurking in the depths of the darkness was now watching over the young world tree soon to blossom. Vlad felt as though he was strolling through a garden, yet where he stood was a cave devoid of even a speck of light. What kind of cave is this? It was a reasonable misconception. The damp ground felt as soft as freshly laid straw, and the darkness that should have prevailed was illuminated by the moss clinging densely to the walls. Fireflies. Plus, there are fireflies floating everywhere. Vlad's mind became confused as he looked at the luminous objects floating around as if they were welcoming the group. The atmosphere that did not fit the season and place was defying Vlad's common sense. "It will love to see that amber. It has been feeling very anxious these days." The group moved towards the origin of the world tree through the cave pierced with roots. Despite being a cave, this place, bright and warm even in winter, contradicted reality as they walked deeper inside. It is also new to this, so it's a bit confused. Spring is coming, and flowers are blooming. The young world tree, stretching its branches in anticipation of spring, said that this would be its first time blooming. However, the world tree was concerned whether its blossoming was going right, so it was quite depressed because it was worried about that, and then you happen to come here. Sometimes, even while moving forward, there are moments of anxiety. Whether the direction one is heading is correct, whether it's okay to keep going like this, or if it's something that can't be undone. The inability to easily take a step forward despite knowing that it must be done likely stems from a lack of certainty. At times like this, it would have been nice to have someone reassure them that they're doing well, but unfortunately, the young world tree didn't have such a presence. I see. Vlad nodded quietly as he listened to the girl's words. Before he knew it, Vlad was deeply understanding the concerns of the world tree through the existence of a girl, even though the knight and tree existed in separate worlds. We've arrived. With the girl's words, the end of the long corridor started to come into view. The bright lights ahead, unlike the light produced by the blue moss, these lights were illuminated by today's sun. Vlad of Shora, you're probably the first human to come this far. As the girl spoke, the faces of the elves escorting her began to furrow. Does the human in front know that the place he stood was a secretive space where only a few elves could enter? Yet, the priestess of the world tree had no hesitation in guiding the knight with blue eyes here. She was confident that the knight with blue eyes needed to come here. Vlad slowly raised his head as he listened to the girl's words. A vast cavern, roots of the world tree spread out in various places, tangled messily and created a large space. Do we go in here? Yes, please. Like inviting someone into her own home, the girl spread her arms wide. With the girl's welcoming gesture, Vlad cautiously stepped into the cavern. The grass beneath his feet seemed to lay itself down in response to Vlad's steps. The expressions of the guard elves were strangely changing as they saw the world tree's firm invitation and intention to welcome Vlad. This is the world tree. It felt as if a faint heartbeat could be heard from the tips of his toes. Along with that heartbeat, Vlad's world seemed to expand little by little. The worlds that had been in contact were now facing each other. It seems they are happy you came. At the girl's words from behind, Vlad turned his head. The elves who had come to escort him were standing silently at the entrance of the cavern. The only people present were Vlad, the girl, and the young world tree watching over them. Can you show it, please? I hope you can. The priestess of the world tree, who couldn't offer any help to the young tree, was pleading with the knight who had brought the memories of the mother world tree. Please show the child the image of its mother, for the sake of the young world tree who had never ventured into the world before. Understood. With the girl's request, Vlad drew his sword. Perhaps this side would be better. The cold blade was sharp, but the handle it was held in would be soft. Therefore, the knight decided to hold the softer side as it wouldn't suit the young tree yearning for its mother's embrace. The heartbeat quickens. The sound of the world tree's heartbeat, previously only felt at the tips of his toes, now travels through the air. Alicia's amber stone was sparkling in the light coming down through the ceiling. Through that light, the young world tree looked out at the autumn landscape. Vast fields, rippling fields of wheat, and a large maple tree swaying in the breeze. The maple tree from his memory was looking at the young world tree. Butterflies? Yes, butterflies. Vlad watched the butterflies fluttering around him. They were the same butterflies he had seen in the girl's fantasy. Flower-like butterflies were flying towards Vlad and the girl. Memories and reality were facing each other through Vlad's feet touching the roots and the sword held upside down. Vlad could feel it in that moment, that he was the bridge connecting the worlds. Flowers are blooming. Vlad slowly closed his eyes as the light enveloped him. The world tree in his memory began to slowly bloom flowers, as if instructing its young child. Seeing its mother, whom it had never felt before, the young world tree unconsciously stretched out its branches and tried to hug her. Between the entwining branches, the scenery of the past autumn and today's landscape were gradually overlapping. Wow, old Geronimo closed the book he had been holding with trembling hands. Though his body had grown heavier with the weight of years, he quickly grabbed his cane and hurriedly approached the window. A scent that he hadn't sensed in a long time was making his eyes misty. Barades, who had been rummaging through documents in his study, perked up his ears. The passing breeze seemed to be urging him to turn his head quickly. There would soon be a moment that only can be seen now. The elves working in the fields, the elves guarding the forests, Noir and God in the stables, and August inspecting the tea fields, all humans and elves alike were turning their heads to look in the same direction. The forest of the elves, Osrina, in the center of their newly established land stood a brilliantly shining tree. Flowers are blooming. Yes, now I understand how to make flowers bloom. And my mother, who exists only in memory, told me so. She said I was doing well. Various possibilities began to rise within the rapidly flashing world tree. Flowers follow the sky from branches close to the clouds. Flowers following the wind from the farthest reaching branches. Flowers facing the ground from the lowest branches. Oh, wow, spirits are being born, tiny birds, horses, snakes, and moles smaller than a single flower bud. The possibilities that the world tree had harbored until now were pushing their way out into the world. Under one name, forgotten little beings were raising their heads towards the world. If there were young worlds being born, someone must surely watch over them. Therefore, the knight with blue eyes did not stop clutching his sharp sword. A stream of blood flowing down the sword that shakes ceaselessly. The red dripping onto the ground was a gift from the night for the newborn children. Today, spring has arrived in Osrina, under the guidance of a mother who is no longer there and the patience of a knight. The dazzling world tree came to a halt. The butterflies that had fluttered around in the fantasy just moments ago were now nowhere to be seen. Thud. With everyone frozen in place, only drops of blood flowed from Vlad's hand. The red dripping onto the green grass looked desolate. "Are you okay? I'm sorry." The girl covering her mouth with both hands was on the verge of tears. The nameless girl empathizes more with Vlad's pain in front of her than with the joy of the blooming flowers. The night before her eyes didn't hesitate to support the young world tree with his memories. "Has it bloomed?" Vlad raised his head to look at the open ceiling facing outside. A red-colored maple leaf was slowly falling towards him. Thank you, thank you." Vlad listened to the girl's words and quietly looked down at his sword, the red blood flowing on the blade, and Alicia's amber stone is not where it should be. The Hainel family heirloom has served its purpose today. With an overwhelming emotion that he didn't know what it was, Vlad finally removed his hand from the sword. A deep wound. Nevertheless, Vlad did not let go of his shaky sword even at the moment when the world tree was blooming. Through the touching of the worlds, he could see a mother comforting her crying child. Vlad truly did not want to disturb that moment. Perhaps because of the exhausted world tree, the roots have become a little dark. That's why today's sun shined even brighter, shining a ray of light through the ceiling. And where the light shined, there was a rock that had not been seen before. What is that? A large rock that revealed itself as if it could now be shown. On the rock, an unknown sword filled with sunlight was shining. It was a sword emitting a silvery light. Chapter 120. A red maple leaf falling slowly. The maple leaf finally landed on the sword, firmly planted on the rock. The gleaming silver sword stood tall. The sword that everyone seemed to covet was attracting Vlad's attention. However, Vlad could feel it. The silver sword standing proudly on the rock was aimed towards him. A guardian sword that had protected someone and slaughtered countless enemies. And the dragon slayer which pierced the heart of the most perfect dragon. That sword was now staring at Vlad, with a bright blue day ahead. "Do not approach any further. You are still just a child who has not even opened their eyes yet, before I cut you down." Blue eyes piercing through the dark night. Vlad, who had just woken up from a nightmare, was constantly shaking. Vlad unconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead, but sharp pain surged from the bandages wrapped tightly around his hands. The wounds from yesterday, where he held the sword upside down, still tormented Vlad. What a vivid dream! Vlad recalled the vivid nightmare and clicked his tongue. The scene from yesterday vividly came to mind whenever he closed his eyes. Despite its imposing appearance, there was something ominous about the silver sword he saw yesterday. Enough to haunt him in his dreams. "You slept too much. You've come." Vlad turned his head towards the voice. The window was slightly ajar. August stood with his arms crossed at the window where soft moonlight streamed in. "How's it going? Have you finished investigating the tea fields?" While Vlad helped bloom the flowers of the world tree, August was investigating the Tujan tea leaves in the elves' territory. However, despite each of them finding their own clues, they were both lost in thought. "The fields are divided." "What? It said that they have separated the tea leaves they'll sell to humans and the ones they'll drink themselves. 2 separate tea fields for humans and elves. It could simply be for smooth sales, but as August approached the fields, he could tell the varieties of the 2 tea leaves were subtly different. It seems it was filled with malice from the beginning. The elves' tea, Absilin. The green malice that started from the east could be considered the original sin of the Empire. The elves' resentment towards humans had been entirely sparked by the Empire. While the dragon that burned down the world tree was the most perfect, those who drove them out of the forest were none other than the Empire. Enemies surround us from all sides. Beneath the shining Empire lay the blood and tears of countless individuals. The Empire was nothing more than another dragon standing over their world, crushing it. And now, the Empire had to reap the seeds of sin they had sown for so long, whether they wanted to or not. Far away, beneath the night sky, there was still a tree shining on its own. The old knight's eyes, looking at the newly blooming world tree in contrast to the gradually fading Empire, could not help but be filled with confusion. "So why were you holding the sword upside down like that?" Now, finally, on this early morning as the sun rose, the girl was unwrapping the messily wrapped bandages, grumbling to herself. Even though she had wrapped them herself, the bandages didn't seem to come off easily and were giving her a hard time. "If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have just put it in its scabbard. People who make excuses aren't trustworthy." A knight who had injured himself with his own sword. And if that injury was acquired while holding the sword upside down, then no one would want to hear any excuses. "So why didn't you tell me beforehand?" "It was my first time too. It was my first time trying the blooming ceremony." She thought she just needed to show the amber stone, but the 2 world trees used their world as a conduit, exchanging memories and reality. Vlad had no choice but to bear with it. If he had known it would go like this even a little bit, he would never have held the sword like that. Who should I blame? Strictly speaking, it might have been the girl's fault for not giving any warning, but Vlad's fault couldn't be ignored either. There was nothing more pathetic than a knight's excuse that looked as feeble as the girl's words, so Vlad decided to keep quiet now. Done. The girl, who had finally taken off all the bandages, smiled brightly and opened the wooden box she had brought. Inside the box were various powders and liquids. The inside of the girl's box was filled with colorful substances, almost like cosmetics. Just wait, I just need to use these. Have you actually tried it before? It's okay, I've watched a lot from the side. Vlad wished for a skilled hand if possible, but the girl ignored those wishes and simply picked up the vials. Give me your hands. With the girl's arbitrary attitude, Vlad reluctantly held out his hands. Vlad's palm was deeply cut. As the girl looked at the knight's palm still gushing with red blood, she involuntarily pursed her lips. It must hurt. Not really. Even though he replied dismissively, Vlad knew that his injuries were due to his own shortcomings. But since both the girl and the world tree were experiencing blooming for the first time, someone had to bear the brunt of their mistakes from behind. Vlad's wounds were evidence of that. The elders gave me a lot of things to use on you, they should be effective. Even though the elves rejected humans, they considered it important to treat Vlad kindly as he had helped with the significant blooming ceremony. Besides, they couldn't send him away empty-handed, especially since he had lost family's heirloom. The medicine she brought was a small piece of compensation for what was to come. By the way, about the sword that was there at that time. Yes, the Swordmaster's sword. The girl replied casually, but those listening couldn't help but startle, including August and Gott who were nearby. The term Swordmaster held special significance among the imperial citizens. Why was it there? I was curious why it was stuck there. They had thought it was an extraordinary sword, but they never expected it to be the Swordmaster's sword. From retired knight to stable boy, the three humans in the room unconsciously leaned forward, waiting for the girl's response. I heard the Swordmaster gave it. The Swordmaster gave that sword. Personally, yes, the golden eyes of the girl facing Vlad sparkled. It was a gaze devoid of any lies. The Empire may be bad, but the Swordmaster was kind. That's why he gave us the sword. What does that mean? Even August lost his composure and asked, but all that returned was the cold gaze of the elven guards. In this place, only Vlad could converse with the girl. That sword there is the Dragon Slayer sword, a talisman for protecting the world trees. The girl pointed her eyes towards the young world tree outside the window. The world tree of Osrina, still emitting a faint glow as it bloomed. August and Gott might not have seen it, but Vlad, who had absorbed traces of the voice, could faintly see the tiny spirits frolicking on the world tree. What protects the world trees? You have to see the truth hidden within the phenomenon. Joseph had always said that to the inexperienced boy. Why did the Swordmaster leave his sword behind? What did he do it for to protect the world tree? The person who could answer that was none other than the girl in front of him. The Swordmaster's sword is the ultimate Dragon Slayer sword. The majestic silver sword. The most perfect dragon slayer sword, so all the dragons in this world fear that sword. The sword he saw yesterday was speaking to Vlad. Hurry up and get out of front of me before I cut you down. I see, Vlad finally realized. The strange sensation he felt yesterday wasn't just a delusion, it was a sharp warning from the Swordmaster's sword to Vlad, thump. As Vlad recalled the sword from yesterday through the girl's words, he suddenly felt his heart pounding. A sudden pulsation of the heart, unlike anything Vlad had felt recently. With each beat, an uncontrollable sense of unease began to well up inside Vlad. It was a sensation completely different from anything he had experienced before. Priestess. As Vlad was caught off guard by the sudden seizure, the door of the room creaked open, and the elven guards accompanying the girl began to enter hurriedly. With urgent steps as if there were no time to waste. You need to leave now. We will escort you. Having received the situation through whispered words from the guards, the girl looked at Vlad, her pupils beginning to tremble slightly. Somewhere in the forest of Osrina, a group of elves, tense and alert, stood gazing beyond in the dark depths of the forest, away from the elven city. However vigilant they may be, there is sharpness that cannot be avoided. Thorns flying from all directions. Another elf fell victim to the sharp malice spewed forth like arrows. Form up. The protective gear is useless. Even amidst the cries echoing from all corners, Baradiz's gaze remained unwavering. Just a little more, the darkness lurking in the woods stared back at the elves. In those dark eyes there was a sneer and a burning hunger. Do you want to leave them like that? All dragons in this world are greedy. They were always striving for perfection. They were creatures who did not hesitate to shove anything into their cursed mouths to become perfect. It is coming out of the forest. Raise your shields. Protect the mages and archers. Smoke filled the air in many places. The elves did not hesitate to set fire to the forest to draw out the sharpest of dragons. The cries echoing from all over were surely not only from the elves. Come out. With one eye closed, Baradiz pulled the bowstring. At the tip of the arrow aimed by the greatest ranger of the elves, a small magic circle was forming, filled with his anger, burning red. Kea. At the tip of the flying thorn hangs a poisonous malice. The roar contains uncontrollable anger, but even in the face of this horrific creature, not a single one turned and fled. Here, you son of a bitch, cursed dragon. Now the elves had nowhere else to retreat. The young tree behind them was the last world tree left in this world. Nidhogg. Approaching the elves who were firmly prepared for battle was the darkness of the forest. A sleek body covered in sharp thorns. Although now it was awkwardly trudging on the ground, the thin membrane on its forelegs once dreamed of soaring through the sky. It's bigger than expected. We need to stop it first. Magic circles scattered everywhere. It would take time for them to fix their coordinates, time for the dragon to stay still. Block it. Knowing this, the elves rushed towards Nidhogg without hesitation. Kraa, the beast changes direction, protect the mages. One of Baradiz's eyes began to bulge as he heard the cries of his comrades. Now, instead of poison, the sharp thorns of the dragon were stained with the elves' red blood. Baradias, now, with a thrown grappling hook. With a shield deflecting its jaws, and with the corpse of someone who had just screamed, barely stopping its advance. Graa, finally the sharpest dragon stood still. Its cursed eyes glared fiercely through the hazy dust. Now, various colored magic circles, having finally found their target, began to fly mercilessly towards Nidhogg, along with one arrow shot by Baradiz. The red arrow tip, carrying a gust of wind, flew through the air, carrying newly born young flowers on its back. Behind the splattering blood, far away, the branches of the young world tree were trembling. Chapter 121, The Forest of the Elves, Osrina. The place was filled with the vicious roars of Nidhogg. Nidhogg was raging at this moment. Even now, one of the arrows fiercely dug into his body was inflicting anger and agony upon him. Baradiz. From now on, you're in command. A middle-aged elf grabbed his blood-stained shoulder and shouted heavily. Nidhogg's thorn was already deeply embedded in his shoulder. It must not break through. The great warrior of the elves and the leader of this operation handed over command to Baradiz, and his lips were growing darker. The sharp malice of the dragon still pierced through his veins, stabbing at his heart. I beg of you. Baradiz nodded his head as he watched the great warrior, who was turning paler by the moment. The great warrior, born under the world tree's mother, was looking at Baradiz with his eyes wide open until the moment of his death. Everyone gather, concentrate your firepower. Now the only remaining commander was Baradiz, the leader of the Rangers. The generational change that no one desired had just taken place at this moment. Captain, that bastard is too tough. Even with our aura, our weapons can't pierce his skin properly. Contrary to our expectations, it seems that the dragon has already completed its growth into an adult. Its immunity to magic is powerful. At the desperate reports coming from all directions, Baradiz clenched his lips tightly. The elves had done their best to stop Nidhogg, but the dragon's potential, which had already fully awakened, was too much for anyone to stop. Are we retreating? So now the only remaining option is to retreat to where the world tree is and join forces with the main camp. If we can gather the power of the world tree and the elders, maybe there's a chance. No. The end must be decided here. But using what needs protection as a shield in battle is absurd. Even now, on the branches of the young world tree, there were young spirits not yet ready to take flight. They couldn't be used as a front line. We have to do it. The eyes of Nidhogg roaring ahead met those of Baradiz. His arrow still lodged in one of Nidhogg's eyes. It wasn't finished because it was shallow, but the existence of the arrows that were still bothering Nidhogg clearly showed that there was a possibility. Create an opening one more time. If the arrow was shallow, then shooting from closer range would do the trick, and Baradiz was ready to leap towards the sharp malice without hesitation. This time, I'll make sure to pierce through his brain. A faint aura began to emanate from Baradiz's eyes as he prepared himself. Within his eyes, a magic eye that only a few among the elves could possess was burning brightly. Baradiz of Osrina, his world ablaze with rage, was becoming as sharp as Nidhogg's. Help, please, help. A girl, trembling as if having a seizure, was holding onto Vlad's sleeve, murmuring weakly. The dragon is coming. Though the girl's voice was faint, her grip on Vlad's sleeve was as tight as to make it pale. The priestess of the world tree, or rather the young world tree itself, desperately desired the knight right in front of her. Because the world tree, able to see the result beyond the process, knew that only Vlad could protect it. So this means, now, it is a prophecy. A trembling voice came from the elven guard who hadn't spoken a word until now. The priestess was the passage connecting the world tree and the elves. The revelation of the sacred tree, able to see beyond the limits of mortals, was something that could never be ignored. The dragon is coming. The world tree and the priestess had been watching from the beginning. The threat in the future, the eyes of the dragon filled with malice. The dragon came. That's why the elves were able to prepare in advance. They were alert to the surroundings, excluded suspicious items, and set up a barrier. Therefore, Baratis and the elves were now able to face Nidhogg with their own preparations. But the dragon is still watching. The dragon comes. The dragon watches. The world tree and the priestess had tried to see as much of the future as possible, but they were still young and inexperienced beings, so they didn't realize that there was not only one pair of eyes looking at the world tree. Aheg, suddenly a chilling roar echoed throughout the village. From the opposite side of the barrier set up by the elves, there was the roar of the dragon spreading. This is, Vlad's face stiffened as he heard the ferocious roar. Now it was something that anyone could recognize, not just a prophecy, quackagagging. With a tumultuous noise, the barely rooted elven village began to crumble from the boundary. It was another Nidhogg. Help, please. A single tear streamed down the girl's cheek. Her fingers, clinging desperately to the sleeve, looked pitiful. Seeing the tears in the girl's eyes, Vlad involuntarily glanced at August. What should he do in this situation? But what can I do if you look at me? However, the person before him was neither Joseph nor Zayar, and there was no lord or senior knight present. There is only one person who can give instructions to Vlad right now. You have to decide, only himself. The owner of a knight named Vlad was only Vlad. That's right, the white moonlight streaming through the window illuminated Vlad. On one side of his chest, a small inscription was written. Vlad lifted his finger and quietly wiped away the girl's tears. On the chest illuminated by the moonlight, an honorable inscription written by San Regino was inscribed. I, Vlad of Shora, will accept the request of the priestess. Vlad of Shora, the knight who protected the children. Now Vlad's empty pommel shone in the moonlight. Arg, it's a dragon, everyone run. The huge and agile body was running through the elves' house as if cutting through the waves. Arrows shot from various places, but to Nidhogg, their attacks were merely annoying. To reach the sharpest dragon, one needed a sword with a deeper world. Why are you following? Because it's my choice. Two knights followed after Nidhogg. Vlad and August leaped over buildings, chasing after Nidhogg. The elves are enemies of the Empire. Who's the enemy and who's the ally? In this world, there's only problems and solutions. Prevent the distribution of Epsilon, and thereby prevent the Empire from being flooded with drugs. August had joined Vlad solely to achieve that goal. After I have done them a favor, I can ask them to distribute elven tea. We can settle the debts later. It was more important to plug the hole in the dam than to argue over who was at fault. The Empire was in such a weakened state that it couldn't afford to unleash rightful anger. Where are you? The eyes of the former captain of Imperial Security Guard, now focused on Nidhogg, began to shine with a blue light. It was a technique that only August, who had spent a lifetime distinguishing truth from lies, could attempt. What are you doing? Seeing through weaknesses. Everyone has something they want to hide. Their own weaknesses, flaws they don't want to expose, fatal vulnerabilities that once pierced can never be restored. That's why people hide their weaknesses with lies and intimidation, like the current Nidhogg. The front paw. Inside the membrane, the scales were tough and the erected thorns were vicious. The horn protruding from its forehead was so sharp it could tear through anything, but Nidhogg was not satisfied with just that. It seems like the armpit area inside the blood membrane is its weak spot. Attack there. The dragon from the east, who still harbored desires for the sky, still bore traces of wings. The messy membrane, stubbornly attached with obstinacy, was Nidhogg's weakness. The aura reflected in August's eyes said so. At that moment, Nidhogg's advance was suddenly obstructed with a loud noise. Buildings crumbling, rocks surging out from the ground. A giant magic circle suddenly appeared, blocking Nidhogg's path. It's magic! Vlad quickly turned his head towards the world tree upon hearing August's words. Though not clearly visible, some elves were gathered in front of the world tree. They were the elder of the elves. Good, take advantage of this gap. The magic circle created by the elders was undoubtedly designed by high-level sorcery. However, Nidhogg was already in its adult form. Dragons who had reached maturity were beings who could not be deceived by magic that fooled the world. What the? Nidhogg began to tear apart the magic circle as if it were a piece of meat. With the dragon's formidable bite force, the magic circle was being torn apart. Damn it! Magic circles shattered in the sky above. Vlad gritted his teeth as he watched the debris of the magic circle falling like glass shards. Is this a dragon? The young deathworm, which had not yet reached maturity. Lindworm, who had just realized that he was a dragon. Vlad had faced two dragons before, but the Nidhogg before him was a completely different opponent. Has the Dragon Slayer Knight Order really faced such dragons before? 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The magic circles, breaking apart and reforming each time, were undoubtedly created by squeezing out the energy of the elders. However, the newly formed magic circles were becoming fainter, and projectiles flying from all directions were decreasing in number. An opponent that magic couldn't handle. The elves' decision to intercept the dragons from outside before they came in, if there were warriors, any means to find a way, was now returning as a fatal mistake. Vlad. Charge, damn it! the massive body finally reached the world tree. Elder Geronimo tried to block Nidhogg until the end by spreading out his arms, but his old body could no longer express clear determination. Dark red blood that he could not swallow flowed from the corner of his mouth. Nidhogg, the cruel predator who swept away all obstacles. Finally, Nidhogg's claw struck the young world tree. Under the moonlight, branches swayed in confusion, the girl's body bouncing painfully in the distance. Both the young tree and the priestess were trembling in fear as they felt the greed coming from the dragon's claws. The breath of destruction was right next to them. "I'll lure him, got it," the young spirits at the end of the world tree. While Nidhogg's gaze momentarily focused there, Vlad and August swiftly rushed in from both sides. HMPH, with his left eye closed, August conjured his own world. From his sword, the radiant dawn of a new day began to emerge. Former captain of the Imperial Security Guard, August, his light was the dawn that exposed lies. Right here, no matter how much one identifies a weakness, it's meaningless without exploiting it. In the sudden appearance of August, Nidhogg's snout, which was about to climb onto the tree, quickly covered his armpit. "You are ugly," August's gaze intensified as he faced the fierce breath. Yet, if he could hold this creature's attention here, there would undoubtedly be an opening for Vlad on the other side. However, Nidhogg didn't intend to engage August. He simply spewed out sharp thorns and hurriedly tried to climb upward. A stream of venom began to spray over the head of the old knight. "Damn it!" Vlad, rushing from the other side, saw August falling far away and quickly closed his left eye. Although he wanted to seize the perfect opportunity if possible, the situation didn't allow for it. Before that bastard climbs up, there wasn't enough time to bring up the deep world, but Vlad captured at least a trace of the voice. A white lightning began to form from Vlad's left eye. "You son of a bitch," Nidhogg is about to step on the world tree and climb up. At the tip of his pitch-black claws trembled the young spirits. Dragons consume potential to become more perfect. And now these newly born young spirits were undoubtedly bundles of potential that dragons would surely covet. "Right here, you bastard." Understanding Nidhogg's intention, Vlad began to ascend the world tree without hesitation, launching a swift assault. A streak of lightning starting from the ground was piercing into Nidhogg's side, fast, sharp, and more fierce than anyone else. "That's it." Even August, rolling on the ground, clenched his fist at just the perfect moment. Vlad's sword, reaching towards the weakness, showed no sign of wavering. However, Nidhogg's movements were agile enough to exceed everyone's expectations. Vlad's world touched Nidhogg more sensitively than any other world. Kind recognizes kind. A dark shadow was falling across Vlad's gaze. It was Nidhogg's tail, full of poison. Pow! The air was filled with the sound of something shattering, accompanied by someone's screams as shards scattered from beneath the world tree. Like shattered starlight, deep within the world tree, within the warm embrace of the established roots, there was a silver knight kneeling alone, bowing his head, without an ego but with determination. The silver blade sharpened its blade in response to the unpleasant sensation felt outside. One was the greedy dragon of the east, and the other was the young dragon carrying the cold wind from the north. However, the silver sword couldn't easily judge. To the young dragon carrying the cold wind from the north, there was certainly a familiar aura. That aura was undoubtedly a remnant of someone who had been with it. "I am a talisman protecting the world tree, but I am originally a sword. The sword must be drawn to reveal its true form, so come to me, you should be able to draw me." The silver sword, standing under the moonlight, proudly raised its head. Through the connecting worlds, it was silently calling the young dragon, bathed in starlight. Tonight's moonlight was blue, chapter 122. Broken shards are noisy in the night sky. The divine protection of a white snake that shines loudly with it, and there was a magic circle with a messy crack right in front of it. This is beyond the dizzyingly broken magic circle. Geronimo, with a pale complexion, reached out his arm. The red color on his pure white lips is vivid. "Vlad, snap out of it." Vlad's vision isn't quite clear. It feels like something warm is trickling down his forehead, likely from a blow. "Damn it," even August's voice pulling him back feels distant. Through gradually returning vision, he sees elves rushing towards Nidhogg. How many do you see? How many fingers am I holding up?" Firm, sharp, and cunning. The most formidable adversary encountered thus far. Nidhogg approached Vlad like an insurmountable wall. "I can't tell about the fingers, but he had 3 bloody claws for sure." "It's fine. Get up." August lifted Vlad up, looking at his blue eyes that were shaking but had regained focus. "This young knight hasn't lost his resolve. He's going up. Throw the grappling hooks." Shouts echo as grappling hooks are thrown from various directions. But with just a few dozen elves, they couldn't stop Nidhogg's relentless advance. Amidst Nidhogg's resounding roar, the elves tumble and falter in all directions. Ropes tangled around his neck and feet from all directions, but it was insufficient to halt the momentum of Nidhogg, driven by hunger. Elves pulling on the ropes were being dragged mercilessly. "Can you do it?" "At least once." At August's words, Vlad quickly assessed his condition. His armor was partially shattered, but the protection of the white snake still faintly glimmered. Though Rutger's sword ominously wavered, its sharpness remained. Perhaps it will be able to fulfill its role at least once. Do you know how to climb a tree? I'm from the city, so then it would be good to learn this time. August and Vlad's gazes were fixed on the same place. Something dreadful climbing the world tree under the moonlight. The cries of spirits from above were pitiful. Now, elves holding onto the rope swayed back and forth. In between them, young and old knights dashed out. The two people, who started from the ground but had their eyes on the sky, closed their left eyes without anyone taking the initiative. Two stars were twinkling behind the dragon climbing towards the sky. You bastard! August, who arrived first in a straight line, swiftly climbed up around Nidhogg's tail and plunged his sword in. It wasn't necessarily a weak point, but it was the least defended area. Perhaps he could divert the creature's attention here. Feeling the sharp force from behind, Nidhogg's pupils narrowed vertically. Cuck, the tail approaching dizzyingly, was fierce. Already burdened with holding onto the tree with one hand, August did his best to evade. Phew, he narrowly dodged Nidhogg's tail. However, thorns flew relentlessly through the swirling wood debris. August, having already experienced Nidhogg's attacks once before, calmly exhaled. Why didn't that come out sooner? August's narrowed eyes gleamed with a blue hue. The original intention behind discerning weaknesses was to find the optimal path. Through the thicket of flying thorns, August saw a glimmering path. It was the only route to avoid Nidhogg's flying thorns. Hup! Amidst the malicious thorns, the old body dodged. August's movements, cleverly avoiding thorns that were faster than arrows, were already almost magical. Vlad makes a big comeback following the curve. Vlad, who had arrived on top of Nidhogg, saw August's movements through his closed left eye. The roar of the dragon and the trembling of the world tree, and his world shining under the desolate moonlight, was approaching as a vivid scene. Now, Vlad! August's afterimage still lingered. Before that image vanished, Vlad swiftly descended towards Nidhogg's head. There it is. It was as faint as a shadow, but the path reached him. Vlad's right eye, wide open until then, began to glow with a blue light. What? Ignoring August's confusion, Vlad calmly charged towards Nidhogg's horn. Crash! Rutger's sword shattered into pieces. Seeing Vlad cutting his thorns, Nidhogg's lips curled up in a sneer directed at humans. But the target of that sneer continued to coldly stare back at him. The human didn't stop. Even though it was creaking, Vlad thought it would hold up for once. That was the only path he had seen. Huah! Amidst the flying shards of the sword, Vlad's right hand began to sparkle. From Vlad's hand, a white lightning bolt descended ruthlessly towards Nidhogg's greedy eyes. Laugh at me again, the feeling of the blade sharply digging in. The sword was short but intense. Suddenly, Jorge's dagger, which had been drawn, was piercing into Nidhogg's eye. Finally, Nidhogg's agonizing scream echoed loudly through the world tree. The knight with the blue eyes had made a single mark on the flawless being. It was Vlad's swing towards the colossal wall blocking him. He is Vlad of Shora, but he's also Vlad of the back alley. Vlad didn't hide the dark memories that formed his roots. Jorge's shining dagger. With a single gesture from Vlad, Nidhogg's eye was bursting out. Grrrrrrrr, die you bastard. In their respective wounds, the two dragons were roaring at each other. Today I will kill you, I will kill you. Damn it. The agonizing struggles were intense and the panicked movements were significant. August, overwhelmed by Nidhogg's desperate thrashing, lost his footing and missed his chance to pursue his path. Stripped of even the smallest space to maneuver, August could no longer assist Vlad. Watch out! With a warning shout, a single star that had opened a path for the young knight fell beneath the world tree, along with the blood flowing from the last place he had stood. Damn! Vlad had no time to worry about the falling August. Nidhogg's eye was now fiercely glowing, directed at their last remaining enemy. Crash, roar, crash, crash, the world tree was shaking mercilessly. Unable to detach Vlad from his head, Nidhogg was thrusting his sharp horn into the young world tree. Vlad was shaking violently and blood was spraying from the burst eye. Arg! Vlad was waving back and forth like a flag, relying on Jorge's dagger that was barely inserted. The fragments of the world tree that burst out from behind were sharp. This son of a bitch! Though Jorge's dagger had done its best, it was not deep enough. It would have been better to have a sword that could penetrate deeper, but this was Vlad's best. Roar! Finally, Nidhogg's head pierced through the trunk of the world tree. Though he held on tenaciously, the handle of the dagger, slick with blood, was not something Vlad could hold on to for long amidst the ongoing intense shocks. Amidst the continued violent shocks, Vlad was finally thrown from Nidhogg's head. For a moment, Vlad felt the dizzying sensation of falling and his hands were left floundering. At that moment, the sanctuary within the world tree, which he had seen with the girl, was empty. The world tree had emptied itself to receive the sunlight and moonlight down to its roots. A single star was falling towards the spiritual roots. The roar of the dragon from above was gradually fading from Vlad's ears. The air enveloping his head feels cool. When Vlad opened his eyes with difficulty, what he saw was not Nidhogg's fierce gaze. Where is this? Red maple leaves flutter. What Vlad was now greeted with was the autumn scenery contained within the amber stone. Are you hurt? Vlad turned his head towards the direction where the voice came from, someone standing under the large maple tree. Though only seen from behind and though they had never met, Vlad felt like he knew who it was. An injured young knight, the man looking at Vlad had a subdued voice. I did my best, it didn't go well. Vlad slowly got up and walked towards him with faltering steps. But no matter how much he walked, he couldn't get any closer to him. It's still not working. It seemed the gap between the voice and Vlad could not be bridged yet. After walking so hard, he still couldn't reach him. It was rather heartbreaking for the young knight. No matter how hard I try, it doesn't work, nothing works. The boy from the alley has become a knight facing off against the dragon. Each step, each progression was a painful journey of endurance and perseverance, yet before Vlad still loomed the towering wall and the immense world. No matter how much he climbed, all he grasped were small successes, leaving the young knight feeling exhausted. The man bit his lip when he heard Vlad's crying voice coming from behind him. How could one comfort the sadness of attempting and yet failing to reach? Nevertheless, I am proud of you. The world is often filled with more things one cannot do than things one can. Still, the boy from the alley never stopped reaching for the star hanging above the blacksmith's shop. The voice could not forget the light shining in the boy's eyes at that moment. Even if no one acknowledges it, I am proud of you for looking up. The world may be vast and cruel. But do not forget this, the place you look at will soon become your world, so lift your head up, young knight. Was I doing well? Yes. It's too difficult, I want to give up now. You've done well enough until now. Just keep doing what you've been doing. With each encouragement from the voice, the young knight's head lifted higher. Having walked this path once before, I know just how difficult it is. Young knight, you are truly doing remarkably well. You are right and you are just. With those words, the voice threw the sword sheath hanging from his waist to Vlad. It was a silver sword emitting a majestic light, the sword of the Swordmaster. This is… Vlad lifted his head to look at the voice. The figure now turned towards him. Though the man's face was obscured by deep shadows, his lips were visible. He was smiling. So now it's your turn. Maple leaves are fluttering. The vibrant red leaves filling his vision seemed to bid farewell as they spread their fingers, saying goodbye. The figure of the smiling man under the tree was getting further and further away. My turn. As the fluttering leaves disappeared along with the autumn scene, Vlad, awakening once more, found himself gazing not at the autumn landscape but at the moonlight above. The pure white moon was filling Vlad's blue eyes. Grrrr. Finally, Nidhogg reached the top of the world tree. His greedy gaze fell upon the young spirits hanging between the branches. Gazing at the multitude of terrified young spirits, Nidhogg grinned as if in delight. His left eye was torn out, his tail partially severed. Despite the meager appearance, it doesn't matter. Now I will seize the potential of those children to become even more perfect. That's not going to happen. At that moment from somewhere came a resolute voice. There was a presence daring to throw cold mockery towards the one who dared to become perfect. A knight with blue eyes. His narrowed eyes were fierce like a wild dragon, but what he held was the sword of a knight, a being who held two incompatible worlds within. Vlad of Shora, grrrr. Nidhogg burst into wild anger as he saw Vlad standing in front of him. He couldn't shake him off no matter how hard he tried. The only ones standing at the highest point of Osrina were Vlad and Nidhogg. Now no one else would protect the spirits behind him. Now it's my turn. A little deeper. Vlad slowly opened his left eye, which he had been closing while taking deep breaths. A deeper world. He knew it was not in his eyes but within his heart. Now it's his turn to protect. A light that originated from the heart began to shine alongside the silver sword. Uwahya, grrrr. With the starlight, abandoning the young spirits behind, began to reach out towards the dragon. Faster and more intense than anyone else, with only his own determination imbued within. Vlad avoided the sharp horns by taking the nimble steps that the one-eyed knight taught him. Swiftly, he parried the rapidly incoming thorns with the protection of the white snake and reinforced armor. Slightly pushed back, but he held his ground through reinforced ankles with Larman's technique. Find the most optimal path that someone showed him today. The worlds overlaid upon the swordsmanship of a swordmaster were opening a path for Vlad. Krrrrah. Nidhogg, seeing the young dragon standing up against him, widened his eyes in disbelief. To become perfect, one must climb over others' potential. However, the young dragon with blue eyes was surpassing the wall with his own potential alone, a sight that would make anyone proud. Grrrr. Vicious thorns were breaking between the torn skin. The relentless potential, which couldn't fly alone, was splitting apart with the starlight. The voice of the dragon, dreaming of perfection, was fading away with screams. Now it's my turn. Today, a newly emerged star was shining at the highest point of Osrina. So that anyone could look at it, so that anyone could look upon it. That light was the starlight that the boy had harbored in his heart all along. Chapter 123, The Sharpest Dragon Nidhogg. But now atop that dragon, one elf was catching his breath. I need to go. Two arrows still protruded from the dragon's eyes. At the tip of the arrows, white brain matter trickled down. If the strength failed to reach deeper, you could shoot right then and there. Barades got close enough to see in his eyes and eventually succeeded in shooting an arrow into the dragon's brain. Thus, he managed to stop one dragon. Everyone get up. However, the glory of victory was short-lived as Barades's voice trembled when calling out to his comrades. They killed the dragon, but they couldn't stop there, because the dragon they aimed to stop was not just one. We have to go back now. With Barades's command, warriors scattered throughout began to rise from their places with groans. They had fought tooth and nail for just one arrow, yet they still couldn't rest. From the distant young world tree, screams seemed to echo all the way here. Shit. Though everyone's gaze remained alive, they were all too worn out. The adult dragon was nothing short of a disaster, and the warriors had to give everything they had to stop its evil intentions. Destruction crept towards the world tree, yet the warriors were not standing where they needed to be. Grrrrr. In an instant, along with the dragon's roar, a sharp light began to rise from the tip of the world tree's branches. It was brief, but it was a dazzling light that everyone had to look at. Even Barades, who was exhausted, and the injured warriors couldn't help but raise their heads in the presence of such intensity. In the highest place of the elven forest, Osrina, a light they had never seen before was twinkling, like starlight rising towards the sky. As the star rose, the dragon was falling. The world tree was incredibly precious to the elves. That's why even someone like August, who was just a guest, could create the current situation. He was the benefactor who protected the world tree last night. Why did you want to see us, human knight? Elders of the elves were scattered here and there without unified intervals. Although they had knights who protected the world tree in front of them, the eyes of the elders, who had not yet escaped from Nidhogg's nightmare, were still sharp. I have something important to tell you all, which is why I demanded this meeting. However, August took advantage of this moment to demand a meeting with the elders. The former captain of the Imperial Security Guards knew well that there was no time as vulnerable as when anxiety shook. The elves' resentment towards the Empire was strong, so August knew that the only time he could dig into their hostility was now. Speak, Absilon, please stop the circulation of the drug known as Tujan leaves. With August's words, the lips of the elders firmly sealed shut. The words from the old knight were not demands for compensation, but rather statements in an entirely unexpected direction. Why are you telling us not to sell tea that's circulating perfectly fine? Interfering in our affairs, even from someone who protected the world tree, is an excessive act. Resistance was erupting from various places among the elders. Selling Tujan leaves to humans was a new avenue and opportunity for the elves. Even if Geronimo were sitting here, he wouldn't have easily agreed to this demand. I guess I said it too bluntly. However, August was someone who knew the underlying stories that the elves still didn't speak of. The eyes of the former captain, who had spent his whole life uncovering the truth, gleamed sharply. I'm saying no more drugs should be circulated in the Empire. What did you just say? As August's words shot like arrows, a spark ignited in the eyes of some elders. I don't quite understand. The night before them was now too dangerous to be accepted as a mere guest. August felt a small satisfaction as he sensed the clear change in the eyes of the elders looking at him. Indeed, the elves knew that Absilon was a drug. Why would you try to sway us with such clumsy lies, as expected from an arrogant knight of the Empire? If you continue selling Absilon, even the newly settled forest won't be safe. The knight who had uncovered the truth managed to see through someone's sinister intentions. Indeed, it wasn't the elves who started this. It all began from the capital of the Empire, Brigantes. What are you talking about? The elder who held the greatest authority in place of Geronimo frowned. He had expected this to be noticed sooner or later. However, the words of the old knight that followed were utterly incomprehensible. Clearly, at this moment the Empire is faltering and the authority of the imperial family is crumbling. It's not that I don't understand your intention to take advantage of that opportunity to unleash the long-standing grudges. The vast world known as the Empire still stood upon the corpses of countless worlds. And the world of the elves was no exception. While the perfect dragon set fire to the mother of World Tree, it was the Empire that seized the western forest of the elves. Your words are excessive, human knight. No matter how much you draw your sword for the world tree, your current statements have crossed the line. Eyes as sharp as the chill of autumn, the momentum is fierce as if no further remarks will be allowed. We will spare your life considering what you have done for us. Regardless of what August said, the elves had no intention of halting their green vengeance. The Empire, once solid, had never been as shaky as it was now, and they believed that with a little more venom and effort, they could gain independence from the Empire's influence. You must not be mistaken, elders, the Empire has not weakened. August remained loyal to the empire, and at the heart of that empire stood the imperial family. It's just that the power of the imperial family has weakened. The nobles of the empire had been inflating their power without any major wars. And now, their influence had grown so strong that it could no longer be controlled by the power of the imperial family alone. The nobles have long been seeking justification to raise their banners. August knew this well. In the empire, there were those who believed that with just a small opening, they could topple the sturdy walls and end the era of the Swordmaster. And in my opinion, here they have found a great justification and pretext to raise their banners. Elves were biting the leashes that were confining them. And who are you? Having been confined for so long, they hadn't been able to see beyond. But the knight before them was forcibly expanding the elves' perspective with sharp warnings. My name is August. August removed his gray hood, raising his sword. Contrary to its modest appearance, the sword was adorned with lavish decorations on its black scabbard. At its tip, a red gem embedded in the center of the hilt bore a shining pattern. I was the former captain of the Imperial Security Guards, a fierce dragon, and a sword pressing down on that dragon. August wielded the emblem of the imperial family, one that only a select few could bear. Selling Epsilon will ultimately come back to you as a deadly poison. August, former captain of the Imperial Security Guards. Though now in the lowest position, he was still a knight determined to fulfill his unfinished mission. He was giving everything he had for his final mission. With the rising spring breeze, the morning sky gradually pushed away the darkness. Though the night before had been tumultuous, the morning was serene. However, Vlad was abruptly awakened by the noisy chirping of birds in his ears. The chirping of birds from the early morning was cheerful. So noisy, Vlad had no choice but to open his eyes and woke up with a groan. Ugh! Bandages wrapped around various parts of his body squeezed Vlad's entire frame. It felt as if the tender touch of the girl who had applied all sorts of medicines was still clinging to him. At this rate, I might as well change my name to Unkillable. His body bore scars from the sharpest malice. However, the emptiness felt from within was more difficult for Vlad to bear than the pain he felt everywhere. Did I overdo it? Although it is not clearly visible, mental strength is also a resource that is clearly consumed. Last night, Vlad had transcended his limits to evoke a deep world, and the repercussions were now tormenting his mind beyond the physical. It felt similar to when he forcibly drew upon the power of the voice in the past. Captain, why are you up so early? It's noisy. Noisy, entering the room to bring breakfast, Got looked at Vlad with a puzzled expression in response to his answer. It's incredibly quiet right now. Contrary to Vlad's words, the morning was not noisy at all, but rather tranquil and clear, typical of the elven forest. Got began to flick his fingers around Vlad's ears, wondering if something was wrong due to yesterday's battle. Could it be that your ears were injured during the fight yesterday? No, they're fine. Vlad knew well that it wasn't that kind of issue, despite Got's efforts to check. Those darn little things are noisy, seriously. Vlad furrowed his brow at the chirping still audible above his head. Got wouldn't know that the room was filled with chirping, barking, and purring little creatures as if it were a menagerie. A young bird sitting on Vlad's head as if it were its own home was flapping its tiny wings, unable to fly. Ha! Vlad raised his hand to brush his face, tired of the antics of the little creatures whose commotion was now visible even with his eyes closed. The deep world he had forcibly summoned had not yet subsided into Vlad's subconscious, like a pond whose bottom had been disturbed. He might not get a good night's sleep for a few days due to their antics. Avoiding the gaze of the spirits, Vlad looked at the sword lying next to the bed between his fingers wrapped around his face. It was a silver sword surrounded by young spirits, its appearance dignified in the morning sunlight. But Captain, what's this sword? I've never seen one like it before. Got's question about the extraordinary sword was natural, and Vlad answered honestly, it's the Swordmaster's sword. Huh, that's what the elves called it. As soon as Vlad finished speaking, the Swordmaster's sword flashed, almost as if it were answering. Swordmaster, the Swordmaster. Don't make noise too, my head is already ringing. A legend and an honor. A noble silver sword that will clearly show off its shine even if it is hidden among all the treasures in the world. However, Vlad's eyes as he looked at the sword were filled with complexity. I definitely need to ask about this. The man who claimed to slay the dragon, the man who could see the forgotten world of spirits. And now the man wielding the sword of the imperial family. Surely that man had handed Vlad this sword in his dreams, as if it were his own. Chapter 124. Below the world tree marked by the traces of a dreadful nightmare, an old knight arrived at the busy scene to handle the remains of Nidhogg. May I take a moment to examine the corpse of this creature? Certainly. The elves, who had been busy dissecting the dragon's corpse, abruptly made way for the unwelcome guest. August, a human knight, while he was undoubtedly a benefactor who had protected the world tree from the elves' perspective, he was also a subtly challenging presence. Well, I appreciate this. Opportunities to observe a dragon's carcass are rare indeed. A welcome presence, yet simultaneously feared. The old investigator, who had spent his life investigating something, merely responded with a smile to the all-too-familiar reaction. Let's start with the left eye. August, who thought he had done all his work here, began to act like a retired knight, or rather he was merely following what piqued his interest. As I said, he has cut through to the inner layer of the skin. Traces of the sword, starting from Nidhogg's eye, flowed like waves, reaching even the armpits inside the skin. This was a fatal blow, and even to the heart hidden within. August perceived that this was the fatal blow that had ended Nidhogg's life. But he didn't stop here. Despite his victory being assured, Vlad's sword did not cease. The persistent wounds extended so relentlessly that it even reached the tail, which August had partially severed, seeming to cut through bone and flesh as if scraping off the bone and flesh. Even though victory was assured, he did not stop. Even if the swordsmanship originates from the same root, each will have its own distinctiveness as it branches out, and even in the blade of Vlad that is now visible, there was still a potent individuality yet to bloom. The name of that individuality recognized by August was none other than cruelty. This one's a tough nut to crack. August scratched his head and rose from his seat. Among the many human figures he had encountered while carrying out numerous missions, there was none as difficult to judge as this one. Noble in the beginning, yet brutal in the end. The young knight from the north wielding the imperial sword was just as contradictory as the scars visible before him. The sunlight pouring in through the window was warm. Feeling the unmistakable energy of spring now, Vlad hastily brushed his hand over his head. "Shouldn't you all go back home now, please?" A small tuft of fur fell to the table with a clink at Vlad's gesture. A spirit that looked like a chick started to squeak angrily, but Vlad just took off his jacket, ignoring the young spirit's gesture. "I feel refreshed now that it's quiet." It's visible yet unheard. Vlad breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that deep world that had been like a storm had finally calmed down. Though he had been fixated on delving into the deep world for a clearer aura, after experiencing this incident, he realized the importance of maintaining calmness. This medicine is too good. After shaking off all the young spirits that were clinging to him, Vlad unwrapped the bandages wrapped around his body and licked his lips. The scars on his palms from gripping the blade had long disappeared without a trace, and the wounds acquired from the battle with Nidhogg were now at a stage where bandages were no longer needed. "I should ask for some later. A great medicine is akin to having an extra life." Vlad, who had lived with minor wounds his whole life, recognized at a glance the value of elven medicine. Oh, what if you remove them too soon? Despite the constant bustling of the little beings, the room was quiet with no sound to be heard. Interrupting the silence of the room, a girl entered. "It seems like I am almost healed now." The wounds were deep, there were cracks in the bones. The girl's words were not an exaggeration. If Vlad's wounds had been treated in the usual manner, it would have taken at least over a month to heal injuries that were as severe as having cracks in the bones. "Quick, lie back down, you need to stay here for another week at least." Sometimes she looked excessively young despite her appearance, and at other times she possessed a keen gaze. The priestess of the World Tree, whose name was still unknown, was overly protective of Vlad, disregarding his status as a precious guest. "By the way, the medicine is great. Can I get some later?" Seeing the girl's unexpectedly stern expression, Vlad tried to change the subject. "And do you happen to have any medicine for coughs, preferably without any side effects?" Seeing the clear green color of Epsilon, the first person who came to mind was Joseph. His lord always suffered from the cold northern air, especially when it aggravated his cough. Surely, if it were the elves, they would have the right medicine for Joseph as well. Such a valuable medicine would undoubtedly make an excellent gift on his way back. "A cough, medicine." As Vlad asked for the medicine, the girl hesitated for a moment, tilting her head in thought. The golden eyes of the girl who was facing Vlad sparkled for just a moment. Vlad realized that the girl was momentarily looking elsewhere, not at him. It felt as if she was looking at something farther away through his own eyes. "If you want, I'll give it to you, but it won't make much of a difference." Suddenly, the girl turned her head to the medicine bottle and returned to the normal appearance that Vlad knew. "The reason you were able to recover so quickly is because your innate vitality is strong." The girl shook her head with an apologetic expression. "So, even if you take the best medicine, it won't be of much use to that person. Our medicine works differently." "I see." It was as if she knew who he would give it to. As Vlad listened to the girl, he was struck by a strange feeling. Although he couldn't quite understand it, it felt like it made sense. "Knock, knock." Vlad, who had been lost in inexplicable thoughts for a while due to the girl's mysterious energy, was finally able to come to his senses when he heard a knock on the door next to him. The girl, whose name is still unknown, often led Vlad into an atmosphere akin to a fantasy with each passing moment. "Who is it?" Unlike the girl who bursts open the door, it is a polite sound that announces its arrival. Waiting for Vlad, who had become the master of the room as the guest, was an elf with dark blue eyes. Have you been well? I've been busy lately and haven't had a chance to check on you, so I apologize. The leader of the Rangers, Barades. He was leaning on the door and smiling. Even if it's your room, you should at least wear some clothes. It's not nice to be seen like this with the priestess around. Barades's gaze moved past Vlad to the girl sitting on the bed. The girl, waving her hands as if welcoming Bardes, seemed to acknowledge his presence, despite not being physically present there. Barades's gaze, upon confirming that only Vlad and the girl were in the room, began to sharpen in an instant. Well, I was applying some medicine. Ah, I see, you might find it a bit difficult to move. Even without an invitation, Barades walked into the room and soon picked up the jacket from the bed, handing it to Vlad. I haven't finished applying it yet. It's all right, you're already much better. Taking the jacket, Vlad looked at Barades with a vacant expression. Why don't you put it on? Although he was smiling, there was a subtle stiffness in Barades's expression. And behind his shoulder, the girl returned to her normal gaze once again. For some reason, Vlad felt like their faces were overlapping in a peculiar way. The old knight requested a meeting before you did. So I think the elders called you a little late because they were handling that matter. I see. Vlad and Barades leave the building given to the guests and head toward the world tree. The eyes of the elves rounded as they watched the two. Or more precisely, they were smiling pleasantly, observing the young spirits trailing after Vlad. So I hope you don't feel too upset. The elders certainly haven't forgotten about you. They must have been busy. I understand, Vlad remembered. The old Geronimo who had placed a magic circle on himself to fight off Nidhogg's claws. Seeing the chief of elf elders collapse, bleeding, Vlad could fully understand the elf's dilemma. By the way, it's a shame your sword and armor were so badly damaged. While the elf's loss was undoubtedly significant, Nidhogg's retaliation had also dealt a severe blow to Vlad personally. He lost his sword and armor, which can be said to be the foundation of a knight. Even setting aside their symbolic and protective value, just considering their worth alone, they were easily worth 20 gold pieces. Indeed. It seems so. Vlad looked at the silver sword he was holding, accompanied by Barades's words. The swordmaster's sword that he couldn't bear to wear at his waist. However, Vlad could feel that the weight of the sword had become much heavier than before. The weight, which had changed considerably from when he stretched it towards Nidhogg, made Vlad ponder deeply. Let's go in, the tallest building among those erected in front of the world tree. Barades opened the door leading there and guided Vlad inside with his outstretched hand. Inside the vast building, where sunlight streamed in from all directions, Vlad took a deep breath, feeling as if he had entered into the heart of a tree. The scent of the forest lingered. Let's go up. Grooves carved like stairs, stepping on each one, Vlad ascended until he reached a massive door. I'm Barades, I've brought a guest from the world tree. Please come in. With the voice of permission from inside, the door opened by itself without anyone pushing it. As Vlad stepped inside, he squinted momentarily at the sunlight filtering through. The space felt familiar, yet everything was overwhelmed by its size. Throughout the grand hall, the elders' eyes quietly watched Vlad. Welcome. Vlad, human knight. The elders' demeanor towards Vlad was gentle. Despite being a citizen of the Empire, an enemy they never ceased to loathe, the fact that he had protected the world tree was enough to change the stern attitudes of the elders. I hope you've been comfortable during your stay. It has been as comfortable as being at home. The knight, lying wounded without weapons or armor, spoke not out of mere courtesy, but from the genuine interest the elves had shown him during his time there. Well then, I'm glad. However generous their treatment might have been, it wouldn't fully repay Vlad for his deeds. If he hadn't stood against Nidhogg to protect the world tree that day, the echoes throughout Osrina wouldn't be the sound of hammers, but rather the sorrowful cries of loss. We've heard that you lost both your sword and armor. Of course, we intend to compensate adequately for that. The elder, who was presiding over the meeting on behalf of the great elder, stretched out his hand and pointed to the weapons hanging next to him. These are armor. One is an outer layer and the other is an under layer for support. Vlad's gaze followed the elder's gesture, armor shining under the morning sunlight. Similar to the one he received from San Regino, yet sleeker and seemingly lighter, reflecting the agility, the characteristic of the elves. Still, among the broken pieces, there was one intact part which we attached to the new armor. Vlad's eyes followed the elder's explanation. The breastplate on the left side of the chest. The inscription engraved there felt familiar. A knight who protected the children. I think this phrase suits you well. From the misty village to the world tree, the young knight's footsteps always led to the same destination. Now about the sword. They gave him the armor, now it's time to give him the sword. But the elder's words about the sword trailed off faintly as if fading into the background. The silver sword wielded by the young knight. A sword that could never be replaced, no matter what else they offered. The gazes of the elders upon the swordmaster's sword were complex and conflicted. If you wish, you may take it. It's a sword we cannot wield ourselves after all. The Swordmaster's sword had been here to protect the World Tree, and now the young knight before them had drawn it to defend the World Tree. Surely he was worthy of wielding it. That much was an undeniable fact, so if Vlad said he wanted to take the sword, there was nothing they could do. I will return it. An unpredictable presence. A bundle of possibilities and surprises. As he slowly lowered the silver sword, the elders watched Vlad in astonishment. No, why? The elders were left speechless as they watched Vlad slowly lowering the sword. The Swordmaster's sword was an artifact coveted not only by humans but also by elves. This sword doesn't like it. What? It doesn't want to leave here. As soon as it touched the ground, the silver sword seemed to stick to it as if glued. Seeing the silver sword firmly attached to the ground, the elders and Baratis were at a loss for words. If you're going to give me a sword, then make a new one for me. The best sword wasn't necessary. He only needed a sword that was truly his own, a sword that could contain his own will completely. I hope that sword listens to me well. More than the countless stars in the night sky, the boy desired the faint star hanging in the blacksmith shop. A sword that was truly his own. Vlad still longed for the unadorned sword made from an old man's dream and bought with a girl's tears. Chapter 125. Late at night, the sound of drums resounds with a heavy sound. In sync with that sound, the white hem of a girl's robe twirls gracefully, spreading wide. The light emanating from the girl's robe encompasses more vividly than the torches scattered around. Summon it forth. As Elder Geronimo instructed, Vlad closed his eyes silently. The sound of the girl dancing around him grew nearer. Summon forth what you desire. Elders chanting spells, warriors stand ready with their weapons. And from the young world tree, droplets of light descend. Vlad, feeling the spirits intertwining with his shoulders, delves deep into his inner self. What do I want and what am I seeking to attain? The answer lies solely within oneself. As Vlad meditated, the blue metal wrapped in fluttering silk gradually rose into the air and began to shine. Slowly, Vlad raises his eyelids with the radiance and glimmer. Then, a single scene comes into view. An unadorned sword was visible floating brightly above the nostalgic image of the blacksmith shop. A sound is heard, the sound of the old blacksmith striking the sword. So do you have to stay here a little longer? They said it would take a week. I don't understand what they mean by making the sword through a ritual. August, who had packed his clothes, shrugged his shoulders while listening to Vlad's words. I don't understand it either, but I have to take what I get. August, who now needed to leave to conclude the mission, and Vlad, who had something to receive and thus needed to stay. Having entered this place with different purposes, they perhaps hadn't realized it was natural for them to leave at different times. By the way, I'm curious, who is your teacher? Although he may not know where he came from, the young knight is eager to find the roots of the sword he carries. August, who fully understood Vlad's feelings, decided to give him appropriate advice before leaving. I don't know about the imperial swordsmanship. You may find the list of dragon slayers if you go to the capital, Brigantes. The Dragulia family thoroughly records anything related to dragons. Those who swore to kill dragons. The Dragulia family, sensitive to everything related to dragons, had recorded the names of all dragon slayers to date. Perhaps Vlad's name would also be recorded at the very bottom. It's highly likely your teacher is on that list. A man who killed a dragon while using imperial swordsmanship. Up to this point, only one person had been officially listed on both of those lists. A knight who faced the sharpest dragon with the noblest sword, founding King Frossen. Ting, August broke the momentary silence between them by flicking a coin between his fingers, an old and rusty, insignificant coin. My name is August, a coin that only the lowest can hand over. Vlad accepted the ducat that Larmund once gave him and looked at August with silent contemplation. If anyone sees your swordsmanship later and says something, feel free to mention my name. A young knight using imperial swordsmanship. Although he was still somewhat immature, August painted even his own colors onto Vlad, who was blossoming his personality. He doesn't know who he is, but if he is able to recognize Vlad's origins, he will be able to detect his weaknesses through his own skills. But still, try not to get into trouble if possible. Although it wasn't a name that carried great prestige if it came down to it, the name of the former captain of the Imperial Security Guard would prevent the worst from happening. Thank you, Lord August. It feels strange to hear my name from you. August smiled faintly as he watched Vlad, who was paying him respects. It was a brief but impactful encounter. His life had been one of unquestioning loyalty to the Empire, but leaving behind just a faint trace seemed to leave him feeling oddly satisfied. When you come to Brigantes later, look me up. With those words, August turned his head without hesitation. The old knight departed towards the rising morning sun. When he came in, he came with heavy doubts, but when he left, his shoulders seemed lighter and cheerful. Vlad quietly looked at the old coin resting in his palm as he watched August's retreating figure. Now there are 2 ducats. Holding a coin that was heavier than it looked, Vlad tucked the value of honor into his bosom. Has Grandpa gone? Yes. Now it was the guest room where only Vlad and Got stayed. However, Got, who should have been here, was always driven away somewhere, and the only person Vlad faced was an unknown girl. That's a relief. Why? I don't want to say. The girl's occasional words are incoherent. There was no subject or object, and it was unclear who or what she was referring to, but as she only spoke of what she saw, she too would not know the details. But is there really a white snake in Diamar? It's huge. Reading the girl's attempt to change the subject, Vlad grabbed the puppy's neck on his shoulder and answered. It's enough to swallow all the little spirits here in one bite. The puppy, as if begging to play, wagged its tail vigorously and its eyes gleamed with excitement. Its tail seemed to be made of flames. I'd like to see it. If I must specify, they might be considered uncles among the spirits. Do spirits have family trees? I'm not sure about that, but I just want to call them uncles. A white snake who must have been born from the mother world tree. The priestess of the young world tree seemed to take a keen interest in traces she had never seen before. It was understandable. Currently, she was in a position where she had to prepare the ritual by meditating on forgotten traces. I just need a sturdy longsword. There seemed to be a forge here. I don't like it, I'll do it for you. The priestess, who had been looking down at an ancient manuscript for a long time, looked at Vlad with sullen eyes and said, "Why are you saying that when I'm offering to do it? Everyone else wants to do it." As the girl's words trailed off, the young spirits began to open their mouths one by one, crying out in an indistinguishable chorus. They were probably whimpering and chirping. Although he couldn't hear it, Vlad closed his eyes as the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. "Anyway, you have to try it at least once. If I fail, everything will be forgotten," the girl said. "Understood," Vlad replied. If it didn't continue, it would be forgotten. The countless rituals that seniors should pass down to juniors and predecessors to successors now existed only in a few old books. Those who kindly taught them to the girl were severed by the passage of time. "Wait, we'll make something pretty for you." Vlad wasn't the only one who had to find his own path. There was also a girl here who had to find her own way and build something. Take your time. Sometimes there were burdens that couldn't be shared. Vlad, who couldn't dare to reach out to the girl who had to bear such a burden alone, simply decided to stay quietly by her side. "I'll be waiting," he said. With those words, Vlad held up an oiled cloth and cleaned Jorge's dagger. Looking at Vlad like that, the girl lifted up the book she was holding. The face was covered, but the pricking ears and golden eyes were directed at Vlad. On a night when the pure white full moon rose, the elves of Osrina began to gather in front of the world tree. "This feels burdensome, Captain. Just think of it as a festival." Surrounded by all the elves of the village, Vlad and Got felt a bit bewildered. They still didn't understand why they had to stand here instead of at the blacksmith's forge to make the sword. "The sun may be strict, but the moon is merciful. You have to close your eyes for a moment." Though his staff trembled in his grasp, Geronimo's voice remained clear. Having regained enough strength to move, Geronimo walked slowly to Vlad and addressed him. "So try to imagine the shape of the sword you desire. Just imagine it." Listening to Geronimo's words, Vlad looked at the kneeling girl before him. The girl was adorned with white cloth. A small crown woven with flowers and grass rested upon her head. The clearer and more vivid, the better. Understood. It looked different every time he saw her. Feeling the inexplicable mystery emanating from the girl whose name he still didn't know, Vlad nodded at Geronimo. "Close your eyes and prepare." With those words, Vlad closed his eyes quietly. The surrounding air suddenly becomes quiet. Vlad swallowed his saliva without realizing it in an atmosphere of tension rather than fear. "Let's begin, priestess." There was no grandiose beginning, only the sound of drums echoing softly. The girl stood up at the sound, quietly placed her hand on her chest, and looked at the young world tree. To the incomprehensible language of the elves, the girl began to dance, approaching Vlad and spreading out the cloth she held. It was like watching a butterfly fluttering its wings. The sound of drums grows louder. The melodious voice of the cheerful girl resonates widely along with the sound. The surroundings are filled with the purity of young spirits. Clang, clack, and beyond those sounds, faintly audible, is the sound of a hammer. Vlad focused on the sound and fell into a deeper world. Pitch-black darkness. Vlad walked into the dark mud, following the lead of the fluttering butterfly. The sticky sensation underfoot is familiar yet unpleasant. The mud was something that was difficult for the young boy to escape from, but for Vlad now it was only a momentary discomfort. Clang, clack, a nostalgic sound was heard from far away. Before he knew it, the white butterfly had flown away and was sitting quietly between the cracks in the door of the old blacksmith shop. Vlad lifts his head to gaze at the blacksmith shop, where a single star hangs highest. The unadorned sword, now a light rather than a sword, was quietly reflecting itself. It's been a while. Guided by the butterfly, Vlad crossed the deeply engraved footprints in front of the blacksmith shop and opened the door. There the forge emanates a simmering heat, and the relentless sound of a hammer fills the air. "I've come." "So you have." Vlad quietly closed his eyes as he listened to the clear voice, feeling as if the old blacksmith might vanish if he were to meet his gaze directly. I want to make a sword. A sword? The old man had said he would no longer forge swords. He had said that he couldn't make a proper sword with his old body and inadequate forge. Well, you've come at a good time. Good materials just came in. But now he was saying he would indeed do it. To him, his old body and worn-out tools could no longer be obstacles. This is a meteorite metal fallen from the stars, so it's pure and very hard. A voice filled with vigor, not gravelly as before. Hearing that voice, Vlad smiled. I hope it's a plain sword. Maybe it's because it was the first one I used, but I feel attached to it. Truth is, I can't make anything more than that. The old blacksmith, taking on the commission, swung the hammer vigorously. Clang, the puppy's tiny tail wagged loudly as it tended the fire. A small bird chirped atop the hammer. A young pufferfish cooled the water pitcher. A baby lizard poured sand onto the sword tirelessly. The girl's hair once brought the plain sword, but the young spirits were now contributing their essence to it. It's done. Already, Vlad wanted to stay a little longer, feeling the warmth he hadn't felt in a long time, but time in this place was not infinite. The white butterfly sitting by the door seemed to be growing tired. It was good to see you after so long. Now go. Vlad quietly opened his eyes, feeling the solid texture of the sword he had come to know so well. Blue light visible through white cloth fluttering like wings. A sword with no decorations but shining blue was waiting for Vlad there. Chapter 126. The winter was coming to an end, but this place was still full of coldness. A cold spot untouched even by the oncoming warmth of spring. The gaze of the man sitting there was as sharp as a sword. Is that the only reason you've come all the way here to blabber such nonsense? The only duke in the north, Timur Baranov, his expression icy as he looked down at the man before him. If I give you a piece of the dragon, you will return. Are you really trying to threaten me? The Rabnoma family in the west was already extinct. The pilgrims who watched over the oath had brought the dragon piece kept by the Rabnoma family and entrusted it to the north, and the man before him now was asking for one of them. As you know, Lord Duke, the potential of the dragon becomes more perfect as more pieces are gathered. Isn't Lindworm already attracted to that potential? Certainly, when it came to dragons, they couldn't hide anything from them. The butler sent by the Dragon Slayer Knight Order Debius had already grasped that Timur was holding two pieces. We Dragulia will share that burden. Please do not misunderstand our offer. Though his head was deeply bowed, was there sincerity within it, or was it just an illusion? Timur's gaze at Debius sank deep. I believe that the Baranov family will be able to resolve this issue as long as the Iron Duke only pays attention to the north and not the dragon. Timur's eyebrows twitched at Debius's proposal. In the end, Dragulia family was now forcing him to make a choice. A piece of the dragon or Baron Utman, but whichever he chose, it would only be a bitter loss for Timur. Iron doesn't change. The gaze of the man below, head bowed, was ominous. The dove sent by the dragon, the message that the dove carried still reeked of blood. The oath to the Swordmaster will likely be the same. Timur brushed off his hesitation and shook his head as if shaking off his thoughts. Having made his decision, he slowly rose from his seat and approached Debius. Go and relay the message to the Dragonblood Duke, the ruler of the north and the guardian of the oath, the Baranov family acknowledged by the Swordmaster. The northern lion approached Debius, who had his head down and opened his mouth with cold breath. Stop talking nonsense. Get rid of those jagged claws. Fallen dragon, iron will not bend to a dragon. Won't you regret it? That's none of your concern. He wasn't just making this decision because of the oath. As a rational ruler, he believed it was the right decision. He couldn't hand over the potential to a dragon with a leash around its neck. For the Utman family, we'll offer our support as well. We can't stand shoulder to shoulder with those who have accepted evil beings. The family that was in charge of one axis of the once strong Northern Alliance had rotted away. So they had to be cut off, in order to stand up with the full power of the North. While spring was finding its way everywhere in the north, only a cold atmosphere still lingered. The light coming in through the windows spread out in all directions. Watching the sunlight scattering across the table, Vlad furrowed his brow slightly. Sword, scabbard, armor. Watching the sparkling elven armor in the sunlight, found himself swallowing involuntarily. How much for all this? Just get lost. Seeing the insolent fellow trying to put a price on his armor, Vlad got away from the table. No, wait, you can reconsider. Your eyes just lit up with greed. Don't try to cheat me. Did they? Gott's enthusiasm died down at the sight of the back-alley thug still lingering beneath the noble facade. Although he looked like a smooth nobleman on the outside, Vlad had been fighting all his life and still harbored an untamed fierceness within him. Anyway, it's worth risking your life, right, Captain? Just quiet down. He couldn't help but feel pleased that the knight he served was rewarded handsomely. However, the downside was that the rewards from the elves were items that couldn't be shared with Gott. They said the sword sheath was made from a fragment of the world tree. The sturdy-looking black scabbard still had a clear wood grain despite being processed. They don't know if it was the intention of the craftsman who created it or the strong energy of the materials, but it gave off a unique feeling. The joints are flexible too, and it's thin. The plate armor provided by the elves looks sleek even though it was clearly made of iron. This is probably because there are many empty parts here and there to emphasize agility. In this chain armor, however, even if there were many empty parts in the armor, there seemed to be no need to worry too much. The silver inner armor rustled softly as it flowed down. The chain armor given by the elves was sewn so tightly that it looked like ordinary clothing when viewed from a distance. This is something I could just wear like regular clothes. The gambeson Vlad had been wearing as his undershirt may have been functional, but it was utterly inconvenient. It smelled, it was hot, and most importantly, it hindered his agile movements. However, the chain armor he was holding now not only fit snugly but was also lightweight, so Vlad couldn't help but like it. Knock knock, Got, please show her in. A girl knocking on the door, unnecessarily making noise with her mouth. Got quickly composed his expression and opened the door to greet the girl. Have you arrived, priestess? What about Vlad? Does he like it? Though she greeted him with a bright smile, Got's expression turned bitter as he watched the girl who seemed to only have eyes for Vlad as soon as she entered. He loves it. He's never seen equipment like this in his life. Really? As if the praise was directed at her, the girl's ears tinged slightly red. Sorry, I didn't make it properly. With the girl's apology, Vlad's gaze turned to the sword on the table. A long sword emitting a faint blue light. The sword created by the world tree, the girl, and the young spirits by beating up the meteorite may have been rough in shape, but it was a sword that seemed to have extraordinary strength. It's because it's our first time doing it, we didn't make it properly. However, although it may have the form, the sword in front of them could not be called a finished product. It was something that could not be helped since it was the first time the young people had tried this ritual following the faint records. Grandpa said that he sharpened the blade but did not temper it properly. Still, I think it will be usable. Without realizing it, she tapped her toe on the ground with a click. Vlad could tell from the increasingly shrinking voice that the girl was truly sorry. No, priestess. Though the girl said there were durability issues, the old blacksmith had clearly confirmed it. He was worried that his sword might catch Vlad's ankle, so Vlad knew that if it had been truly unusable, he wouldn't have given it up in the first place. It's a sword I truly like. The new sword, which conjured images of an unadorned sword, seemed to subtly change its color whenever Vlad looked at it. Each time he saw that light, Vlad felt as if something was filling his chest. Really? Well, I'm glad then. With Vlad's words, the girl's mood brightened and she quickly handed him a letter with a smile. What's this? It's a letter from me to Lady Alicia, the head of the Hainel family. I wrote an apology about the amber stone. Vlad, who had received proper compensation for protecting the world tree, had nothing appropriate to give to Alicia, who had lost her heirloom. Perhaps this issue would need to be resolved not through personal negotiations, but rather through the territories of Hainel and Osrina. Perhaps it's just the priestess. The great elder is also included. I see. He felt uneasy about delivering a letter from the girl who doesn't know where it will go. However, if the wise elder Geronimo's letter was also included, he could be reassured. The letter brought some comfort to the girl's knight, who only seemed to cause trouble for Alicia. Perhaps soon we'll send envoys to Hainel and Dobrechti. I want to meet the spirits there too. Understood. If the elves were to forge connections with humans anyway, it would be wise to establish ties with relevant lords. Moreover, for Alicia, who had few places to rely on, the influence of Osrina, though distant, might provide some comfort. And this. Unlike the letter, there was a neatly folded note. The note, folded like a four-leaf clover, was clearly a personal message from the girl. Open this when you reach a crossroads. A crossroads? Whispering quietly into Vlad's ear, the girl seemed worried that someone might overhear. The carefully folded note conveyed the sincerity of the girl. Then, farewell, I won't be able to see you off tomorrow. The girl just said her piece without answering Vlad's question. However, her sparkling golden eyes were filled with Vlad's image. I've been curious about something. What is it? It's now time to part ways. The girl, unsure when they would meet again, still smiled and looked at him. May I ask for your name? I realized I never knew it. In the human world, names are exchanged to form connections. Naturally, Vlad asked for the girl's name according to such etiquette. Name? Upon hearing Vlad's question, the girl stood frozen in place like a statue. Her ears gradually turned red. Why do you need my name? A sudden silence fell. Got's eyes darted around, trying to gauge the freezing atmosphere, but human common sense and elf common sense were completely different. The pointed ears of the girl were turning increasingly red. It was a snowy field when I arrived. Osrina's winters are short, the world tree dislikes the cold. Vlad, upon hearing Baradiz's words, raised his head and looked at the distant hill. The faintly visible hill was still covered in white snow. We're here. Thank you for escorting me. the border between the worlds of elves and humans. Although Noir seemed reluctant to go further, their world was not in Osrina. Osrina will not forget the favor you have shown. Though expressing gratitude, Baradiz's voice sounded strangely stiff, indicating that asking for the girl's name had somewhat bothered him. For elves, the concept of names is far more sensitive than for humans, so be cautious in the future. Understood. Baradiz introduced himself as Baradiz, but he mentioned it wasn't his true name. Perhaps asking or revealing names was a sensitive matter for elves. Although Vlad didn't want to, he made another mistake and his knowledge expanded. And Baradiz approached Vlad and spoke with a solemn tone. I don't know what the priestess said, but please don't ignore her words. All right. Baradiz left a small warning to Vlad in case something unexpected happened. Right now, the girl who was the priestess of the world tree and his own younger sister was lying in bed sick. It must have been because of the prophecy given to a knight named Vlad. Please convey my thanks for worrying until the end. Thank you for protecting the world tree. I'll wait for the day we meet again. With Baradiz's farewell, the spirits riding on Noir's back began to descend with a rustling sound, wings, tails, heads, and so on. Each part that could be shaken was waved in farewell to the knight departing for Osrina. Well then, I'll be going. Lightly waving their hands towards him, the ranger and spirits were bidding farewell to Vlad. Vlad's eyes caught sight of the giant tree standing behind them, though now distant and faint, its branches swayed in the breeze. Let's go. Yeah, Captain. The knight and his squire turned away. Behind the black horse, a white flag began to flutter. On one side of the flag was inscribed a sentence that closely resembled the world tree seen now. But Captain, where are we going from here? It was only natural for Vlad's squire Got to ask him about their next destination. After all, Vlad was the one who had set the goals thus far, even if they were not entirely clear. 3 branching paths, yet the atmosphere around Vlad at the crossroads was heavy with uncertainty. Vlad's brow furrowed as he tried to decipher the note. If we go right, where does it lead? That's where we came from. Going this way would lead us to Dobrechti via Tanaboya. If we're heading back to Shora, this is the path. Got seemed to have hoped inwardly that they would turn back, but Vlad quietly turned his head towards the central path. If we go this way, if we take the central path, Got quickly pulled out the map and licked his lips. It seems like we'll be traversing through the central region. The closest city for now would be Marcia. Then let's go this way. Vlad, who held the note the girl gave him, grabbed Noir's reins and headed down the middle path. Why does the note say not to go left? If we go left, what's there? Noir and Got's horse moving along the widest road. Having walked so far that they couldn't see the crossroads anymore, Vlad finally spoke to Got in a soft voice. I saw earlier, if we go left, we'll encounter the road leading to the capital, Brigantes. Is that so? Yeah, maybe the old man was heading in that direction. Vlad, who remembered August at Goth's words, felt his appetite become sour for some reason. He had instructed Vlad to find him whoever he came to Brigantes, so he probably followed Goth's words and headed towards the capital. We'll have to check the list of dragon slayers later. Vlad quietly closed his left eye and lit the note handed to him by the girl on fire. As the scraps of paper fluttered away in the wind, never go left under any circumstances. The small writing on the burning note conveyed not gratitude or farewell from the girl to Vlad, but a firm warning. Chapter 127. On a night where even the clouds concealed the moon, the malicious intent clinging everywhere was viscous. Cough, gasp. With every rough breath exhaled, a streak of blood flowed down his forehead. However, the old knight, worn out by age, had no strength left even to wipe his forehead. Time was especially cruel to old people. Ha! The old knight finally reached a dead end and sighed. Though he had cleared the way and fought his way through, he had ultimately been led to the very place his adversaries intended. It would have been better if you could have rested peacefully. A man approached, pushing aside the men surrounding him. Didn't I tell you to retire? Finally, the moonlight revealed his figure. A noble person has arrived. With blonde hair and blue eyes, his sleek appearance might have appealed to anyone, but the vigor in his eyes was as sinister as anyone's. You must have had a hard time coming all the way here just because of this insignificant old man. It was something worth taking on. Grumbling at the man's gesture, the men surrounding August drew their swords. In a polite manner, as if it were a final courtesy. You think too lightly of me, don't you? Though my fangs may be gone, my claws are still sharp. August's eyes burned coldly, preparing for the last stand. Though retired, he still had one last mission to accomplish. Now that the elves had been stopped, all he had to do was deliver the evidence he had brought to the imperial family, and the harm caused by Epsilon would be exposed to everyone. That was all he had to do, surely not. Yet even in front of the old knight attempting to ignite the last flame, the man before him remained composed. Isn't that why I came myself? Mercia, the commander of Dragon Slayer Knight Order. With his words, the tips of the knight's swords were aimed towards August. The killing intent of those who slay dragons seeped chillingly towards the old knight. It's nothing grand, but we've prepared a retirement ceremony for you. I hope it suits your taste." The malevolence hidden within his blue eyes squirmed. When he raised his sword, he looked like a noble knight, but when aimed at someone, he resembled a beast bearing its fangs. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and cruelty, a strong personality that started out noble but blossomed into cruelty at the end. That personality was now staring back at him from within those blue eyes. Flashes of malice approached. Towards the weary old lion, seeing the most shining malice among them, August recalled the young knight he had met in the elf forest. It wasn't a personality, he was mistaken. It was the trace of a child whose beginning was noble but whose end was cruel. The cruelty Vlad exhibited wasn't a self-developed personality. It was a predatory instinct that runs through sticky blood. Clouds once again concealed the moon. In the darkness without even moonlight, someone's movements crumbled slowly. Within that, green tea leaves were pitifully scattered. The truth someone sought was dispersing so transiently. The city of Marcia. The sole city under the jurisdiction of Baron Rosmitz. It wasn't particularly old, nor did it boast anything noteworthy within its territory. It was simply an ordinary place. And now Vlad and Goth were walking towards the city of Marcia, but they were not there. "Thanks, Captain. Well, I was thinking of heading back anyway," Vlad replied somewhat awkwardly to Goth, who was expressing his gratitude. It made sense, as the group was currently heading towards a remote village about a day's journey away from Marcia. The place, which had no proper name and was simply called Wisteria Village, was also the hometown of Goth. "How long has it been?" "What, since I left home? Let's see, about 6 years, I guess. It's been quite a while." God appeared to be in his mid-20s, so if he said it was 6 years ago, he probably left as soon as he became an adult. Or maybe even earlier, like Vlad. "I'll just check if mom and younger siblings are doing well and then come back." The leader of the group was Vlad and Got was just a squire. If the two were anything like ordinary knights and squire, Got wouldn't have dared to suggest visiting his hometown, so even now Got was carefully watching Vlad's reaction. "Does your mother cook well?" "Swell. The potato stew my mother makes is on a whole different level from what you get at most inns." "Is that so?" The weather was warm and the breeze was gentle. They had found clues about the voice in Osrina and had set goals for the future, so it might feel like a short vacation this time around. "If it's that delicious, we might as well stay for a couple of days." Vlad treated others coldly, but this was not the case for everyone. When Jorge looked at Vlad and commented that he was a guy who would be the leader in any alley, he was not just saying that because of his outstanding skills. "Hey there," Gott's fingertip, pointing towards his hometown that he hadn't seen in a long time, was trembling slightly. The blue leaves scattered haphazardly near the entrance of the village. The flower buds, which would soon turn purple, were welcoming the village's prodigal son who had returned after a long time. "Halt!" A guard with no special weapons but fierce eyes blocked the path of Vlad and Gott. "Who goes there? What brought you to our village?" It was obvious that these weren't regular guards given the small size of the village. They were likely local youths playing the role of vigilante, but they seemed quite proficient in stopping outsiders. "Thompson, it's me, Gott." "Who, Gott?" The guard tilted his head as he saw Gott waving happily at him from the horse. "You know, the guy from the barn house on the hill." "Ah, that Gott." A subtle smile appeared on the face of a guard named Thompson who had now recognized Gott. "It's been a few years. Where have you been all this time?" "Just here and there." As the two chatted amiably, Vlad quietly stroked Noir's neck. Despite their conversation, there was an awkwardness between them. And even among the other guards standing nearby. It doesn't seem like they're particularly welcoming. Vlad, who always assessed the atmosphere whenever he entered unfamiliar places, realized that the reception for Gott wasn't exactly warm. It seemed like there had been some issues when he left the village. "Are my mother and siblings doing well?" "Yeah, they're fine, nothing out of the ordinary." However, Gott did not seem to care much about their reactions. Seeing Gott's nonchalant attitude, Vlad scratched his chin quietly. "It's good to see you back after so long, just passing through quietly." "Yeah, just here for a short while. Maybe a day or two." Gott tried to smile as he looked at Thompson, who was more wary than happy to see him after a long time. "Stop by the village chief and say hello first." Gott walked quietly among the guards who had put away their spears, bowing his head. "Stop," but soon enough the path was blocked by spears again. Even though Gott had confirmed his identity, the guards were once again blocking Vlad's path. "Hey, Thompson. He's my guest. We still need to verify." Thompson, while it might have been standard procedure for guards in a big city, this was a small village and they were just vigilantes. Given that Gott was a former resident vouching for Vlad's identity, they could have let it slide, but their continued reaction was only cold. "What's your name? You look young." Gott felt ignored. In front of the village where he was born and raised, the boy from the back alley inside Vlad felt the unpleasant yet familiar air and squinted fiercely. "I'm Vlad." Vlad pulled back the cloak given by Oksana and placed his hand on the sword hanging at his waist. The glinting blade of the spirits indicated that the person before them was no ordinary individual. Knight of the Vayezid family, Vlad, golden hair and blue eyes, and within those eyes the aura of a fierce predator. Thompson's back was covered in sweat as he felt like a rabbit standing in front of a wolf. This was a mistake. I hope you never dare to ask for my name again. I'm sorry. Finally released from Vlad's piercing gaze, Thompson bent forward and bowed deeply. For a person with a personality as ferocious as the knight in front of them felt, it would not have been surprising if the sword was swung right away for such rudeness. Having effortlessly subdued the guards with just his presence, Vlad looked at Gott with irritation in his eyes. Sorry, Captain, it wasn't annoying at being blocked by the guards. Gott, who always smiled carefreely, now wore only a bitter smile. Annoying. Returning to his hometown after a long time, why was he so despondent? Vlad didn't like that sight at all. Take it. Gott hastily caught the white object flying towards him. Why this? A white flag fluttering in the wind. Within it, the symbols of many nobles and organizations were looking at Gott. You lead, let's not have this happen again. It was an indifferent tone of voice, but it contained consideration for Gott. Vlad doesn't know what Gott looked like when he left, but shouldn't he look confident when he comes back? I'll guide you, Sir Vlad. Good. Seeing Gott quickly understand his intentions, Vlad nodded lightly. A flag bearing honor. The eyes of the young people in the village were filled with awe as they watched the rider carrying the shining flag. Excuse us, sir, welcome. The slowly opening gates welcomed the two of them, an honorable rider carrying a shining flag. The humble figure that left the village had returned to his homeland as the rider holding the shining flag. With a faint smile, Gott's chest swelled slowly as he led the way. Who's that? But how did he become so successful? You know, the second son of the Barn family. That little brat made it big. Oh my, it seems like he succeeded outside. In a small village where news of newcomers spread quickly but quietly, the arrival of a new stranger was already circulating rapidly. Were you that little brat? Well, better a cheeky little brat than a scammer. Confirming Gott's assessment from the murmurs around, Vlad smiled slightly. If he had been too wicked or had a complicated past, Vlad wouldn't have kept him around for long, but being just a little brat seemed fine. If we go this way, we'll reach the village chief's house. Let's go to your place first. Vlad clearly realized what kind of position he was in by watching and learning from Joseph's side. Now he could act not as the timid boy from the alley, but as a confident knight. Tell the village chief to come to your house, because it's a hassle to get there. Excessive politeness only lowers oneself. Knowing how to behave appropriately was the key to receiving proper treatment. I got it. Don't go by yourself, just grab anyone and pass on the message. Got it. Since coming to this village because of Gott anyway, it would be good to give him a little space while he was here. Hey, up there on the hill. Let's go. Noir, who did not like having other horses in front of him, quietly followed Gott from behind this time. The knight and his horse communicated their intentions through the close-knit world they shared. It looks like lunch is ready. Looks like it. A solitary house visible ahead. Smoke was rising from the old chimney, which now seemed like it might not function properly anymore. Mom. Mom, I'm here. Carefully opening the door attached to the fence, Gott called out. Gott's voice gradually subsided as he saw his hometown look the same as when he left. Mom. At the sound of the door opening, a woman emerged from the kitchen. She looked worn out. Although the scarf firmly tied around her head was clean, it looked worn out. Her face was marked with wrinkles of time that could not be hidden. Deep wrinkles that her poor son had probably never smoothed out. Gott, is it really you, Gott? The ladle the woman was holding fell to the ground. Oh, Gott, Mom. While everyone in the village ignored him, she was welcoming Gott with open arms. To everyone else, he may have been a nuisance, but to this woman, he was undoubtedly her precious son. Today's lunch is potato stew, right? Seeing the mother and son embracing each other with tears in their eyes, Vlad tapped the ground for no reason. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I had a home-cooked meal. Vlad lifted his heavy eyes and saw smoke rising up the chimney. The aroma wafting from the kitchen seemed to evoke memories long forgotten. Today, Vlad would have a warm stew prepared by a mother for her son, something he hadn't tasted in a long time. Chapter 128. One time, two times, three times. The mother's hands are busy adding water to the stew. Since he was a child, Gott had enjoyed watching his mother cook and had waited for the fragrant smell of the food coming from her fingertips. Perhaps the concentration is just right now. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. However, at some point the taste Gott remembered began to fade. Even now Gott remembered. In front of the kitchen, the sight of his mother looking apologetic as if caught. The scent of the stew disappeared as the amount increased. At that moment, when he saw his mother's expression, Gott realized what he had to do. The cold reality was grabbing young Gott by the throat and shaking him. Poverty makes people bow their heads to each other without any fault. It makes people shrink and only look at the bottom. So Gott decided to leave. There was no chance to lift his head in this damn village anymore. until he met the mercenary who was praying. God of Wisteria village was wandering around looking for an opportunity to look up. A simple dining table where even forks seemed unnecessary. Chunks of potatoes sliced thickly bobbed in the bubbling stew, welcoming Vlad. "I wonder if it will suit your taste, sir." The table was set with everything they had, but Gott's mother seemed anxious, constantly wiping her hands on her apron, perhaps troubled by the meager ingredients. "I'm sorry, sir. If I had known you were coming, I would have at least prepared a piece of meat." A young knight appeared with his son. From appearances alone, he seemed like a refined nobleman's heir, so it was obvious that the countryside woman's skills wouldn't satisfy him. "I don't think they raised chickens." Vlad looked at the eggs in front of him. Since he hadn't heard any chicken noises when he entered, she must have hastily borrowed these eggs from somewhere. It was obviously not a generous situation, so she must have gathered them for her son. "Please, sir, help yourself." 2 eggs were placed in front of Gott. 3 eggs were placed in front of Vlad. But even this one extra egg difference was undoubtedly for her son. Before even tasting the stew, Vlad could feel Gott's mother's flavor. "Thank you." So Vlad deliberately swung the ladle and transferred the stew into his own bowl without hesitation. He knew that acting confidently at times like this would relieve the burden on the host. It's really fortunate that you came just in time like this." Gott's mother, relieved to see Vlad scooping spoons without hesitation, immediately began to shed tears as she held her son's hand. "We have no means to contact you, so the fact that you came for your younger sister's wedding surely means your father and brother must have called you here." Vlad had his eyes and mouth glued to the stew, but his ears were open, and his ears perked up as he listened intently to the conversation. Beyond the stew he held, an awkward gaze met the brown-haired woman. She was none other than Gott's younger sister, with her ordinary appearance akin to that of a countryside girl. "Can you attend Marie's wedding? Or do you need to leave immediately?" "No, this is." Not only was it a long time since he visited, but it was also during a particularly courteous time, which made her feelings all the more profound. However, Gott was not the one in charge of the journey. He was merely a squire accompanying the knight. "Do you really need to leave right away?" Gott's eyes hesitantly darted around, unable to meet Vlad's gaze directly. Seeing Gott's eyes, Vlad shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. He hadn't wanted to be dragged into this unforeseen situation, but if it was only this much, he would have to put up with it for a while. After all, he had planned to stay here for a day or two anyway. "The stew is really delicious. Can I ask for it occasionally over the next few days?" "Thank you very much, sir." Gott's mother, who understood Vlad's answer, began to shed tears as she folded her hands over her chest. In this village, where the warmth of stew comes with the approaching spring, Vlad decided to take a break for the first time in a long time. After finishing his meal, Vlad stepped outside and began to stroll around the surroundings leisurely. It was both a consideration for Gott, to allow him to unwind with his family after a long absence, and a long-standing habit of observing the scenery around him. "I don't think there is a stable in this house." Noir, who accompanied Vlad, kept tapping Vlad's back with his nose as they looked around, unable to see where he would be staying. He dislikes humans, but he appreciates things made by humans. The free-spirited soul of the grassland was thoroughly enjoying the advantages of civilization that could shield against the wild wind. They put a lot of effort into making it but don't use it. While strolling and quietly surveying the village, Vlad's eyes caught sight of a collapsing barn. Although it was next to Gott's house, it seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time, with no signs of recent activity. The slowly crumbling barn seemed to hold as many secrets as the spider webs hanging down. "I'll find you a proper place to settle down, just stop meddling." At Vlad's grumbling, Noir finally began to shake his head as if his mood had finally eased. Even without Noir's tantrum, Vlad had already been considering staying elsewhere other than Gott's house. Gott's small, old house. It wouldn't be very comfortable to cram the whole family into a small guest room and try to sleep there. Right on time. In the distance, several village men could be seen climbing the hill towards Gott's house. They were probably sent by the village chief. Since news had spread that a knight had arrived in the village, it wouldn't be easy for the village chief to overlook the matter. It seems Gott has gotten himself into something serious. However, as Vlad watched the young men climbing up, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Each of them held something in their hands as they climbed the hill. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like people welcoming back a long-absent member of the village. "Hey, Gott!" A booming voice that could be heard even in Vlad's ears as he ventured outside for a stroll. As if wanting the whole village to hear, a burly man with a strong physique began shouting loudly. How did the debtor who secretly ran away at night come crawling back in again? An attitude of picking a fight without reason. And to top it off, a shiny dagger that didn't seem to have much use. Seeing the typical appearance of troublemakers, Vlad realized that they hadn't come with good intentions towards Gott. Gott, who had been relaxing with his family after a long absence, furrowed his brow and stepped outside. It was a sudden and rude call, but Gott's attitude was calm, as if he had already expected it. Just because I enjoyed the night and left while admiring the moon doesn't make it skip town. Running away at night without paying your debts, that's what you call skipping town, you bastard. Gott's relaxed response seemed to irk the leader of the group, who started to grit his teeth. You still owe us the overdue barn usage fees. The same old story, nothing's changed then and now. You guys seem to have made no progress at all. Gott snorted as he looked at the group that came with weapons pointed at him. There may have been a time when he trembled at this threat, but after experiencing the wider world with Vlad, the current situation seemed like child's play to Gott. Adding up the overdue interest, it totals 2 gold. Get lost. Shiny coins came flying towards him before he could finish his sentence. The men looked surprised as they watched Gott casually tossing the gold coins. Eat that and get out of here, you annoying bastards. This bastard, it's different from before. Gott, who used to be wary of them, now showed no trace of concern as he looked at them. Gott, who had grown taller, looked down at them, and Thompson, the leader of the group, became enraged by his gaze. Do you think we would receive this money knowing where it came from? You swindler, what? We know you get this money after frauding people like your father. Now that the debt has been paid off, there is no need to talk anymore. However, the man in front of him had no intention of leaving easily as he was picking at Gott's wounds. Perhaps the tangled threads of emotions that had been brewing for a long time had led to this situation. I heard you even brought some kind of knight, a brat this time. I heard you even carried the flag very proudly. Shut your mouth. If you keep babbling, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Why, worried your little act might be exposed, the man called Thompson spun around, shouting loudly as if for everyone to hear. It is better to believe that the one you brought here is a fake than to believe that you have become a knight's squire. Everyone agrees. Of course, if he's not fake, why would he make someone like God his squire? If he's willing to make a fool who can't even use a sword properly his squire, he must be at that level too. As God heard the mockery of the thugs, his eyes began to flush with anger. If he didn't feel anger towards those who insulted not only his father but also Vlad, then he wouldn't deserve to stand as someone's son or squire. These crazy bastards. God reached for his sword, placing his hand on the scabbard. Although he hadn't properly learned to use a sword like they said, God had experienced the harsh world through his life as a mercenary. You bastards. What? In the tense moment before drawing his sword, when Gott's mother and sister, who had been quietly hiding inside, rushed out to stop him, a voice was heard from behind. I am quite familiar with this kind of behavior. A man approaches from afar, holding onto the reins of a black horse. Though small, it was a voice that held the power to halt everyone's actions. Are you the fake knight Gott brought? Vlad, who had temporarily removed his armor to be treated, looked like a fresh-faced youth to anyone. His silver inner armor and the posture of his horse seemed exceptional, but to the men who had lived all their lives in a small village, there was no discerning between real and fake. He's a fake knight. Vlad heard the man's words and scratched the back of his head. How should he respond in this situation? Looking at the fellow men he hadn't seen in a long time, the back alley thug suddenly raised his head. What if I'm the real one? What? They ignored him and disrespected his squire. As his honor as a knight was disregarded, even if Vlad killed them, he wouldn't have anything to explain. But this is Gott's hometown. The force pressing on the men was becoming sharper as the blue eyes were turning round. Facing the real presence for the first time in their life, the frogs in the well all fell silent. I'll let you live. Perhaps it was because of the stew. The memories of the stew, along with the image of his mother and even the smell of the dark alley, all came flooding back. Come at me, you little punks. Even if he wasn't a knight, Vlad had always been real. The rising star of the back alleys, born from a prostitute but purebred, faced the naive village thugs with fierceness. If such a thing happened, shouldn't you have informed me first? The village chief's house, remarkably well built for a small village. But now within it, a suppressed anger was seeping out. Stefan, calm down. The village chief pulled out a chair and spoke to the mercenary leader, who was becoming increasingly fierce, as if to calm him down. What kind of knight would come to this small village? And to make matters worse, the one who brought him was God. That lad is not fit to bring a real knight. I will say it again, village chief, the man with scarlet hair. Stefan, the captain of the Thornwood mercenaries, warned the village chief with a pointed finger, asserting his authority. Anything related to the village's security must be done through me. Do not forget, this is also the Lord's will. Stefan's warning, mixed with anger, carried a force that even the experienced village chief couldn't easily dismiss. Very well. From now on, it will be done as you say. Stefan didn't want to mess up the task he was given for once. If things went awry from the beginning in this new area, the Thornwood mercenaries might have to start wandering aimlessly again. As you say, there won't be such incidents in the future. Village chief, the village chief who had been trying to calm Stefan down, couldn't continue as the door suddenly burst open. Urgent news. Urgent news, the man who rushed in as if to break down the door. His face was so distorted that it was hard to recognize him, but he was one of the thugs who roamed around with his son. That night the fake one, no, the real one. No, why? The village chief looked at him with a surprised expression. His face was swollen to the point of being unrecognizable even to his own parents. Gasping for breath between the broken front teeth, he struggled to speak. That guy might kill Thompson. After hearing the shocking report, the village chief unknowingly pushed past Stefan and hurriedly ran out the open door. For the village chief, the safety of his only son was just as important. "Ah!" A scream echoed from the hill above, unmistakably the voice of his son Thompson. Damn it! Stefan bit his lip and followed the village chief, who was rushing ahead. Surely the village chief's son had gotten into some trouble. "Help me!" Along with the pitiful scream from afar, clouds of dust rose. It was the dust kicked up by Thompson, whose feet were tied to the horse and being dragged around. "Thompson, someone stop him!" The panicked village chief shouted incoherently as he saw his son's plight, but nobody in the village could easily halt the charging horse. As Thompson's injuries became evident, traces of blood were etched across the village. "Who's the village chief here?" The black horse, which had been running amok for a while, finally came to a stop in front of the village square. Though still visibly agitated, Vlad's demeanor was now more composed. "Step forward, the village chief of this place." With blonde hair and blue eyes, the man atop the horse was too fierce to be just a knight, yet too bold to be a mere thug. Stefan recognized the stranger from afar and swallowed his saliva without realizing it. He was a formidable ally, but equally formidable as an enemy. Who dares to send such a lowly fellow and disrespect the honor of a knight? "Who is the village chief here?" His voice resounded like thunder, leaving the villagers frozen in place. Small evil always succumbs to greater evil. The village chief's son, who had abused his power until now, lay bloodied and gasping for breath before the real thug. Chapter 129. "If it were me, I'd kneel down right away, village chief." A wolf was smiling in front of him. It was a wolf, looking at the pitiful flock of sheep gathering around him. When Stefan saw the chilling gaze of Vlad passing by him, it felt like shivers ran down his spine. "He's just one person and we're dozens. If you stand at the forefront, we can easily overpower him." At the absurd suggestion of the village chief, Stefan couldn't help but chuckle involuntarily. No matter how peacefully they had lived until now, not noticing the threat smiling in front of them, this man is not worthy of being in the position of village chief. "Well then, we will withdraw." "What?" With those words, Stefan and the mercenaries began to slowly step back. Living at the crossroads of life and death, the mercenaries didn't hesitate to recognize who the cruel wolf smiling in front of them was, and didn't hesitate to bow their heads to him. "What's going on? Why are you all doing this? You weren't hired to retreat at a time like this. Why are you backing off?" The vigilantes who had gathered together, each holding a spear, were taken aback when they saw the mercenaries leaving the battlefield without hesitation. "That man is a knight." "What? That man is a real knight." Some of the mercenaries who recognized Vlad quietly informed the villagers even as they retreated. "No matter how many of you gather, the man in front of you is someone you can't handle. Drop your weapons right now, you fools." The atmosphere was getting colder. Even though there was only one, there was a force in the blue eyes that overwhelmed dozens. Only now did the villagers, who finally grasped the situation, swallow hard and look at Vlad. "You're lucky." The breath of the black horse becomes rough. Rough enough to trample the humans in front of it right away, because the world in contact with him was shaking so much. "Because I came here to quietly enjoy my vacation. Once this sword is drawn, there's no turning back, because the world that surrounded me and taught me told me that once you draw your sword, you shouldn't stop until it's over. And I am not used to being patient. Do not miss the last chance I am offering, village chief. Even if you've only lived in a small world until now, it's time to recognize who the person in front of you is right now and what you are doing to him." The villagers, who now faced reality after going through anger, confusion, and prejudice, found their lips turning blue with fear as much as the trembling tip of the spear. Heavy silence filled the village chief's house. The largest and most spacious house in the village, the interior was pleasant, but the heavy atmosphere was beyond imagination. "We dared not recognize you, sir. It's 3 gold per head." "Pardon?" As the dumbfounded village chief questioned, Vlad's cold gaze swept over him and passed. "I will forgive those who held the spears. But I can't overlook those who dared to intrude into God's house." Just the villagers who raised their spears against him were dozens. However, if he were to kill them all just because they opposed him, he would be no different from a simple murderer. No matter how much right he had, Vlad had to exercise it according to common sense. "It's 3 gold per head." "But sir, in a small village like ours, 3 gold is..." "It is 10 gold coins for your son." However, being insulted couldn't just be overlooked. Vlad was proposing a compensation that the owner of this village, Baron Rosmitz, could only nod his head at. Although it was an excessive amount of gold coins for the parties who had to pay directly, it was like a bolt from the blue. "If you truly cannot pay, there are other ways. Please speak." Although the village chief tried to find alternative solutions with a lowered head, he had to realize the cheapest way to solve everything in this world is with money. Cut off the left arms of everyone. Sir, Vlad was raised in harsh conditions and had sworn to wield a sharp sword all his life. In Vlad's words, there was a firm sincerity that anyone could understand. Of course, your son should lose both arms. Meeting Vlad's resolute gaze, the village chief lost even the strength to speak. There's no more negotiation. If you refuse all these proposals, your son and those insolent bastards' lives will be forfeit. Is there anything more to say? None. Then get out. Having brought the village to the brink of disaster through wrong decisions, the village chief, who still retained some sense, could do nothing but shake his head and leave. Because it was none other than himself who made an irreversible mistake. You have this side too. You did well not to intervene, Stefan. I was considering cutting someone down as an example. Stefan casually grabbed the collar of his shirt in response to Vlad's words. In Vlad's tone, which still carried traces of anger, there were thorns that were not easily overlooked. Because we knew very well what kind of person you are, sir. Pushing aside the chair offered by the village chief, Vlad stood up, his gaze fixed on the numerous bottles on the shelf. He began to speak. But how did you end up here? I don't think you will be pushed out to a corner of the countryside. Is this honey wine? Vlad's eyes began to sparkle as he found a bottle of liquor that was not easily found in the north where flowers were rare. Well, in a way, the reason we are here is because of your virtue, sir. Realizing what Stefan meant, Vlad chuckled softly. Still, it wasn't all that bad. It's refreshing to see the countryside once in a while. Let's have a drink then, I'll pour it for you. Without hesitation, Vlad opened the village chief's honey wine and poured it for Stefan. Vlad, who had fallen out with Count Bitskaya in Tanaboya. There was no problem for Vlad, who was planning to leave anyway, but the Thornwood mercenaries, who were planning to establish a new position there, had no choice but to wander around here and there again looking for contacts. Stefan's words were not just exaggerations but truth. So what brings you here? Well, it's a principle not to disclose the details of the contract without the employer's permission. Vlad stopped smiling at Stefan's joke. An acquaintance made through a delicious liquor. It was a moment when the heavy atmosphere that had been weighing down was lifted. You saved us, this time and the last. Yes, if I hadn't been there on the bridge, who knows what would have happened. The position of a mercenary captain was not one obtained simply by taking a few knives. It was also a position where one had to make the atmosphere comfortable and promote themselves to the employer, just like facing Vlad now. It's not really a secret. After all, it's something everyone knows. As Stefan drank the liquor Vlad offered, he leaned closer to Vlad as if someone might be listening and quietly spoke. It seems that a war is brewing here soon. A war, a border conflict, nobles fighting over land. When unexpected words spilled from Stefan's mouth, Vlad set down his drink and straightened up. A world he had never experienced before was flowing from Stefan's tongue. Go on. Our task from Baron Rosmitz was to protect this village from bandits. The Thornwood mercenaries, who were looking for a new area to settle, had come to this village after being entrusted with a sort of militia duty. In recent times, bandit raids near the border of Rosmitz's territory had become more frequent. But what do bandits have to do with a border conflict? That's the crucial part. Though it was an empty village chief's house, Stefan leaned in as if someone might be listening and quietly spoke to Vlad. Those bandits who are said to be raiding don't seem like ordinary bandits. While the villagers might not know, Stefan, a seasoned veteran in the mercenary business, could perceive that something was amiss with the bandits' actions in this area. The way they conduct their raids is too clean and disciplined, like trained soldiers. Perhaps Baron Rosmitz was aware of it too, that the bandits wreaking havoc in the vicinity were not ordinary folks. In my view, this is a kind of precursor to something bigger. They're securing an entry route toward Marsha. The enemy was clearing out surrounding villages while securing an entry route towards Marsha before launching a full-scale attack. And what about Baron Rosmitz? He's biding his time. And Baron Rosmitz was using this time to fortify his defenses, using several villages as sacrifices. Both the attackers and defenders may have strategic moves, but ultimately it would be the unsuspecting villagers who would suffer. We also plan to stay here only until the end of this week, get paid and leave. We can't afford to be on a sinking ship, can we? Is that so? The honey wine Vlad was drinking tasted bitter. Despite coming to the village to enjoy his vacation, he felt swept up in something once again. No, it was a time when one couldn't help but feel that way no matter where they went. Who's the opponent? Perhaps it's Baron Pylos. Raids seem to be happening from that direction. Pylos, although Vlad's knowledge of noble families hadn't deepened to the point where he could recognize them all, the name Pylos was certainly familiar to him. Pylos. Vlad closed his eyes and tried to rummage through his memory to recall the familiar name. As the name that had been submerged in his memory began to surface, Vlad felt a faint scent of lemons lingering around his nose. As expected, he is as strong as they say. They don't call him a warthog for nothing. You won't even be able to pick up your bones if you get caught there. There was a land where Vlad took his first steps to become a knight. The beginning was not honorable, but the duel at that time ended in a glorious victory. There was a gaze that watched over the boy who climbed up with honor borrowed from Joseph. He was a knight who was fuming as he was unable to defeat his teacher Zayar. Arg, please spare me, I'll give you whatever you want. People's screams were echoing everywhere along with the pungent smoke. The sounds of people's cries, unable to escape outside the small village, reverberated and echoed everywhere. Lord Colin, report. The air was filled with the smell of blood and someone's cries. In the midst of such a scene of slaughter, a black-skinned man chewed jerky without a care in the world. This village is completely under our control. Have we taken everything worth taking? If a village was going to be burned down, it was only right to take what could be salvaged. After all, they would soon become ownerless possessions. Is this all there is? It seems this village was incredibly poor. Not even a city, just a village, and not just any village, but one tucked away in the mountains. It was unlikely they would find satisfactory loot here. The man called Colin began to grimace as the loot in front of him clearly didn't please him. Nevertheless, the next village we visit will be different. It's a village near Marcia, and the village head there used to be a tax collector. Is that so? The face of the boar, now smelling the scent of desired gold, began to brighten. A former tax collector would likely have stashed away various funds. After all, it was a position that allowed for such activities. And which village is next? It's called Wisteria Village. Colin put away the dagger he was cutting the meat with and stood up. Twilight was descending. Maybe there are sparkling gold coins waiting in the direction where the sun sets. Let's finish up quickly. Yes, Lord Colin, a knight is a sword, and a sword is a tool. Depending on who wields the handle, a knight can take on various forms. And today, Colin of the Pylos family, who laid down his honor under the order of his lord, no longer looked like a knight. It was just the appearance of a ruthless bandit. Chapter 130. The laughter of children filled the village. The sky without a single cloud was a deep blue, and the flowers adorned throughout were especially vivid today. It was as if the world were being viewed through the eyes of voice. Amidst the bustling people, Vlad sat alone, quietly. Vlad scratched his cheek for no reason as he looked at the people with smiles on their faces. Vlad felt somewhat out of place amidst their harmonious world. He didn't even want to enter their world. Captain, thank you. For what? Vlad, who was pulled out of his thoughts by Gott's voice, turned his head. Just yesterday they were wandering together, but now Gott seemed to be in a different world altogether. Gott, within the family circle, seemed so unfamiliar. Don't mention it. Vlad turned his head in the direction Gott was squinting his eyes. A whole roasted pig that rotates continuously with an apple in its mouth. The sight of children happily chasing after the direction the pig was turning amused Vlad. The village chief gave it to me. Give it to me for a gold coin. Watching today's wedding, Vlad remembered Jorge from the past. Whenever there was something worth celebrating among the organization members, Jorge would send a bottle of liquor in the boss's name, and the recipients always appreciated it. Marie loves it, it's like receiving a blessing from a knight. Is that so? All right then. Indeed, Jorge's way of doing things was right. The presence of a male adult whom he could see and learn from for the first time was still showing Vlad how he should behave. You said the groom has relatives in Marcia, right? That's true. Then, after this wedding, send your family there for the time being. It wasn't that Vlad couldn't participate in this atmosphere simply because he was a stranger. Unlike the villagers enjoying the wedding, Vlad was looking elsewhere. Look, it seems to be starting now. Although the wedding had been moved forward by 2 days at Vlad's behest, it was still fortunate that it started smoothly. Yeah. I should go. With those words, the village's troublemaker and swindler began to run briskly ahead. But today, he is probably a more confident man than anyone else. Gott, who had proven himself through Vlad, hurriedly rushed into his position to brighten his sister's future. Thank you all for attending today's wedding. The wedding ceremony began with a congratulatory speech from a priest from a nearby village. The groom and bride waited to enter, stepping on the red cloth. However, sadly, rather than the sight of happy people, Vlad's eyes first caught the signs of impending threats. From afar, he could see Stefan looking at him with a troubled expression. Kid, yes, give me one of the flowers from the basket. Vlad called the child holding the flower basket and quietly picked out the flower. There happened to be a conspicuous flower. Congratulations, Marie, you must live well. As the bride and groom walked hand in hand at the priest's call, the departing knight threw a single red rose from afar for them. Congratulations and cheers, leaving behind the beautiful scene. As you suggested, it was wise to spread out the scouts. We've received reports that unidentified armed personnel are approaching, sir. What's the time? It seems they'll reach within 2 hours, Stefan reported, and Vlad, with a stern expression, quietly left the wedding venue. What should we do about the wedding? Should we end it now? Stefan asked, as Vlad turned quietly to look back. people standing in the same place but in different worlds. Vlad wanted to finish the wedding for them as much as possible. Wouldn't protecting something mean having to protect a scene like that? Just wait for 10 more minutes, then we'll end it. The cheers of the people behind Vlad were gradually receding as he went outside. So Vlad walked forward, leaving behind the red rose he had thrown. Damn it. Colin spat out the curse words he could barely contain, his eyes burning with anger. The unexpected sight before him was completely beyond Colin's imagination. Are those hanging over there right now our men? Yes, they're the scouts we sent. He thought it would be an easy mission. To be precise, it was just a trivial mission that he did not want to undertake. But the scene before him now was completely different from what Colin and his men had expected and imagined. I guess there was a knight hidden there. A hastily erected, poorly constructed wooden fence. Though it looked flimsy enough to break at any moment, the corpses hanging from it were sending a clear warning. The fence, with death hanging from it, seemed to be warning that this place wouldn't be easily overcome. What should we do? What do you suggest? Retreat from here. Despite sending 3 scouts, not a single one returned, all captured. These soldiers were beyond what a single village could handle, indicating something unexpected inside the village. I'll take the lead. Despite the blatant warning from someone, Colin didn't hesitate. An easy mission meant a mission that couldn't fail. Colin, whose position had already been diminished due to the duel of honor in Diamar, was a man who could no longer back down. Come out, with a force that couldn't be considered mere bandits, Colin began to loudly reveal his presence as if he wouldn't hide anymore. Who dares to cut the throats of my men? The enraged cries of the warthog filled the forest village with echoes. The village, just moments ago filled with laughter, was now filled only with the stifling unease. If you don't open the gate right now, I'll cut all your throats. Open the gate and your lives would be spared. Colin, confidently asserting his authority, shouted boldly, but the response he received was stoic. Knight of Pylos, Colin the Warthog. With the voice of the man, the gate of the fence began to open, just enough for one person to pass through. It's been a while, but I can't say I'm glad to see you. Who are you? A blond man walking alone from the village. Even at a glance, the man looked like a knight. Instead of answering the question, he threw the object he was holding towards Colin. Thunk, the rolling heads came tumbling towards Colin's feet. As Colin watched the heads rolling with their eyes wide open, he furrowed his brow in annoyance. They all fell at once. The wounds on their necks left no room for doubt. They were cleanly cut without hesitation, each with a single stroke. He didn't know who the knight in front of him was, but he could gauge his skill to some extent. Today is a good day, Colin. So if you turn back now, I won't blame you for your rudeness. I already asked who you are. Blonde hair, blue eyes. A knight with a splendid appearance that looks like an aristocrat but whose spirit is as ferocious as that of a beast. There was no way he wouldn't remember a guy with such a strong impression. Too bad, didn't you draw your sword for me that day? What? The somewhat relaxed smile irritated Colin. Although he wasn't the one in front of him, Colin remembered a knight who smiled like that. Vlad of Shora, the one-eyed knight of Vayezid, the bastard who handed him a humiliating defeat. I was a squire of Sir Zayar. Now that he thought about it, he looked just like that guy, in his actions, his swagger, and even that seemingly relaxed smile. Your envy, now Colin's eyes, finally recognizing Vlad, began to turn red with anger. He remembered the scent of lemons that filled the air, the one-eyed knight who had mocked him, the tongue-wagging Jubert, and even Pablo shining brightly along with the blonde lad. You damn Vayezid, now it all came flooding back. The knight's squire who had handed them defeat, it could have been hard to recognize him at first glance. But now, the boy who had become a knight in his own right bore only traces of his former self, as if he had always been this way from birth. I'll kill you, you northern bastards. What had been a simple mission now turned into a burning desire for revenge. That day I drew my sword to protect you, but not today. Today I will kill you and erase the defeat of that day that I couldn't bear to remember. Sir Colin, the furious boar's eyes locked onto his target, Colin, the warthog of Pylos. With no concept of retreat, the charging commander began his relentless assault towards Vlad. Damn it, follow him in, attack now. Follow Sir Colin. Even the Pylos soldiers disguised as bandits quickly rallied to their knight's side and charged forward. As trained soldiers, they maintained their formation even in sudden situations and rushed to the fence. Quiet, it's a trap, it's a trap. However, Vlad did not waste the time given to him. Traps made by experienced mercenaries and villagers began to attack the soldiers of Pylos from various places. Crash, die you bastard. It is Vlad of Shora. Vlad, who blocked the boar's charge with his whole body, gritted his teeth and smiled weakly. While Vlad couldn't completely stop their advance, allowing them entry into the village, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Stefan, close the gates. Yes, sir. The crude but functional gates of the wooden fence began to close. Through the gap between the commander and his soldiers, screams and blood began to flow. Today I'll kill you and take your head to my lord. Is my head worth enough for you? Indeed, he was worthy of being called a warthog. Isolated but unyielding, his eyes pierced through Vlad with a predatory gaze. Then I'm glad. Colin widened his eyes as he looked at Vlad. The smile that he thought resembled Zayar's just a moment ago was now distorted and showing its true form. No one else's smile but only Vlad's. The beginning was noble, but the end was the smile of a cruel predator. What is the worth of your neck? What? A cruel smile that only a predator could wear appeared on Vlad's face. I am asking how much you're worth to kill. Stabbing the fastest dragon, Lindworm, cut down the sharpest dragon, Nidhogg. However, Vlad, who had never faced a life-or-death situation against a human being, was always curious. What are my limits? How far have I reached? I asked you something. Vlad was still chasing the shadows of the men who had guided him. He wanted to be like them and surpass them. Now was the time for the boy who had become a knight to find out where he stood. With his left eye closed, Vlad's world began to burn brightly. Chapter 131. The knights raised their swords, encircling the arena. Colin, still unable to shake off the pain of defeat, nonetheless rose from his seat, compelled to take out his sword. He had sworn to do so. The discipline of the Swordmaster. Truly unbelievable, muttered Jubert, usually composed, but now shaking his head in disbelief at the predicament. Knights who raised their swords for the flower that was just about to bloom. Though each bore their own convictions, under the current circumstances, they were united under a single discipline to fulfill their duties. State your name, boy. The challengers and the defenders, the protectors and the protected, all stood within the confines of a single world. The scene that King Frosten had so desired was now being realized within the arena of Diamir. He has awakened it. With someone's murmuring, Colin turned around. Their faint light was beginning to emerge. A boy staggering as if he might collapse at any moment, yet relentlessly pressing forward. That boy was shining. In his blood-stained hands he held the world he had just brought forth. His name was Vlad of Shora, Clang. As the sound of swords clashing drew nearer, Colin's eyes filled with astonishment rather than anger. The form of Aura embracing his arms like armor. Right now, Vlad was pushing Colin, who possessed the greatest martial prowess in Pylos, with sheer force. Not bad, innate strength was one thing, but there were no limits within the world he had created. Vlad was surpassing the limits of his innate talent through Larman's body-strengthening art. Where did he learn such a bizarre technique? Startled by Vlad's technique, Colin quickly drew his sword and distanced himself. Whatever trickery Vlad was employing, it amounted to nothing. Colin believed that such petty tricks would ultimately falter in the face of true strength. Arrogant brat. Rather than adjusting to his opponent, he capitalized on his own strengths. Swinging his sword in the manner he had always trusted, in the direction he had always believed in, Colin struck. The splitting airflow surged towards Vlad's head as if to cleave it in two. Crack. However, Colin's faith ultimately went unrewarded, a sound he didn't even want to hear in his dreams. In his memory, the one-eyed knight was laughing. Familiar, isn't it? This sound, you bastard. Is that shining blue in front of him a sword or an eye? The man looking at himself now was creating a world that was incomparably more splendid than back then. A bolt of white lightning shot from his left eye, smiling at Colin. In just 1 year, children grow up in the blink of an eye, but this was growth beyond imagination. No one present could imagine that the boy facing him in clashing swords was the same boy from before. Now it's my turn. Dawn shone from Vlad's right eye, permission granted by August to exploit weaknesses. Even the toughest warthog had its vulnerable spots. His legs, strong support required a solid foundation. Colin's indomitable martial prowess emanated from his firmly grounded legs. The surging waves of aura indicated so. Damn it, Colin, who was strong but not flexible, was greatly bewildered by Vlad's persistent attacks targeting his lower body. No one had ever attacked him like this before. Clang. As swords clashed, flames erupted from the collision. How is he doing this? Colin's thigh was slashed by the agile swordplay, piercing like the fastest dragon. The cruelty that cut down the sharpest dragon is persistently targeting the knight's knees. All the worlds that Vlad had seen, learned from, and conquered were now embedded in the blade like stars. Arg, answer me. Now he wanted to know, where did he stand in this vast world? How much more did he need to reach the sky's end? Now is the time for someone to answer his question. You arrogant brat, Quang. Vlad's world came to a halt with dark red blood bursting out. Colin let out a roar as he saw Vlad daring to look beyond himself instead of directly looking at him. Do you think I have come this far just to be defeated by someone like you? Though red droplets burst from his darkened skin, Colin didn't cease his onslaught. He too was a man with his own world. Dreaming of reaching the top wasn't just the privilege of Vlad. Die, you damn brat! Alongside Colin's fury, the tender ground, thawed by the spring breeze, began to explode outwards. Like Colin's bursting veins and bulging muscles. Colin's momentum was quite different from before, and Vlad realized that he had missed the moment. The flow is like a wave. If you can't ride the wave coming towards you, it'll wash over to someone else. I asked if you understood my level. The constant flow of attack and defense suddenly shifted to Colin. Everyone has a history and a world they have built. Colin, too, had built his own world. I, Colin of Pylos, am exactly this. With a thunderous roar, the aura from the tip of Colin's sword began to burn everything in the world. Colin's consciousness, which had sunk deep into himself, was no longer thinking about tomorrow. Colin, who was buried in past defeats, did not have the confidence to take on today's defeat. Die, Quang. Vlad rolled around, avoiding the exploding ground. Piles of dirt were falling like rain on his head. Huff, the fight was already over. Only the duel remained. The soldiers who had been stabbing each other against the doors were now all frozen like statues, watching only the current confrontation. Everyone realized that this duel between the two would be both the beginning and the end of today. Hee. A massive duel that a small village could not contain. Amidst everyone watching with bated breath, Vlad was laughing. Even the falling rain of dirt couldn't hide his laughter. Why are you laughing? Colin shouted loudly at Vlad, who suddenly seemed delighted, but the smile that began from his blue eyes did not stop. Because I think I can do it. Vlad, who has finally stopped laughing, swings his sword. The starlit sword, which had brushed off the accumulated dust, was shining blue. Unlike before, Vlad was fighting today's battle without anyone's help or consideration, but Vlad was certain. Now I can handle you. What? Vlad raised his sword with those words. A sword made by the spirits and bestowed by the world tree. Vlad, who once again felt the sensation of holding an unadorned sword, erased his smile and returned to a serious expression. Thank you for answering me. Vlad looked at the man before him and found his answer for today, Colin of Pylos, a great knight who awakened aura and built his own world, but Vlad has already surpassed this man. So let's end it now, and he is proving it right now. The world built by Vlad began to swirl over the sword path established by the first Swordmaster. All right, come at me. Vlad of Shora, the footsteps of the boy, staggering as he walked to create his own world, had not yet stopped. The precarious footsteps he had taken so far had been piled up layer by layer within the boy's world, creating the knight he was now. All right, you did not call me a brat. Vlad's eyes began to flicker as he heard Colin's shout. Now, with the knowledge of where he stood, the little dragon's blue eyes, newly awakened to his own potential, shone blue. Call me Vlad of Shora. Today, Vlad had successfully protected the wedding. He protected someone's happiness with his sword and protected people's daily lives. So now it's time to throw them one last red rose. In an instant, there was a flash of light. Though they had started facing each other in a moment, the positions of Vlad and Colin had swapped within the passing glance. It was a light that one could not block even if they were looking at it, and that one could not avoid even if they noticed it. Colin's eyes widened in disbelief. A sharp stake was driven into his heart that would not allow him to live any longer. His heartbeat was fading away slowly. The collapsing black figure poured out red liquid and fell onto the small village below. Colin, the Knight of Pylos, he had become one of the proofs that Vlad had created today. Because I have come this far, winner and loser. Vlad, who had taken Colin's life as payment for a fair duel, felt the light reaching over his shoulder and slowly raised his head, a moon floating in the sky. If I push a little further, I might reach it. Just like that day, the desolate moon with its blue light was looking down at Vlad. Vlad felt like the moonlight shining down on him had gotten a little closer than before. A large mansion illuminated by moonlight. The floor of the mansion was covered in dust, filled with grains of sand. The dry wind that originated from the harsh land always tormented the people of the West. My lord. In the vast lobby, where only the two of them existed, Count Gaidar looked at the knight who bowed his head to him. It's time, my lord. Tell me more. The Knight of Blue Moonlight was climbing the stairs that not even his biological son could climb. He was someone worthy of approaching the Count. After all, it was he who paved the stairs of today with blood and corpses. Dragonblood Duke said. Godin approached the Count and whispered softly into his ear. Is that so? Upon hearing Godin's words, Count Gaidar firmly grasped the armrests of his chair. He was so happy that his two eyes were shining brightly in his frowning face. The time has finally come. A ruthless ruler of the West, a usurper who doesn't mind taking, Count Sigmund Gaidar. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I have been waiting for far too long, Godin. It was unbearable. I understand perfectly, my lord. For those born in the West, it was their fate to always be hungry, no matter how much they swallowed. This cursed land always made them yearn for distant lands, never settling in one place. The unending hunger was like a curse. Go, Godin, go and retrieve my son's sword. Despite being the one who took, he had endured for a long time. But now the time had come and the West no longer needed to endure. The fragile fence that barely held its form had crumbled today. Go to Diamar, bring me the bitch who claims to guard the northern gate. Yes, my lord. As a knight who obeyed his lord's commands, Godin would not hesitate to carry out his orders. The blue moonlight shining from outside the window behind Gaidar illuminated Godin. It was the same color as the moonlight that descended on Rose's smiles that day. Chapter 132. A garrison standing on the northern grassland, which is now overgrown with grass. The flags waving among the numerous tents had emblems representing the Vatican and the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. "Why haven't we entered yet, Sir Ladhu?" Inside the most ornately decorated commander's tent. There, Bishop Peer, without even lifting the cup offered to him, glared at the man standing before him. "It's been 2 months since the military uprising began, yet you still sit idly, merely observing." His tone was polite, but there is anger inside that cannot be hidden. Bishop of Shora, the heretic inquisitor. Peer continued speaking in a strong tone, as if he could not stand it any longer. "The God above will not be very pleased with your current unfaithful attitude. Therefore, Sir Ladhu, you must act now." "I will." Despite the anger palpable in Peer's words, the man seated before him remained nonchalant. "I am merely waiting for an opportunity." His neatly combed red hair caught the eye, but his blue eyes, meeting Peer's, testified that Ladhu had dragon blood. His blue eyes carried an otherworldly aura, unmistakably not quite human. "You haven't confirmed how long it will take, right?" Ladhu Dragulia of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order, the man who inherited the blood of the Dragon Blood Duke, was glaring at Bishop Peer and suppressing his vigor. "So when do you plan to draw your sword?" "Well, that's not a simple question, is it?" Although he was in front of a bishop backed by the Vatican, Ladhu's attitude showed no sign of restraint. "For there was only one being in this world whom he feared. When my father permits it." With his feet on the table, Ladhu shrugged his shoulders. At Ladhu's nonchalant demeanor, Peer found himself at a loss for words. "Please do not mix human intentions with the will of God." "Do not worry too much, Bishop, it won't take long, I assure you." Ladhu lifts the glass of alcohol he poured and shrugs his shoulders. With an attitude that seemed to say, "Now leave," Peer could do nothing but swallow his frustration. The vigor of the dragon released from its leash was already overlooking the Vatican. "I'll go and see." "I won't be seeing you off, Bishop." In the end, Bishop Peer had no choice but to exit the tent, lips pressed together in frustration. The flags raised in the name of God were ultimately issues to be resolved by the swords of men, and no military action could be taken without Ladhu's permission. It was a contract they agreed upon from the start. Screwed. As Peer exited the tent, the midday sun was setting in his eyes, shielding his eyes from the blinding glare he took in the scene, flags fluttering in the wind, tents pitched in neat rows. Even after all this, despite all the preparations, they had ultimately fallen prey to the Dragonblood Duke's intentions. His justification had been taken away, and the sword had never truly belonged to him from the start. Peer knows why they are so still. They probably wanted to keep the North in check. The central forces, which had finally mobilized, were now firmly planted in the heart of the North, using the existence of an evil being as justification. The stake driven by the Dragonblood Duke was currently suppressing the movements of Iron Duke and the Northern Alliance. "I hope it's not too late, Dragonblood Duke." Peer could only hope it wasn't too late while facing the garrison of Baron Utman. The ominous aura emanating from there had taken on a form, settling like black mist. It was now so thick that neither the warmth of approaching summer nor the afternoon sun could penetrate it. Unlike yesterday, the empty village feels eerie. Amidst the eerie silence of the seemingly abandoned village, only forgotten household items lay scattered around. "Mom, make sure Marie behaves and stay alert when you get there." Amidst the slowly departing crowd, Got tightly held onto his mother's hand, earnestly pleading. "Please take care of my mom and Marie. We're family, right? Or rather, we're family now, aren't we?" "I'll do my best, big brother." The villagers began to leave the Wisteria village. In front of them, the village chief shouted frantically, urging them not to leave, but no one paid heed. It was unreasonable to stand still when they had witnessed the imminent signs of war right before their eyes. "Stay put in Marcia. Even if it's a territory battle, it is rare for a city to be captured. Take care, Got. Mom is always more worried about you than myself." Got's eyes were filled with worry, so much so that it seemed like tears would overflow at any moment. "Take care of the money I gave you. Send a letter to Shora as soon as you arrive. We should be able to at least get in touch there. You should take care too, big brother." They had only just reunited as a family, but once again they had to part ways. Sending his family into the perilous path of refuge, Got felt like his heart was about to burst. "Tisk." Vlad clicked his tongue as he looked at Got, who was preoccupied with the unfortunate send-off. The son is preparing to bid farewell to his mother. Vlad, who was quietly watching the scene, scratched his head and frowned. "Hey, Got. Hey, can't you hear me?" Vlad grabbed Got, who was busy seeing his family off, by the scruff of his neck and held it in front of his face. "Why, Captain?" Vlad's expression seemed fierce for some reason. Feeling uncomfortable with his intense gaze, Got flinched, but what he heard was far beyond his expectations. "You're going too, huh?" Since they were both heading back to Shora anyway, Got assumed his guidance would no longer be needed. "What do you mean? It's a vacation." "I'll grant you a long one." Though brief, Vlad could recall some memories through Gott's family, so if possible, he wanted to remember that image fully. Now his memories were too old and worn out to recall properly. Instead, it's unpaid leave. Captain, caught off guard by Vlad's sudden proposal, Gott froze, seemingly startled. The quick-witted swindler's fingers trembled as if he had noticed something. Am I getting fired? It's just a vacation, damn it. Granting a long unpaid leave like this, usually employers use that kind of language for firing. Vlad felt like he could sense Gott's life frustrations in their conversation. Hurry up and go along, see you in Shora later. Yeah. Only then did Gott understand Vlad's intention and hurriedly get on the horse, the consideration hidden in his cold tone. Vlad's consideration could be felt even in the midst of last night's stirring of the soup pot in front of his mother. Thanks, Captain. The procession of people visible in the distance beyond the hill somehow looked cheerful. The moment of parting would be better if it were shorter, but Gott couldn't easily leave his spot. I'll just take my mother to a safe place and come right back. Will your seat still be available until then? A jab with sincerity. However, there would be no misunderstanding. The two who had met on a winter day had grown to understand each other. You're not that good to receive a boat like Harvin. Vlad chuckled bitterly as he watched Gott leave for his family. Gott had been a swindler when they first met, but now he was leaving with his true self. Gott of Wisteria Village was running towards its family. Yeah, go quickly. Though he said he'd be back soon, it would take months at least for this parting. Perhaps they wouldn't see each other again. Vlad knew well that farewells were so fleeting. To be honest, the potato stew did not taste good. Watching Gott leave, Vlad finally uttered a word he couldn't say before. It was like mother's taste, but it didn't taste good. The afternoon sunlight hanging in the sky tickled Vlad's eyes. His blue eyes, shielded from the sun by his hand, looked cold in color as he watched the departing people, but the warmth contained within seemed as warm as ever. Indeed, it gets colder as we head north. Men walking along a small forest path. Stefan shivered and leaned closer to Vlad, but his words seemed to wither under the fierce gaze of Noir. It appeared that Vlad wasn't the only one feeling sad about parting with Gott. How far are you planning to follow? To the north. Do we have about a week left until Shora, Stefan, and the Thornwood mercenaries? Currently they are trailing behind Vlad. Why bother following me all the way to Shora? We haven't found a stable position yet, so we're tagging along. Their wanderings, which began from the eastern city of Tanaboya, hadn't yet reached a conclusion. Given the circumstances, the value of mercenaries was on the rise, but that didn't mean they could settle anywhere. Choosing an employer is sensible when it comes to taking one's only life. Hearing you, it seems like it wasn't entirely my fault. You've been so picky, that's why you haven't found a place until now. Haha, that's why I'm still alive. Stefan simply laughed off Vlad's teasing remarks. If possible, had to win over this young knight. Just doing this much should be enough to earn acceptance. His tone was sharp, his attitude cool, but his actions towards his squire were warm, indicating he possessed a decent character despite his abrasive personality. Even if his temperament is questionable, he still has value worth following. From their encounter in the Dobrechty forest to reaching Wisteria village, Stefan had been by Vlad's side through thick and thin. It was evident that this lad would grow into someone significant. Vlad's worth was now shining brightly enough for anyone to see. When we arrive in Shora, how can we receive a mission there? I don't know, you'll find out when we get there. If someone has good skills, decent character, and potential for the future, it's best not to hesitate and join forces. This was clearly an opportunity, as Vlad even eliminated the strongest enemy on his own. Why are you asking about your business? Isn't this also fate? How about sharing a drink in Shora? Stefan chuckled amiably, trying to lighten the mood. But Vlad's eyes narrowed instantly as he looked at him. Wait. Yes, sounds carried by the wind. Vlad's keen hearing began to pick up on something, approaching sounds from a distance, the sound of horses' hooves. Someone's coming. Vlad quietly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Sensing Vlad's unease, Stefan quickly signaled to his men. Get into formation. Following his signal, the Thornwood mercenaries swiftly surrounded Stefan and Vlad on their horses. Vlad was momentarily surprised by their efficient response. I can see it. Stefan began to seamlessly stick by Vlad's side, pretending to observe along with him. In the distance, the figures of approaching men came into view. Looks like about 20 of them. Though they seemed outnumbered compared to their own group, there was no need to retreat just because of that. The Thornwood mercenaries were seasoned men, and Vlad himself now had a clear idea of where he stood. Halt, identify yourselves. Men in black hoods confidently approach as if they have nothing to hide. Although they were disguising themselves as ordinary people, Vlad could sense an unusual energy coming from them. Now you seem more spirited, you've grown a lot, you are quite different from back then. Do you know me? One of the figures, smiling as if he knew Vlad, seemed unfazed by Vlad's raised sword. Vlad doesn't know, but there is nothing more suspicious than someone who knows him. Who the hell are you? Just answer the question. Despite Vlad's sharp demeanor, the man remained unfazed, quietly rummaging through his pockets until he produced a stiff piece of paper with a familiar seal. Lord Joseph sent me here, Knight Vlad. What? The man's face becomes visible when he lifts the hood along with the order he is holding. His face was covered with countless deep scars. Do not come to Shora until further notice. Instead, go to Diamar. What? Vlad realized the man's identity along with the scars. It was a brief encounter, but the man had left an unforgettable impression on Vlad. Until further instructions, I command you to act as a knight of Lady Alicia and not as Vlad of Shora. The leather pouch Joseph had shown in the carriage contained the severed head of the man with his eyes wide open, unable to close them. As commanded by the noble blood of the north, Lord Joseph Vayezid, the hidden sword of the Vayezid family, the knight who had once cut off Indre Hainel's head now stood before Vlad. Chapter 133. The sun shining down was warm and the breeze blowing was refreshing. Suddenly, as the summer season came along, Diamar's white snake decided to go down the tree for the first time in a long time. There couldn't be a better day to enjoy sunbathing, atop the quiet hill as lonely as it was silent. The white snake closed its eyes quietly, looking at the silent gravestones. Its tail swayed along with the blowing wind. In a moment now finally settled in its spot, the white snake raised its head quietly as if sensing something, a distinct sensation approaching from afar. It was a sensation it hadn't felt in a long time, so the white snake sniffed cautiously, almost doubting. The eyes of the white snake, recognizing the scent, widened. The scent of flowers wafted from afar, the fragrance of very young flowers. The white snake had forgotten about it for a while because it had not felt it for a long time. It was a scent that stimulated the nostalgia buried deep within its soul. The white snake stood tall as if in disbelief and looked further into the distance. Beyond the mansion of Hainel, beyond the territory. Through the widened gaze of the white snake, the familiar figure of a man from afar began to appear. There was a blond knight approaching straight from far beyond the territory, carrying the breath of young children heavily on his finely crafted sword. Children who had ridden on the knight's sword were whispering something. The possibility of the world tree is not yet dead. The tail of the white snake, recognizing the children, began to tremble violently. I knew it would come to this. Hainel Manor, though small and old, was meticulously maintained. A weak voice was coming from the office located at the highest point there. I knew it would come to this. Rich, aqua-colored hair was flowing over the desk as if sea water had spilled over it. Alicia Hainel. She was currently collapsed onto the desk, overwhelmed by an unbearable fatigue. It was a contrast to the white snake that was shaking its head in excitement outside the window. Didn't we prepare according to our intelligence? Though she didn't look like the typical noble lady, Duncan, sensing her inner turmoil, could only offer quiet reassurance. Prepared, Alicia raised her head quietly in response to Duncan's words. Her face, partially obscured by her lush hair, looked somewhat grim. You know very well that this level of preparation is insufficient. Duncan was at a loss for words due to Alicia's self-deprecation rather than criticism. Alicia sighed as she swept her hair back slowly, staring at Duncan, who remained speechless. Beside her, there lay a piece of paper filled with densely packed writing. It was a report summarizing the military composition of the Hainel family. We can't fight Gaydar with just 700 men. Although it was a force gathered with a sense of resignation, it amounted to only 700 men. If it were an ordinary territorial skirmish, it might suffice. However, their opponent was the conqueror of the West, Gaydar, and it was a well-known fact even among the local children that such numbers wouldn't be enough to oppose him. What about the mercenaries? I've heard their prices have risen significantly lately. Yes, Lady Alicia. Alicia's words trailed off with a heavy sigh. Duncan, well aware of the overwhelming burden Alicia was facing, couldn't find the words to offer her encouragement today. Not only us, but signs of war are looming everywhere. That's why the prices of mercenaries have gone up significantly. Gaydar's intentions were clear, and now there was no avoiding it. A battle that would determine not only the territory but also the fate of the family was approaching, and Alicia planned to do her best to fight him. I've met with some renowned mercenary leaders, but it seems they all hesitate to side with us. I guess so. However, despite Alicia's resolve, the world wasn't offering her a helping hand easily. A poor ruler and a formidable enemy. Even if they were mercenaries seeking opportunities, they wouldn't want to board a sinking ship. In the end, it seems we won't even be able to muster 1,000 troops on our side. That's correct. Alicia's shadow deepened with Duncan's response. According to the information sent by Joseph, Gaydar was moving north with the allied families, amassing a force of around 5,000 troops in total. With only 700 soldiers at her disposal, her own forces would be grossly inadequate. But they won't just come at us all at once, will they? Because they don't have a reason to attack us. That's right, not only will we not sit still in the center, but we also have an ally called Vayezid. Unlike the Western territories, which were intertwined with various justifications, Diamir belonged to an entirely different sphere of influence. If they were to invade Diamir without just cause, not only the imperial family and the center but also numerous families would criticize them. Lady Alicia, guests have arrived. Guests. With a polite knock, the butler entered. Alicia's office had been filled with a heavy atmosphere, but fresh air was now flowing in through the door he opened. They're from Vayezid. Vayezid. Alicia sprang up from her seat, momentarily forgetting her composure at the butler's words. Despite the sudden movement causing her knee to hit the desk, her joy outweighed any pain. Please bring them in here. Understood. Alicia, without hesitation, invited the people who had just arrived at the mansion into her office. At a time when everyone was turning away from the Hainel family, they were the only ones extending a helping hand. It seems Lord Joseph is also keeping an eye on the situation. That's fortunate. Alicia leaned back in her chair as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Do you feel a bit relieved now? Even if they were Gaydar, they couldn't ignore Vayezid. As one of the pillars in the north, Vayezid was undoubtedly a powerful family. I guess we will meet again. But Alicia was expecting something other than the good news they would bring. She was waiting for someone who could give her a moment to breathe in the current situation where everything seems to be blocked. A small smile formed on Alicia's lips as she thought of him. We are here. Come in. Reacting promptly to the butler's report, Alicia quickly brushed her hair back and returned to greeting the guests with the air of a confident noble. Her eyes, now filled with anticipation, sparkled as she awaited the opening of the door. It's been a while, Baroness. The door opened with Alicia's expectations. A man entered, bowing respectfully. He was the knight sent by Joseph, often scolded by him but always delivering results. I am Warden of the Vayezid family. Ah, Alicia greeted him, observing the older knight who wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief as he greeted her. Looking at him, Alicia couldn't help but purse her lips. Outside the window, the white snake still moves its head around, observing its surroundings calmly. Men wearing black hoods. Vlad and the Thornwood mercenaries were on their way to Diamir with them. Did you come all the way down here because of me? Don't ask me that. The man covered in scars does not give clear answers to Vlad's questions. Vlad could tell that besides taking him, the man had another mission. Perhaps, just like with Andre Hainel, he might be targeting someone else's life. But what should I call you? Senior, Vlad doesn't know his identity, and he doesn't know his intentions. Vlad's actions of continuing to seek information from such a man full of doubts could be said to be a natural attitude stemming from his survival instinct. There seems to be an issue with titles. The man in the black hood pondered for a moment upon hearing Vlad's words. It's a bit complicated for you to call me senior. It's better if you pretend not to know me. Why is that? Because there's nothing good for either of us if we know each other. The scars on his face distort along with the man's smile. A silent warning to Vlad not to delve deeper, conveyed through nonverbal cues. Vlad understood the warning and nodded quietly. Just call me by my name. What's your name then? The man, who was silent for a moment in response to Vlad's question, eventually opened his mouth as if he had thought of something. Let's go with Marcus. From now on, just call me Marcus. Until just now, you seem to imply that you're not Marcus. The most difficult thing is to come up with a name. This one turned out quite well. The man in the black hood does not bother to hide the fact that he just came up with the name. Now, the man who should be called Marcus turned his head to look at where Stefan was. We were short-handed, so you did a good job bringing them along. Are they hired? No, not yet. Give them the funds, let them be hired. It may not have been his intention, but Marcus smiled happily as he saw Vlad leading a group of mercenaries. Even though it was an ugly smile that made those who saw it feel intimidated, the Thornwood mercenaries are not a bad choice. They have the skills and above all they have a good completion rate on their missions. Is that so? Vlad nodded as he listened to Marcus's words. Knights have honor, mercenaries have trust. These were the primary virtues proving their worth in their respective fields, and Stefan was proving his trust through his high mission completion rate. No wonder they don't flee easily. Is that so? Having been in the mercenary business for a while, Vlad knew. Mercenaries were notorious for fleeing at the slightest sign of trouble. But the Thornwood mercenaries had not fled even during their encounter with August. He had appreciated their attitude, which is why, despite sensing their ulterior motives, he had brought them along until now. If you plan to continue bringing them along, you should be careful about their relationships with women. What? Marcus shrugged in response to Vlad's question. There must be a reason why even someone with their skills still wanders around. I see. Having fully understood Marcus's words, Vlad, a former street kid with a quick wit, turned his head to look at Stefan, who was following behind him. Stefan, who happened to be looking at him, quickly smiled and winked as their eyes met. It wasn't the first time he had seen such skillful acting, with one eye smiling while the other remained neutral. As Vlad and Stefan engaged in a meaningless eye battle, a crow began circling above Vlad's head. It seems something urgent is happening. The crow, which had been circling in the sky, landed on Marcus's forearm as he extended it, a familiar sight. It's neither a dove nor a raven. Even the letterbox tied to its ankle was painted pitch black, as if nobody would recognize that this crow was delivering a message. Vlad looked at the crow with curiosity, but Marcus, who received the news brought by the crow, had an increasingly hardened expression. Let's part ways here. What? It was Marcus and his group who said they would go to Diamar together, but now, as if they were in a hurry to drop off something, they were turning their heads to leave. What's going on? I said you shouldn't ask me that. Marcus clicked his tongue as he watched Vlad ask another question in a natural way. This guy is a smart guy. Because by pretending to be innocent, pretending not to know, Vlad once again crossed the line that Marcus warned him about. He should have asked Peter for this guy. Understood. Vlad nodded, seeing the heavy gaze Marcus was sending him. The warning in Marcus's eyes wasn't directed at him. Hurry to Diamar, Lady Alicia's knight. Go quickly, Knight of the Lady. Because she is desperately calling for you, it must not be too late. So go quickly and fulfill your duty, before the collapsing sky of the Empire fell upon her. Chapter 134. A two-story cabin, solidly built. In front of the house, which was extravagant for a rural area, lay a vast wheat field ready for harvest. Where are you? A loud creaking of the wooden floorboards. A sturdy man was walking around the cabin as if this was his home. I know everything, so let's not tire each other out. Bloodstains protruded from the brown walls. The old man, the owner of the cabin, looked at the red stains with a troubled expression. Beneath the indelible red mark was his son, who had not even been able to close his eyes. I don't know what you're asking. Just now, didn't you see your son's head flying off? Old man, though his demeanor was noble, his language was utterly vulgar. Do you have to see your entire family perish before you speak? The threatening man's thick eyebrows contorted mercilessly. The muscles of his tense upper body seemed to threaten to draw his sword even now. Even if you used to live off the spoils of the Rabnoma family, isn't it time to protect your family now? You don't need to be loyal to a family that doesn't exist anymore. The retired old knight stopped laughing, looking at the inflated malice. He can't believe he just has to see this guy showing off. He must have lived too long to witness such a sight. I don't trust your words, you vile usurpers. An old retired knight, the old sword of the Rabnoma family, who was trying to quietly spend the rest of his life in his manor, opened his mouth with a bitter smile. Who among the people of the West would believe the words of Dragon's dog? Old man. Upon hearing the old man's words, Stephen raised his head and closed his eyes, unable to hold back his boiling anger. If you tell me where the Rabnoma family's brat is right now, I'll kill you painlessly. You know he's powerless wherever he goes. An uninvited guest spoke gently, but it was ultimately a harbinger of doom. Seeing him like that, the old man could only smile quietly. He's powerless no matter where he goes. The wrinkles on the old man's face deepened as he looked at Stephen. It was a smile akin to that of a victor's. The crow from the north didn't say so. Stephen's face twisted like a demon upon hearing the most unwanted response. Even if scorched by the fiercest flames, if the roots remained alive, they could sprout anew. A true ruler of the West. The Rabnoma family, which prioritized the peace of dragon over their own blood for an oath, even while falling under sudden attack. The West still remembered them. You old fool, Stephen shouted as if in tantrum, looking at the old man as if mocking. You should have died more gloriously anyway. From his hand, the sword extended like lightning, piercing the old man's chest. Tuck, the old man crumbled with a scream. Yet perhaps the reason he could still smile was the knight's pride in accomplishing his mission until the end. In the end, the old knight of the Rabnoma family had safeguarded a single seed until the last moment. Burn it all down! With Stephen's furious cry, flames began to engulf the cabin. The livestock bellowing loudly and the unharvested wheat began to bow their heads. The honorable manor that a man had built up over a lifetime was burning. Damn it! A baseless, despicable usurper, an empty shell without a covenant. Recalling the epithets of the Gaidar still roaming the West, Stephen struggled to suppress his rage. Just bring everything. If you are despised because you have no honor, you can bring it. If it is ignored because it has no history, just take it away. That was the law of the West and the history of the Gaidar. Even my sword. The Gaidar's bloodline roared towards the north. The shadows of flames flickering from all directions filled Stephen's eyes. Wow! Stephen couldn't help but utter a small exclamation at the sight before him. The first city he had ever laid eyes on, the city of Diamar, bordering the central and northern regions, exuded a unique scent unseen thus far. You were quite famous knight in the north. Not to that extent. However, the reason Stephen and his mercenaries were currently astonished wasn't solely because of the impression Diamar gave. Welcome to Diamar, Sir Vlad, the small but sturdy castle walls. And beneath them, soldiers standing and saluting Vlad. It was enough to stir unfamiliar emotions in the mercenaries. Seems like it's more than you bargained for. Quiet. Seeing the soldiers' reception akin to welcoming a triumphant general, the mercenaries found themselves straightening their shoulders involuntarily. The mercenaries had gone to many places, but they never experienced hospitality, so the current scene was undoubtedly a new experience, like nothing they had ever encountered before. For now, let's proceed. Vlad sensed the bewildered gazes of the mercenaries behind him, but decided to move forward nonetheless. The relationship between the city of Diamar and the knight Vlad was too deeply intertwined to be explained in a few simple words. "Why are these following us? Back off, you lot!" Accompanied by the soldiers' farewells, the group entered the city. Though it resembled a quiet rural road, the group's progress inevitably slowed. "Why are you sticking so close?" The mercenaries, taken aback by the children's curious gazes, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Children sticking to mercenaries was unheard of for them. "It's the knight Vlad of the honor duel. I've never seen blonde hair like that before. Is he really of noble descent?" The mercenaries listened to the children's chatter, then looked back at Vlad once again. Though they whispered quietly to each other, the children's high-pitched voices were enough to be heard by the group. "The children seem to really like you, sir. It wasn't always like this." At Stefan's inquiry, Vlad sighed, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Despite having visited the city multiple times, this reaction was unprecedented. Perhaps it was due to the large group he was traveling with, catching the children's attention. "The more we go, the more it's like this." Slowly, word of the sacred figure of the north, Vlad of Shora, was spreading. However, this man was known by a slightly different title in this city. Perhaps Vlad, being accustomed to a different kind of attention, didn't realize that the children's curiosity towards him might be considered natural. It wouldn't be bad to settle down in a place like this after retiring. Talking about retirement right after completing a contract doesn't seem appropriate. Haha. That just means I was impressed by this place. Stefan chuckled at Vlad's blunt response and began to gently push the clinging children, clearing a path forward. It seemed that the young knight in front of them was not accustomed to such hospitality. "This is my first time in a place like this." At Stefan's casual remark, the mercenaries all nodded in agreement. Having lived in rough and tough places all their lives, the current situation felt somewhat surreal, but it wasn't necessarily bad. The saluting soldiers, the clinging children, and even the white snake eagerly waiting on the roof of the mansion. The small city of Diamar was genuinely welcoming them all. The white slips away quietly, one by one, silently. "I estimate about 5,000. 5,000. Vayezid's knight begins to pour white sugar cubes into a small teacup. Alicia swallowed her saliva at the assertive gesture of Vorden, who lived only for today, not tomorrow. "Yes, 5,000. While Vorden's teacup was rising, Alicia's lips were sealed. The number he uttered, 5,000, carried a significant weight. "The message you sent clearly stated 3,000. The flag-bearers of Gaidar are coming up. The new ruler of the West, Gaidar." They were not traveling north alone. They were accompanied by other noble houses from the West. "This is the terror of the Lord who calls himself a ruler." As soon as Alicia heard Vorden's words, she felt bitterness welling up inside her. She felt like snatching the teacup from the old knight's hands and drinking it all at once. "What are the plans of Vayezid?" Alicia's face stiffened with the increasing burden. Even Duncan, the old knight, seemed to be freezing up as he looked at her. "Currently, 500 reinforcements are coming to Diamar. The reason I came here first was to open the gates for them." "It's 500. Just that, sending only 500 troops as preparation for 5,000 was disappointing news for Alicia. Despite her frown, the old knight dealing with her remained calm. "Vayezid's troops are currently gathering towards Shora. It means bringing soldiers from the north as well." Diamar was too small to accommodate thousands of soldiers. Despite having strong walls, it was inefficient to gather too many troops in such a small city. Therefore, Peter Vayezid had to operate his forces as flexibly as possible, bringing troops from the north. What about the barbarians then? The non-believers. Beyond the northern border, barbarians were always a nuisance to the lords of the north. This was also the reason why the Baranov family was able to receive the title of duke, even though they were despised northern lords. "You don't need to worry about that. Lord Joseph has already taken care of it." Vayezid was already aware of Gaidar's ambition to advance into the north, so they made constant efforts to avoid creating two fronts. Utilizing the Aj and Budart tribe as a means of pacifying the barbarians may not be perfect, but it would certainly be effective in this upcoming war. Lord Joseph has pledged to protect Diamar as if it were his own body. 700 and 500 against 5,000. And the walls of Diamar, which protected Hainel for a long time, hold on with this and strike back as you prepared. The cold northern wind has already prepared for the harsh west wind. Can we just hold on? Of course. Not only that, but Lord Joseph has prepared various other methods. Knock knock. As they discussed the details of the war, a faint knock interrupted them. "Lady Alicia, a guest has arrived." "Ah. Have the soldiers and their entourage finally arrived?" Vorden wiped his palms and rose upon hearing Butler's words. Please trust Bayezid's sincerity. The one who has come with these 500 reinforcements is none other than. Following the butler's guidance, the door opened, and a man entered the office along with Vorden's introduction. Everyone's eyes widened as they recognized the man. The sunlight illuminated the man's blonde hair as it filled Alicia's eyes. It's been a while, Lady Alicia. A man who had rushed from the distant east upon hearing of Diamar's turmoil. Lady Alicia's knight had arrived at this place. With a perplexed expression that seemed to say, "Why are you here?" Vorden looked at him. "You're a little late, Sir Vlad." Alicia, who had finally found the face she was looking for, greeted her knight with a bright smile. Her trembling fingertips, like her eyes, reached out to pick up the white sugar cubes. After experiencing only bitterness until now, all of her senses finally found a sweetness that allowed her to breathe again. Chapter 135. The black eyes Vlad had seen for the first time in a long time were looking at him. The corners of the eyes seemed to be about to smile, but there was a somewhat uncomfortable expression. Vlad was also hesitating whether to smile or not while looking at that expression. "Why you?" His lord whom he met in the summer even though he left in the winter. Joseph's eyes, which seemed to have become slightly darker, raised sharply towards Vlad. "Are you just here to cause trouble?" "I'm sorry." In response to Joseph's reprimand, Vlad quickly lowered his head and apologized. He knew very well that his record in Diamar was brilliant. "You broke the heirloom of the Hainel family. It's really unbelievable." Joseph, who leaned back heavily on the chair as if he was saying it himself, let out a deep sigh. Even though they were solidifying their relationship with Diamar in the face of a major war, breaking the heirloom of Hainel and coming back, Joseph still felt good about Alicia's tears welling up at Vlad's words. "You've been all the way to the east and nothing has changed." The one-eyed knight opened his mouth on behalf of Joseph, who was speechless. Despite being banished with the meaning of calming down, Zayar still sent a fierce gaze with his one remaining eye toward his student who was still causing trouble. Vlad also had something to say, but he knew it wasn't the right atmosphere to say it now. Vlad, who had spent his entire life watching people's reactions, realized that he had to keep his mouth shut for now. "This stupid guy." With a short exclamation, Zayar's body swayed like waves. Zayar, who used his footwork, which were the foundation of his movements, swung at Vlad's shin without hesitation. But he didn't hear the screams of someone he expected, the sound of the wind passing fiercely. The only thing that came back empty was his kick that cut through the air. Vlad, who had stepped back unnoticed to avoid Zayar's kick. Contrary to his bewildered expression, Joseph slowly pulled up his upper body, which was leaning on the chair, as if he was surprised to see that he had clearly widened the distance between them. Joseph, who was making a subtle expression as he looked at Vlad, and Zayar, who was still frozen with one foot raised. Vlad, who was rolling his eyes around while surveying the atmosphere of the office, cautiously spoke up. "Was this supposed to happen?" "Looks like it." Seeing Vlad subtly presenting his shin again, Zayar couldn't help but wear a bewildered expression. Indeed, this guy was unpredictable, since their first meeting until now. "As expected, you idiot." Tayak. A light hitting sound was heard inside the office. Vlad's blonde hair swayed heavily. Zayar succeeded in hitting the back of Vlad's head instead of his outstretched shin. "I told you to be prepared for a follow-up attack." Looking at Zayar, who was smiling subtly at him, Vlad couldn't help but smile back a little. "I'm sorry, everything was just like before." Joseph, who was looking at him with the sun behind him and Zayar standing quietly beside him. Although he was being scolded, seeing that nothing had changed, Vlad somehow felt relieved. "Baroness Alicia has decided to let this matter pass quietly. Be grateful to her for her generosity." Yes. Joseph and his entourage were inspecting the temporary encampment set up within the territory after leaving the mansion. Tents and campfires spread all around. Watching the thin smoke rising from the places where soldiers gathered, Vlad couldn't help but feel that it was a scene that didn't quite fit with Diamar. "From today onwards, you will officially be working as Lady Alicia's knight, not under my command." "Do we really need to do that?" "Now is the time to be careful." In this war, Vlad had to act not as Vlad of Shora, but as Vlad, Knight of Alicia. Vlad was still a criminal to the Vatican, and the Vatican's military power was entrenched in the northern middle, so being careful would do no harm. "How long will I be under Lady Alicia's command?" "Why? Don't you like it?" "It's not that, but—" Vlad stumbled over his words in response to Joseph's question. Even though Vlad had never fought in a war, there was one fact that he understood well. "I think I prefer being called Vlad of Shora." Joseph and Zayar nodded as if there was some merit in Vlad's words. The honorable titles attached to knights revealed not only their affiliation but also their identity. Therefore, no matter how much Vlad had a connection with the territory of Diamar, he had no choice but to be reluctant to give up the title of Vlad of Shora. Still, it's best to develop some attachment. But Joseph left behind cryptic words and simply continued to survey the camp. Lady Alicia said she would let it pass quietly, not just let it go. It was a prestigious heirloom passed down from the ancestor who founded the family. No matter how much Vlad was considered a benefactor of Diamar, this matter required him to take responsibility in his own right. Baroness Alicia has requested priority negotiation rights regarding you, after our 7-year contract ends, that is. Negotiation rights. The relationship between Joseph and Vlad was not bound by a lifelong oath of loyalty. The 7-year contract in exchange for opportunity and trust was now in its 3rd year, and after the contract ended, Vlad was completely free. Can I refuse? In that case, she might be disappointed. After all, it wasn't about enforcing the contract, it was simply asking Vlad to discuss it before seeking another lord. Lady Alicia, the owner of Hainel, wanted Vlad as her knight under her command. Anyway, is your horse still doing well? Are you referring to Noir? Yeah, that guy, your notorious horse who doesn't listen to you. However, all of these conversations would ultimately take place after victory in the war. While Vlad's affiliation would outwardly align more closely with the Hainel family, the command authority still rested with Joseph. Joseph had already devised plans on how to utilize Vlad as a knight. While the troops stationed in Diamar will primarily focus on defense, it would not be desirable for us to simply wait passively. There was another tent erected there, far away from the other tents. It was a tent that stood alone as if it couldn't blend in. Wait, who is this? A tent markedly different from the unified color scheme of Joseph's army. Vlad's eyebrows furrowed as he saw a man emerge from inside. Why is he here? It was part of the agreement from the start. Joseph shrugged as he looked at Vlad. Go say hello, you guys have to work together from now on. With an ominous undertone to Joseph's words, Vlad turned his gaze forward, wondering why they sounded so foreboding. A man who approaches Vlad with his arms outstretched so that anyone would mistake him for being a close friend. Braided hair, tattoos everywhere. It's been a while. Aj of the Budart tribe was smiling brightly while greeting Vlad. You've made quite the career for yourself, Sir Knight. Shut up. Vlad wiped his face with both hands as he heard Stefan's words. Seeing him like this, Stefan just chuckled softly while chewing on some jerky. After all, just getting a promotion is a big deal in itself. And on top of that, Sir Knight, didn't you say this is your first time in a war? That's right. Vlad listened to Stefan's words while looking at Noir, who was snorting in the stable. Stubborn, rough, and living by his own rules, Noir had all these flaws, but he was also the son of the grassland. Moreover, it's not just any scouting unit, it's an assault team. Considering my experience, this is a really good opportunity. Joseph was paying attention to Vlad and Noir's mobility, and he intended to assign suitable soldiers to match their mobility and lead them into battle against the Gaidar. You're not just an ordinary knight, you're in charge of a squad, so you'll definitely make a big impact in this war. If those barbarians listen to me. Vlad was put in charge of the Budart warriors by Joseph. Vlad couldn't understand the reasoning behind the selection, as he was the only one associated with the barbarians among the knights Joseph brought. Where are you going? For a walk. I'll come with you. No, don't follow me. For the barbarians, it was better to have someone they knew like Vlad as their leader rather than some strange guy. Stefan was promoted to Vlad's adjutant as soon as he was hired, so it was a good thing for everyone, except for Vlad, whose mind was in turmoil. It's not a place that anyone can enter. Understood. Vlad decided to take a moment to clear his mind and take a breather. Originally, there was someone desperately searching for him. As the sun set and soldiers bustled around the camp, Vlad left the bustling camp and walked to the quiet backyard of the mansion. There he encountered a white figure perched on a hill staring back at him. Why are you looking for me like this? On a low hill, a huge tree with the Hainel family emblem engraved on it. A white serpent stood there staring at Vlad. Sniff, Alicia lay alone in a spacious room, illuminated by moonlight streaming in from outside. How can he really break it just because I gave it to him? Her reddened nose and scattered handkerchiefs on the bed testified to her recent outburst of tears. No matter how strong a dam is, it can collapse from even a small crack. Alicia, who had endured countless attacks from all sides, had finally succumbed to a single trigger, the amber stone. It was something my father left me. Although it was an heirloom passed down from ancestors, it was one of the few items that reminded Alicia of her father, but now it is gone, melted away. Okay, it didn't matter anymore. One of her father's traces was forever lost. Alicia, who stood up wiping away tears, decided to take comfort in the fact that she did not shed tears in front of people. It's fine. I gave it to him to use like this anyway. Her father had said the yellow amber stone contained an inexplicable divine blessing. That's why she lent it to him, and in the end, Vlad came back in good health. Alicia tried to convince herself as she nodded at her reflection in the mirror. But it's not just about breaking it. Sitting by the bed, Alicia sighed as she looked at her swollen eyes and then retrieved the letters that Vlad had handed her instead of the amber stone. Osrina, elves. The forest of the elves, Osrina. Though it was a place rarely open to humans, rumors had spread that elven goods were now being sold at high prices even in central regions. If I handle this well, although Vlad had lost the Amber Stone, he had brought back letters from the elves. Perhaps the letters she held now were more valuable than the Amber Stone her father had left her. Alicia vaguely speculated on the value of the letters she now held. As soon as she opened the envelope sent by the elves, a sudden gust of wind made Alicia close her eyes. "What's this?" Alicia, who was already very depressed, panicked at the sudden wind and went to the window and started rubbing her eyes. While Alicia rubbed her eyes, the wind from the envelope began to swirl around, decorating her room with the refreshing scent of the forest. Alicia, barely opening her eyes due to the wind blowing through the open window, caught sight of someone climbing the hill, illuminated by the moonlight pouring in. Now he comes and goes like his own home. Recognizing the sparkling figure even in the moonlight, Alicia watched the back of Vlad climbing the hill with pursed lips. Bowing towards the graves, waving towards the hazel trees, Vlad, Alicia's knight, stood atop the hill. Momentarily startled by the unexpected sight, Alicia blinked again. There are no fireflies on that hill, yet fireflies were visible, particles of light emitted from Vlad. Although she couldn't clearly tell because she was looking at it from a distance, Alicia could clearly see lights floating on the hill. Clearly, tiny fireflies that looked like they had just been born were coming out of Vlad's sword. Chapter 136. Will he be able to do well? Two people walked along a sunlit corridor. Isn't it still early for Sir Vlad? It might be better for him to observe and learn alongside the other knights. It will be enough. While Alicia wore a worried expression, Joseph's face remained calm. Sir Vlad was already a leader of his own group from the first time I met him. I see. Alicia silently nodded in response to Joseph's words. Although he belonged to Hainel, Vlad was ultimately a knight of Vayezid. Expressing opinions about him in front of Joseph required caution. What was he like when you first met him? He was a mercenary I had hired. We met during a monster subjugation that started in Varna. Joseph glanced outside the corridor, reminiscing about the winter days. A 17-year-old with the identity card of a 31-year-old. Thinking back, he couldn't help but laugh at the audacious behavior of that boy. But aren't they all rough people? Barbarians, mercenaries, all of them are new subordinates. Lady Alicia. Joseph stopped walking, turning to look at her with a faint smile as if to reassure her. I understand why you're worried about him. She had heard it was his first time leading a war. Nevertheless, the fact that he will become the leader of a group and perform separate missions. Alicia hoped Vlad, still young, would stick with the other knights and stay in a safe place, but Vlad had already proven himself capable of handling many people's worries. Savage barbarians, weathered mercenaries. It must be tough for a knight who hasn't even reached 20 to handle. With those words, Joseph looked out at the scenery beyond the corridor, a temporary encampment where soldiers from Hainel and Vayezid gathered. Amidst the clustered tents, people were gathering in one place. But don't worry too much. The bustling noise reached the mansion. With that noise, men from different affiliations and origins started mingling. He's not to be underestimated when it comes to roughness. What? Joseph stepped away from the window as if to take a look, saying something that seemed incomprehensible. See for yourself. Following Joseph's lead, Alicia began to observe the scene beyond the window. In the temporary encampment where soldiers were gathered, for some reason, a large circle had formed amidst the excited crowd. And within it stood two men. Alicia squinted, trying to make out the distant sight against the sunlight, blonde hair shining in the sunlight. There were fireflies flying around, even though it was midday and not night. Strike boldly and decisively. Cheer up, Knight of Diamar, show these barbarians who we are. Who? The relentless shouts from all directions felt like they were shaking even his heart. Yet Vlad remained calm, taking slow breaths to steady himself. Before him stood Oj, shirtless and making a grim expression. The tattoos etched flawlessly over his tense muscles seemed menacing. Come on in. With a gesture typical of barbarians, Oj began to provoke Vlad. In response, the soldiers surrounding the circle intensified their cheers. These guys are awfully noisy. Vlad spat roughly, clearly displeased with the current situation. Having removed his insignia, Vlad stood there as the pure Vlad, slowly recalling memories of Shora. With each breath, the madness of the past surged within him. The roughness of the back alleys began to appear in the knight's blue eyes. Oj, observing Vlad's approach, instinctively adjusted his stance without realizing it, a peculiarly poised guard. The close combat skills learned directly from Larmund were indeed covering Vlad's weaknesses. What's with that gaze? Vlad approaches with both the skills of a knight and the power of a back alley. Looking at him, Oj swallowed his saliva without realizing it. Come, the technique of the single-hit kill is about dominating the gap. Even though he didn't lift the sword, Vlad's own space was already engraved on his body. To the left, the fist that extends nimbly is sharp. However, Oj, a warrior with ample experience in close combat, swiftly raised his right arm to shield his chin, aiming for an immediate counterattack. Suddenly pain shot up from his right ankle. Along with it, Aj's balance slowly began to falter. You should have kept your eyes open. The left was a feint, or perhaps it wasn't just a feint, but rather not as fast as it seemed. Vlad, who changed his striking point based on Aj's reaction, succeeded in hitting Aj's right ankle with a low kick. Darn it! Looking at the smirking Vlad, Aj could once again recall the person before him. The one who drove Lindworm into a corner, chased after him, and ultimately killed the dragon. Vlad was the hunter who captured the biggest prey Aj had ever seen. Don't bark at me again. The momentum, starting from his blue eyes, formed a single line and began to charge at Aj. Grrr! Aj rushed to hug Vlad in an attempt to overturn his momentum, but his eyes began to turn white from the continuous blows that started immediately. Vlad's attack is persistent, as if he will never end it in one blow. Thunk, 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 thunk. The relentless punches relentlessly hammered Aj's ribs and abdomen to the point where he could barely catch his breath. Each extending fist felt like a hefty blow of a log rushing towards him. Though it seemed like mere instinctual movements on the surface, Aj, facing them directly, could feel it. To overcome the difference in physique, one must dismantle from the bottom. Vlad, who had been fighting opponents bigger than himself since he was young, was well aware of this fact and was now mercilessly unleashing the experience he had accumulated against Aj. More savage than a barbarian, more viscous than worn-out mercenaries, the beast that jumped out of the back alley was rushing towards Aj wearing the skills of a knight. I've lost. Vlad finally pushed over the large northern tree. Feeling the cold touch of the ground on his back, Aj looked up at the hunter pressing down on him under the blue sky. Vlad's face, with the sun at his back, was nothing but a silhouette. Speak politely, I've lost. Stepping away from Aj, Vlad shrugged and looked at the barbarians in front of him. If anyone still has a grudge, come at me, but this time I'll face you not with my fists, but with my sword. The barbarians simply fell silent at Vlad's murderous gaze. Barbarians had agreed to come along according to the contract, but had vowed not to bow to the people of the Empire. However, no matter how much they did, they had no choice in the face of rules that apply in any world. Vlad succeeded in making them understand through force. Wait, what now? Aj, who had been lying down just a moment ago, shouted a few words and stood up, loudly calling out to Vlad. The captain is supposed to. No, let the captain do it. What do I do? Aj's eyes began to search for the scarlet hidden in the crowd. Aj, a warrior of the Budart tribe, had not completely backed down yet. Not even an adjutant? I'll follow your orders since I've lost, but that doesn't mean I'll just hand over my position as second in command. Aj had no intention of bowing even to Stefan. Oh, this is crazy. You two sort it out yourselves. Stefan, who noticed that Aj was targeting him, scratched his head as if he had a headache. In the end, Stefan came forward as if pushed by his subordinates. Seeing him like that, the soldiers' shouts began to get louder again. If you step down from your position as an adjutant, your pay will be docked. He took a lot of beating, didn't he? Watching Aj spit out blood, Stefan began to loosen his collar. The fight between barbarians and mercenaries resumed. The excited cheers of the soldiers spread loudly, echoing in the air. Make way. Vlad came out of the circle, shaking off the men approaching from everywhere. Vlad went outside to the quiet outside and made eye contact with the noble lady who was frozen in shock on the railing of the hallway in the distance. Vlad bowed his head to her with an awkward smile, but Alicia was just looking at Vlad with blank eyes, probably shocked by the confrontation just now. How are you? Do you think he'll continue to do well in the future? Yes. Watching Vlad swiftly subdue the barbarians, Alicia found it difficult to speak. Vlad, the young knight who always presented himself with honor. But the sight he showed today was rough, like a hungry beast. He is doing well, and I believe he'll continue to do well in the future. And Alicia didn't feel entirely displeased by this different side of Vlad. Vlad leaves for the hills with a greeting. Alicia's eyes were fluttering slightly as she discovered the new aspect of Vlad. The West must stretch endlessly. While they dominate vast lands, the lands they possess are nothing but desolate plains where not even a blade of grass grows properly. That's why the West has always lived by taking from each other, plundering and pillaging, until the fallen dragon turns their heads away. Lord Baron, the city of Nassau, a port city ruled by Baron Iznik. Baron Iznik, responsible for a major part of Western maritime trade, but the reports he was hearing now were enough to make him doubt his ears. Everything's been looted. That's everything. Yes, everything. As the butler's report dwindled, the Baron's carefully groomed mustache began to tremble. What utter nonsense is this? With a loud bang, Baron Iznik slammed his desk. Unable to contain his rising anger, he unleashed a string of curses. Who the hell crawled in here and plundered everything? Are they pirates? Or perhaps nearby lords were responsible? It would have been plausible when the Rabnoma family and Gaidar family were fighting, but considering the area had already established some semblance of order, the report of looted supplies was hard to believe for the Baron. Who is it? You don't even know who did this. Looking into the eyes filled with, the knight commander could only shake his head in disbelief. They say it's the forces of Hainel. What, Hainels? A knight of Lady Alicia, the Baron, in response to the commander's report, widened his eyes in disbelief. Hainel, Diamer, no, how far is this place from there? Indeed, Diamer and Nassau went over a week's ride without rest. It was unimaginable for anyone to easily conceive that soldiers from Hainel, who should have been crouched in preparation for the upcoming battle, would come all the way here. How on earth did they crawl in here, from afar, unnoticed? And the looters who disappeared like the wind, leaving no trace. However, the situation had already occurred, and all the supplies the Baron had sent were burned. The only clue they left behind was the name of Lady Alicia. Find them immediately, find them and bring them to me. In the West, being plundered meant nothing short of death. However, even the looters who plundered were a cunning bunch now lurking between the night skies of the West. Night of the back alley, barbarians of the North, and worn-out mercenaries. It was a young, evil strike force put together by a man with dark eyes, war between the West and the North. The earliest beacon of the North against the approaching malevolence of the West belonged to Lady Alicia's knight Vlad. Chapter 137. Soldiers were walking along a narrow mountain path. The creaking sound of a carriage, laden with something heavy, echoed through the mountains, but there have been strange rumors going around lately. What rumors? The march was not only peaceful but also boring. The supply convoy heading for Diamer had been traveling a peaceful road, so much so that tension was gradually easing for everyone. They say supply convoys heading to Diamer are being attacked. Attacked? One of the soldiers began to speak to the man next to him, perhaps out of boredom from the monotonous journey. But upon hearing the words, the soldier beside him just chuckled as if it were absurd. What kind of bandits would dare to attack a supply convoy filled with armed soldiers? Apparently, it's true. I heard people talking about it in the last village we passed through. Who would dare to assault a group of soldiers armed to the teeth? Even if the supply unit is weaker than the general military procession, it would be a burden for regular bandits to target. Don't talk nonsense. If there were a group bold enough to rob soldiers, rumors would have spread long ago. That may be so, but the soldier who initiated the conversation seemed to realize his concerns were unfounded, scratching his head and falling silent. Moreover, they were currently on a wartime footing. Even if there were bandits targeting supply convoys, now was not the time to speak freely, considering the bustling activity of military personnel. However, misfortune always had a way of approaching from unexpected angles. Arrows, fire arrows. The carriage is on fire. The ominous presence had a way of drawing near when it called out its name. The trees are falling. From amidst the bushes, arrows filled with malice were shot, and simultaneously trees began to topple in front and behind the procession. It's an ambush. Ambush, everyone arm yourselves. In an instant the path was blocked, the black smoke rising from the carriages, the startled cries of horses. It was the moment when Vayezid's malice, deeply rooted in the western depths, bared its fangs. Stay calm, everyone. Although it was a sudden and unexpected situation, the leader of the supply unit quickly tried to calm the situation by encouraging his knights and soldiers. All stop. Protect the cargo, a knight of middle age appearing solemn. As experienced as he seemed, he quickly attempted to rectify the situation and prepare for the impending assault. However, the onslaught of malice was faster and sharper than he had anticipated, a speed to be reckoned with. But by the time he saw it, it was too late, and by the time he reacted, it had already passed. Gawk gag, with a chilling sensation, warm liquid gushed forth. The leader of the convoy, unable to believe the current situation, grasped at his throat, wheezing. Yet the beats originating from his heart continued to escape through his throat incessantly. Couldn't even react. While the soldiers were frozen in shock at the sudden situation, someone was smiling behind the splattering blood. It wasn't a duel, but a war. Nevertheless, the technique of killing with a single blow was applicable in any battlefield. This should suffice for now. Where am I and how far can I go? The inexperienced young knight, through numerous trials, had sought to ascertain his position, and now he was certain. You too come at me. Now I have become a formidable presence in someone's eyes. This madness, Captain. You, who are you? The two knights, startled by the death of their captain, drew their swords hastily and approached Vlad, surrounding him. 2 against 1, yet it was the one opposing them that overwhelmed the battlefield. Who am I? A calm yet resonant voice. Amidst the attention of all, a single thread of the world began to emanate slowly from the blonde-haired man. I am someone who has received legitimate authority from a noble person. From his left eye, a clearly shining aura began to emanate, the flag, name, and world. Now Vlad was someone who had the qualification to carve his own world in this world. I am Lady Alicia's knight Vlad. A single proclamation echoed quietly through the forest. The forest began to shake as if it had been waiting for that proclamation. Now, kill them all, merciless mercenaries, starving barbarians. With Vlad's call, unidentified individuals began to rush out. Shining white teeth were clearly visible between the distorted tattoos. "You sons of bitches, why are you so late? Now we'll chop some people instead of trees," one scream followed by another. Underneath the gruesome axes, soldiers' helmets burst open. Beneath the incessantly fluttering banner of the West, the grains loaded on the wagon began to quench their dry thirst by swallowing bright red blood. "Let's get started quickly. At this rate, all your subordinates will die. This." Contrary to Vlad's seemingly relaxed expression, the two knights were simply bewildered, the screams that relentlessly echoed from behind. Yet the knights couldn't easily draw their swords towards the intruders before them. "Aren't you going to come in?" Because this place was Vlad's battlefield. Naturally, the flowing world was slowly dyeing this world in his colors. "Good work, do not mention, father." A city with the history of Vayezid, Sturma, two Vayezids looked at each other. "As you ordered, I have led all the soldiers from the fortresses along the northern border. About 1,000 soldiers in total." "Good." After hearing Rutger's report, Peter nodded with satisfaction and accepted the map given by his advisor, Lagmus. "The enemies are currently advancing towards Diamar, approximately 5,000 in number." Peter explained the situation in detail along with the map. If military movements were so blatant, there was no reason they wouldn't notice. "In opposition, we have about 3,000 soldiers, even after combining forces with the Hainal army." Yes, Gaydar was not alone in their march. Since they were coming with direct and indirect support from the 6 families that followed them, it was safe to call them the Western Allied Forces. "What does Iron Duke have to say?" He said he would help fend off any potential threat from the barbarians, but it seems their direct involvement in battle will be difficult. However, even with the strong provocation from the west, Timur Baranov, the protector of the north, couldn't participate in opposing Gaydar's northern advance this time. For him, the most urgent matter was resolving the evil presence of Baron Utman. The forces in the central region, still clumping and sticking out like thorns, were tying up Iron Duke's limbs. On the surface, it's simply a confrontation between Diamar and Gaydar. Excluding us, who are direct allies, other northern lords may not have enough justification to participate. Peter couldn't help but furrow his brows at the appearance of disadvantage seemingly orchestrated by someone. The war between the 7 and 2 families. At first glance, the outcome of the battle may seem predetermined by sheer numbers. However, there is undoubtedly a gap to exploit. Peter's finger pointed to a section of the map. Towards the rear of the west. It was where the western families, whose roots were not yet clearly defined, had settled. Gaydar is not yet the undisputed ruler of the west, and their allied army is like a fragile band. So we will target this. One of the biggest reasons Gaydar aims for the north is regime stability. The top goal of this war will be to acquire scarce resources and at the same time solidify their regime through strong military power. "I will give you 800 soldiers. As you command, father. To win, one must know the enemy and oneself." And Peter, along with their strengths, had already seen through the fatal weaknesses of Gaydar. "Lead the soldiers I've given you and take a ship." A ship? An unexpected order to head south. While Rutger was taken aback, Peter's finger firmly pointed to the river that starts from Shora. "Our enemies are like grains of sand, and we will exploit that gap." The direction of the war is decided from the preparation stage. Peter never intended to determine the outcome of this war in a pitched battle between 5,000 and 3,000. "Lead the soldiers and occupy the city of Nassau in the Iznik barony." Peter's finger pointed towards the sea along the river. No one would have expected it, that Vayezid would withdraw troops and launch a preemptive strike in the current situation. "It's fine if you can't occupy it. Instead, destroy it thoroughly." They may not be able to directly enter the port of Nassau, which has many ships, but if they manage to land successfully in the vicinity, there would be no possible way for the city of Nassau to stop Rutger's soldiers. After all, their remaining ground forces were busy operating supply lines for Gaydar. "I understand, father." Now that Rutger finally grasped Peter's intentions, he accepted the orders handed to him and bowed his head. "Perhaps we may even obtain the year-round port through this war. Now is not the time to consider gains. A war where no one could help. It was undoubtedly unfavorable conditions, but if one were to flip the perspective, it also meant that all spoils of war in this conflict would belong to Vayezid. Peter, as a ruler, was someone who prepared for the worst and even the best scenarios. "Go and be careful." "Yes, father." Understanding the sincerity embedded in Peter's dry tone, Rutger left the office with a small smile. Clack clack, the office now vacated by Rutger. As Peter and Lagmus quietly looked down at the map, a crow tapping on the window caught their attention. Judging by the lack of hesitation in its tapping, it seemed like it was not the crow's first time delivering messages. "It has finally arrived." The crow brought a letter from the undercover group that Peter cultivated with as much effort as the knight's order. "I guess he changed his name to Marcus this time." The name changed with every dispatch of a message, but that was not important. What mattered was whether the contents of the letter could satisfy Peter or not. Excellent. Though Peter rarely revealed his emotions, this time he was wearing a faint smile. Lagmus, prepare a crystal ball to send a message to Joseph. Yes, my lord. Looking at Peter's somewhat satisfied expression, Lagmus could guess the contents of the message within the letter. As Lagmus quietly cast his spell, the light emitted from the crystal ball began to brighten gradually. Peter, gazing at the light intently, seemed to be drifting further away with his thoughts. They started it, so it's only fitting that we finish it. A pillar and noble family of the north. Vayezid. The eyes of the head of the family, Peter Vayezid, were focused on the western usurper who was approaching the north beyond Dirmer. The ruthlessness of the north had no intention of treating those who invaded them with kindness. The battlefield fell silent. Only the occasional groans accompanied the merciless slashing of blades in this place filled with carnage. There Vlad was sitting on a half-collapsed carriage muttering something. Is that tasty? It's decent in its own way. His hands were busy peeling off the half-scorched wheat husk. However, no one could deny that his actions didn't quite match his appearance. Hey, adjutant, have you burned all the provisions? We've burned them all. And the arrows, of course those too. I have done this kind of thing once or twice before. Aj reported confidently in response to Vlad's question. It wasn't surprising, considering looting and arson were specialties among the barbarians. And have you taken all the gold coins? Bring them, every last bit. Aj sighed as he looked at Vlad's outstretched hand as if to say, hurry up and give them to me. You really seem more suited to this than being a knight. Bring them quickly. I'll distribute everything later. A ruffian of the back alley who naturally preys on the bandits of the grassland. Joseph's recommendations were remarkably accurate. Watching the scene of evil being suppressed by evil, Stefan shook his head in disbelief. If everything's been taken, let's go. Though it's unclear which family they belong to, Vlad's assault team successfully raided the supply convoy according to orders, carriages starting to catch fire in various places as per Vlad's orders. The intense smell of burning wheat, slightly masking the scent of blood, filled the air as the flames roared. Captain, look, there's a crow coming. Aj, with his sharp eyes like those of a barbarian, spotted the crow circling in the sky. Vlad merely cocked his head at the sight. How do they keep finding me every time? A mysterious night. The crow, undoubtedly sent by Marcus, began descending in a leisurely spiral towards Vlad. The black feathers now settled reminded him of the man's face full of scars. I heard that crows like shiny things. And, Aj shrugged in response to Vlad's question, isn't your blonde hair shiny? I think even a crow would find it easily. So you're a crow expert now. Responding with a wry smile to Aj's banter, Vlad deftly retrieved a scroll tied to the crow's ankle. I wonder what's next. As soon as the mission was over, another job came in, but no one here complained. After all, they were at war right now, and they knew that Vayezid would have an advantage whenever they continued to move. And Vayezid was one of the few employers who paid generously. Follow the crow, 2 orders written on a small note. One was to follow the crow's lid, and the other remaining order. Rescue the last remaining Rabnoma. The bold handwriting emphasized the importance of this mission, unlike any before. After reading the last order, Vlad naturally looked at the crow that was stealing and eating the wheat he was carrying. The look in its eyes seemed to be asking them if they were ready to leave. Chapter 138. In the west, even farther west, a city situated in a place where only endless wastelands stretch out. The troops, starting from the capital of Gadar, Trinova, were currently passing through the heart of the west, slowly advancing towards Diamr. Ha! Among the troops lined up as dark as ever, a man stood under the most magnificent flag. Count Gadar, with a fierce gaze as striking as his well-developed upper body, was currently looking over a report with a disappointed smile. So you're saying all of this was caused by just one man? Yes, Lord Count. The reason he was smiling with disappointment right now. It was because even he found the contents written in the report absurd. A total of 7 supply units from 4 families were attacked along the road. The goods were completely destroyed and the troops were annihilated. Though he was reading it aloud slowly, it didn't immediately sink in his head. Not only was it difficult to humbly accept such painful losses, but above all, it was hard to comprehend logically. But it seems this mischief took just a mere 6 days. Count Gadar, skimming through the densely written list, chuckled with a disappointed expression, scratching his chin. If this report is to be believed, there were even instances where they struck twice in a single day. The inevitable anger that follows disappointment. The thick eyebrows of Count Gadar, now scrutinizing the report, were twitching roughly. Is it that rascal who took my son's sword? Yes, Lord Count. Godin, who was standing next to the Count, nodded quietly and opened his mouth. Vlad of Shora, he's now operating under the name of Lady Alicia, Vlad of Shora. A knight from the north raised by Vayezid, and he's also the lad raised in the back alleys by Jorge. Jorge, and the boy who wielded Hortia's dagger, Count Sigmund mulled over the old name, picturing the visage of a man. A massive frame, a rough demeanor, and the loyal hound of the previous family head always regarding him with a wary gaze. Should have killed him the first time you guys met. My apologies. After hearing Godin's report, Sigmund shook his head and clicked his tongue. Just the thought of that lad, whose mere existence was unpleasant, now wreaking havoc in the West. Indeed, he couldn't stand Jorge even in death. Vayezid has sharpened him. Probably trained him rigorously in anticipation of this. Sigmund Gaidar thought to himself. The ones now causing havoc in the rear must undoubtedly be talents specially trained by Vayezid. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to sweep through the western coast's roads at such an absurd speed. Vlad's movements were so quick that they forced Sigmund to make a wrong decision. It seems Count Vayezid wants to buy some time. However, amidst this series of events, Sigmund could somewhat discern Petter Vayezid's intentions. Although the plundered supplies were a painful loss, they hadn't just turned everything into ashes. Increase the marching speed of the entire army. We must reach Diamir as quickly as possible. He had the build of a bear but the cunning of a fox. He was none other than Sigmund Gaidar, the usurper of the West. I can't allow you to drag this out until winter. The flow favored Gaidar, but time favored Vayezid. Petter Vayezid was pressuring Sigmund, thoroughly reminding him of the basics of warfare. An attacking expeditionary force and a defensive army that is staging a sit-in. It was clear that the West would be at a disadvantage as time passed, so Peter must have been trying to buy time by waiting for the coming winter. All troops breaking news, match your steps. Sigmund personally encouraged the soldiers to increase their marching speed, raising his voice. Having sensed the opponent's intentions, there was no reason to be swayed any further. In the fierce game of cat and mouse for control of the battlefield, Count Gaidar didn't forget his main objective. Ultimately, the first step of this war would be taken in Diamir. Lord Count, what now? However, the report hastily brought by the scout was enough to unsettle his composure. There's a bridge ahead by the river, a report that didn't need further explanation to be understood. Before the scout could finish speaking, Sigmund hurriedly stepped forward, glaring at the soldiers standing still at the front. He cursed under his breath. It's broken. These damn northern bastards. As Godin had said, the bridge by the river was broken as if it had been deliberately sabotaged, a warning and a provocation directed at Sigmund. How many days would it take for that bastard Vlad to get here? Even if he's fast, it would take a week. Upon hearing Godin's report, Sigmund looked up at the sky, gathering storm clouds. An ominous sign heralding rising waves. It seems the pests that have burrowed into the West aren't just one or two. Peter wasn't just waiting. His intentions to lightly, broadly, and boldly shake the West were coming true. Shuo, heavy rain began to pour down over Gaidar's flag. As the rain fell, the procession in the west gradually came to a halt. The rain clouds that originated from the north slowly enveloped the western forces. It seemed that the one who had seized the first move in this war was not Sigmund. It's raining. Not bad, men hidden on the hill. Despite their appearance, a chaotic mixture of colors resembling bandits, their disciplined demeanor indicated otherwise. Are those slave traders? Yeah, the West has always been active in the slave trade. Slave traders quickly began setting up tents along with the falling rain below. As cold as the falling raindrops, their movements were swift, but the people standing still on the carts they brought were helpless. People trapped behind thick bars, enduring the rain helplessly. They were all captured slaves. Aren't they going to do something to those people? Have you ever seen anyone set up tents for cattle or horses in the rain, less than cattle or horses? Now people who had been deprived of their human status were shivering in the rain, relying on each other. I'll set up for them. You're good with the horses. Marcus, a man full of scars, smiled at Vlad's words and began to quietly look at the slave traders. Maybe there's still a trace of the Rabnoma bloodline among them. One of the traders. It is like an undying ember in a pile of ashes. The influence of Rabnoma still lingered deep in the west, and Gaidar spared no effort in hunting down their bloodline. Perhaps to escape this far, they needed a strong deception to hide from the eyes of the usurpers. I don't know who they are, but they've done an impressive job of disguising themselves. I don't see anyone down there who looks like a nobleman's retainer. Of course not. Quietly gesturing to his men to indicate positions, Marcus looked at Vlad with a smirk. The last Rabnoma is posing as a slave right now. I see. To survive, one must roll with the punches. The last Rabnoma, whoever they were, was currently enduring humiliation while striving to survive behind bars. We'll handle the carts, we'll rescue the Rabnoma bloodline, so you just need to draw the attention of the traders up front. Can I kill them all? The blue eyes began to shine amidst the rain. Though Vlad had grown up in crime-ridden back alleys, he was not one to easily yield to slave traders. Yes, you can. Understood. With Marcus's approval, Vlad nodded quietly. Still hanging on the tip of Vlad's finger was a single black tear. The hand that once wiped Anna's tears in the misty village was now silently moving towards the sword. Let's begin. Yes, as Vlad and Marcus gave the signal, the men began to scatter. Separating from the covert operation team, Vlad descended the hill slowly, followed by barbarians and mercenaries. I said to draw attention, not charge straight in. Watching Vlad and his companions openly positioned on the hill, Marcus chuckled and shook his head. He was touted as Vayezid's finest herder. Indeed, his confident stride demanded attention even from the dragons. Shoo, the rain poured down like a giant curtain, heavy rain that is hard to see in the north. Vlad, who had been quietly watching the rain, walked straight towards the campsite in front of him with an expressionless face. What's this? Thud, blood began to spray as heads rolled. The unpleasant scent mixing with the rain only added to Vlad's discomfort. I killed them too quickly. Vlad doesn't particularly like rain. The damp air that comes with rain always brings back unpleasant memories and smells buried deep in his chest. I'll handle it. Good. Stefan picked up a small bell nearby and began to ring it vigorously. The sound of the small bell, barely audible over the rain, echoed through the campsite, warning of intruders. What's going on? What's happening? Get your weapons. Men began to hastily exit the tents in response to the bell, but they never made it out. The small tents began to shake violently with the sudden intrusion. As the horrifying screams ceased and the tents fell silent, the only ones emerging from outside were the tattooed barbarians. Quia, what in the world are these? They looked like bandits, but the finishing was too clean. Accompanied by the screams echoing throughout the campsite, black crows began to descend from the hilltops. Kill them all, catch even those who try to flee if possible. With the subtly given order, Vlad, his hood pulled deeply over his head, quietly merged into the torrential rain. Those who didn't notice him passed by quietly. Those he recognized were swiftly dispatched. Finally, he arrived at the largest tent, the entrance flanked by quiet but tense breathing. Sloppy, crack, slice. The tense anticipation was shattered as Vlad's sword sliced through the entire tent. The splatter of blood was so intense that it could be felt from outside as the tent was ruthlessly torn apart. Is the owner here? Now there was only silence inside the quiet tent. As Vlad entered, the sound of rain that had been loud outside lessened slightly. Vlad calmly shook the raindrops off his cloak and walked into the tent, past the corpses that had been cut in two at the waist. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Vlad's blood-stained footsteps slowly spread across the ground. I was wondering if there was a suspicious person among the slaves you recently purchased. Another space provided inside the tent. Vlad went inside, lifting the flowing cloth, and there he encountered a completely unexpected sight. A middle-aged man lying dead on a bed with his eyes wide open. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the damp air forcefully assaulted his nostrils. Beside the scattered corpse there were two pairs of eyes staring back at him. Leave. The faint flicker of the torchlight barely illuminates the space. In the narrow and dark confines, a woman and a child meet eyes. I told you to leave before I kill you too. The fear in the woman's eyes, cradling the child, is pitiful, and the little boy shaking in her arms, holding the bloody dagger. Vlad, caught by an inexplicable sense of déjà vu as he looked at them, stopped in a daze. In the arms of a woman who was tired of being tormented by men, a young boy was holding up a bloody dagger. Though they protect each other, their feeble struggles evoke a distant memory buried deep within Vlad's mind. Did you kill him? I told you to stay away. Under the dim torchlight, the scent of blood fills the air. A long time ago, there was a mother trembling while hugging her child in a small room filled with a fishy smell, much like the woman now. Is that so? Vlad quietly lowered his head while listening to the faint sound of rain coming from outside. In the cramped room, clear streaks of red trickle along the floor. Perhaps on that day, much like today, the rain poured down just like this. Chapter 139, a place where people come to relieve their shameful desires that are difficult to share with anyone. Because it was such a place, unexpected accidents sometimes occurred. The men who came here had the misconception that they could buy everything from a woman with just a few faded silver coins. This crazy bastard. Under the faint light of a dimly flickering lantern, a man was yelling as if to chase away someone leaving. The woman who was sitting down in front of the man, holding the child, had a bright blue swollen palm mark on her neck. It was a wound that would have been broken and bent beyond repair if they had been even a little late. How dare this lunatic stab me? A tiny dagger hung from the man's waist, just out of reach. The man, who was struggling with both arms to pull it out, eventually chose to release his anger towards the woman and child in front of him. A vibration that resonates deeply as if he had been hit. Yet the reason he could endure it was probably because of his mother shielding him with her entire body. Motherhood, shining even in the lowest and humblest places, had no hesitation in embracing the young boy. The sound of rain from outside filled the air. Vlad still remembered the sound of his mother's screams echoing along with the rain. Vlad had always been someone who wished to protect something. However, the sword he used to protect someone for the first time was too small and short. Leading the way on his noir, Vlad seemed uncomfortable as he kept scratching at the back of his head. Is that kid still staring at me? Yes. A quiet response to the subtly inquiring question. Vlad frowned after hearing Stefan's answer. Why does he keep doing that? Last night, they rescued the last survivor of the Rabnoma family from the slave traders. Carl still clung to the woman's embrace, only staring intently at Vlad's back. Go and try to act friendly at least. He's holding a knife right now. Not he, Carl Rabnoma. The more accurate the title, the better. It was a reminder to treat him with caution, as he was still a son of the prestigious Count's family and would be of great use in the future. Vlad, who had been scolded by Marcus for no reason, carefully turned his head and looked at the boy. A small child who didn't even look 10. Though he seemed fragile, wrapped tightly in the woman's embrace, the dagger he held tightly gleamed as sharp as ever. It seems like he liked the cloak you gave him. I just lent it to him to avoid the rain. I'll take it back anyway. The woman and boy who were riding the horse with difficulty were now covering themselves with black cloak. A cloak from the north that spared no expense. The cloak Akasna gave Vlad was warm as she intended, and now that warmth was enough to embrace the two who were wandering in the humblest of places. Anyway, treat them with respect. There's nothing good about having a bad relationship. It is the responsibility of the child to take care of the child. In this place filled with sinister faces, Vlad was the only one who looked somewhat reassuring, so Marcus's selection was accurate. Understood, green hair cut in a messy manner as if it had been cut off in a hurry. The boy's sunken cheeks, perhaps due to a rough experience, certainly made him look shabby, but even so his natural appearance did not fade at all. He'll probably make quite an impression on girls when he grows up. Though he looked like a kid who wasn't even 10, Vlad was certain that he would attract attention from women. However, Vlad didn't know. The little boy facing him right now was having similar thoughts to his own. Hey, get lost. Before he could finish speaking, a rejection flew at him like a dagger. It was a somewhat brave first attempt at conversation, but the boy's cold response only made the atmosphere chillier. I haven't even said anything yet. Get lost, stay away from Marta. The dagger being waved around wasn't threatening at all. However, the eyes that were looking at the end were harsh. Fine, Vlad nodded as he looked into the woman's apologetic eyes. Though it wasn't the kind of action one would take toward a benefactor, it was a behavior that could be understood and sympathized with enough. No matter how young, Vlad knew there were things worth protecting. You're doing well. Vlad smiled bitterly as he looked at the boy with a lot of thorns like a wounded hedgehog, but still, you're better than me. In the end, you succeeded in protecting after all. That day there was a thin scar on the slave merchant's neck, lying sprawled on the bed. Small and shallow, yet undoubtedly a fatal wound. The boy had definitely aimed for it and prevented the malice that was about to attack the woman. It was a much better finish than his own when he was young. Keep doing that in the future. A similar scene, but a completely different outcome. Seeing the boy blocking the wounded woman inside the slave merchant's tent, Vlad found some inexplicable comfort. Take it. Huh? Though Carl had bristled with thorns, he was startled by the paper ball flying at him without context. Despite being piled up the unmistakable scent of pastry, the insignia of the Canor family was engraved on the paper ball. What's this? Eat it, it's expensive. Canor family sausage. It was Vlad's way of complimenting and thanking Carl. Like the heat of the crackling bonfire, the boy's gaze from afar was still fixed on Vlad. Now Vlad was just quietly eating the beef jerky, looking away from the eyes that anyone could clearly see. It seems like Carl Rabnoma is quite interested in you. I gave him my cloak and even my favorite sausage. Well, if it's Canor family sausage, I would say it would be different. Marcus nodded silently at Vlad's response. It wasn't that showing interest just because he gave something was appropriate, but it was still a decent form of relationship building. He had thought Vlad would only behave monotonously and beggarly since he lived in lowly places, but he seemed to know how to reciprocate nonetheless. But can that kid really do it? Vlad, who was cutting beef jerky with a dagger, looked at Carl beyond the flames of the bonfire. The last remaining Rabnoma, perhaps a boy who could become another force in the West. But the burden on that boy's shoulders was undoubtedly heavy. We have to make it possible. Behind Gaydar, there were still families maintaining neutrality without any movement. Some families were just waiting for an opportunity, but it was a fact that there were still families loyal to the Rabnoma family. If we can just break Gaydar's momentum in this war, the Western Alliance will surely falter. War doesn't end with just one clash. Peter had been looking beyond the battle in Diamir, and for that, he had invested a lot of time and money into pulling the last remaining Rabnoma out of the West. If the front lines emerge from both ends, even Gaydar will be troubled. Even if they were advancing forward, if flames erupted from behind, even Gaydar would be perplexed. To prevent such unforeseen events, they had been eliminating the bloodlines of Rabnoma all this time. Now all we have to do is go back. The mission was successful, and unexpected outcomes were also achieved. However, Marcus, chewing on the jerky Vlad handed him, frowned. What's the problem? No, it's not that. Marcus, a knight who had long operated in the shadow of Bayezid, had always been thrust into complex situations and had successfully led most missions. It's just that things are going too smoothly. It was a superstition, a jinx gained through countless experiences. If the beginning was good, the end wouldn't be. I see. It was a feeling that couldn't be explained by mere premonition, but rather the result of accumulated experiences. Marcus's worries based on his long experience were never baseless. Like his ominous premonition, a crow flew through the dark night sky. Amidst its flapping wings, the scent of blood carried on the breeze didn't seem to bring good news. No wonder things were going too smoothly. A crow flew in, covered in someone's blood. The message it brought urgently scribbled a warning from someone. Stop camping. Is it serious? Though orders hadn't been given yet, the undercover group began swiftly extinguishing the campfire upon sensing Marcus's mood. As their swift actions began, Carl's eyes, which had just started to find some stability, began to tremble visibly. No wonder things were going too smoothly. The gaze Marcus directed at Vlad began to shimmer significantly. Bayezid's best dragon slayer, a knight from the north who had diligently cultivated a grudge against Gaidar. Sigmund's gaze on Vlad was deeper than Marcus had anticipated. It seems Gaidar harbors deeper resentment towards you than I expected. Marcus hands Vlad the bloodstained note. The note he received had his name written on it as well as a name he had never heard of before. Have all the paths been sealed? Yes, my lord. Through the magical message, we have received confirmations from the lords. Peter's interference forced Count Sigmund to sit down reluctantly inside the tent of the main camp as he quietly studied the map. It seems we have cast the net for now. The northern assault team, which had been wreaking havoc in the west, had not only earned the grudge of Gaidar, but also stirred the anger of neighboring lords with its intense strikes along the western coast. Anyway, that bastard had built up resentment so quickly. One by one, objects began to block the path on the map. The pieces moved from Sigmund's fingertips were blocking all paths to the north, like pieces on a chessboard. Being too proud is also a problem, Vlad of Shora. The lords from the west were moving more aggressively than expected. The unexpected turn of events was now manifesting as a growing resentment, slowly tightening its grip around Vlad. How long until they arrive? 3 days. Good, that should be enough. And thus the last remaining path. Hearing those words, a deep smile began to appear on Sigmund's face as he slowly blocked the path. Send my cavalry to that Bracho dam Bayezid the will of Gaidar. Yes, my lord. The final piece settled from Sigmund's fingertips. Atop it flew the flag representing the swiftest cavalry from the west. It's time you paid for your audacity, Bayezid. The west is the taker, not the loser. Sigmund had to demonstrate this to Peter. The sound of hooves departing the camp filled the air. Across the rugged plains, a band of lawless riders galloped unimpeded. The flag they were holding had the emblem of the cavalry feared by everyone in the west. Chapter 140, City of Nassau. One of the few port cities in the west. Baron Isnik, the ruler of that place, was staring at the reports placed on his desk with a deeply furrowed brow. I worked hard to get rid of it. Just a quick glance was enough to elicit a string of curses from him. Damn northerners, their actions were vile beyond measure, as if they were beasts with mixed blood running in their veins. These are the kind of people one should never underestimate. The Baron shook his head and put away the paper he was looking at. It seemed that nothing good ever came from getting involved with the North. It was a proverb deeply rooted in the Empire's prejudices, but never had it rung as true as it did now, just as it did now. My lord. There's trouble. In an instant, the door to the office swings open as if it will break. In the moment of silence that followed the noise, he saw the Knight Commander leaning against the doorframe, out of breath. What's going on, Lord Baron, Lord Baron? The Knight Commander is catching his breath, unable to continue speaking despite the Baron's shouting. Baron Isnik, whose judgment was already clouded by the actions of one called Vlad, was more taken aback than angry at the news that eventually reached his ears. An attack, what? With a final word uttered almost like a whimper, the Knight Commander collapsed, leaving behind a trail of red stains on the doorframe he had been leaning on. What in the world? In an incomprehensible situation, the Baron's beautifully grown mustache began to tremble. No matter how experienced the Baron was, it was difficult for him to immediately understand the current situation. There had been no warning signs. The enemies were confined to the north, and the only troublemakers in the west were a mere band of around 20. Are you Baron Isnik? However, misfortune and accidents always found a way to knock on one's door unexpectedly. The body of the Knight Commander, leaning against the doorframe, blocking the entrance to the office. Unfazed, a man strode past the corpse. Screams that he had never noticed before began to come through the wide-open door. Who? Who are you? Black hair, black eyes. A faint smile graced his face, but the coldness within was colder than the cold of the north. I am Rutger Vayezid. Rutger Vayezid. A knight of Vayezid known not only in the north but across the continent. How did you? I had a bit of trouble getting here. Though there was no invitation to sit, Rutger pulled a nearby chair and placed it confidently in front of the desk. Though the intruder behaved like he belonged there, Baron Isnik could do nothing but swallow his saliva nervously. It seems the salty wind doesn't favor me. See, through Rutger's words, Baron Isnik could deduce where the breach had occurred. The most fortified, the most secure place. The invaders from the north boldly pierced through the heart of Isnik. I have come to convey the words of Peter Vayezid, the commander of this war and my father. Baron, from the face of the man who wiped away his smile, the fierce scent he had accumulated over time wafted. As a noble of the West and a seasoned merchant, Baron Isnik was well aware of the kind of scent this man carried. Baron Isnik, you must withdraw from this war. Sharp black eyes, beyond them flames surged in the harbor, along with the screams of the ships anchored in Nassau. The city of Nassau had fallen by the hands of the northern invaders who came unexpectedly along the waves. An arrow from the north, unforeseen by anyone, was deeply lodged in Gaidar's shoulder. The path ahead is blocked, quite fast, the paths gradually closing off. The lords of the West, who had been as numerous as grains of sand until now, were now blocking the group's retreat with unwavering determination, as if someone behind them was giving them direct orders. The lords are moving faster than expected. We could easily get trapped if we make a wrong move. Marcus spoke of the desperate situation, but he maintained a calm attitude. No, it seemed like he was making an effort to do so. Wouldn't it be better to break through head-on? Not a bad idea, but not exactly a brilliant one either. At Vlad's suggestion, Marcus gestured towards the woman riding behind them. The woman's lips were turning completely white, as if her condition was getting worse. The gaze of the boy trembling in her arms pierced Vlad's eyes. We can break through, but it won't be easy. The soldiers of the West had firmly blocked the path, but considering the sacrifices, it should be possible to break through. Of course, the problem was that the safety of the boy couldn't be guaranteed in the process. So what's the plan? There are still a few escape routes left to figure out. Along with Marcus's words, crows continued to fly in from the front. However, unlike before, the dwindling number of crows seemed ominous. But don't go that way. What? It was a battle of intentions, but Marcus could understand Gaidar's intentions without much delay. Turn the head of the horse. We're heading to Nassau. While a few paths might lead straight to the north, Marcus decided to redirect towards Nassau. The path ahead wasn't an escape route, but a path leading to a grave. If it's Nassau, I know someone there. We can borrow a ship from them and escape. Marcus, who knew Vayezid's inner workings, knew that Rutger would have occupied Nassau by now. However, there wasn't enough time to explain the situation to Vlad beside him. We're heading to the wasteland. We'll break through in a straight line. The members of the clandestine group turned their horses without delay according to Marcus' orders. Though Aj and Stefan hesitated at the sudden change in direction, they eventually followed suit after seeing Vlad's determined expression. There are people following us from behind. As expected, watching Marcus with a faint smile, Vlad turned his head to check behind, a crowd that wasn't visible just moments ago. However, as he watched them suddenly start to catch up, Vlad felt a chilling sensation in his gut. I can't handle a battlefield like this. A knight might be a swordsman in peacetime, but in war they become commanders. Vlad was in charge of the assault team, but this complex battlefield was a new experience for him. If it weren't for Marcus's judgment, they would have been completely trapped as intended. Don't just focus on the front, look beyond as well. The world is vast and there's much to learn. Vlad couldn't help but feel that he was still just a half-baked knight as he watched Marcus, who remained composed. Arrows began to fly from behind as if there was nothing left to hide. Among them, one malicious arrow pierced through the most fragile target. Ugh! Seeing the arrow lodged in the woman's shoulder, Vlad shouted loudly. Damn it! The blood spreading from her shoulder became clearer, along with the woman's increasingly pale complexion. Marta, no! The cries of the boy holding onto the woman in his arms shook one of Vlad's memories violently. Shields up, everyone! At Vlad's command, the mercenaries strapped shields to their backs. These were shields made of thornwood, their trademark. Thornwood to the rear. At Vlad's order, Aj and Stefan, who were covering the rear, began to interlace their shields. As they formed a makeshift barrier, the onslaught of arrows began to diminish slightly. We won't hold out for long. At Stefan's shout, Vlad quietly bit his lip. Blocking with small shields would only be a temporary measure anyway. As Vlad watched the pursuers growing increasingly from behind, he felt bewildered. It's a wasteland. Pardon? Marcus's voice conveyed that to Vlad. Before Marcus's words could finish, a vast yellow wasteland began to unfold before their eyes. It's hard to believe that it was a forest road just a moment ago. It was the beginning of the vast West with no end in sight. They're the Gaidar cavalry. They're called outlaws of the wilderness. As they emerged onto the wide plain, the pursuers were now clearly visible. Each of them bore fierce gazes, and above them fluttered a flag with the insignia of the Gaidar, the ruler of the West. What do you say? Worth a try. As a commander, judge for yourself. Can you stop them? At Marcus's question, Vlad quickly closed his left eye. Amidst the swirling dust, he sensed the wave of shaking enemies through his gaze. 5 knights. 5 knights responded to Vlad's aura. They were known to be skilled riders, even more so on horseback among Gadar's knights. Can I really handle this situation? I can. Do you have a confident reason? Vlad looked at Marcus with his closed left eye. His gradually flowing world was clearly full of confidence. August traces were showing the way to Vlad. If there's no one else to guard, all right. If he is alone, he can break through it, because there won't be anything to worry about. There is only one road pointing there. Then let's meet at Nassau. Following Marcus's gesture, the group lifted the staggering woman. Meanwhile, the boy's eyes met Vlad's. The tear that fell from the boy's eyes was carried by the wind and touched Vlad's cheek. A tear from one boy to another. There is a time in everyone's life when they shed tears like the boy right in front of him. However, Vlad decided not to open his closed eyes even in the face of tears. Now he was someone who could do something. I heard they're the fastest cavalry in the world. Who says so? Knowing it was a feeble taunt, Oj decided to overlook it. The experienced barbarian warrior understood Vlad's intent. Those who do not bow before the outlaws of the West. Who dares to speak such words in front of the Budart tribe? Following Vlad's lead, Oj began to boost the warriors' morale with a loud voice. In response to his call, the warriors of the Budart tribe raised their weapons. Stefan, follow Marcus. But ensure the mission is completed without fail. Talent in the right place. Now is not the time to protect with a shield. Understood. With a nod, and the Thornwood mercenary unit joins Marcus, as if they are being sucked into the formation opened by Oj. As they watched the group gradually move away, the warriors of the Budart tribe began to shout loudly. Are you ready? Of course. The approaching Gadar cavalry could be seen from behind. It is threatening, yet an opportunity to prove themselves. The warriors of the Budart tribe began to glance behind simultaneously towards the approaching threat. Horses running without pause. On their backs, warriors of the Budart tribe balanced on their thighs alone, turning to look back. As fierce as their gaze was the arrowhead hanging at the end of the protest. Vlad found a way in the unconventional tactics of these barbarians. Fire, sharp arrows shot forth from the hands of the barbarians. A stance that could not be replicated even with training, only continuing through innate skill. The barbarians' unique technique of backshooting, which had troubled warriors of the north for so long, was being displayed in the wastelands of the west. The enemy, they're turning around. What? Gadar's 3rd Cavalry Commander Wagner was taken aback by the sudden reversal of the northern people. No, they're just turning their bodies. What kind of bizarre, a strange posture never seen in the West before. From within that seemingly possible stance, sharp arrows began to shoot forth. Erg, one by one, cavalrymen fell to a tactic they had never encountered before. Wagner clicked his tongue in frustration as he saw the arrows boasting accurate accuracy even while running away. What in the world? Yet, despite his frustration, he did not waver. Amidst his subordinates falling one by one, the fierce gaze of the West, seizing the opportunity, remained unwavering. Increase the speed. It is natural that the speed will decrease because enemies are not holding the reins. The outlaws of the wilderness began to speed up, highly intoxicated. Rather than resorting to such tricks, it would be more effective to get closer and strike. However, the arrows unleashed from the north were not the end of it. What's this? The formation of the barbarians split in an instant. From within emerged a jet-black horse. On its forehead, a horn gleamed white. This is exhilarating. The converging speeds, the moment of facing each other in the opposite direction, did not shake Vlad's blue eyes. Let's go. A small northern flag begins to rush towards Gadar's flag. The world that began with the tears of a boy flowed through the left eye of the knight who had proven himself. In the clash at the edge of colliding worlds, there was no hint of hesitation in the charge of the knight and his horse. Quaia, a shock so terrible that even sound could not be heard. Alongside it, bodies began to fly indiscriminately. As the moon of the day rose early, red blood began to splash towards the sky. Chapter 141. The Gadar Cavalry, widely known in the western regions to the extent of being called the outlaws of the wilderness. Even knights find it difficult to deal with them, as they pressure their opponents with their unique agility. They were skilled individuals who could pressurize their opponents at distances and speeds unreachable to others. They used such advantages to torment their opponents, but the Gadar cavalry, once formidable, was not as formidable as it used to be. Scatter, spread out. The commander's order brought clear expressions of confusion to the cavalrymen. They couldn't yet accept the reality of being prey rather than hunters. Evil begets greater evil. Behind the outlaws now, a faster, more vicious and hungry beast than them was smiling viciously. Quaia. A massive roar followed by rushing torrents of red blood. Behind where the white light had passed, a dense mist of blood had scattered. Cavalry Commander Wagner looked at the soldier who had just been grazed by the light. Fortunately, he was still galloping, albeit with his head severed. Beneath the twitching, headless corpse, the western horse was howling in fear. What in the world? The scream-like curses of the soldiers, who had finally realized the situation, spread. But the northern beam of light that had just pierced through the cavalry did not give them time. Enemy, brace for impact again, through retrograde motion straight through the center, and this time charging from behind towards the right. Seeing Vlad, who was manipulating them like puppets, the Gaidar cavalry felt fear for the first time in a long while. Knights, gather. Wagner quickly gathered his knights to prepare for the attack. It was the best and only thing they could do, but the process was far from smooth. Stop the approaching ones. Suddenly, a horde of barbarians appeared by their side. A sinister smile began to emerge over the faces marked with tattoos. Arrows are coming. Foolhardy individuals confronting the outlaws. Despite being outnumbered, the warriors of the Budart tribe blocked all directions and refused to yield an inch of ground. Just like they used to be, between carefully spread gaps, arrows flew that one could shoot but couldn't block. Damn it all! Wagner shook his head vigorously as if he couldn't believe the reality of the situation. A hunter being chased by his prey, the vast wilderness rather than the narrow mountain path was a more suitable battlefield for the northern barbarians than for them. Block them off quickly, but judgment had to be cold, and he was the commander who had to break through this predicament. 4 knights hurriedly moved away from the formation at Wagner's urgent gesture. They had tried to narrow the distance and dampen the momentum of Vlad, but the Black Horse of the North was already far beyond the knights' predictions. "This is insane, accelerate!" A cry, whether a report or a scream, rang out. Wagner quickly turned back at the cry. The Black Horse effortlessly evaded the knights' difficult pursuit, simply moving forward. The same white beam of light began to form on the horse's forehead once again. Scatter! Wagner couldn't help but shudder as he watched the scene. Here it comes again, that lunatic, a speed that couldn't be stopped. Everyone scatter! The son of the grassland ran across the desolate plain, where only the faint traces of the mother world tree remained. Following the gap indicated by august traces, Vlad wore the body-strengthening art that Larmund had given me. With a rush that no one could stop. Hee-ha! Noir, who shared the world with Vlad, began to howl for a long time as if there was nothing to be afraid of. With the expanding world, traces of unicorn gradually regained their original form along with the light. Yes, I followed you for this moment. Now, with Vlad's shout, a massive arrow began to rain down towards the outlaws, a speed-suppressing speed. As it passed like a splitting wave, the area above was painted with vivid red hues. Haha! Breaking through countless astonishments and fears, Vlad finally leaped over the cavalry and onto the wide wilderness. Now there was no one ahead, only traces of twilight beyond the horizon awaited Vlad. At this moment, Vlad felt a great sense of liberation knowing that no one was blocking his path. Tel Godin and Count Gaidar, a knight from the north, clutching something tightly with his blood-soaked hands. In his hand, a once proud flag now hung limp, powerless. Your flag belongs to me, the pride of Gaidar, the outlaws of the wilderness. An eagle, their symbol, had its neck broken and was fluttering helplessly in Vlad's grasp. This is my fair price. As someone had told him, a knight must take only a fair price, a piece of honor taken in exchange for their life. The heavy twilight light dripping from the flag sparkled red along Vlad's shoulders. In the dark night at the harbor of a city filled with illuminated torches, 2 intact sailing ships awaited departure amidst the charred ships. These were undoubtedly galleon-class ships, which Vayezid's technology could not yet replicate, making them the most valuable loot this time. So only that one managed to slip away. Yes, Lord Rutger. However, Rutger's expression remained distorted even in the presence of shiny loot. Marcus and his group had successfully escaped to the city of Nassau as planned. Marcus's decision to follow the variables rather than creeping towards victory was commendable, but that didn't mean everything went smoothly. It's a pain in the ass. Was there really no other way, Owen? It is Marcus now. Why don't you use a single name? It's confusing every time. A woman carried on a stretcher was being transported onto the ship, tears staining her face. A boy with green hair who followed the woman stopped abruptly when he saw Rutger. That boy is the last Lavnoma. Carl glanced at Rutger, who was conversing with Marcus. He was the tallest figure among them, with broad shoulders and a gaze that seemed to look into the distance, reminiscent of his father, a proud ruler. Are we waiting for Sir Vlad? Beyond Rutger's shoulders, the burning walls of Nassau could be seen in the distance. The Western Alliance forces sent to rescue the fallen Nassau were fiercely assaulting the walls. They had managed to hold on so far, but with Nassau thoroughly engulfed in flames, they wouldn't hold out much longer. Are you going to wait? I have to deliver this. Carl held out a neatly folded black cloak. Rutger clicked his tongue disapprovingly as he took the cloak from Carl's hand. It was the cloak given to Vlad by his stepmother, Oksana. Rutger vividly remembered the young knight who roamed Sturma's mansion wearing that cloak. Prepare the available personnel for boarding, send them to Shora first. Aren't you going to wait, won't you wait? Rutger, the commander, focused on his mission, disregarding Karl's plea. At Rutger's cold attitude, Karl glared at him with tears in her eyes. Aren't you going to bring him back? Your knights, aren't you? For a moment, memories of the Rabnoma knights who had accompanied Karl flashed through his mind, gradually fading away. He remembered their final moments as they sacrificed themselves to save his life, and he didn't want to experience such loss again. We have to wait, he will be here soon. Marcus, take him. Facing another moment of separation, young Rabnoma began to struggle. Rutger silently handed Vlad's cloak to Karl. You should give it to him yourself, Karl Rabnoma. Black eyes with unwavering determination. Karl reluctantly accepted the cloak and had no choice but to calmly fall into the arms of a member of the undercover group and climb onto the ship. While Karl remained silent, the knight before him was already clutching his sword. What are you going to do? We'll send everyone first and leave only one ship behind to facilitate his escape. Will there be captains willing to stay? Marcus's question was valid. Vayezid had no naval forces whatsoever. The ships brought down now were merely merchant ships sent for landing, so there would be no captain willing to stay in this life-threatening situation. Still, wouldn't there be at least one person willing to stay? But Rutger just smiled confidently as if he knew something. Rutger already knew of a captain who would wait for Vlad, even if the reward wasn't substantial. That foolish lad is late. Are there any volunteers to wait for him with me? His younger brother picked Vlad up, and Vayezid took him in, fed him, clothed him, and washed him. Though not of his blood, Vayezid had at least provided Vlad with food and shelter. He couldn't easily give up on such a child. He's a quick runner. He'll probably come soon. Unlike the crumbling walls of Nassau in the distance, someone's hands are coming up from all over. He was the knight of Vayezid known as the greatest dragon slayer. We are here. As fires burned in the distance, Vlad and the Budart tribesmen raced along the coast, following the secret trail Marcus had left behind. Seeing the distant flames, Vlad gritted his teeth. Are we too late? They could have killed the entire cavalry, but that's why Vlad only took the flag. This was because he knew very well that there was no time. Have they left already? I do not know. Marcus had instructed them to hurry, considering the worst-case scenario. But even though they had done their best, the flames of the Western Alliance were already advancing towards the harbor. Maybe we should retreat now. Wouldn't it be better to turn your horse's head and run away rather than enter a city full of enemies? It would be impossible to fight an army with only about 10 people. As Vlad pondered between advancing and retreating, he began to hear faint sounds, thanks to his acute hearing since childhood. From his keenly pointed ears, Vlad could distinctly hear the clashing of swords. There are still people left. Run, run. Vlad and his companions leaped over rocks, heading towards the harbor along the coast. As they entered the harbor, they were met with a crowd of soldiers and a few men blocking their path. You damn brat, couldn't you come any faster? I knew you were a slippery one. Despite their small number, the knights were holding off hundreds of soldiers with shining aura. Among them, Rutger, covered in blood, was smiling. Get on the ship. Vlad turned his head towards the direction Rutger's finger pointed. A small ship with raised sails amidst the burning ships in the harbor. Even amidst the malicious shouts from afar, someone was vigorously waving their arms on that boat. Vlad, over here. A man who is busy waving both arms even though he is standing crooked as if uncomfortable. Seeing the familiar figure of the man on the boat, Vlad's face lit up with a smile. The familiar hull of the ship and the man shouting greetings towards him were comforting. What are you doing, you fool? Get on board quickly. Amidst all the ships leaving to escape the danger, there was one lone ship waiting for Vlad. The man wearing a stylish captain's hat was clearly holding a cane. Chapter 142. Inside the tent filled only with the faint light of candles. There Sigmund, looking at the report brought up by Godin, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He managed to steal our flag, yes. And that was with a brat and a handful of barbarians. He was laughing, but there was a deep chill emanating from within. For Sigmund, whose anger had already crossed the threshold and extended far into the distance, cold laughter was the only expression he could muster. Wagner, the commander of the 3rd Cavalry, who was standing there feeling like a criminal, did not dare to face his smile and just lowered his head. Furthermore, the city of Nassau was thoroughly plundered and razed. Only the intact ships were chosen and taken away. Bitterness rises with every word he utters. The port city, Nassau, is in flames. News of Baron Isnik going bankrupt before the war even started was already spreading throughout the West. Perhaps the news of the delayed arrival of each family's reinforcements was not entirely unrelated to this event. I wonder how Count Vayezid has been holding back all this time. Sigmund turned his glass in his hand and smiled faintly, the agile movements of Vayezid's hands as if they were waiting. The schemes that Peter had put forward so far were too painful to achieve with just impromptu ideas. Well, it hasn't been too easy so far. Watching the tide turn, Sigmund had to admit it now. It wasn't just them who had been waiting for this war. In the turbulent times, Vayezid was also one of those who had been looking for opportunities. It was indeed a difficult but right path. Sigmund raised his glass and uttered a sigh-like remark. Peter Vayezid, he's certainly not an easy opponent. Not just any family, but gathering the military forces of the West and rising up instead of being shaken, he was trying to seize the initiative in the war. As expected, it had to come to this. But even facing a formidable opponent, the reason Sigmund could readily accept it was probably because Bayezid was worthy adversaries. The value of the hunter increases as the prey shines brighter. If they can capture the giant known as Bayezid, not only the western regions but no family in the empire would dare to call them usurpers anymore. Godin, prepare to send out the message. Where shall I prepare it to be sent? The tip of the candle flickers. Sigmund quietly opened his mouth as he watched the candle flicker back and forth with the incoming breeze. To Dragulia, to the Dragonblood Duke. He understood the reason why Bayezid took the last Rabnoma. They must have wanted to ignite a spark in the unstable rear of the West, but Bayezid must know it well. The time has come. It was Dragulia, not the North, that was the first to lay the spark in the rear. Behind Bayezid, the central forces that were stuck like stakes in barren Utman territory were gradually changing the direction of their flags. It's really vast. Vlad leaned against the railing on the deck, gazing at the vast blue waves beneath the sky. It was his first time seeing the sea. The size was incomparable to the gray walls of Shora's castle, which he had promised himself to venture out to someday. Vlad could only marvel once again at the vastness of the world as he looked out at the endlessly stretching sea. I'd feel really cheated if I died without seeing this. The blue waves that reach right into his heart along with the strong salty wind. The deep blue waves, which he saw for the first time in his life, were creating white foam as they slowly encroached into Vlad's world. Wow, Vlad, who had been admiring the blue of the sea for a while, however, even though they were looking at the same sea, each had a different impression. Are you okay? No. The cheeks became thinner and the skin became noticeably paler compared to yesterday. Looking at the increasingly haggard look on Rutger's face, Vlad couldn't help but think of Joseph. As soon as Rutger had some eye shadow, he looked too similar to Joseph. The two looked incredibly alike. Why are you fine? Maybe I'm built for the sea. What nonsense are you sprouting? You have lived your whole life in the city. Rutger, as if deeming Vlad's answer unreasonable, just waved his hand and slumped back onto the railing. If you were going to buy a ship anyway, why didn't you get a bigger one? There was no reason to resent, but Rutger wanted to resent. The small cog ship, which was more prone to sway due to its size. In addition, horses and people were loaded to their limit, so the burden on Rutger, who was prone to motion sickness, was bound to double. If I had more money, I would have bought a bigger ship. That's why I told you to come under me instead of Joseph. Whether it was a joke or a serious remark from Rutger, Vlad couldn't tell. But knowing that there was no turning back now, the two men just stared quietly at the sea. Thank you for waiting. Vlad knew that the reason he was able to safely board Harvin's ship was all thanks to Rutger. If it weren't for him and the Knights of Bayezid who had blocked hundreds of soldiers, they might still be wandering the wastelands without respite. I just did it because it was worth it. With those words, Rutger, sprawled out, seemed to have exhausted his last bit of energy as he began to slump onto the deck. Even the night that Bayezid boasted about seemed to be unable to avoid seasickness to some extent. Worth it. Vlad quietly pondered Rutger's response. What level of skill must one possess to make such judgments even with hundreds of soldiers in front of them? I still don't know. Leaning against the railing, Vlad looked up at the highest point of the ship, red flags fluttering back and forth in the wind. Vlad, squinting one eye, perhaps because of the stinging sunlight, looked at the flag and quietly muttered. I'll have to ask to change the name of the ship when we return to Shora. A small ship sailing northward, cutting through gentle waves. The redhead Zemina was currently heading towards a small port town near Diamir. Under the night sky, three men gathered closely together. The sea's night sky, which had more stars than the city's night sky, looked bright even if you didn't bring a lantern. Noir seems to be really weakened. Maybe he's just not suited for the sea. Yeah, it seems like it. Vlad could only nod quietly at Otter's observation. Noir had no choice but to be loaded into the luggage compartment because the ship was narrow. Regardless of his damn temperament or whatever, Noir was unable to come to his senses on the rocking boat. But you're quite interesting too. It's rare to find someone who doesn't get seasick like you. Vlad could only silently endure Harvin's laughter as he looked at him. Since Harvin had waited patiently at the port until the very end, he had to be let off quietly this time. Still, isn't it a bit odd to put Zemina's name on this ship? Did I do it because I wanted to? Zemina said I had to do it, so I did it. With his response, Harvin clumsily turned the wheel. The sight of him driving a ship now seemed as familiar as the captain's hat on his head. This ship has her share, you know. It all started from the sword she gave you. Ha! Upon hearing Harvin's words, Vlad couldn't help but snort. No, by that logic, does that mean she's going to step in on everything he does from now on? It's not necessarily wrong, but it's incorrect. Well, you two sort it out yourselves. Although he was telling them to sort it out between themselves, his cheerful demeanor seemed suspicious. Clearly, he must have accepted it as the right thing to do when Zemina asked for her name to be used. No, I wanted to name it Marcella's Rose's Smiles. Why in the world sailors name their ships after women? In the superstitious world of sailors, where it was unclear when this belief started, but even now countless ships with feminine names would be sailing the seas. Well, I really don't know about that. Harvin, who always seemed a bit reserved, now appeared full of laughter as he casually raised the rum bottle placed beside him. Now relying on the steering wheel instead of a cane, there was not a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. The ship had an odd name. Vlad had indeed made a wise choice in buying him a ship. Anyway, how's business going? We're doing fine. We have regular customers. Before leaving Shora, Vlad had connected the Canor family with Harvin. Perhaps his skill in handling animals stemmed from his experience in trade with the Canor family. But winter is inevitable. When the river freezes over, this is unavoidable in the cold north. That was the reason why Shora did not have a navy even though it had a wide river leading to the sea. So that's why all the Shora merchants flocked to Nassau this time. It's an unfrozen harbor even in winter. I see. War meant opportunity. Shora merchants volunteered for this job in hopes of seizing any opportunities that might arise. If Vayezid secures control over Nassau through this war, the merchants who followed this raid will be able to establish themselves in the new northern port. If we can take Nassau, the northern trade routes will become quite diverse. It's an opportunity for us too. Harvin, who had been rotting in a small room at the edge of the river, was now looking beyond. Vlad was not the only boy in the back alley who was hungry for opportunity. Please continue to treat me well in the future too, Sir Knight. If you want to rely on me in the future, you better pay up or do well. With a somewhat somber feeling, Vlad snatched Harvin's bottle of alcohol. As Vlad's gaze shifted away from the steering wheel, he noticed glowing objects around the ship like paint spreading out. Harvin, what's that? What, where? Following Vlad's pointing finger, Harvin began to see clusters of light sticking around the ship. Otter, who was quietly watching the scene by Harvin's side, quickly passed through the deck and checked underneath. Otter, what is that? Instead of answering Harvin's question, Otter swiftly grasped a harpoon and began to look beneath the ship. The man with dark skin always showing action rather than words. From Otter's hand, the harpoon darted out forcefully, hitting something struggling weakly. Squid. What? This is a squid. A white sea creature wriggled on Otter's black hand. What Otter held seemed like a person's forearm-sized squid. Squid! Vlad, who was curious about seeing sea creatures for the first time, rushed to Otter, but Harvin, who was watching, only narrowed his eyebrows. Isn't this great as a snack with drinks? It's my first time having seafood from the sea. Vlad takes the squid from Otter and shakes it as if he is excited. But Harvin, while watching Vlad, just shook his head as if he couldn't understand. It's summer right now. Though he had little experience at sea, Harvin had picked up enough common knowledge to know that squid wouldn't be found in the south during this season. Squid, a pelagic species moving along cold currents. However, what surrounded the ship enveloping the redhead Zemina in a pale light were clearly squid. And not just a few, a countless number, impossible to count with the naked eye. From the sword of Vlad, who was happily holding the squid, tiny particles of glittering dust drifted unnoticed into the air. Chapter 143. The green hair was a mess, as if it had been cut in a hurry. Even the black cloak was so big that it was dragging on the ground. The slender wrists, desperately trying to hold onto the cloak that was still flowing, were the first thing Joseph noticed. The child looked too pathetic to be called noble. Hoyan, it's Marcus now. All right, Marcus, Vayezid's hidden sword, whose name is not even known. He was the leader of the undercover corps that only the head of family could fully control, but it would be reasonable to question him to some extent now. Is the child in front of me really the last descendant of the Rabnoma family, Karl Rabnoma? Joseph's office in Diamar bathed in sunlight. It was a calm place unlike the north, but right now there was only heavy silence hanging in the air. I apologize. Fine. It was an obvious mistake, but Joseph didn't bother to blame Marcus. As the last remaining strength of Rabnoma, everyone involved in this matter must have been desperate. With Marcus's strength alone, it would have been impossible to pierce through all of that struggle. Anyway, it's probably true that they are from the Rabnoma family, the child who claimed to be the last Rabnoma. Vayezid had to pay a hefty price to get this child out of the West, but if Joseph had known that this child was not Karl Rabnoma, he would not have gone to such lengths. Tell me your real name. Heir of Rabnoma. In response to Joseph's question, the child tried to appear composed, lifting their chin, but their eyes were filled with unmistakable anxiety. There was no one here to stand up for them. I am, just so you know, I really hate lies. Now the child had no one to protect them. Even a slight warning would sound like thunder to such a child. So the only thing the child could rely on now was the black cloak they were wearing. Char. a voice that seemed to resign itself to something creeping in. To survive, they had to hide themselves. That was the first survival method the child had to learn after coming out into the world. Charlotte Rabnoma. And when they finally revealed their identity, no one welcomed them with joy. From the moment she was born to barely surviving until now, Charlotte had lived in such a world. Well, Vayezid's men looked frustrated at the answer they heard. Listening to the countless sighs she had heard over the years, Charlotte could do nothing but hold onto the cloak with trembling hands again. Thank you for being honest. Although she tried to disguise it with a rebellious gaze, Charlotte's eyes, shaking without restraint, were pitiful, just like the boy Joseph had met on a winter day. As Joseph looked at the child who revealed herself as Charlotte, not Carl, his mind began to tangle with complexity. The sky was blue and the waves were calm, unlike the fierce storm that had raged last night. I hate Zemina, a man with wet black hair sprawled on the deck like wet seaweed. A small voice flowed through the pale lips. Zemina is too small, too slow, and too shaky. Lord Rutger, please pull yourself together. Like Rutger, Vlad brushed aside his wet hair and quickly lifted him up. Vlad's complexion was also pale, but he seemed much better than Rutger, who was babbling nonsense. I hate the sea, I hate storms too, but we managed to survive, didn't we? I'll never set foot on a ship again. I'll live my whole life on land, the unfamiliar sea, and the storm they experienced for the first time in their lives. Just today, after breaking through the ferocious storm last night, Redhead Zemina managed to enter the northern waters. According to Harvin, if they had been just a little slower in their response, they could have all ended up as fish bait. They've all lost their minds. Vlad, who was continually shifting Rutger towards the railing, sighed quietly as he looked out over the deck. The men from the north, entangled with each other here and there. Vlad sighed as he watched the forced unification of the north brought about by the great forces of nature. Why isn't there even a captain's cabin on this ship? It was small to begin with. We converted everything into cargo holds. Vlad, who grumbled about Rutger's complaints, received nothing but a confident justification from Harvin. Don't you think the name Zemina suits this ship well when you see this? They're both so tiny. Fine, do as you please. Vlad, leaving Harvin enthusiastically steering the wheel behind, began to rearrange the knights and Budart warriors inward, replacing the sailors who were still bustling in the alleyways. We almost died for real. Though they were now moving about as if nothing had happened, the aftermath of the storm they faced last night still vividly lingered in Vlad's mind. It was probably a storm that would have caused the ship to sink a long time ago if the squid swarms hadn't alerted them. These creatures are truly fascinating. Vlad gripped the railing on the somewhat relaxed deck and looked down at the sea below. Luminescent organisms drifting away one by one as the storm passed. Observing the squids returning to the depths as if they had completed their tasks, Vlad quickly closed his left eye. Clearly not spirits, no matter how you look at it. Glowing squids that warned of an approaching storm and showed us the way through it. But even in Vlad's world, where the remnants of the voice were absorbed, they were just ordinary, ugly squids. I don't know what the hell is. Harvin had explained that the squid swarms that surged last night had likely come up to escape the storm, but Vlad knew well that the squids now drifting away were not stuck together for such natural reasons. What exactly did you make for me? Vlad quietly looked at the blue sword hanging from his waist, the star sword created by the young world tree with the spirits. The dust that had been gradually dispersing from the sword since last night was something only Vlad could recognize. It was a sight reminiscent of the white snake on the hills of Hainel. The white snake seemed to really like this. Vlad, who had merely absorbed the remnants of the voice, still had yet to realize the fact that he was planting seeds right now. Young potentials who had not yet become spirits were being led by the night and spreading throughout the world, just like the old Swordmaster wanted to do. I see it. I can see land over there. Vlad was awakened from his thoughts by the shout of a sailor coming from somewhere. Traces of land began to faintly appear in the distance. Upon the lookout's shout of land being sighted, the knights who had been lounging around began to stir. Whether it was due to mood or not, the scent that was already reaching their noses seemed to change. Good. Harvin confirmed the coastline visible in the distance through his telescope, then smiled faintly. Let the guests know. We've reached our destination. The captain, who had persevered until the very end, safely delivered the cargo through the storm to its destination. Captain Harvin's performance was so impressive that it became deeply embedded in Rutger's mind. Raise the flag so they can identify us. Following the captain's orders, the small but sturdy redhead Zemina's flag was once again hoisted, proudly fluttering in the sea. The red flag, resembling someone's hair color, fluttered not only on land but also here in the sea. Hehehe Noir, who moved slowly as if suffering from seasickness, seemed to be the most fortunate of all, considering the rough voyage had left no injuries. I'm going back to Shora just like this. On the modest shoreline of a coastal village, even the smallest ship like Redhead Zemina found it challenging to enter. Harvin bid farewell to Vlad standing there. Thanks for waiting in Nassau. If you're so grateful, why don't you buy me another ship? Harvin, tapping Vlad's sleek armor, smiled. However, as Harvin looked at the armor up close, his smile hardened as he saw the scars carved all over the armor. I'll surely buy you another ship, but even with one more ship, would that be enough for someone like me? Blonde hair shone like gold above his smiling face. It looks gorgeous when seen from afar, but when seen up close, it is full of scars. Harvin couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Vlad's armor, which looked exactly like its owner. Don't push yourself too hard, I'm earning money now too. Who are you trying to impress with that? Although it was a cold answer, Harvin lifted the cane he was holding and opened his arms to hug Vlad. For a moment their balance wavered, but when they leaned on each other, they were able to maintain a perfect posture. Remember, Zemina is always waiting. Got it. Take care, stay healthy until we meet again. Though they didn't express it in words, the sincerity contained in a single embrace conveyed fully through the warmth they shared. I still have some cargo left. Harvin pointed with his thumb behind him. There stood Rutger, looking at Vlad with a somber expression. Despite the order to board having been given, the eldest son of Vayezid couldn't bring himself to step away, remaining on land as redhead Zemina set sail back to Shora. He had to join Peter, who would lead the main army in the upcoming war. Go on, got it. After exchanging brief greetings, Harvin and Vlad turned their backs to each other, heading towards their respective missions as if it were second nature. For the men in the back alleys, saying goodbye loudly was like a taboo. They believed only silent farewells would connect them until their next meeting. Vlad and the warriors of the Budart tribe left the village through the harbor. Watching them from the ship, Harvin quietly observed Vlad's retreating figure until it disappeared beyond the end of the telescope. Just as the storm clears, war approaches. Those who stood up alone, had to constantly prove themselves, just like Vlad does now. Otter raised the anchor. Sure. Seeing his friend who had to venture into the storm of the battlefield once again, Harvin could only turn his head away. However, unlike before when he could only watch from afar, Harvin now had the legs to move forward. Let's go, everyone prepare. Though faint now, someday they would share the same sky. Recalling Vlad's armor full of scars, Harvin quietly held the captain's hat in his hand. The small ship began to move slowly with the wind. Thankfully, the sea seemed calm today, unlike yesterday. The group, heading from the nameless coastal village towards Diamar, seemed to have some unresolved grudge from their sea voyage, as the horses of the north were pushing forward vigorously. And finally, when the flag of Hainel began to appear from afar, an unusual group of soldiers began to enter the group's field of vision. Is that Gaidar? Doesn't seem to be the main army. Gaidar's soldiers are slowly raising their heads across the small stream. As Oj said, it was not the main army brought by Sigmund, but it was a scouting party that had already come to check the situation. They're blatantly showing themselves. It was common knowledge, so there was no reason to hide. The vanguard of Gaidar had no hesitation in revealing their presence, making their scouting mission seem almost unnecessary. Oj, give me the flag, got it. Not mine, though. If you are ignored, you must pay back. That was the rule of life set by Vlad, a survival tactic. Maybe we should greet them first before war. Seeing Vlad's fierce smile, the warriors of the Budart tribe smiled along with him. Indeed, the choice made by the son of the grassland was not wrong. Let's go. The warriors ran down the slope of the plain, not towards the fortress of Diamar, but towards the soldiers of Gaidar. Gaidar's soldiers began to panic at Vlad's sudden charge. What are those things? They're charging at us. Warriors charging towards the vanguard of hundreds of lightly armored cavalry. Vlad's impulsive actions, far beyond common sense, caused the previously relaxed Gaidar soldiers to start wavering. Lower your shields, they came to greet us. However, Vlad and his warriors simply scoffed at them, passing through the formation without a second thought. Vlad and the warriors began to scan Gaidar's formation, boldly passing by as if they would touch it. Yet, the Gaidar soldiers' inability to respond quickly wasn't solely due to their sudden panic. Is that flag real? No, that can't be possible. The knight with the striking blonde hair held a flag that looked impressive at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, the flag was bent and stained, far from impressive. Tell the Count and Godin I was grateful for the flag you gave me. The unfamiliar northern knight held a familiar flag. It was the Gaidar cavalry's flag with its wings bent and its shaft sagging. Chapter 144. Joseph's office bathed in gentle sunlight. The office Alicia specially allocated for Joseph wasn't as grand as Shora's mayor office, but it was still a decent space. You went out with only 10 men and provoked them. However, what could be heard in this decent space was not cheerful chatter, but merely the sound of a desk being tapped. Zayar, who is expressionless but showing signs of discomfort next to him, is probably a bonus. According to the scout's report, you went almost to the point of confrontation, right? To the questioning, Vlad merely rolled his eyes around. In fact, it wasn't just almost to the point of confrontation, they had basically engaged. Though he didn't draw his sword, he had kicked a few and returned, effectively making it a skirmish. I apologize, Joseph hates lies. Vlad, reflecting on the valuable lessons he had learned during his time as a praying Riemann, quickly assumed a posture as if this were a model of repentance. The slightly bowed head and the posture of politely admitting fault seemed like skills honed through practice. Fine, Joseph didn't even sigh anymore as he watched Vlad just say he was wrong without any intention of making excuses. You must have thought it was worth it. He had initially thought Vlad was difficult to handle, but in reality that judgment was a bit off. Vlad was the kind of person who shone when left to his own devices, not one to be controlled. I hope your provocation was made through sober judgment. Joseph decided to respect his emerging personality. It wasn't lacking or wrong. So he had to judge it based on the results. Through this operation, Vlad had sufficiently proven himself as a full-fledged knight. Just remember, a knight's thoughts should be prudent and his steps heavy. I'll keep that in mind. Joseph just wished he would be a bit more cautious from now on. Now that Vlad's name is known, every trace of the results of his actions will follow him like footprints until he stops. Constantly. Make sure to rest well, it's good to conserve your energy. Understood. Joseph's advice to conserve energy in preparation for the upcoming war. Contrary to Vlad's expectations, he didn't receive a severe reprimand, which left him somewhat surprised. What are you waiting for? You can leave now. Yes. However, Zayar still tilted his head slightly, glaring at Vlad, seemingly with a stern gaze hinting at anticipation. Unlike Joseph, Zayar still seemed reluctant to easily let Vlad off the hook. Watching Vlad step forward with a refined attitude without letting go of his tension until the end, Vorden, who had been sitting in a guest chair drinking tea, chuckled. That lad is still quite elusive. A knight who is absolutely ruthless in what he does, but has an elegant appearance. Vorden had never seen a knight with such a clear discrepancy between behavior and appearance. It seems like an amazing mix. He may bounce around a bit, but he's the color Vayezid needs. A knight who grew on his own rather than one created. Joseph wanted such a knight, and Vlad lived up to his expectations. It's a color that even my older brother coveted. Joseph quietly picked up Vlad's report from the desk and walked over to the window, peering outside. The sight of the soldiers, somehow excited, stirred something inside him. They're probably excitedly discussing Vlad's provocation that happened today. Among Vayezid's knights, how many of them want to do such crazy things on purpose? Seeing the lively atmosphere at the garrison after a long time, Joseph faintly smiled. A shabby flag standing in the corner of the office. Gadar's eagle, along with Stephen's sword, had become a fine trophy and was gradually turning into another decoration. Sir Vlad, oh Stefan, people packed tightly into the small mansion. With familiar faces everywhere you stepped, Vlad and Stefan's meeting was natural. Are you hurt anywhere? You say what you have to say first. I don't have anything to say. Stefan, the mercenary leader, naturally followed up next to Vlad and spoke to him. Where are you headed? To check on my horse. Ah, that one. I have to check on him at least once a day. His temperament is so unpredictable. Stefan nodded quietly at Vlad's words. His skills were excellent, but his temper was foul. Having observed him from the sidelines, Stefan could easily imagine Noir. Shall we take care of the small things? We can at least provide him some food. I'd appreciate that. He might appreciate it if they did, but whether they could or not was another matter. Other than Gott, there was no stable keeper who could handle him. I've also requested an extension of the contract from Lord Vorden, so try not to cling too much. Ha ha ha. It wasn't meant in that sense at all. Vlad knew why Stefan was sticking to him. Mercenaries were people chasing after shiny gold coins. However, in this world where everyone understood the value of gold coins, there was always bound to be noise in the exchange process. We simply want to work with you again, Sir Vlad, even just once more. Save your sweet talk. In that sense, Joseph Vayezid would undoubtedly be a great employer. He wasn't as deceitful as Count Bitskaya in Tanaboya, nor was he as impoverished as Baron Dalmatia in Dobrechty. This way, apparently the stable's location has changed from before. Stefan navigated confidently as if he knew his ways. Having arrived ahead of time with Marcus, Stefan had quickly figured out the ways of the mansion. Stefan knew well that each of these small preparations would elevate his evaluation. This seems to be it. But it looks like someone is here. A black horse was clearly taking up a vast space, unlike any other. However, there was already a small shadow clinging to Noir's side, even though Vlad did not allow it. It was a child with familiar green hair. What are you doing here? As Vlad entered the stable, Charles had a subtle expression on his face. It seemed welcoming, yet at the same time it appeared uncomfortable. How often do I have to say this? Why, if I have money, can I buy it? Vlad took the brush brought by the summoned stable keeper and brushed Noir's fur without even looking at Charles next to him. Noir, who had been sensitive to unfamiliar voyages, began to growl like a dog, feeling Vlad's care after a long time. No matter how much money you have, there are things you can't buy. He's that kind. Though the question may have seemed rude, it probably wasn't meant to express genuine desire to buy. It was likely just something said out of frustration. Observing the suffocating awkwardness between Vlad and Charles, Stefan quickly exited the stable to give them space. Is that woman okay? The one who was hit by an arrow? Oh, now there were only two people in the stable. Looking at Charles, who stubbornly refused to leave despite being warned, Vlad could sense that the child had nowhere to go. Being unwelcome anywhere was something Vlad was all too familiar with. Marta is fine. She's recovered a lot. Go take care of her then. She needs to rest so I don't disturb her. Though Marta wasn't Charles's biological mother, she had raised him. Having been the only person he could emotionally rely on, it made sense that Charles would hover around Vlad. Your cloak, I'll return it. Keep it for now. It'll just get in the way during battle anyway. Vlad thought of the woman growing cold while holding the child in her arms and felt fortunate that she was safe. Though they had no connection, there was something familiar about her. Vlad hoped that his cloak would be of some help to her. This one. What's this? The girl, disguised as a boy, hesitated for a moment before handing Vlad a small necklace. I was taught to always show gratitude sincerely. It's what Rabnomas do. A brown necklace given by Charles. The necklace, which seemed to be made of brass rather than gold or silver, had a smooth shine as if it had been carefully polished amid all the chaos. Why are you giving this to me? Because you saved Marta and me too. Charles remembered Vlad's sacrifice to save the group. If it weren't for Vlad's sacrifice, they might have been wandering in the cold wilderness by now. Because the grace of life-saving was a heavy burden, Charles was determined to give as much as he promised, even if not right away. I don't have anything to give you right now. But I promise I will someday. Put it away. Vlad threw the brush he was holding into the bucket and opened his mouth bluntly, this time examining Noir's hooves. Is that some sort of heirloom or keepsake? I decided to never accept anything like that again. It seemed to have a story behind it. Regardless of its value, Vlad had resolved not to accept such items. Even now, avoiding Alicia at all costs stemmed from the same reason. And, after thoroughly inspecting Noir's hooves, Vlad placed his hand on the sturdy flank of the horse and chuckled softly. It was a simple statement, yet as he uttered it, there was a strange emotion welling up in his chest. The moment has come for him to pass on this knowledge to someone else. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. A knight should only receive a fair price. A heavy statement always kept close to his heart. A person once told him that a knight should only receive a fair price, even for the smallest deeds. Through him, Vlad confirmed the reality of the vague dream and was still chasing him, looking up into the distant sky. The arrow shot towards the blue moon by the boy from the back alley still flew through the sky. I've already received a fair price for this mission, so I won't accept what you offer. Charles, finally looking back at Vlad, closed his mouth at the strange weight emanating from him. A knight speaking of entitlement, and a girl who didn't even have the right to call herself Rabnoma yet. Charles instinctively grasped the necklace she had offered earlier. For some reason, she felt a tinge of annoyance. But I'll definitely repay you later. From the lying knight to the boy from the alley, and to the girl who had nothing to offer in return. The knight's oath, which had a strange resonance, continued to be passed down to someone else. Will arrive in 2 days. Understood, Godin. Now Diarmor is so close that you can see it if you squint your eyes. Despite some opposition and obstacles, Sigmund successfully led the main army back. Even with the rapid advance, the lack of deserters showcased Sigmund's exceptional leadership. We're a month behind schedule, but we're still within the expected range. Sigmund's fierce grin was directed towards the north. His goal and purpose lay in this place. As he felt the gleaming black dirt beneath his feet, Sigmund could sense that they were approaching the place he desired. The scent of summer, not the harsh winds of the west. Godin, like Sigmund, closed his eyes quietly and felt the approaching wind of Diarmor. Yes, singing birds can be heard from far away. Among them, Godin found the birdsong that distinctly reached his ears and opened his eyes with a faint smile. The cuckoo sings in summer. The sound of a cuckoo. There was the sound of a cuckoo on a winter day that announced the beginning of a long-lasting relationship. They had crossed paths once before, but they thought they would never see each other again. Yet fate had circled back around, bringing them face to face once more. There are many things to retrieve, some things must be completely severed. Yes, Count. The Lord and the Knight, sharing the same thoughts, nodded at the same time. An army of 5,000 from the Western Alliance. Now they were pushing their first steps into Diarmor's territory. Chapter 145. Late at night when everyone was asleep, Alicia climbed the hill behind the mansion alone, holding a torch. Phew, a heavy sigh that didn't quite match her light attire. Just moments ago, she had been tossing and turning on her bed, judging by her attire of just light clothes with a shawl draped over it. It seemed she couldn't easily fall asleep. Even now, the tense air lingering all around refused to release its grip on her. Oh, as soon as she stepped onto the hilltop, a sudden summer night breeze began to blow. Alicia closed her eyes as the wind pierced her face. Her watery hair began to flutter into the night sky with a sudden gust. This keeps happening lately. Alicia, her face contorted in annoyance at the rather harsh wind, rubbed her eyes and grumbled. Lately, whenever Alicia climbed the hill, an unusual wind seemed to blow. Since it was a wind that none of the other servants had ever experienced, Alicia simply thought she was unlucky. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the hilltop scenery looked different when she faced the wind. Despite the moon shining brightly, something stood out unnaturally amidst the surrounding brightness. A familiar blonde head caught Alicia's eye. How annoying. Confirming it was Vlad who was sitting under the tree, Alicia pursed her lips and clenched her fists. Stop spouting empty words, nothing you say resonates with me at all. Now Vlad comes up here without any hesitation as if it were his own place. Seeing him like that, Alicia muttered under her breath. Despite calling himself Lady Alicia's knight, it was rare for him to visit her even once in a while. Vlad was so good at hiding in the small mansion that no trace of him was visible wherever she walked. Alicia, who had hurried up the hill feeling both annoyed and rushed, found only Vlad under the tree leaning against it with his head bowed. Though he seemed to be asleep, he still held onto his sword tightly. Seeing that, Alicia couldn't help but smile. You're quite comfortable, aren't you? It's nighttime, so he must be sleepy. But do knights usually sleep so deeply to let their guard down like this? Seeing Vlad, who showed no sign of movement even though she had arrived, Alicia furrowed her eyebrows as if puzzled. You sleep well, aren't you even a bit tense? In a few days, a fierce war would begin. Yet Vlad, who slept peacefully, showed no signs of worry or concern. However, Vlad's peaceful sleep provided Alicia with a small sense of tranquility. A knight so wretched that can't even recognize a lady. Though she spoke ill of him, Alicia quietly sat down next to Vlad, fearing he might wake up. The fireflies flickered and dispersed in all directions as she sat down, a single blue moon rising above the silent summer night. After staring at the moon for a while next to Vlad, Alicia seemed to make up her mind as she pursed her lips. Considering the way he was currently asleep, it seemed like he wouldn't wake up easily no matter what she did. Sir Vlad, you are Lady Alicia's knight. Alicia's voice quietly echoed near Vlad's sleeping ear. So from now on, come visit Lady Alicia more often. Though there were only two of them, Alicia covered her lips with her hand, afraid someone might overhear. Only the wind swirling around the hill could hear her voice. Visit Lady Alicia more often than Lord Joseph. Got it. Alicia started repeating her words as if hypnotizing him. She knew Vlad might not act as she wished, but still, Alicia didn't stop her babbling. It was easier to convey her message when he couldn't hear, but her words were penetrating Vlad's mind deeper than ever before. You're listening to this, right? It might have been just a playful action, but Alicia probably didn't know. Vlad wasn't sleeping, he was deep in meditation, observing his own world. Why are your ears perked up? Alicia's whispers were penetrating into Vlad's world, which was wide open because he had to go deep. Vlad, preparing for the upcoming battle, was cleansing his world through meditation. It was a delicate task, so he had requested not to be disturbed, but the white snake and young spirits on the hill to whom the request was directed seemed to ignore it as if it didn't concern them. The next morning, Joseph climbed up to the castle walls and confirmed the approaching Gaydar army from afar. Seems like there weren't many deserters. Count Gaydar, who had managed to maintain his military strength despite numerous sabotage attempts. The army from the west, led by him, began to reveal itself at the edge of Diamar's green plains. The soldiers seem unsettled, Lord Joseph. It was a good idea to boost morale in advance. The atmosphere of the battlefield could be felt without even looking. 1,300 against 5,000. Even if one were inside the safety of the fortress, it would be difficult for anyone to maintain their composure when faced with a force outnumbering their own. Yet the morale of the Hainal army remained relatively stable despite the uncertainty. They must have been expecting it to come to this situation, right? Likely so. Vlad quickly nodded to Joseph, who was casually looking at him. It was a bold provocation, akin to throwing the first punch. The soldiers of the Hainal army felt a sense of relief from Vlad, along with the presence of Vayezid's army that would arrive later. I heard you paid your respect to Baroness this morning. Yes, Joseph folded his telescope and began to walk slowly along the castle walls. The Knights of Vayezid followed suit, lining up behind him. It's a wise move. Regardless of the pretext, elevating Lady Alicia's status as the commander in this war is crucial. Anyone within the fortress would know this, no matter that Alicia is the nominal commander of this defense battle. In reality, it's Gaydar and Vayezid who are driving this war, and Joseph is the one actually commanding the troops here. In such a situation, Vlad's respect towards Alicia undoubtedly served as a morale-boosting factor for the Hainal army. Even though he is a knight cherished by Vayezid, he doesn't hesitate to bow to their lord. Vlad's attitude of respect towards her was clearly a politically significant gesture. Now you seem to handle things well even without my guidance. Seeing Joseph smiling as if he was satisfied, Vlad ended up scratching the back of his head. It was just something he felt he had to do today, but it seemed to have escalated unexpectedly. Listening to Joseph's words, he could understand why Alicia and Duncan had been so pleased with just a simple greeting. Pay attention. From here to there is your area. Gregory, Cade, and Maxim leave one by one according to Joseph's instructions. And now it's Vlad's turn. Joseph, who had carefully assigned each person a zone, finally opened his mouth by telling them which zone Vlad would be in charge of. This could have been simply announced through a meeting, but it was also a special consideration for Vlad, who was experiencing war for the first time. We've received intelligence that the Gaidar army is equipped with siege weapons. They'll likely attempt to breach the walls. Despite being fortified, the walls of Diamir are relatively small in scale. Sigmund had judged that they could easily break through those walls, and the siege weapons they were bringing served as a testament to their determination. It's going to be fierce. Your judgment will be crucial more than ever. In countless skirmishes determining which side gains or loses ground, all of that will now fall on Vlad's shoulders. Though it could be considered a relatively short section of the wall, Vlad was now effectively the master of this area. Always keep an eye on enemy knights. Just like you, they're capable of creating variables at any moment. Understood. Only knights could face knights. The inexperienced Vlad will always have to be wary of those who are as sharp as him. There was more Joseph could have said, but he decided to leave it at that. His knight was already looking towards the enemy. Be careful, I will. With a brief farewell, the two parted ways. As Joseph walked down the narrow stairs, he thought back to the cold winter day. Do you think they'll clash? Probably, if given the chance. Okay. Even though he was a boy from a shabby back alley, he confidently said that he would destroy the western moon. At that time, it was only a faint possibility, but now it has become a meaningful possibility. Do you think Vlad can win? Not yet. Joseph had promised that audacious boy. If he could create an opportunity for revenge, Joseph would provide it. Those words at that time were not just empty words, but a condition that reminded Joseph of Gaidar, who they might face one day. You made the right call putting him on the opposite side. However, the promise wasn't made with the assurance of facing each other in a situation where the outcome was predetermined. Gaidar's Godin and Shora's Vlad were not fated to meet yet. Joseph planned to separate the two in a completely separate space, even if it was the same battlefield. I hope it goes as planned, but however, no matter how clever a commander is, he cannot control all variables on the battlefield. As Joseph looked out towards the approaching Gaidar army on the horizon, he sighed quietly. Today, it seemed like the shadows looming from the west were longer than usual. Now, in the lush northern grassland where full summer has arrived, there was a man confidently leading soldiers forward amidst the myriad of tents. Make way, even in the presence of numerous knights eyeing him, the man didn't lose his momentum. In the face of pressure that would leave an ordinary person breathless, Timer, the Iron Duke, and the Knights of the North calmly cleared the path ahead. Lord Duke, have you arrived? Despite the intense presence felt even outside the tents, Ladhu of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order emerged nonchalantly, as if he had just realized something. I came personally because things seem to be getting delayed. Was it indeed a cumbersome load? Timer, the Iron Duke, who could be considered the ruler of the North, had decided not to accept any further constraints. I came to relieve you of some of your burden, now that I see I should have come sooner. It was an expedition that lasted half a year. Nevertheless, the Central Forces did not even set foot in Baron Utman's territory, so the intention was obvious to anyone. So, no longer willing to be dragged around, Timer had come here with his troops to attack Baron Utman, defying even the advice of the Vatican. There would surely be backlash, but the intention was clear. To eliminate the source of the pretext and drive out the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. Haha, I'm truly at a loss for words that you have been concerned about this worthless junior. Lord Duke, however, the Knight Ladhu, who was actually the commander of this expedition, remained nonchalant. His smile seemed intense, not just something only Timer could perceive. Anyway, I was planning to report that I would be leaving here soon. Leaving? At Ladhu's unexpected words, Timer's eyebrows began to twitch. The inexplicable sense of frustration conveyed by his smile began to seep into Timer's toes. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to move. Seeing Timer's faint perplexity, Ladhu made exaggerated gestures towards the knights. Carts began to move in response to Ladhu's gestures. Unidentifiable things shaking above them began to approach Timur little by little. It was fortunate. Although it was not an easy battle, surely the god has been watching over us. Timer ignored Ladhu's grumbling and quietly looked at the things loaded on the cart. Countless heads had lost their bodies and were crammed onto the cart like luggage, their vacant gazes constantly meeting Timer's. You may recognize some of them here. Baron Utman is here along with his wife and knights. What is this? Timer, sensing the situation just from the traces, did not hide his anger. The air around them suddenly grew heavy. A knight among knights, everyone around him held their breath due to the harsh energy that Timur Baronov gave off. What is the meaning of this? Grass that was being crushed even though it had no substance. Observing the heads with no sign of rebellion and the soldiers who seemed to have left without a trace, Timur realized that this situation was not a natural outcome. Please calm down, Lord Duke. At Timur's unsettling demeanor, Vlad who finally wiped away his smug smile. However, even though he erased the smile, he still maintained a composed posture. The oldest dragon's aura, which he had confronted for a long time, was much thicker and sharper than this. Baron Utman confessed his sins at the last moment. Although unyielding, his trembling fingers conveyed an object. What is this? It's Epsilon. It's a product that's been talked about a lot in the central regions lately. As Timur opened the box, a refreshing scent wafted out. It was elven tea Epsilon, not yet distributed in the north. It's a drug they intended to make the north sick with it. It is said that the evil being requested it. It wasn't true, but it was. However, truth was like shattered pieces in front of powerful individuals. Those who moved the world were adept at putting together scattered pieces as they wished. And do you know who received this tea first in the north? From these pieces, the oldest dragon's message began to flow to Timur. They said it was Countess Oksana Vayezid. Quickly, give us the pieces of the dragon, otherwise we will shatter your north. It seems suspicious, doesn't it? A fierce confrontation between the dragon and the lion. Timur could feel the dragon's claws reaching him much earlier than he had anticipated. The dragon slayer knights and the central forces were slowly withdrawing their formations. Their flags were slowly tilting towards Vayezid's leadership. The balance was shifting towards Sturma. Chapter 146, crows flying everywhere. Even now, the magic signals from Dorothea were still sparkling. Sinister news was flying towards Vayezid's army heading towards Damar. It's an urgent message from Vayezid. Dorothea, with the characteristic pointed ears of the beastman pricked up, looked at Rutger without being able to hide her worried expression. A summon from the Vatican has just arrived for Lady Oksana. It was a mother's effort to care for her sick son, but from someone's perspective, it seemed like an evil act. Oksana, who had been arbitrarily judged by those who only saw what they wanted to see, had been unjustly treated, even though she shouldn't have been. Father, Diamar is just around the corner. It was only half a day's journey to reach the battlefield, yet ominous news continued to arrive. Spies scattered everywhere, the Vatican baring its teeth, and even the surrounding lords bordering their territories. Everyone warned in unison that a great crisis was looming over Sturma. We must return. Receiving even the crow sent from the northernmost edge, Peter solemnly spoke, his expression firm. But Count, if we retreat now, Joseph will be left alone. Upon hearing Peter's words about the need to return, Rutger vehemently began to oppose, insisting that they couldn't leave Joseph behind like this. I don't know about Diamar, but we must bring Joseph back, if you grant me soldiers. Perhaps it was because of the urgent situation. Though it was just a little, there was sincerity radiating from Rutger. They were brothers destined to fight since birth, but at this moment they were both Vayezid. Worry not, I won't leave Joseph alone. What? Rutger's eyes widened when he saw a faint smile on Peter's face. The Count's mistress had been summoned to the Vatican, and now that the central army was threatening Sturma, Peter only looked relaxed. The essence of war is to hinder what the enemy is trying to do. The victory in war depends solely on how many resources one pushes into the established frontlines. Therefore, Sigmund and Dragulia had been using the same tactic to separate Vayezid's main army and the Hainal army, through a significant threat that couldn't be ignored. Now that we're sure of the enemy's intentions, it's become easier to respond. Peter folded the last letter sent by the Iron Duke. The anger that had been stored up until now began to appear in his black eyes. We must return swiftly. We might already be late. With these words, Peter's gaze was fixed on a distant place. It was a slightly different direction from the one they had been heading so far. For this reason, Vayezid's Joseph must come out and apologize for his past rudeness. I hope Baroness Alicia will show respect for the West through this marriage. A knight from the West, running in front of the castle walls, waving a white flag representing a messenger, shouting loudly. Vlad couldn't help but admire the courage of the knight, though he couldn't know his name, for boldly speaking out amidst numerous enemies. Why, what? However, the soldiers around didn't seem to share the same sentiment. Hainal's soldiers began to look at Vlad with displeased expressions, as if silently urging him to speak up. You insolent bastard, what's your name? It wasn't just the subtle pressure weighing on him. It was a commander's duty to consider the morale of the soldiers. How dare you insult the Baroness? Reveal your name, you rude bastard. Sir Vlad is asking for your name. The words that started out as Vlad's quiet muttering became waves and began to echo through the soldiers and the walls of the castle. I'm watching you, Lady Alicia's knight, you. If we meet on the battlefield, I'll split you into pieces. Not only the knight who had come to declare war, but even Vlad himself was taken aback by the sudden outburst of cursing soldiers. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this extent. Whether it was due to his mood or not, it felt like he could sense Joseph's gaze from afar. Ha! As he watched the enraged Diamar soldiers, Vlad suddenly realized that this couldn't go on like this, and an arrow flew unexpectedly. Though not aimed at taking lives, the arrow lodged in the horses but was enough to startle the messenger. He has been hit like a fool. Go out and kill him. Gaidar's intention to pressure the opponent through the declaration of war had shattered into pieces. Gaidar's knight runs towards the horse that ran away first. The sight of him running after falling from the horse and twitching as if he had hurt himself just looked comical. Well, this escalated quickly. Under the most splendid banner, Joseph, observing the battlefield from atop the castle walls, scratched his forehead in frustration as he watched the Gaidar army beginning to move from a distance. That's talent, no doubt. He moved 5,000 with just a few words. I'll have a word with him later. The Gaidar army gradually approached from the edge of the plain. At first glance, the siege tower, built as high as the castle wall, was visible. They've prepared thoroughly. Dozens of siege weapons lined up. The only consolation is that catapults cannot be used because it is a place without rocks. Set the arrows on fire. But it wasn't just Gaidar who had prepared thoroughly. Archers began to light their arrows from torches. Only now did the arrows of the Hainal army rise towards the sun. Not yet. Joseph calmly measures the distance and checks the range. Joseph knew very well that when it comes to fortifying, there is no attack as sure as the arrow fired at the beginning. Seize the most valuable opportunity with utmost certainty. Here they come. Not yet. The shouts of the Gaidar army could be heard from up ahead. The usurpers from the west charged forward, each brandishing their shields. Some swift-footed ones had already reached the bottom of the castle walls. Now, suddenly, the leading edge of the siege tower wavered. Recognizing the moment, Joseph shouted loudly and signaled, "It's a trap! The enemies have laid a trap." "This is insane. We just crossed over a moment ago. Traps triggered by weight." The traps, dug deep like pitfalls, now revealed themselves and were swallowing up Gaidar's siege weapons in one gulp. From above, the flaming arrows turned into rain, descending fiercely from the sky. What's his name? He's Joseph, the second son of Vayezid. Sigmund sat on his horse, looked at the battlefield, and burst out laughing. He's not quite in his right mind either. Arg, arrows, the siege tower is on fire, put out the flames. Countless traps laid everywhere to the point where it seemed insane. Chuckling at the dense array of traps, Sigmund couldn't help but laugh ironically. Such antics might be cowardly or cunning, but once it escalated to this extent, it was something that had to be acknowledged. It seems they had blindfolded us. The reason Peter released a special unit to disrupt the rear was not simply to cut off supply, scouts acting as eyes on the battlefield. Many of the Western scouts who should have been scouting the battlefield earlier were too busy chasing after units like Vlad's assault team, failing to discover the current situation. Avoid the collapsed areas and send them back. It's just a matter of stalling for time anyway. Understood, my lord. However, even though the damage was greater than expected, Sigmund did not lose his composure. In siege warfare, casualties on the attacking side were inevitable. Rather than being pressured by the process, Sigmund chose to focus on the outcome. After all, we just need to get over the walls. Diamar's walls are low, and there's no particularly obstructive terrain. Furthermore, there was almost a five-fold difference in numbers, with 1,300 against 5,000. Moreover, his own soldiers were seasoned veterans who had fought countless battles and gained experience, so this battle was merely a matter of time. The traps set frantically actually revealed the anxiety of the defenders. No matter how long you wait, your father won't come. It's truly pathetic. No lord would willingly surrender capital. Peter will not give up Sturma just to protect Diamar, someone else's land. The first siege tower, it has reached the wall. Yeah, I see it. As reported by Godin, one siege tower, charred black, had managed to snugly reach the walls of Diamar. Seeing the bewildered figure on the castle wall beginning to murmur, Sigmund simply smiled while stroking his thick chin. The siege tower is coming. Shoot arrows. Kill them before they get over here. Vlad took a calm, deep breath as he looked at the siege tower approaching directly in front of him. Despite being engulfed in flames, the massive body didn't stop. The siege tower, filled with malice, was fully occupied by Gaidar's soldiers crouching behind their shields. Sir Vlad, I know. The mercenary leader, Stefan, used his experience to assist Vlad. Are there any other enemies nearby besides them? No, none. However, his superior, who was clearly inexperienced, was maintaining a much calmer appearance than expected. He's a born fighter. There were occasionally individuals like him, people whose blood is naturally suited to the battlefield. Some individuals were just too well suited for the battlefield to be described as merely strong in combat. The siege tower has reached us. You bastards, die all of you. Finally, the Gaidar knights burst out of the burning wooden door that had just reached the wall. I am Gaidar's. Arg, one of Gaidar's knights roared, releasing the pent-up rage. However, he was only pushed into the tower by a harsh kick without even being able to utter his own name. Stefan, yes, close the door. What? A knight was pushed into the siege tower with a loud crashing sound. Soon, Vlad followed him and ran into the tower where his blue eyes turned bright red. Lock the siege tower door. Amidst the screams and shouts filling the siege tower, Vlad stepped forward without hesitation. What were you saying earlier? What's your name? Vlad, who had decided to become the unwelcome guest of the invaders before they could reach him, stood tall in the fiery siege tower, his left eye burning white. Roses smiles in Shora. The red-haired madam there couldn't hide her smile as she finally picked up the letter handed to her. No, why did he have to write it on a shaking ship? He said he was too busy to write until now. Vlad must have been quite insistent. Harvin scratched his head in response to the sharp barb from Zemina, then took a seat. The table on the fourth floor where only valued guests could sit. There, a fragrant drink was already prepared for the captain who brought welcome news. Anyway, it's true that he wrote it. HMPH. Who cares what I think? Contrary to her words, Zemina's trembling hands tore open the letter Vlad had sent. Her headpiece sparkled under the chandelier, radiant enough that no one could imagine her past appearance. In front of the beautifully blooming roses' smiles, the knight's letter to Lady Zemina began to unfold. Amidst the crooked handwriting, traces of someone missed dearly were engraved. To Zemina, I'm doing well. What the hell is wrong with that crazy bastard? Kill him, it's a bit dizzying on this rocking ship, but still manageable. The siege tower is shaking, that lunatic broke the ladder. I've had various missions, but they were all trivial things, and there'll be a war soon anyway, so there's no need to worry much. After all, I'm like an escort knight for Lord Joseph, so I won't go too deep into danger. That means it's safe, Sir Vlad, you need to come out now. The siege tower is collapsing, so don't worry too much and I'll see you in Shora later, that's all for now. Although it was daytime, a chilly wind swept through cold plains. Bodies were piled up among the fallen flags everywhere. While both the living and the dead were silent, there was one man who could only groan. Erg, cough, I'll ask again, where are we? A knight with striking red hair. However, Lad whose hair was now a mess of darker red than its original color. The north, we're in the north. Right, this is the north. A faintly colored head for his age. But as lively as his expression was, Timer, the lion of the north, had more vitality. But why did you ignore me in the north? Was I funny? Arg, Lad who was once again thrown into the wet mud by a rough hand, his neck turning pale as he struggled to breathe. You redhead bastard, even though you were born with dragon's blood, you only inherited half of it. Listen well. KCH Cupe. Timer's arm just stands firm despite the aura that Lad who emitted with all his strength in order to survive. A cruel smile began to form on the lion's face as he brought death's blade to the puppy's throat. I already knew that the emperor lying in the imperial capital was nothing but a carcass. Lad whose hands began to clench the mud fiercely in response to Timer's words. His rough movements indicated that he was reaching his limit. Puff, cough, as the heavy pressure pressing down on his head disappeared, Lad who finally managed to crawl out of the mud. Heh heh. Around his desperately raised head were flags of various colors, each representing the lords of the north. There was no mercy in the lord's eyes as he coldly looked down at the dragon. When did this all start? Timer's white teeth began to sneer at the dragon who now grasped the situation, but regret, whether early or late, was irrelevant. The countless corpses of soldiers heading towards Sturma would never rise again, despite Ladhu's belated regret. I'll spare your life, so go and tell your father. Quack. Timer's sword was drawn so swiftly that it seemed Ladhu barely noticed. Its tip pierced through Ladhu's palm, embedding deeply into the ground. I shall no longer pledge allegiance to the Empire without a rightful emperor. The dragon is crying in the face of death, and the northern lion is smiling at that sight. His smile, which had been hidden for a long time, was shining brightly. This is northern land filled with suppressed cries and cold silence, and the laws of the Empire no longer held sway here. Chapter 147. The soldiers of Gadar cling to the walls like a swarm of bees. The smell of boiling oil pouring down on them began to sting the nostrils sharply. Ag, screams that were unbearable to hear erupted from below. A soldier falling while holding his melting face and men plummeting to the ground. It was a moment that encapsulated all the sentiments about war. Damn it. Cade had no time to wipe away the streaming sweat as he had to load another arrow. His fingers were already full of calluses, but now red blood was flowing down his fingertips. 3 days of relentless siege had been brutal enough to strip away hardened skin. I'd rather be back in that misty village. Cade thought back to his experiences in the foggy village as he silently reached for the next arrow. With every arrow leaving his hand, someone inevitably fell, but it was only temporary. 5,000 against 1,300. The theory that with the walls they could withstand 3 times the force was futile in this situation. This small fortress was not built to withstand such a large-scale war in the first place. Sigmund's firm determination to conquer Diamir today was only making the situation more chaotic. You bastard! While Cade was momentarily distracted, a hand suddenly appeared from an empty ladder. The hand, covered in blood, swept across Diamir's wall, successfully crawling up and over. You rat-like bastard. I've been watching you since earlier. A faint smoke-like substance was emanating from the left eye of the growling man, a person who has built his own world, evidence of his existence. It was aura. Die, arg, swish. Cade did his best to block it, but in the end it ended up creating a crack. The fierce waves rushing in from that crack began to fiercely assault Cade. You bastard, you won't draw your sword till the end. The crack of the bow, accompanied by the laughter of the unnamed knight, was spreading. Cade's pride and the cornerstone of his cherished world were crumbling. As expected, you spineless northern folks, acting like a knight even with such a pitiful bow, the Gaidar knight who scorned Cade for not using a sword. But Cade's struggle to shake off his mockery was still feeble. Arg! In the end, the bow shattered as it was unable to withstand the blow infused with aura. The edge of the sword that Cade couldn't block grazed past his chest. I guess northern knights are nothing special, just like the rumors say. The eyes of the unknown knight looking down at Cade were filled with joy that could not be hidden, confirmation through the weak. The world, which he could only feel through others due to his lack of self-assurance, lingered at the tip of his sword. What's your name? Even if we go, we should exchange names first. The Gaidar knight spitted on the blood-filled wall. The tip of the knight's sword began to tremble in anticipation of the red color being painted over it again. What's your name? I asked. You bow bastard. Even in the face of death, Cade was somehow smiling. He was leaning against the wall with difficulty as he looked at the knight, his eyes looking slightly distant. Vlad of Shora. What? Squelch Gaidar knight asked the question to Cade, who was lying in front of him, but the answer came from behind. A chilling response as the world began to turn upside down. From the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sky. The knight's gaze, spinning around, captured the Gaidar flag fluttering in the distance as its last sight. Thunk, Cade, are you okay? Ha he he. Cade, who was leaning against the wall, saw Vlad's appearance and just smiled weakly. Let's go quickly, our side has been breached. The walls are too small. It wasn't meant for a siege in the first place. Vlad, supporting Cade, quietly nodded in response to his murmuring words. Following behind were Stefan and Vlad's soldiers. As they retreated, Gaidar's soldiers began to come up one by one. Let's regroup for now. Vlad moved forward as he kicked away the head of the unnamed knight rolling on the ground. Vlad didn't ask his name until the end. He just looked at Gaidar's soldiers blocking his path. Even now, the sound of ladders clinging to the wall incessantly echoed in Vlad's ears. The right side of the wall has been breached. The Gaidar army is currently climbing the wall and heading towards the gate. The gate won't hold much longer either, unless we break their battering rams. Joseph remained silent, closing his eyes while keeping his ears open. He could tell without having to hear reports coming from all over the place. The ominous atmosphere mixed with the dull sounds. It was the continuous pounding of Gaidar's rams against the gate. When will the reinforcements arrive? We've held out for 3 days. One of the Hainal knights couldn't contain his frustration any longer, slamming the table against the wall as if to vent his anger. His armor was drenched in the enemy's blood. The relentless onslaught of Gaidar soldiers seemed to gnaw away even at his patience. It is a bit late. However, the voice responding to his frustration was eerily calm. We'll abandon the right side of the wall. Destroy the stairs leading down into the fortress. But we'll prepare for urban warfare from now on. As planned, we'll set fire to the houses near the wall. Even amidst the incessant screams, Joseph's handling of the situation remained composed. Joseph Vayezid was always someone who prepared for the worst. Are you going to abandon the wall? Apologies, Sir Duncan. Upon Joseph's apology, Duncan simply lowered his head in resignation. Though he wanted to say it shouldn't be so, the old knight knew well enough that the situation had reached its limit. Anyone in the current situation would inevitably have to retreat. In the end, it has come to this. They had to abandon Diamir. Seeing the despair of the old knight who had devoted his life to Hainal, the other knights of Hainal could only hang their heads in defeat. For a moment, there was a faint sound echoing in Duncan's ears. It was low enough to be barely audible even to someone deeply engrossed in their thoughts, yet it carried a profound resonance. It was a strange sound that Duncan had never heard on the battlefield before. It's a fang trumpet, crafted from the fang of a saber-toothed tiger, a beast native to the north. What? Duncan's eyes widened as if asking for further explanation, but Joseph simply let out a small sigh and took his seat without elaborating further. I apologize, I didn't mention it earlier in case the plan leaked. Now up close, Duncan could see the young man clearly. Fair complexion, darkened eyeshadow. It seemed that his efforts to appear calmer than anyone else were now visible. I've grown old. Finally grasping the situation, Duncan quietly closed his white eyelids. How much had you endured? For the certain moment to come, Joseph had to take responsibility not only for the enemy's attacks but also for the fears of his troops. That was the weight of a commander and the duty he had to bear as Vayezid. Whiskey? Yes. None of the Hainal knights present could bring themselves to be angry with Joseph for deceiving them. Joseph's hand holding the flask trembled slightly. The young man with black eyes had undoubtedly staked his life on Dahmer's walls. It was something I cherished, and I'm grateful to have survived to drink it. Indeed, warmed wine or lukewarm tea did not warm the soul like this. Only this drink, which penetrated deep into the throat and set fire to the internal organs, made him truly feel alive. Ooh, 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 from afar, the sound of trumpet rang out, resonating through the air of the battlefield, dispelling its heaviness as the cold northern wind swept in. Joseph raised a glass of whiskey that he had for the first time in a long time, accompanied by the familiar sounds of the north. Hold on tight, climb up, the fierce cry of the western conqueror. Sigmund drew his sword himself and shouted madly. I will personally kill those who come down quietly, stab something before coming down. With bloodshot eyes and a disregard for dignity, he ran around frantically, as if he had completely abandoned any semblance of composure. Although he didn't look like a nobleman by any means, Sigmund had no intention of stopping. Today's the day, today we cross this damn wall. Though not refined, this was clearly one method of command. Sigmund's passionate, almost insane gestures were undoubtedly harshly encouraging the soldiers. That's it, that's right. Feeling the momentum of the battlefield shifting, Sigmund smiled warmly. Clang, clang. From the weakening gate to the walls now filled with his own soldiers. In the end, this was it. No matter what kind of strategy the genius came up with, ultimately, one had to straightforwardly push the soldiers forward to suppress an opponent entrenched in a siege. And Sigmund was someone who had a clear advantage in that straightforwardness. Stand at the vanguard, son, go and restore your broken pride. Yes, father. At Sigmund's command, Stephen began to breathe heavily, somewhere between tension and excitement. His father's command clearly signaled the moment Stephen had long awaited. If the sword that was taken from him wasn't there, he would bring back at least a sprig of mugwort. The gate has been breached. Good, a siege could last for over a year, but Sigmund was confident in taking Dahmer and he had the strong troops to back up that confidence. Yet you endured stubbornly like a kid. Sigmund smiled deeply as he looked at the charred walls of Dahmer. Although Vayezid's kid-made efforts, the walls were not initially meant to withstand 5,000 troops. Although he would have had to resort to evil while waiting for his father who did not come. Knights, listen, to the one who first cuts off Joseph's head I will give 300 gold coins. As the golden promise began, cheers echoed from all over. Along with cheers, Sigmund's voice spread, full of confidence, and to the one who brings Baroness Alicia, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Ooh, 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 a sound like a beast's howl filled the air. The chilling sound of the trumpet interrupted Sigmund's words. Everyone had no choice but to turn around at the sudden sound. What is that? A scene beyond belief unfolded before them, the forest behind their formation. From there, soldiers began pouring out onto the blackened plain. There seemed to be at least 3,000 troops. No, Sigmund stared in disbelief, trying to wipe his eyes hastily, but his gaze remained fixed on the steadfast forces before him. Did he abandon Sturma? He thought it was a trap Peter could not escape from, yet before him stood banners of those who should not have been there. Why? The North had been waiting for a long time. A time when they can stand up proudly, overcoming discrimination, contempt, and constant checks. Dragulia and Gaidar's threats had merely hastened that moment. Vayezid. Why is Vayezid here? The fluttering banner of Vayezid ahead was the North's response to the West. It spoke of how long Sturma's walls had endured, a testament to their patience. As expected, we're a bit late. Peter frowned as he gazed at the charred walls of Dahmer. However, the flag of Hainal still fluttered at the highest point of the wall, so it wasn't too late. You held out well. It was undoubtedly a daunting task to maneuver such a large force of 3,000 troops around, but it was probably better than Joseph, who was holding out there. Peter smiled bitterly as he thought of his second son who had struggled so far. Son, lead the charge. Yes, father. Rutger raised the spear he was holding at Peter's command, the sharp tip of the spear aimed ahead. There the formation of the Gaidar army was waiting with the back wide open. I won't mince words, my knights, show them. Slowly, a deep anger began to rise in Peter's black eyes. Those who dared to insult me, insult my wife, and torment my son. Peter's icy anger transmitted through Vayezid's blood and into Rutger's heart. Show them who Vayezid is. Along with Peter's command, the knights' shouts began to ring out. Vayezid's cavalry charged along the wide plains. The Gaidar army, now just realizing their presence, scrambled to form a defensive line, but it was too late to stop the charging cavalry. What's that? Why are they behind us? There's no escaping this, hundreds of horses charging towards them, and there was a wall behind them. Rutger, who had closed his left eye, quietly flicked his spear with his finger. When you came in, you had your way. The resonance from the depths of his world began to spread from the tip of his spear. Rutger smiled quietly, anticipating the destruction that would soon hang on the tip of his spear. But it's not the same when you leave. Our Gadar's soldiers were scattering like broken fragments. The world of Rutger, which had cut through the hardest dragon, was rushing towards the Eagle of the West with fierce force. Chapter 148. Screams or cries echoed indistinctly in his ears. Limbs scattered everywhere. A soldier, unable to die yet, wailed as he gathered spilled entrails. What? What is this? Stephen felt as if he were walking through a dream as he surveyed the scene before him. This couldn't be real. Just moments ago they were certain of victory. Pull yourself together, a sudden grasp at his collar. As the voice penetrated his muffled ears, Stephen could finally descend from his strange feeling of floating. It was Godin, the Knight Commander. We need to move, it's not over yet. The compelling pressure in Godin's eyes subdued the chaos more effectively than ever before. Though Godin's demeanor usually felt toxic, in the current situation it strangely benefited Stephen. Yes, you're right, it's not over yet. Meeting Godin's gaze, Stephen finally managed to catch his breath and survey the battlefield. Indeed, as Godin said, it was clearly not over yet. His father was still on the battlefield, bellowing commands as loud as a whale. The sudden onslaught of Vayezid's cavalry. Though they had taken everything they wanted with their initial charge, Gadar still stood unbroken. Wagner, lead the cavalry, break off those lunatics. Yes, sir. Even though he was a knight who had lost his flag, in such situations, anyone would have to fulfill their role. Wagner hurriedly regrouped the cavalry, separating from the main army, and Sigmund moved their formation towards the right wall they had occupied. Rutger, who was catching his breath for the second assault, bit his lip as he watched the Gadar army gain composure faster than expected. Stephen, you foolish son, can't you understand my words? Stephen could only return to himself fully when Sigmund bellowed his name. His actions might be reckless and casual, but he had the clear judgment of a ruler. If you didn't hear my order to ignite the battering ram. At Sigmund's shout, Stephen snapped back to attention and looked at the charred gates of Diamr. Various siege weapons were scattered there. They had just been used to breach the gates moments ago, but now they had become obstacles to block the Hainal army's advance. Squads, follow me, each of you grab oil and torches. Even now, the eyes of Vayezid's troops glaring sharply at them from the front were fierce. But the presence that worried him more than them had to be Diamr, right behind their formation. Damn it! Caught completely between Vayezid and Hainal, there was no easy way out. To rectify this situation, they had to step forward. The walls of Diamr, already battered by their onslaught, had lost their functionality, so pushing forward would be futile. Quick, set it on fire. Following Stephen's command, the rams and siege towers began to ignite one by one. As the heavy structures caught fire, thick smoke soon began to block the gates of Diamr. Good. Seeing the blazing flames, a hint of satisfaction crossed Stephen's face. With such obstacles and fire, even if they managed to open the gates, they wouldn't be able to rush out immediately. Clearing the scattered siege weapons would likely take hours, enough time to count on. Now Gadar's forces only had to deal with Vayezid in front of them, but then Stephen flinched as he felt a sudden surge of energy. Oh no, a chilling presence from behind the gates. It was too quiet, eerily so, as if someone behind the gates of Diamr was watching him. That bastard, though not audible, he could sense it, the presence of someone behind the gates calmly biding their time. The unforgettable duel from that day began to slowly resurface in Stephen's mind. Soldiers descended the narrow staircase, relying on each other. The stairs, which had been deliberately designed to be narrow for fear of the castle walls falling, were holding the soldiers' ankles and slowing down their movements. Yet despite the slow retreat, the fact that they could still tread on the ground safely was likely thanks to the one knight standing behind them, steadfastly holding his ground. Huff, Vayezid's knight Vlad of Shora. His once magnificent blonde hair was now drenched in red, a testament to the intensity of the battle. Yet, if there was one thing that remained unwavering, it was his solitary blue eyes, shining brightly amidst the blood-soaked armor. Come on in again, you bastards. The end of his gruff words sounded like a beast's growl, but the Gadar knights recognized it as a sharp warning rather than a simple threat, so they stopped their advance. That madman, let him go. Let's not lose our strength here. With that, the Gadar knights began to slowly withdraw, their movements seeming to open a path, but an unavoidable sense of defeat lingered in their steps. Though the path along the walls seemed endless with the red trail of blood, from behind Vlad the ground remained untouched. As if severing the snake's head, that young knight had effectively cut off the path of blood. Sir Vlad. Everyone has retreated. Good. Glancing briefly behind him, Vlad could indeed confirm that all the soldiers had retreated just as Stefan had said. Let's go. Vlad and Stefan slowly retreated, looking at the Gadar knights. Though they had fought valiantly, they could no longer hold out. The Gadar soldiers had already swarmed the right wall of Diamr, and even now, knights with their blue flags stood watch over them. Be careful, Vlad kept his gaze steady on the knights ahead, relying on Stefan as they descended the stairs slowly. A strange distance emerged between Vlad and the Gaidar knights. But while Vlad was the one retreating, a sense of relief seemed to emanate from the Gaidar knights. Gaidar. Even as Vlad descended the stairs, he couldn't help but fixate on the flag fluttering above. Not the tree engraved on the Hainal flag, but the eagle of Gaidar. With the target of revenge now so close it was unavoidable, Vlad quietly prepared himself. Are you all right? Any injuries? Having escaped from the wall, Vlad and Stefan quickly joined the reserve troops behind. As Vlad approached, voices of praise began to faintly ring out. Exhausted Hainal soldiers began to rise to their feet as they caught sight of Vlad. I'm fine. Vlad wiped the blood from his face with a towel handed to him by Zayar, then turned his head towards the aquamarine eyes watching him from afar. It had to be done. Her lips were as firm as her tightly held posture, but her eyes, filled with worries, revealed an unavoidable truth. Vlad, whose hearing had always been sensitive, remembered the delicate voice calling out from afar, urging him to come down quickly. You've done well, now rest. Joseph enveloped Vlad's bloodied shoulders, offering words of solace. Of all people, Joseph must have been the one who watched Vlad's struggles atop the wall with the most concern. I will go, don't be stubborn. Please let me accompany you, wasn't that our agreement? Yet Vlad seemed determined not to accept Joseph's consideration, refusing to sheath his sword. The red trail still followed the blade, mirroring the fervor in Vlad's shoulders, but there was no stopping here. You promised to take me to Godin, that was our agreement. The time for the promise had come. The young knight had grown closer to the blue moon than ever before, now boldly asserting his rights. Yes, that's right indeed, Joseph remembered clearly. You give me your trust and I will give you honor. So if the chance and qualification arise, I will make a place for you to seek vengeance. That had been the condition Joseph had set forth for 7 years. I promise. I will definitely not act rashly this time. Vlad wasn't just asking for a favor. I will prioritize my responsibilities and duties as a knight even when facing Godin. I've made a lot of mistakes so far, but I hope you trust me this time. Because I know who I am and what I should do. Vlad, who shouldered the responsibility of being a knight, could no longer be a boy who only thought about revenge. I won't sabotage this war for my personal vendetta. Duty adds weight to life, and weight eventually bestows gravity. Joseph could only nod as he looked at the boy of whom only traces remained. Very well. Joseph ignored Alicia's prickly gaze approaching from behind and gestured with his hand, instructing him to bring Noir. I trust you. The trust you've shown me all this time has undoubtedly been genuine. Joseph hadn't stood by Vlad through countless mistakes simply out of a desire for talent. Even as a boy, Vlad had always strived to uphold the words he spoke. No matter how daunting they might have been, Joseph had valued that genuine aspect of Vlad. You must not lose yourself in anger. Losing yourself means losing your way forward. The wails of Noir were gradually drawing nearer from the distance. Yet Joseph couldn't take his eyes off Vlad because his words now held so much weight. Gaidar has blocked the gate. The path will be narrow and there will be no one to help. I understand. Vlad finally tore his gaze away from Joseph's eyes and looked firmly at the broken Diamar gate. The pathetic gate, now ruptured in many places, had been its best effort. But to venture into a wider world, one must eventually leap beyond the safety of the castle walls. Good. Go and assure your well-being. As the gate slowly began to open at Joseph's command, Vlad could see only obstacles blocking his path through the narrow opening. Yet even so, Vlad could discern the path he must take, visible through the deep-set left eye. The traces left by August were guiding Vlad's direction, so there was no reason for hesitation. Then I'll be off. Where there's a path, there's no reason to hesitate. Vlad, once trapped in a world blocked by obstacles, was now prepared to break through even the narrowest opening. Beyond the red flames and thick smoke, Vlad's blue eyes began to peer beyond the castle gate. Damn it! Stephen involuntarily cursed at the sight before him. Beyond the black smoke quietly burning was a single blue torch, now advancing relentlessly towards him. Block it, block it! Despite the fierce assault, the gate of Diamar barely budged, only partially open. But even that much would be enough for a quick escape for the boy from the alley. He's charging, no way through, only a few obstacles. The siege weapons, ablaze and strewn about, formed an impassable barrier. No matter how good a person is at horseback riding, they will not be able to overcome these obstacles. Stephen, who knew this well, kept his eyes wide open, waiting for the moment when Vlad would stop. The black horse of the grassland, is a spiritual creature, an entity surpassing his understanding, and had already recognized Vlad's path perfectly. Without hesitation, it pierced through the flames and smoke, disappearing ahead. Good heavens! Stephen opened his mouth in a daze as he watched Vlad jump over his head, a knight who had his sword taken away. Vlad had been gnashing his teeth at him until now, but now he was looking beyond him. Let's go, Noir, the blue moonlight Vlad remembered was flowing through his closed left eye. No matter how painful the wound is, it cannot be denied that it is the foundation of Vlad's world. The world of knights he first encountered amidst the campfire, and through it, the nest he lost. Vlad, who had been constantly reminding himself of these things, had finally earned the right to proclaim the name of the moonlight. Godin, Knight of Gadar. Vlad and Noir pierced through the yet unformed ranks of Gadar's soldiers, cutting through the blockades. The sudden charge from behind made all of Gadar turn their heads. I am here, a knight who hasn't got his fair price. Vlad rode alone through the surging waves. Godin's passing glance was looking at Vlad as if he couldn't believe it. Take this back, you bastard. Although Vlad can't fully reach it yet, but now the blue moonlight sees him. A black lump thrown by Vlad flew into Godin's wide-open eyes. I told you, there was a boy who cried out on a cold winter day as the ground turned red. I'll kill you for sure, Rose's smiles filled with silence. A place where only Jorge's shaking neck and the sobbing cries of the prostitutes became the boy's witnesses. A knight only takes a fair price. But Vlad, who was once a boy, did not accept the false price offered to him. He merely kept it close for a long time, like scars left by wounds. Do you still have this? A clumsily bundled lump of meat. The crude jerky that had once fallen onto Vlad's head that day returned to Godin's hand once again. Godin smiled helplessly as he looked at the black lump that flew straight at him. Out of the way, Vlad pierced through Gadar's military formation straight towards Vayezid. Like the path of an arrow, the formation split in a straight line. In that gap, Vlad threw everything he had towards the blue moonlight, including the painful memories of that day, along with the jerky. Chapter 149. Sigmund, who had been trying to restore order for a while, could feel a black shadow swiftly passing by his side, blonde hair and blue eyes. The striking figure was unmistakably familiar, even without anyone nearby to explain. The name came to mind readily. That Vlad of Shora, the northern brat who dared take his son's sword. What kind of crazy bastard is he? And now, the guy who was causing all this madness. Even if his formation was a mess, this damn brat knew how to exploit any gap in our defenses. If it weren't for the fact that he was the enemy, his acrobatic movements would almost be entertaining to watch amidst the chaos. But Sigmund couldn't afford to be distracted, because every time that bastard moved, it tore apart the carefully constructed formation. Sigmund was more shocked by Vlad's actions than by Vayezid's cavalry who had just charged in. While the attack was somewhat expected, what Vlad was doing now was unprecedented. What's that? Suddenly popping out from behind. Did the castle gate open? Is this for real? The Knight of Vayezid, who appeared and vanished like lightning as if he could easily stir up trouble whenever he pleased. Unintentionally, Vlad's actions became a catalyst, throwing a stone into the pond of unease that Sigmund had been desperately trying to calm. Like ripples spreading across a lake, the soldiers' uneasy murmurs slowly spread through the Gator army. Vlad sprinted alone from the enemy lines, racing across the green meadow. The open space between Gadar and Vayezid, which no one could reach, was giving Vlad an unknown sense of liberation. However, his smile of liberation was short-lived. Soon, Vlad was pressing his body against Noir's back and holding his breath. The scent of impending danger began to waft through the air. Shoot, if not now, we may never get another chance like this. With someone's shout, the sky filled with ominous arrows. Vlad had to grit his teeth as he felt the shadows falling behind him and above his head. The subtle gap Vlad had created bought Vayezid more time, and Peter's piercing gaze didn't miss it. Ag raised the shields up. The ground was green, but the sky was pitch black, and where the black rain had passed, someone's blood began to gather and form a bright red puddle. The world that emerged from the narrow gap was undoubtedly vast, but it was still as brutal as ever. Reveal your identity, Vayezid. Vayezid's knight Vlad, I brought a message from Lord Joseph. The arrows fell fiercely, as if they had been waiting for him to come out. Vlad, who had crossed over with Noir, handed a sealed letter to the soldiers shouting for him to reveal himself. The letter, personally written by Joseph, contained invaluable information beyond what could be contained in a mere magic message or the crow's letter. Let him through. The sentence written in the letter revealed his affiliation, and the direction he emerged from the gap affirmed Vlad's loyalty. For someone like him, rigorous identity verification was nothing but a waste of time. Please follow. The center of the formation moved according to the soldiers' guidance. The first thing that caught Vlad's eyes there was Vayezid's flag fluttering in the wind. The sturdy walls of Sturma greeted Vlad. I have come at the behest of Lord Joseph. My name is Vlad. It was a field without even a tent erected, but it had a more serious atmosphere than anywhere else. Countless knights gazed at him as if he was walking on the red carpet. Through the path they slowly opened, familiar black eyes began to look at Vlad. Well done, Vlad, Knight of Joseph. Peter carefully examined the knight sent by his son. Despite efforts to compose himself, Vlad's shoulders twitched slightly and his armor, heavily dented, bore witness to his time on the battlefield. Both you and Joseph, were there any injuries? No, I am well. Vlad's immediate response put Peter somewhat at ease despite not showing it outwardly. Thank goodness. The blue blood of nobility prompted Peter to choose the most efficient course of action, but even so his heart did not become cold. Certainly he had worried for his frail son, yet he also felt pride. 500 men. After confirming his son's well-being with a firmly written note, Peter handed the letter Vlad had brought to Antalas, the knight commander. It was a report sent not by his son but by Diamar's commander Joseph. The report said that only 500 soldiers would be able to get out of the gates. However, what caught Peter's eye more than the number 500 was a single line of commentary written at the bottom of the report. You want a duel with Godin? Yes. At Peter's subdued voice, the gazes of the knights serving him began to twitch. Was he referring to Godin, the commander of Gator's knights? I don't mean to disregard you, but the difference between you and him might be insurmountable. It was so faint that Vlad could not notice it, but Vayezid's knights, who had served Peter for a long time, could. The fact that their lord was smiling now. Do as you wish, I cannot say you lack the qualifications. It was indeed the imposing presence of the northern spirit he hadn't seen in a long time. Even after the brilliant golden age of Vayezid had passed, there was no reason to refuse the young knight who was now challenging the towering walls once again. Possibility is a beautiful thing, and young things that try to make it bloom have always been precious beings. Damn bastard! The soldiers of Gator climbed up the slippery hill. Though they had managed to form a solid formation, Sigmund found himself cursing profanities in frustration as he crawled back into the chaos once again. Peter Vayezid, you don't get any relief even if you chew on it. The northern monarch used Diamar as bait to create confusion and took advantage of the opportunity to cause deep wounds. Now he was firmly entrenched on the hill and forcing Sigmund to make a choice. You come in first, and I came well prepared. The supply route was blocked, the retreat route was cut off, and now Peter was forcing Sigmund to make a sacrifice until the very end. The ruthless cruelty he displayed even made Sigmund, the usurper of the West, tremble. Damn barbarians! Despite the disadvantage, they had to press forward. As time passed, the disadvantage would fall on Gator's side. Since it was simply an untenable situation, Sigmund had to somehow break through the army in front of him and create a path towards the west, to the spear infantry, and thus they faced off against the northern soldiers. The axes flashed beyond the tightly stacked shield wall. It was as if they had inherited the savagery of their ancestors who had raided cities while sailing down the river. Damn it, my spear broke. Those who lost their weapons fall back. Oh yeah. Those lunatics are throwing axes, an evenly matched fight. However, the difference in depleted strength and morale was already an irreparable gap, so the screams could only be on Gator's side. Vayezid. Forward, men with mixed blood of barbarians. Though it was a phrase full of discrimination and contempt, what couldn't be denied was the cruelty emanating from the blood. How dare these bastards challenge us? Die. Die, the ferocity of the men who had to maintain their hot temper even in the freezing northern winds, was undoubtedly more barbaric and brutal than people from any other region. The madness of the north, which was difficult to express with just tactics and strategy, was being conveyed through their axes. As expected, Sigmund, who continuously encouraged his soldiers, gritted his teeth as he watched the bloodshed ahead. Indeed, facing the northern infantry with just the western spear infantry was an impossible task. If it was a fight between infantry units, finding troops strong enough to defeat them would be difficult even within the empire. Hold on a little longer, our time will come for sure. Yet Sigmund kept pushing his soldiers toward the front line without pause. If there were savage axemen in the north, they were also cavalrymen who crossed the rugged wastelands in the west. If we hold off these bastards, our momentum will return. Given the natural development of cavalry in the western region, it was only natural that their cavalry would be formidable opponents for the northern cavalry. Moreover, the mid-level troops in the west, equipped with gear plundered from the dwarves, were undoubtedly formidable opponents for the northern cavalry. The reason Peter deliberately took a position on the muddy grassland was because he was concerned about their attack. All it takes is one shot. In the current situation where everything was crumbling, relying on the most certain method seemed to be the best option. Therefore, Sigmund decided to overcome this crisis through selection and concentration. Through the spearheads of Gator's prized cavalry. The ground is sticky, and the sound of hoofbeats is getting heavier. Along with the summer weather, the sticky plains of Diamar were undoubtedly unfamiliar battlefields for the Western Knights. The enemy is responding. Godin inwardly cursed the truly insane battlefield they had chosen. The speed is dwindling, but there might be something they can do, because they've put everything into this attack. Vayezid cavalry is charging on the right. Ignore them. The cavalry's charge is like a barrage of arrows. From the moment they leave until they reach the enemy, they cannot afford to stop. Knowing this, the Gator cavalry charged without a moment's hesitation toward the soldiers pushing their shields forward. Crack, a loud sound of shields breaking. Along with it, the screams that followed were all too familiar to them. As expected, there are attacks that you know you can't stop even if you try. For Gator, the cavalry charge was always a surefire formula for victory, and that's why Sigmund believed without a doubt that through this single attack, they could break through the enemy lines. However, as Godin led the charge, he felt an odd sensation at the tip of his spear, causing his fingertips to grow colder little by little. Not enough, though he had made contact, there was a sense of lacking. He needed to thrust for much longer, but the spear felt strangely empty, not hitting anything solid. Damn it! Looking beyond the spear's tip, Godin realized where this strange sensation was coming from. An angle cleverly hidden by the curved hill. It was only now that he was faced with an unrecognizable formation below. Diagonal formation, though he thought they were in a straight line, Vayezid's soldiers were actually arranged diagonally. Only precise targeting could deliver a solid impact. But Gator's charge, now tilted, could only follow the direction they were being led by the slowly erected shield wall. We need to flank them now. Being the most confident meant being able to respond most effectively. Where are you going in such a hurry? The Vayezid cavalry, suddenly sticking close, began to deprive Gator of the space to maneuver, becoming another wall for them to overcome. You've been flying high for too long. A red world was flowing through his closed left eye. Rutger Vayezid, a man almost certain to be the next head of the family, pushed through. We can't afford to give them space. Damn it! On the right there were infantry shield walls. On the left, Vayezid's cavalry followed closely. Thus, waiting at the narrowing entrance of the funnel-like formation were the Vayezid knights, exuding an extraordinary momentum. Each of them had their left eye closed. Bring them to me, knights. The Lord and Knight Peter aimed his sword at the charging cavalry. Their necks, the end of those who dare to defy Vayezid, a charge toward destruction. While the knights of the West hastened to confront them with their own world, the target of the Vayezid knights was not them. He-eating, ag, the cries of horses losing their legs began to echo loudly across the meadow's hills. The separated knees were struggling in vain toward the ground they could no longer reach. Horses falling to the ground with a heavy sound. The movements of the knights struggling above them were rising high into the sky. The charge of the Western forces, now losing momentum, began to stall in front of the Northern knights. Vayezid knights, the cavalry, now unable to function as cavalry without their mounts, faced the onslaught of the cold northern wind. Forward, locked in a gaze upon the still ground, it was now the time for the knights.